Chapter 1. Celebrated Travelers Before the Christian Era. Hanno the Carthaginian. Herodotus visits Egypt, Libya, Ethiopia, Phoenicia, Arabia, Babylon, Persia, India, Media, Colchis, the Caspian Sea, Scythia, Thrace, and Greece. Pythias explores the coasts of Iberia and Gaul, the English Channel, the Isle of Albion, Orkney Islands, and the land of Thule. Nearchus visits the Asiatic coast, from the Indus to the Persian Gulf. Eudoxus reconnoiters the west coast of Africa. Caesar conquers Gaul and Great Britain. Strabo travels over the interior of Asia and Egypt, Greece, and Italy. The first traveler of whom we have any account in history is Hanno, who was sent by the Carthaginian Senate to colonize some parts of the western coast of Africa. The account of this expedition was written in the Carthaginian language and afterwards translated into Greek. It is known to us now by the name of the Periplus of Hanno. At what period this explorer lived, historians are not agreed, but the most probable account assigns the date B to his exploration of the African coast. Hanno left Carthage with a fleet of 60 vessels of 50 oars each, carrying 30,000 persons and provisions for a long voyage. These emigrants, for so we may call them, were destined to people the new towns that the Carthaginians hoped to found on the west coast of Libya, or as we now call it, Africa. The fleet successfully passed the Pillars of Hercules, the rocks of Gibraltar and Ceuta, which command the strait, and ventured on the Atlantic, taking a southerly course. 2 days after passing the straits, Hanno anchored on the coast and laid the foundation of the town of Thumia Tyrian. Then he put to sea again, and doubling the Cape of Salwa, made fresh discoveries, and advanced to the mouth of a large African river, where he found a tribe of wandering shepherds camping on the banks. He only waited to conclude a treaty of alliance with them before continuing his voyage southward. He next reached the island of Cerne, situated in a bay and measuring 5 stadia in circumference, or as we should say at the present day, nearly 925 yards. According to Hanno's own account, this island should be placed, with regard to the Pillars of Hercules, at an equal distance to that which separates these pillars from Carthage. They set sail again, and Hanno reached the mouth of the river Cretes, which forms a sort of natural harbor, but as they endeavored to explore this river, they were assailed with showers of stones from the native Negro race, inhabiting the surrounding country, and driven back, and after this inhospitable reception, they returned to Cerne. We must not omit to add that Hanno mentions finding large numbers of crocodiles and hippopotami in this river. 12 days after this unsuccessful expedition, the fleet reached a mountainous region where fragrant trees and shrubs abounded, and it then entered a vast gulf which terminated in a plain. This region appeared quite calm during the day, but after nightfall it was illumined by tongues of flame, which might have proceeded from fires lighted by the natives, or from the natural ignition of the dry grass when the rainy season was over. In 5 days, Hanno doubled the cape, known as the Hespericuras. There, according to his own account, he heard the sound of fifes, cymbals, and tambourines, and the clamor of a multitude of people. The soothsayers, who accompanied the party of Carthaginian explorers, counseled flight from this land of terrors, and in obedience to their advice, they set sail again, still taking a southerly course. They arrived at a cape, which, stretching southwards, formed a gulf, called Natukiras, and according to M500 Avizac, this gulf must have been the mouth of the river Aro, which falls into the Atlantic almost within the Tropic of Cancer. At the lower end of this gulf, they found an island inhabited by a vast number of gorillas, which the Carthaginians mistook for hairy savages. They contrived to get possession of 3 female gorillas, but were obliged to kill them on account of their great ferocity. This Natukiras must have been the extreme limit reached by the Carthaginian explorers, and though some historians incline to the belief that they only went to Bajador, which is 2 degrees north of the tropics, it is more probable that the former account is the true one, and that Hanno, finding himself short of provisions, returned northwards to Carthage, where he had the account of his voyage engraved in the temple of Baal Moloch. After Hanno, the most illustrious of ancient travelers was Herodotus, who has been called the father of history, and who was the nephew of the poet Paniaces, whose poems ranked with those of Homer and Hesiod. It will serve our purpose better if we only speak of Herodotus as a traveler, not an historian, as we wish to follow him so far as possible through the countries that he traversed. Herodotus was born at Halicarnassus, a town in Asia Minor. In the year B, his family were rich, and having large commercial transactions, they were able to encourage the taste for explorations which he showed. At this time, there were many different opinions as to the shape of the earth, the Pythagorean school having even then begun to teach that it must be round, but Herodotus took no part in this discussion, which was of the deepest interest to learned men of that time, and still young, he left home with a view of exploring with great care all the then known world, and especially those parts of it of which there were but few and uncertain data. He left Halicarnassus in 464, being then 20 years of age, and probably directed his steps first to Egypt, visiting Memphis, Heliopolis, and Thebes. He seems to have specially turned his attention to the overflow of the banks of the Nile, and he gives an account of the different opinions held as to the source of this river, which the Egyptians worshipped as one of their deities. When the Nile overflows its banks, he says, you can see nothing but the towns rising out of the water, and they appear like the islands in the Aegean Sea. He tells of the religious ceremonies among the Egyptians, their sacrifices, their ardor in celebrating the feasts in honor of their goddess Isis, which took place principally at Busiris, whose ruins may still be seen near Bushire, and of the veneration paid to both wild and tame animals, which were looked upon almost as sacred, and to whom they even rendered funeral honors at their death. He depicts in the most faithful colors the Nile crocodile, its form, habits, and the way in which it is caught, and the hippopotamus, the marmot, the phoenix, the ibis, and the serpents that were consecrated to the god Jupiter. Nothing can be more lifelike than his accounts of Egyptian customs, and the notices of their habits, their games, and their way of embalming the dead, in which the chemists of that period seem to have excelled. Then we have the history of the country from Menes, its first king, downwards to Herodotus' time, and he describes the building of the pyramids under Cheops, the labyrinth that was built a little above the Lake Moeris, of which the remains were discovered in Lake Moeris itself, whose origin he ascribes to the hand of man, and the two pyramids which are situated a little above the lake. He seems to have admired many of the Egyptian temples, and especially that of Minerva at Sais, and of Vulcan and Isis at Memphis, and the colossal monolith that was 3 years in course of transportation from Elephantina to Sais, though 2,000 men were employed on the gigantic work. After having carefully inspected everything of interest in Egypt, Herodotus went into Libya, little thinking that the continent he was exploring extended thence to the Tropic of Cancer. He made special inquiries in Libya as to the number of its inhabitants, who were a simple nomadic race principally living near the sea-coast, and he speaks of the Ammonians, who possessed the celebrated temple of Jupiter Ammon, the remains of which have been discovered on the northeast side of the Libyan desert, about 300 miles from Cairo. Herodotus furnishes us with some very valuable information on Libyan customs. He describes their habits, speaks of the animals that infest the country, serpents of a prodigious size, lions, elephants, bears, asps, horned asses, probably the rhinoceros of the present day, and cynocephali, animals with no heads and whose eyes are placed on their chest. To use his own expression, foxes, hyenas, porcupines, wild zaras, panthers, etc. He winds up his description by saying that the only two aboriginal nations that inhabit this region are the Libyans and Ethiopians. According to Herodotus, the Ethiopians were at that time to be found above Elephantina, but commentators are induced to doubt if this learned explorer ever really visited Ethiopia, and if he did not, he may easily have learnt from the Egyptians the details that he gives of its capital, Meroe, of the worship of Jupiter and Bacchus, and the longevity of the natives. There can be no doubt, however, that he set sail for Tyre in Phoenicia, and that he was much struck with the beauty of the two magnificent temples of Hercules. He next visited Tarsus and took advantage of the information gathered on the spot to write a short history of Phoenicia, Syria, and Palestine. We next find that he went southward to Arabia, and he calls it the Ethiopia of Asia, for he thought the southern parts of Arabia were the limits of human habitation. He tells us of the remarkable way in which the Arabs kept any vow that they might have made, that their two deities were Uranus and Bacchus, and of the abundant growth of myrrh, cinnamon, and other spices, and he gives a very interesting account of their culture and preparation. We cannot be quite sure which country he next visited, as he calls it both Assyria and Babylonia, but he gives a most minute account of the splendid city of Babylon, which was the home of the monarchs of that country after the destruction of Nineveh, and whose ruins are now only in scattered heaps on either side of the Euphrates, which flowed a broad, deep, rapid river, dividing the city into two parts. On one side of the river, the fortified palace of the king stood, and on the other the temple of Jupiter Belus, which may have been built on the site of the Tower of Babel. Herodotus next speaks of the two queens, Semiramis and Nitocris, telling us of all the means taken by the latter to increase the prosperity and safety of her capital, and passing on to speak of the natural products of the country, the wheat, barley, millet, sesame, the vine, fig tree, and palm tree. He winds up with a description of the costume of the Babylonians and their customs, especially that of celebrating their marriages by the public crier. The marriage ceremony. The marriage ceremony. After exploring Babylonia, he went to Persia, and as the express purpose of his travels was to collect all the information he could relating to the lengthy wars that had taken place between the Persians and Grecians, he was most anxious to visit the spots where the battles had been fought. He sets out by remarking upon the custom prevalent in Persia of not clothing their deities in any human form, nor erecting temples nor altars where they might be worshipped, but contenting themselves with adoring them on the tops of the mountains. He notes their domestic habits, their disdain of animal food, their taste for delicacies, their passion for wine, and their custom of transacting business of the utmost importance when they had been drinking to excess, their curiosity as to the habits of other nations, their love of pleasure, their warlike qualities, their anxiety for the education of their children, their respect for the lives of all their fellow creatures, even of their slaves, their horror both of debt and lying, and their repugnance to the disease of leprosy, which they thought proved that the sufferer had sinned in some way against the sun. The India of Herodotus, according to M. Vivian de Saint Martin, only consisted of that part of the country that is watered by the 5 rivers of the Punjab, adjoining Afghanistan, and this was the region where the young traveler turned his steps on leaving Persia. He thought that the population of India was larger than that of any other country, and he divided it into 2 classes, the first having settled habitations, the second leading a nomadic life. Those who lived in the eastern part of the country killed their sick and aged people, and ate them, while those in the north, who were a finer, braver, and more industrious race, employed themselves in collecting the auriferous sands. India was then the most easterly extremity of the inhabited world, as he thought, and he observes that the 2 extremities of the world seem to have shared nature's best gifts, as Greece enjoyed the most agreeable temperature possible, and that was his idea of the western limits of the world. Media is the next country visited by this indefatigable traveler, and he gives the history of the Medes, the nation which was the first to shake off the Assyrian yoke. They founded the great city of Ecbatana and surrounded it with 7 concentric walls. They became a separate nation in the reign of Deoses. After crossing the mountains that separate Media from Colchis, the Greek traveler entered the country, made famous by the valor of Jason, and studied its manners and customs with the care and attention that were among his most striking characteristics. Herodotus seems to have been well acquainted with the geography of the Caspian Sea, for he speaks of it as a sea quite by itself, and having no communication with any other. He considered that it was bounded on the west by the Caucasian Mountains and on the east by a great plain inhabited by the Massagetae, who both Arrian and Diodorus Siculus think may have been Scythians. These Massagetae worshipped the sun as their only deity and sacrificed horses in its honor. He speaks here of 2 large rivers, one of which, the Araxes, would be the Volga, and the other, that he calls the Ista, must be the Danube. The traveler then went into Scythia, and he thought that the Scythians were the different tribes inhabiting the country that lay between the Danube and the Don, in fact, a considerable portion of European Russia. He found the barbarous custom of putting out the eyes of their prisoners was practiced among them, and he notices that they only wandered from place to place without caring to cultivate their land. Herodotus relates many of the fables that make the origin of the Scythian nation so obscure, and in which Hercules plays a prominent part. He adds a list of the different tribes that composed the Scythian nation, but he does not seem to have visited the country lying to the north of the Euxine or Black Sea. He gives a minute description of the habits of these people and expresses his admiration for the Pontus Euxinus. The dimensions that he gives of the Black Sea, the Bosphorus, of the Propontis, the Palus Maeotis, and of the Aegean Sea are almost exactly the same as those given by geographers of the present day. He also names the large rivers that flow into these seas: the Ister or Danube, the Borysthenes or Dnieper, the Tanais or Don, and he finishes by relating how the alliance, and afterwards the union between the Scythians and Amazons took place, which explains the reason why the young women of that country are not allowed to marry before they have killed an enemy and established their character for valor. After a short stay in Thrace, during which he was convinced that the Getae were the bravest portion of this race, Herodotus arrived in Greece, which was to be the termination of his travels, to the country where he hoped to collect the only documents still wanting to complete his history, and he visited all the spots that had become illustrious by the great battles fought between the Greeks and Persians. He gives a minute description of the pass of Thermopylae and of his visit to the plain of Marathon, the battlefield of Plataea, and his return to Asia Minor, whence he passed along the coast on which the Greeks had established several colonies. Herodotus can only have been 28 years of age when he returned to Halicarnassus in Caria, for it was in B that he read the history of his travels at the Olympic Games. His country was at that time oppressed by Lygdamis, and he was exiled to Samos. But though he soon after rose in arms to overthrow the tyrant, the ingratitude of his fellow citizens obliged him to return into exile. In 444, he took part in the games at the Pantheon, and there he read his completed work, which was received with enthusiasm, and towards the end of his life he retired to Thurium in Italy, where he died, leaving behind him the reputation of being the greatest traveler and the most celebrated historian of antiquity. After Herodotus, we must pass over a century and a half, and only note, in passing, the physician Ctesias, a contemporary of Xenophon, who published the account of a voyage to India that he really never made, and we shall come in chronological order to Pythias, who was at once a traveler, geographer, and historian, one of the most celebrated men of his time. It was about the year B that Pythias set out from the columns of Hercules with a single vessel, but instead of taking a southerly course like his Carthaginian predecessors, he went northwards, passing by the coasts of Iberia and Gaul to the furthest points which now form the Cape of Finisterre. And then he entered the English Channel and came upon the English coast, the British Isles, of which he was to be the first explorer. He disembarked at various points on the coast and made friends with the simple, honest, sober, industrious inhabitants who traded largely in tin. Pythias ventured still further north and went beyond the Orcades Islands to the furthest point of Scotland, and he must have reached a very high latitude, for during the summer the night only lasted 2 hours. After 6 days further sailing, he came to lands which he calls Thule, probably the Jutland or Norway of the present day, beyond which he could not pass, for he says, there was neither land, sea, nor air there. He retraced his course, and changing it slightly, he came to the mouth of the Rhine, to the country of the Austrians, and further inland to Germany. Thence he visited the mouth of the Tanais, that is supposed to be the Elbe or the Oder, and he returned to Marseille, just a year after leaving his native town. Pythias, besides being such a brave sailor, was a remarkably scientific man. He was the first to discover the influence that the moon exercises on the tides, and to notice that the polar star is not situated at the exact spot at which the axis of the globe is supposed to be. Some years after the time of Pythias, about a Greek traveler made his name famous. This was Nearchus, a native of Crete, one of Alexander's admirals, and he was charged to visit all the coast of Asia from the mouth of the Indus to that of the Euphrates. When Alexander first resolved that this expedition should take place, which had for its object the opening up of a communication between India and Egypt, he was at the upper part of the Indus. He furnished Nearchus with a fleet of 33 galleys, of some vessels with 2 decks, and a great number of transport ships and men. Nearchus came down the Indus in about 4 months, escorted on either bank of the river by Alexander's armies, and after spending 7 months in exploring the delta, he set sail and followed the west line of what we call Baluchistan in the present day. He put to sea on the 2nd of October, a month before the winter storms had taken a direction that was favorable to his purpose, so that the commencement of his voyage was disastrous, and in 40 days he had scarcely made 80 miles in a westerly direction. He touched first at Stura and at Corestes, which do not seem to answer to any of the now existing villages on the coast, then at the island of Crocala, which forms the Bay of Caranthia. Beaten back by contrary winds, after doubling the Cape of Mons, the fleet took refuge in a natural harbor that its commander thought that he could fortify as a defense against the attacks of the barbarous natives, who, even at the present day, keep up their character as pirates. After spending 24 days in this harbor, Nearchus put to sea again on the 3rd of November. Severe gales often obliged him to keep very near the coast, and when this was the case, he was obliged to take all possible precautions to defend himself from the attacks of the ferocious Belutchis, who are described by Eastern historians as a barbarous nation with long disheveled hair and long flowing beards, who are more like bears or satyrs than human beings. Up to this time, however, no serious disaster had happened to the fleet, but on the 10th of November, in a heavy gale, 2 galleys and a ship sank. Nearchus then anchored at Crocala, and there he was met by a ship laden with corn that Alexander had sent out to him, and he was able to supply each vessel with provisions for 10 days. After many disasters and a skirmish with some of the natives, Nearchus reached the extreme point of the land of the Aurites, which is marked in modern geography by Cape Morant. Here he states in his narrative that the rays of the sun at midday are vertical, and therefore there are no shadows of any kind. But this is surely a mistake, for at this time in the southern hemisphere the sun is in the Tropic of Capricorn, and beyond this, his vessels were always some degrees distant from the Tropic of Cancer. Therefore, even in the height of summer, this phenomenon could not have taken place, and we know that his voyage was in winter. Circumstances seemed now rather more in his favor, for the time of the eastern monsoon was over, when he sailed along the coast, which is inhabited by a tribe called Ichthyophagi, who subsist solely on fish, and from the failure of all vegetation are obliged to feed even their sheep upon the same food. The fleet was now becoming very short of provisions, so after doubling Cape Posmi, Nearchus took a pilot from those shores on board his own vessel, and with the wind in their favor, they made rapid progress, finding the country less bare as they advanced, a few scattered trees and shrubs being visible from the shore. They reached a little town, of the name of which we have no record, and as they were almost without food, Nearchus surprised and took possession of it, the inhabitants making but little resistance. Canicida, or Cherbar as we call it, was their next resting place, and at the present day the ruins of a town are still visible in the bay. But their corn was now entirely exhausted, and though they tried successively at Canate, Troyes, and Dagasira for further supplies, it was all in vain, these miserable little towns not being able to furnish more than enough for their own consumption. The fleet had neither corn nor meat, and they could not make up their minds to feed upon the tortoises that abound in that part of the coast. Just as they entered the Persian Gulf, they encountered an immense number of whales, and the sailors were so terrified by their size and number that they wished to fly. It was not without much difficulty that Nearchus at last prevailed upon them to advance boldly, and they soon scattered their formidable enemies. Nearchus leading on his followers against the monsters of the deep. Nearchus leading on his followers against the monsters of the deep. Having changed their westerly course for a northeasterly one, they soon came upon fertile shores, and their eyes were refreshed by the sight of cornfields and pasture lands, interspersed with all kinds of fruit trees except the olive. They put into Bades or Jask, and after leaving it and passing Masada or Mussenden, they came in sight of the Persian Gulf, to which Nearchus, following the geography of the Arabs, gave the misnomer of the Red Sea. They sailed up the Gulf, and after one halt reached Harmosia, which has since given its name to the little island of Ormuz. There he learnt that Alexander's army was only 5 days' march from him, and he disembarked at once and hastened to meet it. No news of the fleet having reached the army for 21 weeks, they had given up all hope of seeing it again, and great was Alexander's joy when Nearchus appeared before him, though the hardships he had endured had altered him almost beyond recognition. Alexander ordered games to be celebrated and sacrifices offered up to the gods. Then Nearchus returned to Harmosia, as he wished to go as far as Susa with the fleet, and set sail again, having invoked Jupiter the Deliverer. He touched at some of the neighboring islands, probably those of Arek and Kismes, and soon afterwards the vessels ran aground, but the advancing tide floated them again, and after passing Bistion, they arrived at the island of Kaish, that is sacred to Mercury and Venus. This was the boundary line between Carmania and Persia. As they advanced along the Persian coast, they visited different places, Gilam, Indarabia, Shevu, and Sea, and at the last named was found a quantity of wheat, which Alexander had sent for the use of the explorers. Some days after this, they came to the mouth of the river Araxes, that separates Persia from Susiana, and thence they reached a large lake situated in the country now called Dorgistan, and finally anchored near the village of Djela, at the source of the Euphrates, having accomplished their project of visiting all the coast lying between the Euphrates and Indus. Nearchus returned a second time to Alexander, who rewarded him magnificently and placed him in command of his fleet. Alexander's wish that the whole of the Arabian coast should be explored as far as the Red Sea was never fulfilled, as he died before the expedition was arranged. It is said that Nearchus became governor of Lycia and Pamphylia, but in his leisure time he wrote an account of his travels, which has unfortunately perished, though not before Arrian had made a complete analysis of it in his Historia Indica. It seems probable that Nearchus fell in the Battle of Ipsu, leaving behind him the reputation of being a very able commander. His voyage may be looked upon as an event of no small importance in the history of navigation. We must not omit to mention a most hazardous attempt made in B by Eudoxus of Cyzicus, a geographer living at the court of Euergetes Roman II, to sail round Africa. He had visited Egypt and the coast of India when this far greater project occurred to him, one which was only accomplished 1600 years later by Vasco da Gama. Eudoxus fitted out a large vessel and 2 smaller ones, and set sail upon the unknown waters of the Atlantic. How far he took these vessels we do not know, but after having had communication with some natives, whom he thought were Ethiopians, he returned to Mauritania. Thence he went to Tiberia and made preparations for another attempt to circumnavigate Africa, but whether he ever set out upon this voyage is not known. In fact, some learned men are even inclined to consider Eudoxus an impostor. We have still to mention 2 names of illustrious travelers living before the Christian era, those of Caesar and Strabo. Caesar born B was preeminently a conqueror, not an explorer, but we must remember that in the year B he undertook the conquest of Gaul, and during the 10 years that were occupied in this vast enterprise, he led his victorious legions to the shores of Great Britain, where the inhabitants were of German extraction. As to Strabo, who was born in Cappadocia B, he distinguished himself more as a geographer than a traveler, but he traveled through the interior of Asia and visited Egypt, Greece, and Italy, living many years in Rome and dying there in the latter part of the reign of Tiberius. Strabo wrote a geography in 17 books, of which the greater part has come down to us, and this work, with that of Ptolemy, are the 2 most valuable legacies of ancient to modern geographers. Chapter 2. Celebrated travelers from the 1st to the 9th century. Pausanias 174, Phahion 399, Cosmos Indicoplousts 500. Arculf 700, Willibald 725, Solomon 851. Pliny, Hippalus, Arrian, and Ptolemy. Pausanias visits Attica, Corinth, Laconia, Messenia, Elis, Achaea, Arcadia, Boeotia, and Phocis. Phahion explores Kantichiu, Tartary, northern India, the Punjab, Ceylon, and Java. Cosmos Indicaplus, and the Christian topography of the universe, Arculf describes Jerusalem, the valley of Jehoshaphat, the Mount of Olives, Bethlehem, Jericho, the river Jordan, Libanus, the Dead Sea, Capernaum, Nazareth, Mount Tabor, Damascus, Tyre, Alexandria, and Constantinople, Willibald and the Holy Land. Solomon travels through Ceylon and Sumatra and crosses the Gulf of Siam and the China Sea. In the first 2 centuries of the Christian era, the study of geography received a great stimulus from the advance of other branches of science, but travelers, or rather explorers of new countries, were very few in number. Pliny in the year A devoted the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th books of his natural history to geography, and in A, Hippalus, a clever navigator, discovered the laws governing the monsoon in the Indian Ocean and taught sailors how they might deviate from their usual course, so as to make these winds subservient to their being able to go to and return from India in 1 year. Arrian, a Greek historian, born A, wrote an account of the navigation of the Euxine or Black Sea and pointed out as nearly as possible the countries that had been discovered by explorers who had lived before his time. And Ptolemy, the Egyptian, about A, making use of the writings of his predecessors, published a celebrated geography, in which, for the first time, places and cities were marked in their relative latitude and longitude on a mathematical plan. The first traveler of the Christian era, whose name has been handed down to us, was Pausanias, a Greek writer living in Rome in the 2nd century, and whose account of his travels bears the date of A. Pausanias did for ancient Greece what Joanne, the industrious and clever Frenchman, did for the other countries of Europe in compiling the Traveler's Guide. His account, a most reliable one on all points and most exact even in details, was one upon which travelers of the 2nd century might safely depend in their journeys through the different parts of Greece. Pausanias gives a minute description of Attica, and especially of Athens and its monuments, tombs, temples, citadel, academy, columns, and of the Areopagus. From Attica Pausanias went to Corinth, and then explored the islands of Aegina and Methana, Sparta, the island of Serigo, Messene, Achaia, Arcadia, Boeotia, and Phocis. The roads in the provinces, and even the streets in the towns, are mentioned in his narrative, as well as the general character of the country through which he passed, although we can scarcely say that he added any fresh discoveries to those already made. He was one of those careful travelers whose object was more to obtain exact information than to make new discoveries. His narrative has been of the greatest use to all geographers and writers upon Greece and the Peloponnesus, and an author of the 16th century has truly said that this book is a most ancient and rare specimen of erudition. World as known to the ancients. It was about 130 years after the Greek historian, in the 4th century, that a Chinese monk undertook the exploration of the countries lying to the west of China. The account of his travels is still extant, and we may well agree with M. Charton when he says that this is a most valuable work, carrying us beyond our ordinarily narrow view of Western civilization. Fa Hien, the traveler, was accompanied by several monks. Wishing to leave China by the west, they crossed more than one chain of mountains and reached the country now called Kantichiu, which is not far from the Great Wall. They crossed the river Chaho and a desert that Marco Polo was to explore 800 years later. After 17 days' march, they reached the lake of Lobna in Turkestan. From this point, all the countries that the monks visited were alike as to manners and customs, the languages alone differing. Being dissatisfied with the reception that they met with in the country of the Argas, who are not a hospitable people, they took a southeasterly course towards a desert country where they had great difficulty in crossing the rivers. And after a 35 days' march, the little caravan reached Tartary in the kingdom of Cotton, which contained, according to Fa Hien, many times 10,000 holy men. Here they met with a cordial welcome, and after a residence of 3 months were allowed to assist at the procession of the images, a great feast, in which both Brahmins and Buddhists join, when all the idols are placed upon magnificently decorated cars and paraded through streets strewn with flowers amid clouds of incense. The feast over, the monks left Cotton for Kukanyar, and after resting there 15 days, We find them further south in the Balistan country of the present day, a cold and mountainous district, where wheat was the only grain cultivated, and where Fahian found in use the curious cylinders on which prayers are written, and which are turned by the faithful with the most extraordinary rapidity. Thence they went to the eastern part of Afghanistan. It took them 4 weeks to cross the mountains, in the midst of which, and the never-melting snow, they are said to have found venomous dragons. On the further side of this rocky chain, the travelers found themselves in northern India, where the country is watered by the streams which, further on, form the Sindh or Indus. After traversing the kingdoms of Ontichang, Suhodu, and Kayanthoai, they arrived at Folucha, which must be the town of Peshawar, standing between Kabul and the Indus, and 24 leagues farther west. They came to the town of Hilo, built on the banks of a tributary of the river Kabout. In these towns, Fahian specially notices the feasts and religious ceremonies practiced in the worship of Fo or Buddha. One of Fahian's companions falls. When the monks left Quito, they were obliged to cross the Hindu Kush mountains, lying between Turkestan and the Gandhara, the cold being so intense that one of their party sank under it. After enduring great hardships, they reached Banu, a town that is still standing, and then, after again crossing the Indus, they entered the Punjab. Thence, descending towards the southeast, with a view of crossing the northern part of the Indian peninsula, they reached Mathura, a town in the province of Agra, and crossing the Great Salt Desert, which lies to the east of the Indus, traveled through a country that Fahian calls a happy kingdom, where the inhabitants are good and honest, needing neither laws nor magistrates, and indebted to none for their support, without markets or wine merchants, and living happily with plenty of all that they required, where the temperature was neither hot nor cold. This happy kingdom was India. Fahian followed a southeasterly route and came to Farrukhabad, where Buddha is said to have alighted as he came down from heaven, the Chinese traveler dwelling much upon the Buddhist creed. Thence he visited the town of Kanauji, standing on the right bank of the Ganges, that he calls Heng, and this is the very center of Buddhism. Wherever Buddha is supposed to have rested, his followers have erected high towers in his honor. The travelers visited the temple of Tichihuan, where for 25 years Fo practiced the most severe mortifications, and where he is said to have given sight to 500 blind men. They are said to have been much moved by the sight of this temple. They set out again, passing Kapila and Gorakhpur on the frontier of Nepal, all made famous by Fo's miracles, and then reached the celebrated town of Palianfu in the delta of the Ganges in the kingdom of Magadha. This was a fertile tract of country inhabited by a civilized, upright people who loved all philosophically researches. After climbing the peak of Vautur, which stands at the source of the Jardins and Banara rivers, Fahian descended the Ganges, visited the temple of Isipatan that was frequented by magicians and astrologers, reached Benares, the kingdom of splendors, and a little lower down, the town of Tomolaitai, situated at the mouth of the river, a short distance from the site of Calcutta in the present day. Fahian found a party of merchants just preparing to put to sea with the intention of going to Ceylon. He sailed with them, and in 14 days landed on the shores of the ancient Taprobana, of which the Greek merchant, Jambulos, had given a curious account some centuries previously. Here the Chinese monk found all the traditions and legends regarding the god Fo, and passed 2 years in searching ancient manuscripts. He left Ceylon for Java, where he landed after a very rough voyage, in the course of which, when the sky was overclouded, he says, "We saw nothing but great waves dashing one against another, lightning, crocodiles, tortoises, and monsters of the deep." He spent 5 months in Java and then set sail for Canton, but the winds were again unfavorable, and after undergoing great hardships, he landed at the town of Chantong of the present day. Then, having spent some time at Nankin, he returned to Phayanfu, his native town, after an absence of 18 months. Such is the account of Fahian's travels, which have been well translated by M. Abel de Remusat, and which give very interesting details of Indian and Tartar customs, especially those relating to their religious ceremonies. The next traveler to the Chinese monk, in chronological order, is an Egyptian called Cosmos Indicoplousts, a name that M. Charton renders as cosmographic traveler in India. He lived in the 6th century and was a merchant of Alexandria, who, on his return from visiting Ethiopia and part of Asia, entered a monastery. His narrative is called The Christian Topography of the Universe. It gives no details of its author's voyages, but begins with cosmographic discussions to prove that the world is square and enclosed in a great oblong coffer with all the other planets. This is followed by some dissertations on the function of the angels and a description of the dress of the Jewish priests. Cosmos also gives the natural history of the animals of India and Ceylon, and notices the rhinoceros and buffalo, which can be made of use for domestic purposes, the giraffe, the wild ox, the musk that is hunted for its perfumed blood, the unicorn, which he considers a real animal and not a myth, the wild boar, the hippopotamus, the phoca, the dolphin, and the tortoise. Afterwards, Cosmos describes the pepper plant as a frail and delicate shrub, like the smallest tendrils of the vine, and the cocoa tree, whose fruit has a fragrance equal to that of a nut. From the earliest times of the Christian era, there has been a great love for visiting the Holy Land, the cradle of the new religion. These pilgrimages became more and more frequent, and we have many names left to us of those who visited Palestine during the first centuries of Christianity. One of these pilgrims, the French Bishop Arculf, who lived towards the end of the 7th century, has left us an account of his travels. He sets out by giving a topographical description of the site of Jerusalem and describes the wall that surrounds the holy city, then the circular church built over the Holy Sepulchre, the tomb of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the stone that closed it, the church dedicated to the Virgin Mary, the church built upon Calvary, and the Basilica of Constantine on the site of the place where the real cross was found. These various churches are united in one building, which also encloses the tomb of Christ and Calvary, where our Lord was crucified. Arculf then descended into the valley of Jehoshaphat, which is situated to the east of the city and contains the church that covers the tomb of the Virgin. He also saw that of Absalom, which he calls the Tower of Jehoshaphat. He describes the Mount of Olives that faces the city beyond the valley, and he prayed in the cave where Jesus prayed. He also went to Mount Zion, which stands outside the town on the south side. He notices the gigantic fig tree on which, according to tradition, Judas Iscariot hanged himself, and he visited the church of the guest chamber, now destroyed. Absalom's tomb. Absalom's tomb. After making the tour of the city by the valley of Siloam and ascending by the brook Cedron, the bishop returned to the Mount of Olives, which was covered with waving wheat and barley, grass and wild flowers, and he describes the place where Christ ascended from the summit of the mountain. On this spot, a large church has been built, with 3 arched porticos that are not roofed over or covered in any way, but are open to the sky. They have not roofed in this church, says the bishop, because it was the place whence our Savior ascended upon a cloud, and the space open to heaven allows the prayers of the faithful to ascend thither. For when they paved this church, they could not lay the pavement over the place where our Lord's feet had rested, as when the stones were laid upon that spot, the earth, as though impatient of anything not divine resting upon it, threw them up again before the workmen. Beyond this, the dust bears the impress of the divine feet, and though day by day the faithful who visit the spot efface the marks, they immediately reappear and may be seen perpetually. After having explored the neighborhood of Bethany in the midst of the grove of olives, where the grave of Lazarus is said to be, and where the church, standing on the right hand, is supposed to mark the spot where our Lord usually conversed with his disciples, Arculf went to Bethlehem, which is a short distance from the holy city. He describes the birthplace of our Lord, a natural cave hollowed out of the rock at the eastern end of the village, the church, built by St. Helena, the tombs of the 3 shepherds, upon whom the heavenly light shone at the birth of our Savior, the burial places of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and that of Rachel, and he visited the oak of Mamre, under which Abraham received the visit of the angels. Thence Arculf went to Jericho, or rather the place where the town once stood, whose walls fell at the sound of Joshua's trumpets. He explored the place, where the children of Israel first rested in the land of Canaan after crossing the river Jordan, and he speaks of the church of Galgala, where the 12 stones are placed, which the children of Israel took from the river when they entered the promised land. He followed the course of the Jordan and found near one of the bends of the river on the right bank, and among the most beautiful scenery, about an hour's walk from the Dead Sea, the place where our Lord was baptized by St. John the Baptist. A cross is placed to mark the spot, but when the river is swollen, it is covered by the water. After examining the banks of the Dead Sea and tasting its brackish water, he viewed the source of the Jordan at the foot of Libanus and explored the greater part of the Lake of Tiberias, visiting the well where the woman of Samaria gave our Lord the water he so much needed, seeing the fountain in the desert of which St. John the Baptist drank, and the great plain of Gaza, where our Lord blessed the 5 loaves and 2 fishes and fed the multitude. Next he went down to Capernaum, of which there are now no remains, then visited Nazareth, where our Lord spent his childhood, and ended his journey at Mount Tabor in Galilee. The bishop's narrative contains both geographical and historical accounts of other places, beyond those immediately connected with our Lord's life on earth. He visited the royal city of Damascus, which is watered by 4 large rivers. Also Tyre, the chief town of Phoenicia, which, though once separated from the mainland, was joined to it again by the jetty or pier made by the orders of Nabuchodonosor. He speaks of Alexandria, once the capital of Egypt, which he reached 40 days after leaving Jaffa, and lastly, of Constantinople, where he often visited the large church in which the wood of the cross is preserved, upon which the Savior suffered for the salvation of the human race. The account of this journey was written by the Abbé de Saint Colomban at the dictation of the bishop, and not many years afterwards, the same journey was undertaken by an English pilgrim, and accomplished in much the same way. The name of this pilgrim was Willibald, a member of a rich family living at Southampton, who, on his recovery from a long illness, dedicated him to God's service. All his early life was spent in holy exercises in the monastery of Woldheim. When he was grown up, he had the most intense wish to see St. Peter's at Rome, and was so set upon this that it induced his father, brother, and young sister to wish to go there also. They embarked at Southampton in the spring of 721, and making their way up the Seine, they landed at Rouen. We have but few details of the journey to Rome, but Willibald mentions that, after passing through Cortona and Lucca, at which latter place his father sank under the fatigue of the journey and died, he reached Rome in safety with his brother and sister, and passed the winter there, but they were all in turn attacked with fever. When Willibald regained his health, he determined to continue his journey to the Holy Land. He sent his brother and sister back to England, while he joined some monks who were going in the same direction as himself. They went by Terracina and Gaeta to Naples, and set sail for Reggio in Calabria, and Catania and Syracuse in Sicily, whence they again embarked, and after touching at Kos and Samos, landed at Ephesus in Asia Minor, where they visited the tombs of St. John the Evangelist, of Mary Magdalene, and of the 7 sleepers of Ephesus, that is, 7 Christians martyred in the time of the Emperor Decius. They made some stay at Patara and at Mytilene, and then went to Cyprus and Paphos. We next find the party, 7 in number, at Edessa, visiting the tomb of St. Thomas the Apostle. Here they were arrested as spies and thrown into prison by the Saracens, but the king, on the petition of a Spaniard, set them at liberty. As soon as they were set free, they left the town in great haste, and from that time their route is almost the same as that of the Bishop Arculf. They visited Damascus, Nazareth, Cana, where they saw a wonderful amphora on Mount Tabor, where our Lord was transfigured, and the lake of Tiberias, where St. Peter walked upon the water, Magdala, where Lazarus and his sister dwelt, Capernaum, where our Lord raised to life the son of the nobleman, Bethsaida in Galilee, the native place of St. Peter and St. Andrew, Chorazin, where our Lord cured those possessed with devils, Caesarea, and the spot where our Lord was baptized, as well as Jericho and Jerusalem. They also went to the valley of Jehoshaphat, the Mount of Olives, and to Bethlehem, the scene of the murder of the innocents by Herod, and Gaza. While they were at Gaza, Willibald tells us that he suddenly became blind while he was in the church of St. Matthias, and only recovered his sight 2 months afterwards, as he entered the Church of the Holy Cross at Jerusalem. He went through the valley of Diospolis or Lydda, 10 miles from Jerusalem, and then went to Tyre and Sidon, and thence, by Libanus, Damascus, Caesarea, and Emmaus, back to Jerusalem, where the travelers spent the winter. This was not to be the limit of their exploration, for we hear of them at Ptolemais, Emesa, Jerusalem, Damascus, and Samaria, where St. John the Baptist is said to have been buried, and at Tyre, where it must be confessed that Willibald defrauded the revenue of that time by smuggling some balsam that was very celebrated, and on which a duty was levied. On quitting Tyre, they went to Constantinople, and lived there for 2 years before returning by Sicily, Calabria, Naples, and Capua. The English pilgrim reached the monastery of Monte Cassino just 10 years after his first setting out on his travels, but his time of rest had not yet come, as he was appointed to a bishopric in Franconia by Pope Gregory Roman III. He was 41 years of age when he was made bishop, and he lived 40 years afterwards. In 938, he was canonized by Leo Roman VII. We will conclude the list of celebrated travelers living between the 1st and 9th centuries by giving a short account of Solomon, a merchant of Bassora, who, starting from the Persian Gulf, arrived eventually on the shores of China. This narrative is in 2 distinct parts, one written in 851 by Solomon himself, who was the traveler, and the other in 878 by a geographer named Abu Zaid Hassan, with the view of completing the first. Renaud, the Orientalist, is of opinion that this narrative has thrown quite a new light on the commercial transactions that existed in the 9th century between Egypt, Arabia, and the countries bordering on the Persian Gulf on one side, and the vast provinces of India and China on the other. Solomon, as we have said, started from the Persian Gulf after having taken in a good supply of fresh water at Muscat, and visited first the Second Sea, or that of Oman. He noticed a fish of enormous size, probably a spermaceti whale, which the seamen endeavored to frighten away by ringing a bell, then a shark, in whose stomach they found a smaller shark, enclosing in its turn one still smaller, both alive, says the traveler, which is manifestly an exaggeration. Then, after describing the remora, the dactyloptera, and the porpoise, he speaks of the sea near the Maldive Islands, in which he counted an enormous number of islands. Among them he mentions Ceylon by its Arabian name, with its pearl fisheries, Sumatra, inhabited by cannibals and rich in gold mines, Nicobar and the Andaman Islands, where cannibalism still exists even at the present day. This sea, he says, is subject to fearful waterspouts which wreck the ships, and throw on its shores an immense number of dead fish, and sometimes even large stones. When these tempests are at their height, the sea seethes and boils. Solomon imagined it to be infested by a sort of monster who preyed upon human beings. This is thought to have been a kind of dogfish. Solomon noticed a shark in whose stomach they found a smaller shark. Solomon noticed a shark in whose stomach they found a smaller shark. Arrived at Nicobar, Solomon traded with the inhabitants, bartering some iron for coconuts, sugarcane, bananas, and sea. He then crossed the sea and seems to have made for Singapore and northwards by the Gulf of Siam. Solomon put into a harbor near Cape Varela to revictual his ships, and thence he went by the China Sea to Jehanfu, the port of the present town of Tichikiang. The remainder of the account of Solomon's travels, written by Abu Zaid Hassan, contains a detailed account of the manners and customs of the Indians and Chinese, but it is not the traveler himself who is speaking, and we shall find the same subjects spoken of in a more interesting manner by later authors. We must add, in reviewing the discoveries made by travelers 16 centuries before and 9 centuries after the Christian era, that from Norway to the extreme boundaries of China, taking a line through the Atlantic Ocean, the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, the Indian Ocean, and the Sea of China, the immense extent of coast bordering these seas had been in a great measure visited. Some explorations had been attempted in the interior of these countries, for instance, in Egypt as far as Ethiopia, in Asia Minor to the Caucasus, in India and China. And if these old travelers may not have quite understood mathematical precision as to some of the points they visited, at all events the manners and customs of the inhabitants, the productions of the different countries, the mode of trading with them and their religious customs were quite sufficiently understood. Ships could sail with more safety when the change of winds was no longer a subject of mere speculation. The caravans could take a more direct route in the interior of the countries, and the great increase of trade which took place in the Middle Ages is surely owing to the facilities afforded by the writings of travelers. Chapter 3. Celebrated travelers between the 10th and 13th centuries. Benjamin of Tudela, 1159–1173, Plan de Carpin or Carpini, 1245–1247. Rubruquis, 1250–1254. The Scandinavians in the north, Iceland and Greenland. Benjamin of Tudela visits Marseille, Rome, Constantinople, the archipelago, Palestine, Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Damascus, Baalbek, Nineveh, Baghdad, Babylon, Bassora, Ispahan, Shiraz, Samarkand, Thibet, Malabar, Ceylon, the Red Sea, Egypt, Sicily, Italy, Germany, and France. Carpini explores Turkestan, manners and customs of the Tartars. Rubruquis and the Sea of Azov, the Volga, Karakorum, Astrakhan, and Derbent. In the course of the 10th, and at the beginning of the 11th century, a considerable amount of ardor for exploration had arisen in northern Europe. Some Norwegians and adventurous Gauls had penetrated to the northern seas, and if we may trust to some accounts, they had gone as far as the White Sea and visited the country of the Samiids. Some documents say that Prince Madoc may have explored the American continent. At all events, we may be tolerably certain that Iceland was discovered about A by some Scandinavian adventurers, and that it was soon after colonized by Normans. About this same time, a Norwegian had taken refuge on a newly discovered land, and surprised by its verdure, he gave it the name of Greenland. The communication with this portion of the American continent was difficult and uncertain, and one geographer says, it took 5 years for a vessel to go from Norway to Greenland, and to return from Greenland to Norway. Sometimes in severe winters, the Northern Ocean was completely frozen over, and a certain halajate, guided by a goat, was able to cross on foot from Norway to Greenland. We should keep in mind that the period of which we are speaking is the time when legends and traditions were very plentiful and gained ready credence. Let us return to well-authenticated facts and relate the journey of a Spanish Jew, whose truthfulness is beyond question. This Jew was the son of a rabbi of Tudela, a town in Navarre, and he was called Benjamin of Tudela. It seems probable that the object of his voyage was to make a census of his brother Jews scattered over the surface of the globe. But whatever may have been his motive, he spent 13 years, fro 1173, exploring nearly all the known world, and his narrative was considered the great authority on this subject up to the 16th century. Benjamin of Tudela left Barcelona, and traveling by Tarragona, Gironde, Narbonne, Béziers, Montpellier, Sunol, Pausquiers, St. Gilles, and Arles, reached Marseille. Here he visited the 2 synagogues in the town and the principal Jews, and then set sail for Genoa, arriving there in 4 days. The Genoese were masters of the sea at that time, and were at war with the people of Pisa, a brave people who, like the Genoese, says the traveler, own neither kings nor princes, but only the judges whom they appointed at their own pleasure. After visiting Lucca, Benjamin of Tudela went to Rome. Alexander Roman III was pope at that time, and according to this traveler, he included some Jews among his ministers. Among the monuments of special interest in the Eternal City, he mentions St. Peter's and St. John Lateran, but his descriptions are not interesting. From Rome by Capua, and Pozzuoli, then partly inundated, he went to Naples, where he seems to have seen nothing but the 500 Jews living there. Then by Salerno, Amalfi, Benevento, Ascoli, Trani, St. Nicholas of Bari, and Brindisi, he arrived at Otranto, having crossed Italy, and yet found nothing interesting to relate of this splendid country. The list of the places Benjamin of Tudela visited is not interesting, but we must not omit to mention one of them, for his narrative is most precise, and it is useful to follow his route by the maps specially prepared for this purpose by Lelwell. From Otranto to Zaitan, his halting places were Corfu, the Gulf of Arta, Aklis, an ancient town in Anatolia in Greece, on the Gulf of Patras, Lepanto, Crissa, at the foot of Mount Parnassus, Corinth, Thebes, whose 2,000 Jewish inhabitants were the best makers of silk and purple in Greece, Negropont and Zeiton. Here, according to the Spanish traveler, is the boundary line of Wallachia. He says the Wallachians are as nimble as goats and come down from the mountains to pillage the neighboring Greek towns. Benjamin of Tudela went on to Constantinople by way of Gardiki, a small township on the Gulf of Volo, Armiros, a port much frequented by the Venetians and Genoese, Bissina, a town of which no traces are left, Salonika, the ancient Thessalonica, and Abydos. He gives us some details of Constantinople. The Emperor Emmanuel Comnenus was reigning at that time and lived in a palace that he had built upon the seashore, containing columns of pure gold and silver and the golden throne studded with precious stones, above which a golden crown is suspended by a chain of the same precious metal, which rests upon the monarch's head as he sits upon the throne. In this crown are many precious stones, and one of priceless worth. So brilliant are they, says this traveler, that at night there is no occasion for any further light than that thrown back by these jewels. He adds that there is a large population in the city, and for the number of merchants from all countries who assemble there, it can only be compared to Baghdad. The inhabitants are principally dressed in embroidered silk robes enriched with golden fringes, and to see them thus attired and mounted upon their horses, one would take them for princes. But they are not brave warriors, and they keep mercenaries from all nations to fight for them. One regret he expresses, and that is that there are no Jews left in the city, and that they have all been transported to Galata, near the entrance of the port, where are nearly 2,500 of the sects, Rabbinites and Carates, and among them many rich merchants and silk manufacturers, but the Turks have a bitter hatred for them and treat them with great severity. Only one of these rich Jews was allowed to ride on horseback. He was the emperor's physician, Solomon the Egyptian. As to the remarkable buildings of Constantinople, he mentions the Mosque of St. Sophia, in which the number of altars answers to the number of days in a year, and the columns and gold and silver candlesticks are too numerous to be counted. Also the Hippodrome, which at the present day is used as a horse market, but was then the scene of combats between lions, bears, tigers, other wild beasts, and even birds. The approach to Constantinople. The approach to Constantinople. When Benjamin of Tudela left Constantinople, he visited Gallipoli and Kilia, a port on the eastern coast, and went to the islands in the archipelago Mytilene, Chios, whence there was much trade in the juice of the pistachio tree, Samos, Rhodes, and Cyprus. As he sailed towards the land of Aram, he passed by Messis, by Antioch, where he admired the arrangements for supplying the city with water, and by Latakia on his way to Tripoli, which he found had been recently shaken by an earthquake that had been felt for miles round. We next hear of him at Beirut, at Sidon, and Tyre, celebrated for its glass manufactory, at Acre, at Jaffa near Mount Carmel, at Capernaum, at the beautiful town of Caesarea, at Samaria, which is built in the midst of a fertile tract, where are vineyards, gardens, orchards, and oliveyards, at Nablus, at Gibon, and then at Jerusalem. In the Holy City, it was but natural that the Jew could see nothing that would have interested a Christian visitor. For him, Jerusalem appeared only a small town, defended by 3 walls and peopled with Jews, Syrians, Greeks, Georgians, and Franks of all languages and nations. He found 400 horse soldiers in the city ready for war at any moment, a great temple in which is the tomb of that man, as the Talmud styles our Savior, and a house in which the Jews had the privilege of carrying on the work of dying. But they were few in number, scarcely 200, and they lived under the Tower of David at one corner of the city. Outside Jerusalem, the traveler mentions the tomb of Absalom, the sepulchre of Ozias, the pool of Siloam near the brook Cedron, the valley of Jehoshaphat, and the Mount of Olives, from whose summit one can see the Dead Sea. 2 leagues from it stands the pillar of Lot's wife, and the traveler adds that though the flocks and herds which pass this pillar of salt are continually licking it, yet it never diminishes in size. From Jerusalem, Benjamin of Tudela went to Bethlehem and inscribed his name on Rachel's tomb, as it was customary for all Jews to do who passed by it. And from Bethlehem, after counting 12 Jewish dyeing establishments, he went on to Hebron, which is now deserted and in ruins. After visiting, in the plain of Machpelah, the tombs of Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebekah, Jacob, and Leah, and passing by Beth-Jerem, Silo, Mount Moriah, Beth-Nubai, Ramah, Joppa, Jabneh, Azotus, Ascalon, built by Esdras, Lud, Tiberias, where are some hot springs, Jish and Merom, which is still a spot visited by Jewish pilgrims, Kedesh and Laish, near the cavern where the Jordan takes its rise. The traveler left the land of Israel and entered Damascus. The following is his description of this city, where the Turkish rule begins. It is a very large and beautiful city, walled round, and outside the walls for 15 miles are gardens and orchards, and of all the surrounding country, this is the most fertile spot. The town stands at the foot of Mount Hermon, whence rise the two rivers, Abana and Pharpar. The first passes through the city, and its waters are taken into the larger houses by means of aqueducts, as well as through the streets and markets. This town trades with all the world. The river Pharpar fertilizes the orchards and gardens outside the town. There is an Ishmaelitish mosque called Gaman Damasek, meaning the synagogue of Damascus, and this building has not its equal. It is said to have been Ben-Hadad's palace, and it contains a glass wall, built apparently by magic. This wall has 365 holes in it, answering to the days of the year. As the sun rises and sets, it shines through one or other of these holes, so that the hour of the day may thus always be known. Inside the palace or mosque are gold and silver houses, large enough to hold 2 or 3 persons at a time if they wish to wash or bathe in them. After going to Galad and Salca, which are 2 days' journey from Damascus, Benjamin reached Baalbek, the Heliopolis of the Greeks and Romans, built by Solomon in the valley of the Libanus, then to Tadmor, which is Palmyra, also built entirely of great stones. Then passing by Kariatin, he stopped at Hama, which was partially destroyed by an earthquake in 1157, which overthrew many of the Syrian towns. Now comes in the narrative a list of names, which are of no great interest. We may mention among them Nineveh, whence the traveler returned towards the Euphrates, and finally that he reached Baghdad, the residence of the Caliph. Baghdad was of great interest to the Jewish traveler. He says it is a large town 3 miles in circumference, containing a hospital both for Jews and sick people of any nation. It is the center for learned men, philosophers, and magicians from all parts of the world. It is the residence of the Caliph, who at this time was probably most aged, whose dominion included western Persia and the banks of the Tigris. He had a vast palace, standing in a park watered by a tributary of the Tigris and filled with wild beasts. He may be taken as a model sovereign on some points. He was a good and very truthful man, kind and considerate to all with whom he came in contact. He lived on the produce of his own toil, and made blankets, which, marked with his own seal, were sold in the market by the princes of his court, to defray the expense of his living. He only left his palace once a year at the feast of Ramadan, when he went to the mosque near the Basra gate, and there, acting as imam, he explained the law to his people. He returned to his palace by a different route, which was carefully guarded all the rest of the year, so that no other passer-by might profane the marks of his footsteps. All the brothers of the Caliph inhabit the same palace as he does. They are all treated with much respect, and have the government of provinces and towns in their hands, the revenues from them enabling them to pass a pleasant life. Only, as they once rebelled against their sovereign, they are now all fettered with chains of iron, and have guards mounted before their houses. Benjamin of Tudela visited that part of Turkey in Asia which is watered by the Euphrates and Tigris, and saw the ruined city of Babylon, passing by what is said to be the furnace into which Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were thrown, and the Tower of Babel, which he describes as follows. The tower built by the tribes that were dispersed is of bricks. Its largest groundwork must be 2 miles in circumference. Its length is 240 cubits. At every 10 cubits, there is a passage leading to a spiral staircase, which goes to the upper part of the building. From the tower, there is a view of the surrounding country for 20 miles, but the wrath of God fell upon it, and it is now only a heap of ruins. The Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel. From Babel the traveler went to the synagogue of Ezekiel, situated on the Euphrates, a real sanctuary where believers congregate to read the book written by the prophet. Then traversing Al-Qatsanath and sea. Tessura, once the site of a celebrated Jewish college, and Shafjathib, whose synagogue is built with stones from Jerusalem, and crossing the desert of Yemen, he passed Thema, Tilimur, and Chebar, which contained a great number of Jewish inhabitants, to Waseth, and thence to Bassora on the Tigris, nearly at the end of the Persian Gulf. He gives no account of this important town, and thence he seems to have gone to Karna to visit the tomb of the prophet Esdras. Then he entered Persia and sojourned at Khuzestan, a large town, partly in ruins, which the river Tigris divides into two parts, one rich, the other poor, joined by a bridge over which hangs the coffin of Daniel the prophet. He went to Ameria, which is the boundary of Media, where he says the impostor David Elroy appeared, the worker of false miracles, who is none other than our Lord Jesus Christ, but called among the Jews of that part by the former name. Then he went to Hamadan, where the tombs of Mordecai and Esther are found, and by Debristan he reached Ispahan, the capital of the kingdom, a city measuring 12 miles in circumference. At this point, the narrative of the traveler becomes somewhat obscure. According to his notes, we find him at Shiraz, then at Samarkand, then at the foot of the mountains in Thibet. This seems to have been his farthest point towards the northeast. He must have come back to Nizapur and Khuzestan on the banks of the Tigris. Thence, after a sea voyage of 2 days to El Kachif, an Arabian town on the Persian Gulf, where the pearl fishery is carried on. Then, after another voyage of 7 days and crossing the Sea of Oman, he seems to have reached Quilon on the coast of Malabar. He was at last in India, the kingdom of the worshippers of the sun and of the descendants of Cush. This country produces pepper, ginger, and cinnamon. 20 days after leaving Quilon, he was among the fire worshippers in Ceylon, and thence, perhaps, he went to China. He thought this voyage a very perilous one, and says that many vessels are lost on it, giving the following singular expedient for averting the danger. You should take on board with you several skins of oxen, and if the wind rises and threatens the vessel with danger, all who wish to escape envelope themselves each in a skin, sew up this skin so as to make it as far as possible watertight, then throw themselves into the sea, and flocks of the great eagles called griffins, thinking that they are really oxen, will descend and bear them on their wings to some mountain or valley, there to devour their prey. Immediately on reaching land, the man will kill the eagle with his knife, and leaving the skin, will walk towards the nearest habitation. Many people, he adds, have been saved by this means. We find Benjamin of Tudela again at Ceylon, then at the island of Socotra in the Persian Gulf, and after crossing the Red Sea he arrives in Abyssinia, which he styles the India that is on terra firma. Thence he goes down the Nile, crosses the country of Aswan, reaches the town of Halvan, and by the Sahara, where the sand swallows up whole caravans, he goes to Zerla, Kuz, Phaona, and Misraim or Cairo. This last is a large town containing fine squares and shops. It never rains there, but this want is supplied by the overflow of the Nile once a year, which waters the country and renders it very fertile. Benjamin of Tudela in the desert of Sahara. Benjamin of Tudela in the desert of Sahara. He passed Gizeh on leaving Misraim, but does not mention the pyramids, and just names Ain Shams, Baudig, Zephita, and Demira. He stopped at Alexandria, built by Alexander the Great, a city of great commerce, frequented by merchants from all parts of the world. Its squares and streets are thronged with people, and so long that one cannot see from one end to another. A dike or causeway runs out a mile into the sea, on which a high tower was built by the conqueror, and on the top of it a glass mirror was placed, by which all vessels could be seen while still 50 days' sail away, coming from Greece or the east on their way to make war upon or otherwise harm the town. This tower, if we may credit the writer, is still of use as a signal to vessels coming to Alexandria, for it can be seen night or day, a great flaming torch being kept lighted at night, visible 100 miles off. What are our lighthouses, when even with the electric light, they are only visible 30 miles away? From Damietta, the traveler visited several neighboring towns. Then returning there, he embarked on board a vessel, and 20 days afterwards landed at Messina. He wished to continue the census that he was making, so by way of Rome and Lucca, he went to St. Bernard. He mentions visiting several towns both in Germany and France, where Jews had settled, and according to Chateaubriand's account, Benjamin of Tudela's computation brought the number of Jews to about 768,165. In conclusion, the traveler speaks of Paris, which he seems to have visited. He says, "This great town numbers among its inhabitants some remarkably learned men, who are unequaled for learning by any in the world. They spend all their time studying law, and at the same time are very hospitable to all strangers, but especially to all their Jewish brethren." Such is the account of Benjamin of Tudela's travels. They form an important part of the geographical science of the middle of the 12th century. As we have used the modern names, it is easy to follow the short account of his route that we have given on any atlas of the present day. Next in order of succession, we come to the name of Jean Duplan de Carpin, or as some authors render it simply, Carpini. He was a Franciscan or Grey Friar, born in 1182 at Perugia in Italy. It is well known what inroads the Mongolians had made under Genghis Khan, and in 1206 this chieftain had made Karakorum, an ancient Turkish town, his capital. This town was a little north of China. His successor Ajadai extended the Mongolian dominion into the center of China, and after raising an army of 600,000 men, he even invaded Europe. Russia, Georgia, Poland, Moravia, Silesia, and Hungary all became the scenes of sanguinary conflicts, which almost always ended in favor of the invaders. The Mongols were looked upon as demons possessed with superhuman power, and Western Europe was terrified at their approach. Pope Innocent Roman IV sent an ambassador to the Tartars, but he was treated with arrogance. At the same time, he sent other ambassadors to the Tartars living in northeastern Tartary in the hope of stopping the Mongolian invasion, and as chief in this mission, the Franciscan Carpini was chosen, being known to be a clever and intelligent diplomatist. Carpini was accompanied by Stephen, a Bohemian. They set out on the 6th of April, 1245, and went first to Bohemia, where the king gave them letters to some relations living in Poland, who he hoped might facilitate their entrance into Russia. Carpini had no difficulty in reaching the territory of the Archduke of Russia, and by his advice, they bought beaver and other furs as presents for the Tartar chiefs. Thus provided, they took a northeasterly route to Kiev, then the chief town of Russia and now the seat of government of that part, but they traveled in fear of the Lithuanians, who scoured the country at that time. The governor of Kiev advised the Pope's envoys to exchange their own for Tartar horses, who were accustomed to seek for their food under the snow, and thus mounted, they had no difficulty in getting as far as Danilicia. There they both were attacked by severe illness. When nearly recovered, they bought a carriage, and in spite of the intense cold set out again. Arrived at Kaniv, on the Dnieper, they found themselves in the frontier town of the Mongol Empire, and hence they were conducted to the Tartar camp by one of the chiefs, whom they had made their friend by gifts. In the camp they were badly received at first, but being directed to the Duke of Korensa, who commanded an army of 60,000 men forming the advanced guard. This general sent them with an escort of 3 Tartars to Prince Bathy, the next in command to the emperor himself. Relays of horses were prepared for them on the road. They traveled night and day, and thus passed through the Comans country lying between the Dnieper, the Tanais, the Volga, and the Yaik, frequently having to cross the frozen rivers, and finally reaching the court of Prince Bathy on the frontiers of the Comans country. As we were being conducted to the prince, says Carpini, we were told that we should have to pass between 2 fires in order to purify us from any infection we might carry, and also to do away with any evil designs we might have towards the prince, which we agreed to do that we might be freed from all suspicion. The prince was seated on his throne in the midst of his courtiers and officers in a magnificent tent made of fine linen. He had the reputation of being a just and kind ruler of his people, but very cruel in war. Carpini and Stephen were placed on the left of the throne, and the papal letters, translated into a language composed of Tartar and Arabic, were presented to the prince. He read them attentively and then dismissed the envoys to their tents, where their only refreshment was a little porringer full of millet. This interview took place on Good Friday, and the next day Bathy sent for the envoys and told them they must go to the emperor. They set out on Easter Day with 2 guides, but having lived upon nothing but millet, water, and salt, the travelers were but little fit for a journey. Nevertheless, their guides obliged them to travel very quickly, changing horses 5 or 6 times in a day. They passed through almost a desert country, the Tartars having driven away nearly all the inhabitants. They came next to the country of the Conveys to the east of Comania, where there was a great deficiency of water. In this province, the people were mostly herdsmen, under the hard yoke of the Mongolians. Carpini was traveling from Easter till Ascension Day through the land of the Conveys, and thence he came into the Byserium country, or what we call Turkestan in the present day. On all sides, the eye rested on towns and villages in ruins. After crossing a chain of mountains, the envoys entered Karakati on the 1st of July. Here, the governor received them very hospitably, and made his sons and the principal officers of his court dance before them for their amusement. On leaving Karakati, the envoys rode for some days along the banks of a lake lying to the north of the town of Zemun, which must be, according to M. de Remusat, the Lake Balkhash. There lived Ordu, the eldest of the Tartar captains, and here Carpini and Stephen took a day's rest before encountering the cold and mountainous country of the Maimans, a nomadic people living in tents. After some days, the travelers reached the country of the Mongols, and on the 22nd of July arrived at the place where the emperor was, or rather he who was to be emperor, the election having not yet taken place. This future emperor was named Cuneus. He received the envoys in a most friendly manner, a letter from Prince Bathy having explained to him the object of their visit. Not being yet emperor, he could not entertain them, nor take any part in public affairs, but from the time of Ojadai's death, his widow, the mother of Prince Cuneus, had been regent. She received the travelers in a purple and white tent capable of holding 2,000 persons. Carpini gives the following account of the interview. When we arrived, we saw a large assembly of dukes and princes who had come from all parts with their attendants, who were on horseback in the neighboring fields and on the hills. The first day they were all dressed in white and purple. On the second, when Cuneus appeared in the tent, in red. On the third day they wore violet, and on the fourth, scarlet or crimson. Outside the tent, in the surrounding palisade, were 2 great gates, by one of which the emperor alone might enter. It was unguarded, but none dared to enter or leave by it, while the other, which was the general entrance, was guarded by soldiers with swords and bows and arrows. If anyone approached within the prescribed limits, he was beaten or else shot to death with arrows. We noticed several horsemen there, on whose harness cannot have been less than 20 marks worth of silver. The Tartars. A whole month passed away before Cuneus was proclaimed emperor, and the envoys were obliged to wait patiently for this before they could be received by him. Carpini turned this leisure time to account by studying the habits of the people. He has given much interesting information on the subject in his account of his travels. The country seemed to him to be principally very hilly and the soil sandy, with but little vegetation. There is scarce any wood, but all classes are content with dung for fuel. Though the country is so bare, sheep seem to do well. The climate is very changeable. In summer, storms are very frequent. Many fall victims to the vivid lightning, and the wind is often so strong as even to blow over men on horseback. During the winter, there is no rain, which all falls in the summer, and then scarcely enough to lay the dust, while the storms of hail are terrible. During Carpini's residence in the country, they were so severe that once 140 persons were drowned by the melting of the enormous mass of hailstones that had fallen. It is a very extensive country, but miserable beyond expression. Carpini, who seems to have been a man of great discernment, took a very just idea of the Tartars themselves. He says, "Their eyes are set very far apart. They have very high cheekbones, their noses are small and flat, their eyes small, and their eyelashes and eyebrows seem to meet. They are of middle height with slender waists, they have small beards, some wear mustaches, and what are now called imperials. On the top of the head, the hair is shaved off like monks, and to the width of 3 fingers between their ears, they also shave off the hair, letting what is between the tonsure and the back of the head grow to some length. In fact, it is as long as a woman's in many cases, and plaited and tied in 2 tails behind the ear. They have small feet." He says there is but little difference perceptible in the dress of the men and women. all alike wearing long robes trimmed with fur and high buckram caps enlarged towards the upper part. Their houses are built like tents of rods and stakes, so that they can be easily taken down and packed on the beasts of burden. Other larger dwellings are sometimes carried whole as they stand, on carts, and thus follow their owner about the country. The 5 days' rest at Melinda was of the greatest benefit to the Portuguese. At its expiration they again set sail. Soon after passing Mombas, they were obliged to burn the San Rafael, the crews being too much reduced to be able to work 3 ships. They discovered the island of Zanzibar, anchored in the Bay of Sambraz, and on the 20th February, a favorable wind enabled them to double the Cape of Good Hope, when they again found themselves upon the Atlantic Ocean. The breeze remaining favorable helped forward the return of the mariners, and at the end of 27 days, they had arrived in the neighborhood of the island of Santiago. On the 25th of April, Nicholas Seelho, captain of the Berrio, eager to be the first to carry to Emmanuel the news of the discovery of the Indies, separated himself from his chief, and without touching, as had been arranged, at the Cape de Verde Islands, made sail direct for Portugal, arriving there on the 10th of July. During this time, the unfortunate Gama was plunged in the most profound sorrow, for his brother, Paul de Gama, who had shared his fatigues and sufferings, and who was to be a partaker of his glory, seemed to be slowly dying. At Santiago, Vasco da Gama, now returned to well-known and much-frequented seas, gave up the command of his ships to João de Sá and chartered a fast-sailing caravel to hasten as much as possible his beloved invalid's return to his native country. But all hope was vain, and the caravel only arrived at Terceira in time to inter there the body of the brave and sympathizing Paul de Gama. Upon his arrival in Portugal, which must have taken place during the early part of September, the admiral was received with stately festivals. Of the 160 Portuguese whom he had taken with him, 55 only returned with him. The loss was great certainly, but what was it compared with the great advantages to be hoped for? The public realized this and gave the most enthusiastic reception to Gama. The king, Emmanuel Roman II, added to his own titles that of Lord of the Conquests and of the navigation of Ethiopia, Arabia, Persia, and the Indies, but he allowed 2 years to pass before rewarding Gama. He then bestowed upon him the title of Admiral of the Indies and authorized him to use the prefix of Dom before his name, a privilege then rarely granted. Also, doubtless to make Vasco da Gama forget the tardiness with which his services had been rewarded, the king gave crowns, a considerable sum for that period, and also conceded to him certain privileges in connection with the commerce of the Indies, which were likely speedily to make his fortune. Chapter 2. The Conquest of India and of the Spice Countries. Alvares Cabral discovery of Brazil, the coast of Africa, arrival at Calicut, Cochin, Cananor, João de Nova Gama's second expedition, the King of Cochin, the early life of Albuquerque, the taking of Goa, the siege and capture of Malacca, second expedition against Ormuz, Ceylon, the Moluccas, death of Albuquerque, fate of the Portuguese Empire of the Indies. On the 9th of March, 1500, a fleet of 13 vessels left Racelo, under the command of Pedro Alvares Cabral. On board, as a volunteer, was Luis de Camões, who in his poem The Lusiad was to render illustrious the valor and adventurous spirit of his countrymen. But little is known of Cabral, and nothing of the reason which had gained him the command of this important expedition. Cabral belonged to one of the most illustrious families in Portugal, and his father, Fernando Cabral, Lord of Zurara de Beira, was alcalde-mor of Belmont. Pedro Alvares Cabral had married Isabel de Castro, first lady-in-waiting to the Infanta Dona Maria, daughter of John Roman III. If it be asked whether Cabral had made himself famous by some important maritime discovery, we answer there is no reason to think so, for in that case the historians would have recorded it. But it is difficult to believe that he owed to court favor alone the command of an expedition in which such men as Bartholomew Diaz, Nicholas Seelho, the companion of Gama, and Sancho de Thavar sailed under his orders. Why had not this mission been confided to Gama, who had been at home for 6 months, and whose knowledge of the countries to be visited and of the manners of their inhabitants seemed to point him out as the fittest man for the service? Had he not yet recovered from the fatigues of his first voyage? Or had his grief for the loss of a brother who had died almost within sight of the coasts of Portugal so deeply affected him that he desired to remain in retirement? May it not rather have been that King Emmanuel was jealous of the fame of Gama and did not wish to give him the opportunity of increasing his renown? These are problems which perhaps history may be forever unable to solve. It is easy to believe in the realization of those things which we ardently desire. Emmanuel imagined that the Zamorin of Calicut would not object to the establishment of Portuguese shops and factories in his country, and Cabral, the bearer of presents of such magnificence as to obliterate the memory of the shabbiness of those offered by Gama, received orders to obtain from the Zamorin an interdict, forbidding any more to carry on trade in his capital. The new Capitam Mor was in the first place to visit Melinda, to offer rich presents to its king, and to restore to him the Moor who had come to Portugal with Gama. 16 friars were sent out on board the fleet, charged to carry the knowledge of the gospel to the distant countries of Asia. The fleet had sailed for 13 days and had passed the Cape de Verde Islands, when it was discovered that one of the ships, under the command of Vasco da Gama, was no longer in company. The rest of the ships lay to for some time to await her, but in vain, and the 12 vessels then continued their navigation upon the open sea, and not, as had been the manner hitherto, steering simply from cape to cape along the shores of Africa. Cabral hoped by this means to avoid the calms in the Gulf of Guinea, which had proved so great a cause of delay to the preceding expeditions. Perhaps even the Capitam Mor, who must, in common with the rest of his countrymen, have been acquainted with the discoveries of Christopher Columbus, may have had the secret hope, by keeping to the west, of arriving at some region unvisited by the great navigator. The fact remains, whether it is to be accounted for by a storm or by some secret design, that the fleet was out of the right way for doubling the Cape of Good Hope when, on the 22nd of April, a high mountain was seen, and soon afterwards a long stretch of coast, which received the name of Vera Cruz, changed afterwards to that of Santa Cruz. This was Brazil, and the point where now stands Porto Seguro. On the 28th, after a skillful reconnaissance of the coasts had been made by Silho, the Portuguese sailors landed upon the American shores, and became aware of a delicious mildness of temperature, with a luxuriance of vegetation greatly exceeding anything which they had seen on the coasts of Africa or of Malabar. The natives formed themselves in groups around the sailors without showing the least sign of fear. They were almost naked and bore upon the wrist a tame paraquet, after the fashion in which the gentlemen of Europe carry their hawks or their gerfalcons. On Easter Sunday, the 26th of April, a solemn mass was celebrated on the shore in sight of the Indians, whose silence and attitude of respect excited the admiration of the Portuguese. On the 1st of May, a large cross and a padrao were erected on the shore, and Cabral formally took possession of the country in the name of the King of Portugal. His first care after this formality was accomplished was to dispatch Gaspar de Lemos to Lisbon, to announce the discovery of this rich and fertile country. Lemos took with him the narrative of the expedition written by Pedro Vaz de Caminha and an important astronomical document, the work of Master Joe, in which was doubtless stated the exact situation of the new conquest. Before setting out for Asia, Cabral put on land 2 criminals, whom he ordered to ascertain the resources and riches of the country, as well as the manners and customs of the inhabitants. These wise and far-sighted measures speak much for Cabral's prudence and sagacity. Cabral takes formal possession of Brazil. Cabral takes formal possession of Brazil. It was the 2nd of May when the fleet lost sight of Brazil. All on board, rejoicing over this happy commencement of the voyage, believed in the prospect of an easy and rapid success, when the appearance of a brilliant comet on 8 consecutive days struck the ignorant and simple minds of the sailors with terror. They considered it must be a bad omen, and for this once events appeared to justify superstition. A fearful storm arose, waves mountains high broke over the ships, whilst the wind blew furiously and rain fell without ceasing. When the sun at length succeeded in piercing the thick curtain of clouds which almost entirely intercepted his rays, a horrible scene was disclosed. The water looked thick and black, large patches of a livid white color flecked the foaming, crested waves, while during the night phosphorescent lights, streaking the immense plain of water, marked out the course of the ships with a train of fire. For 22 days, without truce or mercy, the Portuguese ships were battered by the furious elements. The terrified sailors were utterly prostrate. They vainly exhausted their prayers and vows and obeyed the orders of their officers only from the force of habit. From the first day, they had given up any hope of their lives being spared, and only awaited the moment when they should all be submerged. When light at length returned and the billows became calm, each crew, thinking themselves to be perhaps the sole survivors, looked eagerly over the sea in search of their companions. 3 ships met together again with a joy which the sad reality soon abated. 8 vessels were missing. 4 had been engulfed by a gigantic waterspout during the last days of the storm. One of these had been commanded by Bartholomew Dias, the discoverer of the Cape of Good Hope. He had been drowned by these murderous waves, the defenders, according to Camões, of the Empire of the East against the nations of the West, who had for so many centuries coveted her marvelous riches. During this long series of storms, the Cape had been doubled, and the fleet was approaching the coast of Africa. On the 20th of July, Mozambique was signaled. The Moors of this place showed a more agreeable disposition than they had done when Gama was there, and furnished the Portuguese with 2 pilots, who conducted them to Quiloa, an island famed for the trade in gold dust which was carried on with Sofala. There Cabral found 2 of the missing ships, which had been driven to this island by the wind. A plot was on foot in Quiloa for a wholesale massacre of the Europeans, but this was frustrated by a prompt departure from the island, and the ships arrived at Melinda without any untoward incident. The stay of the fleet in this port was the occasion of fetes and rejoicings without number, and soon, revictualled, repaired, and furnished with excellent pilots, the Portuguese vessels sailed for Calicut, where they arrived on the 13th of December, 1500. View of Quiloa. View of Quiloa. From an old print. This time, thanks to the power of their arms, as well as to the richness of the presents offered to the Zamorin, the reception was different, and the versatile prince agreed to all the demands of Cabral, namely, a monopoly of the trade in aromatics and spicery, and the right of seizure upon all vessels which should infringe this privilege. For some time, the Moors dissembled their resentment, but when they had succeeded in thoroughly exasperating the population against the foreigners, they rushed at a given signal into the factory which was under the direction of Ayres Correa, and massacred 50 of the Portuguese whom they surprised in it. Vengeance for this outrage was not slow. 10 boats moored in the port were taken, pillaged, and burnt before the eyes of the Hindus, who were powerless to render opposition. Afterwards the town was bombarded, and was half buried under its ruins. When this affair was concluded, Cabral, continuing the exploration of the Malabar coast, arrived at Cochin, where the Raja, a vassal of the Zamorin, hastened to conclude an alliance with the Portuguese, eagerly seizing this opportunity to declare himself independent. Although by this time his fleet was richly laden, Cabral made a visit to Cananore, where he entered into a treaty with the Raja of the country. Then, being impatient to return home, he set sail for Europe. While coasting along that shore of Africa, which is washed by the Indian Ocean, he discovered Sofala, a place which had escaped the observation of Gama. On the 13th of July, 1501, Cabral arrived at Lisbon, where he had the joy of finding the 2 remaining ships which he had imagined to be lost. It is pleasant to believe that he received the welcome merited by the important results obtained in this memorable expedition. Although contemporary historians are silent upon the incidents of his life after his return, recent research has been rewarded by the discovery of his tomb at Santam, and M. Ferdinand Denis has happily proved that, like Vasco da Gama, he received the title of Dom as a reward for his glorious deeds. Whilst he was returning to Europe, Alvarez Cabral might have encountered a fleet of 4 caravels under the command of João de Nova, which King Emmanuel had dispatched to give fresh vigor to the commercial relations which Cabral had been charged to establish in the Indies. This new expedition doubled the Cape of Good Hope without misadventure, discovered between Mozambique and Quiloa an unknown island, which was named after the commander of the fleet, and arrived at Melinda, where de Nova was informed of the events which had taken place at Calicut. He felt that he had not forces at his disposal sufficient to justify him in going to punish the Zamorin, and not wishing to endanger the prestige of Portuguese arms by the risk of a reverse, he steered for Cochin and Cananor, of which the kings, although tributaries of the Zamorin, had entered into alliance with Alvarez Cabral. De Nova had already taken on board 100 weights of pepper, 50 of ginger, and of cinnamon, when he received warning that a considerable fleet, coming apparently from Calicut, was advancing with hostile intentions. If he had hitherto been more concerned with trade than with war, he did not the less, in these critical circumstances, display a bold and courageous spirit worthy of his predecessors. He accepted the combat, notwithstanding the apparent superiority of the Hindus, and partly by the skillful arrangements which he made, partly by the power of his guns, he managed to disperse, to take, or to sink the hostile vessels. Perhaps De Nova ought to have profited by the terror which his victory had spread along the coast, and the temporary exhaustion of the Moorish resources to strike a great blow by the taking of Calicut. But we are too far removed in time from the events, and know too little of their details, to appreciate with impartiality the reasons which induced the admiral to return immediately to Europe. It was during this latter part of his voyage that Nova discovered the small island of St. Helena in the midst of the Atlantic. A curious story attaches to this discovery. A certain Fernando Lopez had followed Gama to the Indies. This man, wishing to marry a Hindu, was forced for this purpose to renounce Christianity and become a Mahometan. Upon Nova's visit, having had enough either of his wife or of her religion, he begged to be taken back to his country and returned to his old creed. Upon arriving at St. Helena, Lopez, in obedience to a sudden idea, which he regarded as an inspiration from on high, requested to be landed there in order, as he said, to expiate his detestable apostasy and to atone for it by his devotion to humanity. His will appeared so fixed that De Nova was forced to consent, and he left him there, having given him at his request various seeds of fruits and vegetables. It must be added that this singular hermit worked for 4 years at the clearing and planting of the island with such success that ships were soon able to call there to revictual during their long passage from Europe to the Cape of Good Hope. The successive expeditions of Gama, Cabral, and De Nova had conclusively proved that an uninterrupted commerce must not be reckoned upon, nor a continued exchange of merchandise, with the population of the Malabar coast, who, while their own independence and liberty were respected, had each time leagued together against the Portuguese. That trade with Europeans which they so persistently refused must be forced upon them, and for that purpose permanent military establishments must be formed, capable of overawing the malcontents, and even in case of necessity of taking possession of the country. But to whom should such an important mission be entrusted? The choice could scarcely be doubtful, and Vasco da Gama was unanimously chosen to take the command of the powerful armament which was in preparation. Vasco had 10 ships under his own immediate command, while his second brother Stephen da Gama and his cousin Vincent Sodrez had each 5 ships under his orders, but they were both to recognize Vasco da Gama as their chief. The ceremonies which preceded the departure of the fleet from Lisbon were of a particularly grave and solemn character. King Emmanuel, followed by the whole court, repaired to the cathedral in the midst of an enormous crowd, and there called down blessings from heaven upon this expedition, partly religious, partly military, while the archbishop blessed the banner which was entrusted to Gama. The admiral's first care was to visit Sofala and Mozambique, towns of which he had had reason to complain in the course of his first voyage. Being anxious to establish harbors for refuge and revictualling of ships, he established their merchants' offices and laid the foundations of forts. He also levied a heavy tribute upon the Sheikh of Quiloa and then sailed for the coast of Hindustan. When Gama had arrived off Calicut, he perceived on the 3rd of October a vessel of large tonnage, which appeared to him to be richly laden. It was the Miri bringing back from Mecca a great number of pilgrims belonging to all the countries of Asia. Gama attacked the ship without provocation, captured her, and put to death more than 300 men who were on board. 20 children alone were saved and taken to Lisbon, where they were baptized and entered the army of Portugal. This frightful massacre, besides being quite in accordance with the ideas of the period, was calculated, according to Gama, to strike terror into the Hindu mind. It did nothing of the sort. This hateful and useless cruelty has left a stain of blood upon the hitherto pure fame of the admiral. Map of the coasts of Persia, Gujarat, and Malabar. As soon as he arrived at Cannanore, Gama obtained an audience of the Raja, who authorized him to establish a counting house and to build a fort. At the same time, a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, was concluded. After setting the laborers to work and installing his agent, the admiral set sail for Calicut, where he intended to summon the Zamorin to a reckoning for his disloyalty, as well as for the murder of the Portuguese who had been surprised in the factory. Although the Raja of Calicut had been informed of the arrival in the Indies of his formidable enemies, he had taken no military precautions, and thus, when Gama presented himself before the town, he was able to seize some vessels anchored in the port and to make 100 prisoners without encountering any resistance. Afterwards, he granted the Zamorin a respite of 4 days in which to make atonement to the Portuguese for the murder of Correa and to refund the value of the merchandise which had been stolen on that occasion. The time specified had scarcely elapsed when the bodies of 50 of the prisoners were strung up at the yardarms of the vessels, where they remained exposed to the view of the town during the whole day. In the evening, the feet and hands of these expiatory victims were cut off and taken on shore, with a letter from the admiral declaring that his vengeance would not be limited to this execution. Accordingly, under cover of the night, the broadsides of the vessels were brought to bear upon the town, which was bombarded for the space of 3 days. It will never be known what was the exact number of the slain, but it must have been considerable. Without reckoning those killed by the fire of the cannon and the muskets, a great number of Hindus were buried beneath the ruins of the buildings, or perished in the conflagration, which destroyed a portion of the town of Calicut. The Raja had been one of the first to take flight, and fortunate was it for him that he had done so, for his palace was amongst the buildings which were demolished. At length, satisfied with having transformed this heretofore rich and populous city into a heap of ruins, and considering his vengeance satiated, and that the lesson so taught would be profitable, Gama set sail for Cochin, leaving behind him Vincent Sadres with several ships to continue the blockade. Triumpara, the sovereign of Cochin, informed the admiral that he had been eagerly solicited by the Zamorin to take advantage of the confidence reposed in him by the Portuguese, to surprise and seize them, in consequence of which intelligence, and to reward the integrity of the king, whose loyalty had exposed him to the enmity of the Raja. Of Calicut, Gama, when starting for Lisbon with a valuable cargo, left with Triumpara ships sufficient to enable him to await in safety the arrival of another squadron. During Gama's return voyage, the only noteworthy incident that occurred was the defeat of another Malabar fleet. The admiral arrived in Europe on the 20th of December, 1503. Once more the eminent services rendered by this great man went unrecognized, or rather they were not appreciated as they deserved. Gama, who had just laid the foundations of the colonial empire of Portugal in India, remained for 21 years without employment, and it was only through the intercession of the Duke of Braganza that he obtained the title of Count de Vidigueira. A too common instance this of ingratitude, but one which it is never mal-a-propos to stigmatize as it deserves. Scarcely had Gama set out for Europe before the Zamorin, at the instigation of the Mussulmen, who saw their commercial supremacy more and more compromised, assembled his allies at Pani with the object of attacking the king of Cochin and of punishing him for the counsel and assistance which he had given to the Portuguese. The unfortunate Raja's fidelity was now put to a hard proof. Besieged in his capital by a large force, he saw himself all at once deprived of the aid of those for whose advantage he had incurred so great a risk. Sadres and several of his captains had deserted the post, where both honor and gratitude required them to remain, and if need were, to die in the discharge of their duty. They forsook Triumpara to go and cruise in the neighborhood of Ormuz and at the entrance to the Red Sea, where they calculated that the annual pilgrimage to Mecca was likely to ensure them some rich booty. The Portuguese agent vainly represented to them the unworthiness of their conduct. They set out in haste to escape from these inconvenient reproaches. The king of Cochin, betrayed by some of the Nairs, military nobles of his palace, who had been gained over by the Zamorin, soon saw his capital carried by assault, and was obliged to seek refuge upon an inaccessible rock in the little island of Viapia, with those Portuguese who had remained faithful to him. When he was reduced to the last extremity, an emissary was sent to him by the Zamorin to promise him pardon and oblivion of his offences if he would give up to him the Portuguese. But Triumpara, whose fidelity cannot be sufficiently commended, answered that the Zamorin might use his rights of victory, that he was not ignorant of the perils by which he was menaced, but that it was not in the power of any man to make him a traitor and a perjurer. No one could have made a nobler return than this for the desertion and cowardice of Sadres. Vincent Sadres had arrived at the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb when a fearful tempest occurred in which his ship split upon the rocks, and he and his brother perished. The survivors regarded this event as a judgment of Providence for their bad conduct, and they made haste, with all sails set to return to Cochin. They were detained by contrary winds at the Laccadive Islands, and were there joined by another Portuguese squadron under the command of Francisco d'Albuquerque, who had sailed from Lisbon almost at the same time as his cousin Alfonso d'Albuquerque, the most distinguished captain of the period, who with the title of Capitam Mor had started from Belém at the beginning of April 1503. The arrival of Francisco d'Albuquerque placed the Portuguese affairs, which had been so gravely compromised by the criminal conduct of Sadres, upon a better footing, and at the same time effected the rescue of Triumpara, their sole and faithful ally. The besiegers fled at the sight of the Portuguese squadron without even a show of resistance, and the Europeans, in conjunction with the troops of the King of Cochin, ravaged the Malabar coast. As a consequence of these events, Triumpara allowed his allies to construct a second fortress in his dominions and authorized an augmentation of the number and importance of their mercantile houses. This was the moment that witnessed the arrival of Alfonso d'Albuquerque, the man destined to be the real creator of the Portuguese Empire in the Indies. Diaz, Cabral, and Gama had prepared the way, but Albuquerque was the leader of large views who was needed to determine which were the principal towns that must be seized in order to place the Portuguese dominion upon a solid and lasting basis. Thus, every particular of the history of this man who showed so great a genius for colonization is of the deepest interest, and it is well worthwhile to record some particulars of his family, his education, and his early exploits. Alfonso d'Albuquerque was born in 1453 at Alhandra, 18 miles from Lisbon. Through his father Gonzalo d'Albuquerque, the Lord of Villaverde, he was descended, but illegitimately, from King Diniz, and through his mother from the Menezes, the great explorers. Brought up at the court of Alfonso V, he there received as liberal and thorough an education as was possible at the period. He made an especial study of the great writers of antiquity, whose influence may be traced in the majesty and accuracy of his own style, and of mathematics, of which he knew as much as could be learnt at that time. After staying for some years at Arzilla, an African town which was under the dominion of Alfonso V, he returned to Portugal and was appointed Master of the Horse to John Roman II, a prince whose chief anxiety was to extend the name and power of Portugal beyond the seas. It is evident that it was to the constant attendance upon the king imposed upon him by the duties of his office that Albuquerque owed the inclination of his mind towards geographical studies and his anxious desire to find the means of giving to his country the Empire of the Indies. He had already taken part in an expedition sent to the succor of the King of Naples against an incursion of the Turks, and in 1489 had been charged with the commission of revictualling and defending the fortress of Graciosa upon the coast of Larake. We must now return from this digression and take up the history of Albuquerque from the time of his arrival in India in 1503. It took him but a few days to become thoroughly aware of the position of affairs. He perceived that the commerce of Portugal must depend upon conquest for its power of development. But his first enterprise was proportioned to the feebleness of his resources. He laid siege to Raphaelim, which he wished to make a military station for his countrymen, and then with 2 ships he undertook a reconnaissance of the coast of Hindustan. Being attacked quite unexpectedly, both by land and sea, he was on the point of yielding when the fortunate arrival of his cousin Francisco turned the combat, and put the Zamorin's troops to flight. The importance of this victory was considerable. The conquerors remained masters of an immense booty and quantities of precious stones, which had the result of stimulating the Portuguese spirit of covetousness. At the same time, it confirmed Albuquerque in his designs, for the execution of which the consent of the king was needful, and also more considerable resources. He therefore set out on his return to Lisbon, where he arrived in July 1504. This same year, King Emmanuel, wishing to organize a regular government in the Indies, had made Tristan da Cunha his viceroy, but da Cunha, having become temporarily blind, was obliged to resign his power before he had exercised it. The king's choice next fell upon Francisco d'Almeida, who set out with his son in 1505. It will be soon seen what were the means which he considered should be employed to assure the triumph of his countrymen. On the 6th of March, 1506, 16 vessels left Lisbon under the command of Tristan da Cunha, who had by that time regained his health. With him went Alfonso Albuquerque, carrying with him, but unknown to himself, his patent of Viceroy of India. He was ordered not to open the sealed packet until 3 years should have expired, when Almeida would have completed the term of his mission. This numerous fleet, after having stopped at the Cape de Verde Islands and discovered Cape St. Augustine in Brazil, steered directly for the unexplored parts of the South Atlantic, and went so far south that the old chroniclers assert that several sailors, being too lightly clad, died from cold, while the others were scarcely able to work the ships. In 37 degrees 8 south latitude and degrees 21 west longitude, da Cunha discovered 3 small uninhabited islands, of which the largest still bears his name. A storm prevented a landing there, and so completely dispersed the fleet that the admiral could not get his vessels together again before he arrived at Mozambique. In sailing along this African coast, he explored the island of Madagascar or San Lorenzo, which had just been discovered by Soares, who was in command of 8 vessels which Almeida was sending back to Europe. It was not thought advisable to make a settlement upon the island. After having wintered at Mozambique, da Cunha landed 3 ambassadors at Melinda, who were to reach Abyssinia by traveling overland. Then he anchored at Brava, which Coutinho, one of his lieutenants, had been unable to subjugate. The Portuguese now laid siege to this town, which resisted bravely but which yielded in the end, thanks to the courage of the enemy and the perfection of their arms. The population was massacred without mercy, and the town pillaged and burnt. Upon Magadoxo, another town on the African coast, Cunha tried, but in vain, to impose his authority. The strength of the town and the stubborn resolution shown by the numerous population, as well as the approach of winter, forced him to raise the siege. He then turned his arms against Socotra at the entrance of the Gulf of Aden, where he carried the fortress. The whole of the garrison were put to the sword, the only man spared being an old blind soldier, who was discovered hidden in a well. When asked how he had been able to get down there, he answered, "The blind only see the road which leads to liberty." At Socotra, the 2 Portuguese chiefs constructed the fort of Coco, intended by Albuquerque to command the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea by the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, thus cutting one of the lines of communication with the Indies, which was the most used by the Venetians. Here da Cunha and Albuquerque separated, the former going to India to obtain a cargo of spices, the latter officially invested with the title of Capitam Mor, and bent on the realization of his vast schemes, setting out on the 10th of August, 1507, for Ormuz, having left his nephew Alfonso de Noronha in charge of the new fortress. He took in succession, and as if to get his hand in for the work, Cagliati, where were found immense stores, Curiati and Mascati, which he gave up to pillage, fire, and destruction, in order to avenge a series of acts of treachery easily understood by those who know the duplicity of these Eastern people. The success which he had just gained at Mascati, important as it was, did not content Albuquerque. He dreamed of other and grander projects, of which the execution was, however, much compromised by the jealousy of the captains under his orders, and notably of Joe de Nova, who contemplated abandoning his chief, and whom Albuquerque was obliged to place under arrest on board his own ship. After having suppressed these beginnings of disobedience and rebellion, the Capitam Mor reached Orfacati, which was taken after a vigorous resistance. It is a curious fact that Albuquerque had long heard Ormuz spoken of, but that as yet he was ignorant of its position. He knew that this town served as an entrepot for all the merchandise passing from Asia into Europe. Its riches and power, the number of its inhabitants and the beauty of its monuments were at that time celebrated throughout the East, so much so that there was a common saying, "If the world be a ring, Ormuz is the precious stone set in it." Albuquerque had resolved to take this town, not only because in itself it was a prize worth having, but also because it commanded the whole of the Persian Gulf, which was the second of the great commercial roads between the East and West. Without saying anything to the captains of his fleet, who, without doubt, would have rebelled at the idea of attacking so strong a town, and the capital of a powerful empire, Albuquerque gave orders to double Cape Mussendom, and the fleet soon entered the Strait of Ormuz, the door of the Persian Gulf, from whence was seen rising in all its magnificence a busy town built upon a rocky island, provided with formidable artillery, and protected by an army amounting to not less than from 15 to 20,000 men, while its harbor enclosed a fleet more numerous than could have been suspected at first sight. At this sight, the captains made urgent representations upon the danger that Albuquerque would run in attacking so well-prepared a town, and made the most of the plea how very bad an influence a reverse would exercise. To this discourse Albuquerque answered that indeed it was a very great affair, but that it was too late to draw back, and that he had greater need of determination than of good advice. Albuquerque before Ormuz. Albuquerque before Ormuz. Scarcely was the anchor dropped before Albuquerque declared his ultimatum. Although the forces under his orders were very disproportionate in numbers, the Capitam more imperiously demanded that Ormuz should recognize the suzerainty of the King of Portugal and submit to his envoy, if it did not wish to share the same fate as Mascati. The king, Saif ed-Din, who was then reigning over Ormuz, was still a child, and his prime minister, Kajata, a skillful and cunning diplomatist, governed in the king's name. Without denying in principle the pretensions of Albuquerque, the prime minister wished to gain time, to allow contingents to arrive for the help of the capital. But the admiral, who guessed his object, did not hesitate, after waiting 3 days, to attack the formidable fleet at anchor under the guns of Ormuz with his 5 vessels and the Fleur de la Mar, the finest and largest ship of that time. The combat was bloody and long undecided, but when they saw fortune was against them, the Moors, abandoning their vessels, endeavored to swim on shore. The Portuguese upon this jumped into their boats, pursuing the Moors vigorously and causing horrible carnage. Albuquerque next directed his efforts against a large wooden jetty defended by numerous guns and by archers, whose well-aimed arrows wounded a number of the Portuguese and the general himself, who, however, was not hindered thereby from landing and proceeding to burn the suburbs of the town. Convinced that resistance would soon be impossible, and that their capital was in danger of being destroyed, the Moors hoisted a flag of truce and signed a treaty by which Saif ed-Din declared himself the vassal of King Emmanuel, promised to pay him an annual tribute of 15,000 seraphins or zaraphins, and gave to the conquerors a site for a fortress, which, in spite of the repugnance and reproaches of the Portuguese captains, was soon put into a condition of resistance. Unfortunately, some deserters quickly brought these unworthy dissensions to the knowledge of Kajata, who profited by them to avoid, under various pretexts, fulfilling the execution of the articles of the new treaty. Some days afterwards, Joe de Nova and 2 other captains, jealous of the successes of Albuquerque and trampling in the dust every sentiment of honor, discipline, and patriotism, left him to go to the Indies, while Albuquerque was obliged by this cowardly desertion to withdraw without being able even to guard the fortress which he had been at so much pains to construct. He went to Socotra, where the garrison was in need of help, and then returned to cruise before Ormuz, but thinking himself too weak to undertake anything, he retired for a time to Goa, arriving there at the end of the year 1508. What had been occurring on the Malabar coast during this long and adventurous campaign? The answer may be summed up in a few lines. It will be remembered that Almeida had set out from Belém in 1505 with a fleet of 22 sail, carrying soldiers to the number of 1,500 men. First he seized Quiloa and then Mombas, of which the cavaliers, as the inhabitants loved to repeat, did not yield as easily as the chicken hearts of Quiloa. Out of the enormous booty, which by the fall of this town fell into the hands of the Portuguese, Almeida only took one arrow as his share of the spoil, thus giving a rare example of disinterestedness. After having stopped at Melinda, he went on to Cochin, where he delivered to the Raja the golden crown sent to him by Emmanuel, whilst he himself, with the presumptuous vanity of which he gave so many proofs, assumed the title of viceroy. Then, after commencing a fortress at Sofala, destined to overawe the Mussulmen of that coast, Almeida and his son, Lorenzo, scoured the Indian seas, destroying the Malabar fleets, capturing some trading vessels, and causing great injury to the enemy, whose accustomed commercial roads were thus intercepted. But for this cruising warfare, a numerous fleet of light vessels was needed, for there was scarcely any other harbor of refuge except Cochin upon the Asiatic coast. How preferable was Albuquerque's system of establishing himself in the country in a permanent manner, by constructing fortresses in all directions, by seizing upon the most powerful cities, whence it was easy to branch off into the interior of the country, by rendering himself master of the keys of the straits, and thus ensuring with much less risk and more solidity the monopoly of the Indian commerce. Meantime, the victories of Almeida and the conquests of Albuquerque had much disquieted the Sultan of Egypt. The abandonment of the Alexandrian route caused a great diminution in the amount of imposts and dues of customs, anchorage, and transit, which were laid upon the merchandise of Asia as it passed through his states. Therefore, with the help of the Venetians, who furnished him with the wood for shipbuilding as well as with skillful sailors, he fitted out a squadron of 12 large ships, which came as far as Cochin, seeking the fleet of Lorenzo d'Almeida and defeating it in a bloody combat in which Lorenzo was killed. If the sorrow of the viceroy were great at this sad news, at least he did not let it appear outwardly, but set to work to make all preparations for taking prompt vengeance upon the Raumis, an appellation which shows the lasting terror attaching to the name of the Romans, and commonly used at this time upon the Malabar coast, for all Mussulman soldiers coming from Byzantium. With 19 sail, Almeida appeared before the fort where his son had been killed, and gained a great victory, but one sullied, it must be confessed, by most frightful cruelties, so much so that it soon became a common saying, "May the anger of the Franks fall upon thee as it fell upon Dabel." Not content with this first success, Almeida, some weeks later, annihilated the combined forces of the Sultan of Egypt and the Raja of Calicut before Diu. This victory made a profound impression in India and put an end to the power of the Mahumetists of Egypt. Joao de Nova and the other captains, who had abandoned Albuquerque before Ormuz, had decided to rejoin Almeida. They had excused their disobedience by calumnies, in consequence of which a judicial process was about to be instituted against Albuquerque, when the viceroy received the news of his being replaced in his office by Albuquerque. At first, Almeida declared that obedience must be rendered to this sovereign decree, but afterwards influenced by the traitors, who feared that they would be severely punished when the power had passed into the hands of Albuquerque, he repaired to Cochin in the month of March, 1509, with the fixed determination not to give up the command to his successor. There were disagreeable and painful disputes between these two great men, in which all the wrong done was on the side of Almeida. Albuquerque was about to be sent to Lisbon with chains on his feet, when a fleet of 15 sail entered the harbor, under the command of the Grand Marshal of Portugal, Ferdinand Coutinho. The latter took the part of the prisoner, whom he immediately released, notifying again to Almeida the powers held by Albuquerque from the king, and threatening him with the great anger of Emmanuel if he refused to obey. Almeida could do nothing but yield, and he then did it nobly. As for Joao de Nova, the author of these sad misunderstandings, he died some time afterwards, forsaken by everybody, and had scarcely anyone to follow him to the grave except the new viceroy, who thus generously forgot the injuries done to Alfonso Albuquerque. Immediately after the departure of Almeida, the Grand Marshal Coutinho declared that, having come to India with the intention of destroying Calicut, he intended to turn to account the absence of the Zamorin from his capital. In vain, the new viceroy endeavored to modify his zeal and induce him to take the wise measures recommended by experience. Coutinho would listen to nothing, and Albuquerque was obliged to follow him. Calicut, taken by surprise, was easily set on fire, but the Portuguese, having lingered to pillage the Zamorin's palace, were fiercely attacked in rear by the Nairs, who had succeeded in rallying their troops. Coutinho, whose impetuous valor led him into the greatest danger, was killed, and it required all the skill and coolness of the viceroy to effect a re-embarkation of the troops under the enemy's fire, and to preserve the soldiers of the King of Portugal from total destruction. On his return to Cintagara, a seaport which was a dependency of the King of Narsing, with whom the Portuguese had been able to form an alliance, Albuquerque learnt that Goa, the capital of a powerful kingdom, was a prey to political and religious anarchy. Several chiefs were contending there for power. One of them, Melek Kufergugi, was just on the point of seizing the throne, and it was important to profit by the circumstances of the moment and attack the town before he should have been able to gather a force capable of resisting the Portuguese. The viceroy perceived all the importance of this council. The situation of Goa, giving access as it did to the kingdom of Narsing and to the Deccan, had already struck him forcibly. He did not delay, and soon the Portuguese reckoned one conquest more. Goa the Golden, a cosmopolitan town, where were mingled with all the various sects of Islam, Parsis, the worshippers of fire, and even some Christians, submitted to Albuquerque, and soon became, under a wise and strict government which understood how to conciliate the sympathies of opposing sects, the capital, the chief fortress, and the principal seat of trade of the Portuguese Empire of the Indies. By degrees, and with the course of years, the knowledge of these rich countries had increased. Much information had been gathered together by all those who had plowed these sunny seas in their gallant vessels, and it was now known what was the center of production of those spices which people went so far to seek, and for whose acquisition they encountered so many perils. It was already several years since Almeida had founded the first Portuguese factories in Ceylon, the ancient Taprobane. The islands of Sunda and the peninsula of Malacca were now exciting the desires of King Emmanuel, who had already been surnamed the Fortunate. He resolved to send a fleet to explore them, for Albuquerque had enough to do in India to restrain the trembling Rajas and the Mussulman, Moors as they were then called, who were always ready to shake off the yoke. This new expedition was under the command of Diego Lopez Sequeira, and according to the traditional policy of the Moors, was at first amicably received at Malacca. But when the suspicions of Lopez Sequeira had been lulled to sleep by reiterated protestations of alliance, the whole population suddenly rose against him, and he was forced to return on board, but not without leaving 30 of his companions in the hands of the Malays. These events had already happened some time when the news of the taking of Goa arrived at Malacca. The Bendera, or Minister of Justice, who exercised regal power in the name of his nephew, who was still a child, fearing the vengeance which the Portuguese would doubtless exact for his treachery, resolved to pacify them. He went to visit his prisoners, excused himself to them by swearing that all had been done unknown to him and against his will, for he desired nothing so much as to see the Portuguese establish themselves in Malacca. Also, he was about to order the authors of the treason to be sought out and punished. The prisoners naturally gave no credence to these lying declarations, but profiting by the comparative liberty which was henceforth granted to them, they cleverly succeeded in conveying to Albuquerque some valuable information upon the position and strength of the town. Albuquerque, with much trouble, collected a fleet of 19 men of war, carrying 1,400 men, amongst whom there were only 800 Portuguese. This being the case, ought he to venture in obedience to the wish of King Emmanuel to steer for Aden, the key of the Red Sea, which it was important to master in preparation for opposing the passage of a new squadron, which the Sultan of Egypt was intending to send to India. Albuquerque hesitated, when a change in the trade winds occurred which put an end to his irresolution. In fact, it was impossible to reach Aden in the teeth of the prevailing wind, while it was favorable for a descent upon Malacca. This town, at that time in its full splendor, did not contain less than 100,000 inhabitants. If many of the houses were built of wood and roofed with the leaves of the palm tree, yet they were equaled in number by the more important buildings, such as mosques and towers built of stone, which stretched out in a long panorama for the distance of 3 miles. The ships of India, China, and of the Malay kingdoms of the Sunda Islands met in its harbor, where numerous vessels coming from the Malabar coast, the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the coast of Africa traded in merchandise of all kinds and of every country. When the Raja of Malacca saw the Portuguese fleet arrive in his waters, he felt that it was necessary to appear to give satisfaction to the foreigners by sacrificing the minister who had excited their anger and caused their arrival. His ambassador therefore came to the viceroy to announce the death of the Bendera, and to find out what were the intentions of the Portuguese. Albuquerque answered by demanding the prisoners who had remained in the hands of the Raja, but the latter, desirous of gaining time to allow for the expected change in the trade wind, a change which would force the Portuguese to regain the Malabar coast, or else would oblige them to remain at Malacca, where he hoped to be able to exterminate them, invented 1,000 pretexts for delay, and in the meantime, according to the old narratives, he prepared a battery of 8,000 cannon and collected troops to the number of 20,000. At length Albuquerque lost his patience and ordered some houses and several Gujarat vessels to be set on fire, a beginning of execution which speedily brought about the restoration of the prisoners. He then claimed 0 crusades as indemnity for the damage caused to the fleet of Lopez Sequeira, and finally, he demanded to be allowed to build a fortress within the town itself, which should also serve as a counting house for the merchants. This demand could not be complied with, as Albuquerque well knew, but upon the refusal, he resolved to seize the town, fixing upon St. James' Day for the attack. The town was taken quarter by quarter, house by house, after a truly heroic struggle and a most vigorous defense, which lasted for 9 whole days, notwithstanding the employment of extraordinary devices, such as elephants of war, poisoned sabers and arrows, barricades, and skillfully concealed troops. An enormous booty was divided amongst the soldiers, Albuquerque only reserving to himself 6 lions, of gold according to some accounts, of iron according to others, which he intended for the adornment of his tomb, to perpetuate the memory of his victory. The door which gave access to Oceania and to Upper Asia was henceforth open. Many nations unknown till this time would now have intercourse with Europeans. The strange manners and fabulous history of many people were about to be disclosed to the astonished West. A new era had commenced, and these great results were due to the unbridled audacity and indomitable courage of a nation whose country was scarcely discernible upon the map of the world. It was in part owing to the religious toleration which Albuquerque displayed, a toleration which contrasts strangely with the cruel fanaticism of the Spaniards, and in part to the skillful measures which he took, that the prosperity of Malacca resisted the rude shock which it had received. In the course of a few months, no trace remained of the trials which the town had experienced, except the sight of the Portuguese banner floating proudly over this great city, which had now become the head and vanguard of the colonial empire of this people, small in numbers, but rendered great by their courage and their spirit of enterprise. Great and wonderful as this new conquest might be, it had not made Albuquerque forget his former projects. If he had appeared to have renounced them, it was only because circumstances had not hitherto seemed favorable for their execution. With that tenacity of determination which formed the basis of his character, while still at the southern extremity of the empire which he was founding, his thoughts were fixed upon the northern part of it, upon Ormuz, which the jealousy and treachery of his subordinates had obliged him to abandon at the beginning of his career, at the very moment when success was about to crown his persevering efforts. It was Ormuz which tempted him still. The island of Ormuz. The fame of his exploits and the terror inspired by his name had decided Cajata to make some advances to Albuquerque, to ask for a treaty, and to send the arrears of the tribute which had been formerly imposed. Although the viceroy placed no belief on these repeated declarations of friendship, on that Moorish faith which deserves to be as notorious as Punic faith, he nevertheless welcomed them, whilst waiting for the power to establish his dominion after a permanent manner in these countries. In 1513 or 1514, The exact date is not ascertained, when his fleet and soldiers were set at liberty by the conquest of Malacca and the tranquility of his other possessions, Albuquerque set sail for the Persian Gulf. Immediately upon his arrival, although a series of revolutions had changed the government of Ormuz, and the power was then in the hands of a usurper named Risnordim or Nureddin, Albuquerque demanded that the fortress, which had been formerly begun, should be immediately placed in his hands. After having had it repaired and finished, he took part, against the pretender Rise named, in the quarrel which was then dividing the town of Ormuz and preparing it to fall under the dominion of Persia. He seized upon the town and bestowed it upon the aspirant who had accepted his conditions beforehand and who appeared to Albuquerque to present the most solid guarantees of submission and fidelity. Besides, it would not be difficult in the future to make this certain, for Albuquerque left in the new fortress a garrison perfectly able to bring Risnordim to repentance for the slightest attempt at revolt or the least desire of independence. A well-known anecdote is related of this expedition to Ormuz, but one which, even from its notoriety, we should be blamed for omitting. When the king of Persia sent to Nureddin to demand the tribute which the sovereigns of Ormuz had been in the habit of paying to him, Albuquerque gave orders that a quantity of bullets, cannonballs, and shells should be brought from his ships, and showing them to the ambassadors, he told them that such was the coin in which the king of Portugal was accustomed to pay tribute. It does not appear that the Persian ambassadors repeated their demand. Albuquerque had a quantity of bullets brought from his vessels. Albuquerque had a quantity of bullets brought from his vessels. With his usual wisdom, the viceroy did not wound the feelings of the inhabitants, who speedily returned to the town. Far from squeezing all he could from them, as his successors were destined soon to do, he established an upright system of government which caused the Portuguese name to be loved and respected. At the same time that he was himself accomplishing these marvelous labors, Albuquerque had desired some of his lieutenants to explore the unknown regions to which access had been given by the taking of Malacca. For this purpose, he gave to Antonio and Francisco de Bru the command of a small squadron carrying 220 men, with which they explored the whole of the Sunda archipelago, Sumatra, Java, Anjom, Simbala, Jala, Galam, and Sea. Then, being not far from the coast of Australia, they sailed back again to the north and arrived at the islands of Bureau and Ambina, which form part of the Malacca group. After having made a voyage of more than 1,500 miles amongst dangerous archipelagos strewn with rocks and coral reefs, and amidst populations often hostile, and after loading their ships there with cloves, nutmegs, sandalwood, mace, and pearls, they set sail for Malacca in 1512. This time the veritable land of spices had been reached. It now only remained to found establishments there, and to take possession of it definitely, which was not likely to be long postponed. It has been often remarked that the Tarpeian Rock is not far from the capital. Of this Albuquerque was destined to make experience, and his last days were to be saddened by unmerited disgrace, the result of calumnies and lies, and of a skillfully woven plot, which, although it succeeded in temporarily clouding his reputation with King Emmanuel, has not availed to obscure the glory of this great man in the eyes of posterity. Already there had been an effort made to persuade the king that the taking possession of Goa had been a grave error. Its unhealthy climate must, it was said, decimate the European population in a short time, but the king, with perfect confidence in the experience and prudence of his lieutenant, had refused to listen to his enemies, for which Albuquerque had publicly thanked him, saying, "I think more is owing to King Emmanuel for having defended Goa against the Portuguese than to myself for having twice conquered it." But in 1514, Albuquerque had asked the king to bestow upon him, as a reward for his services, the title of Duke of Goa, and it was this imprudent step which gave an advantage to his adversaries. Soares d'Albergavia and Diogo Mendes, whom Albuquerque had sent as prisoners to Portugal after they had publicly declared themselves his enemies, had succeeded not only in clearing themselves from the accusation brought against them by the viceroy, but in persuading Emmanuel that he wished to constitute an independent duchy, of which Goa should be the capital, and they ended by obtaining his disgrace. The news of the appointment of Albergavia to the post of Captain General of Cochin reached Albuquerque as he was issuing from the Strait of Ormuz on his return to the Malabar coast, and at a time when he was suffering much from disease. He raised his hands towards heaven, says M.F. Denis in his excellent history of Portugal, and pronounced these few words: "Behold, I am in disgrace with the king on account of my love to men, and with men on account of my love to the king. Turn thee, old man, to the church, and prepare to die, for it behoves thine honor that thou shouldest die, and never hast thou neglected to do aught which thine honor demands." Whereupon, being arrived in the roadstead of Goa, Alphonse of Albuquerque set in order the affairs of his conscience with the church, caused himself to be clad in the dress of the Order of St. Diego, of which he was a commander, and then, on Sunday the 16th of December, an hour before daybreak, he rendered up his soul to God. Thus ended all his labors, without their having ever brought him any satisfaction. Albuquerque was buried with great pomp. The soldiers who had been the faithful companions of his wonderful adventures and the witnesses of his manifold tribulations disputed amidst their tears for the honor of carrying his remains to their last resting place, which their commander had himself chosen. The Hindus, in their grief, refused to believe that he was dead, declaring that he was gone to command the armies of the sky. A letter of King Emmanuel has been comparatively lately discovered, which proves that, although he were deceived for a time by the false reports of the enemies of Albuquerque, he soon discovered his mistake and rendered him full and entire justice. Unfortunately, this letter of reparation never reached the unfortunate second viceroy of the Indies. It would have sweetened his last moments, whereas he had the pain of dying in the belief that the sovereign for whose glory and the increase of whose power he had consecrated his life had in the end proved ungrateful towards him. With Albuquerque, says Michelet, all humanity and all justice disappeared from amongst the conquerors. Long years after his death, the Indians would repair to the tomb of the great Albuquerque to demand justice of him against the oppressions of his successors. Many causes may be adduced as bringing about the rapid decay and dismemberment of that great colonial empire with which Albuquerque had enriched his country, and which even amidst its ruins has left ineffaceable traces upon India. With Michelet we may cite the distance and dispersion of the various factories, the smallness of the population of Portugal, but little suited to the wide extension of her establishments, the love of brigandage, and the exactions of a bad government, but beyond all, that indomitable national pride which forbade any mingling of the victors with the vanquished. The fall of the colonial empire was hindered for a time by the influence of two heroic men. The first was Juan de Castro, who, after having had the control of untold riches, remained so poor that he had not even the wherewithal to buy a fowl in his last illness. And the second, Adade, who once again gave the corrupt Eastern populations an example of the most manly virtues and of the most upright administration. But after their time, the empire began to drop to pieces and fell by degrees into the hands of the Spaniards and the Dutch, who in their turn were unable to preserve it intact. All passes away, all is changed. What can be said but to repeat the Spanish saw in applying it to the case of empires: life is but a dream. End of the first part. Part 2. Chapter 1. The Conquerors of Central America. 1. Hoder Americus Vespucius, the New World named after him, Juan de la Cosa, Vincent Yanes Pinzon Bastardas, Diego de Lepe Diaz de Solis, Ponce de Leon and Florida, Balboa discovers the Pacific Ocean, Grijalva explores the coast of Mexico. The letters and narratives of Columbus and his companions, especially those dwelling upon the large quantity of gold and pearls found in the recently discovered countries, had inflamed the imagination of eager traders and of numbers of gentlemen who loved adventure. On the 10th of April, 1495, the Spanish government had issued an order allowing anyone who might wish to do so to go and discover new countries. But this privilege was so much abused, and Columbus complained so bitterly of its trenching upon established rights, that the permission was withdrawn on the 2nd of June, 1497, and 4 years later it became necessary to repeat the prohibition with more severe penalties attached to its infringement. The effect of the royal decree was at once to produce a kind of general rush to the Indies, and this was favored by Bishop Fonseca of Badajoz, through whose hands passed all business connected with the Indies, and of whom Columbus had had so much reason to complain. The admiral had but just left San Lucar on his third voyage, when 4 expeditions of discovery were fitted out almost at the same moment, at the cost of some rich shipowners, foremost among whom we find the Pinzons and Americus Vespucius. The first of these expeditions, which left the port of Santa Maria on the 20th of May, 1499, consisted of 4 vessels and was commanded by Alonso Hojda. Juan de la Cosa sailed with him as pilot. Americus Vespucius was also on board, without any very clearly defined duties, but he would seem to have been astronomer to the fleet. Americus Vespucius. Americus Vespucius. Facsimile of an old print. Before entering on a brief account of this voyage, we will glance for a few moments at the 3 men whom we have just named. The last of the 3 especially plays a most important part in the discovery of the New World, which received its name from him. Hojda, born at Cuenca about 1465 and brought up in the household of the Duke of Medinaceli, had gained his first experience in arms in the wars against the Moors. Columbus enrolled him amongst the adventurers whom he recruited for his second voyage, when Hojda distinguished himself alike by his cool courage and his readiness in surmounting all difficulties. What caused his complete rupture with Columbus remains a mystery. It appears still more inexplicable when we think of the distinguished services that Hojda had rendered, especially in 1495, at the Battle of La Vega, when the Caribbean Confederation was annihilated. All we know is that on Hojda's return to Spain he found shelter and protection with Bishop Fonseca. It is said even that the Indian minister supplied him with the journal of the admiral's last voyage and the map of the countries which Columbus had discovered. The first pilot employed by Hojda was Juan de la Cosa, born probably at Santona in the Biscayan country. He had often sailed along the coast of Africa before accompanying Columbus on his first voyage, while in the second expedition he filled the post of hydrographer Maestro de Hacer Cartas. As specimens of La Cosa's talent in drawing maps may be mentioned 2 very curious ones still extant, one showing all the territory that had been acquired in Africa in 1500, the other on vellum, and enriched with color like the first, giving the discoveries made by Columbus and his successors. The second pilot was Bartholomew Roldan, who had likewise sailed with Columbus on his voyage to Paria. As to Americus Vespucius, his duties were not, as we have said, very clearly defined. He was there to aid in making discoveries, per adjutera discopria, says the Italian text of his letter to Sodrini. Born at Florence on the 9th of March, 1451, Amerigo Vespucci belonged to a family of distinction and wealth. He had made mathematics, natural philosophy, and astrology, as it was then called, his special studies. His knowledge of history and literature, judging from his letters, appears to have been somewhat vague and ill-digested. He left Florence in 1492 without any special aim in view and went to Spain, where he occupied himself at first in commercial pursuits. We hear of him in Seville acting as factor in the powerful trading house of his fellow countryman, Juanoto Berardi. As this house had advanced money to Columbus for his second voyage, it is not unlikely that Vespucius had become acquainted with the admiral at this period of his career. On Juanoto's death in 1495, Vespucius was placed by his heirs at the head of the financial department of the house. Whether he may have been tired of a situation that he thought below his powers, or been seized in his turn with the fever for making new discoveries, or whether he hoped to make his fortune rapidly in the new countries reputed to be so rich, whatever in short may have been the motive that actuated him, at least this we know, that he joined Hojda's expedition in 1499, this fact being so stated in Hojda's deposition in the lawsuit instituted by the Treasury with the heirs of Columbus. The flotilla, consisting of 4 vessels, set sail on the 20th of May from Santa Maria, taking a southwesterly course, and in 27 days the American continent was sighted at the place, which was named Venezuela, because the houses being built upon piles reminded the beholders of Venice. Hojde, after some ineffectual attempts to hold intercourse with the natives, with whom he had several skirmishes, next saw the island of Margarita. After sailing about 250 miles to the east of the river Orinoco, he reached the Gulf of Paria and entered a bay called the Bay of Las Perlas, from the natives of that part being employed in the pearl fisheries. Guided by the maps of Columbus, Hojde passed by the Dragon's Mouth, which separates Trinidad from the continent, and returned westward to Cape La Villa. Then, after touching at the Caribbee Islands, where he made a number of prisoners, whom he hoped to sell for slaves in Spain, he was obliged to cast anchor at Yaquimo in Hispaniola on the 5th of September, 1499. Columbus, knowing Hojde's courage and his restless spirit only too well, feared that he would introduce a new element of discord into the colony. He therefore dispatched Francesco Roldan with 2 caravels to inquire into his motives in coming to the island, and if necessary, to prevent his landing. The admiral's fears were but too well grounded. Hojde had scarcely landed before he had an interview with some of the malcontents, inciting them to a rising at Zaragua and to a determination to expel Columbus. After some skirmishes, which had not ended to Hojde's advantage, a meeting was arranged for him with Roldan, Diego d'Escobar, and Juan de la Cosa, when they prevailed upon him to leave the island. He took with him, says Las Casas, a prodigious cargo of slaves, whom he sold in the market at Cadiz for enormous sums of money. He returned to Spain in February 1500, where he had been preceded by Americus Vespucius and B. Roldan on the 18th of October, 1499. The most southerly point that Hojde had reached in this voyage was 4 degrees north latitude, and he had only spent 14 weeks on the voyage of discovery, properly so called. If we appear to have dwelt at some length upon this voyage, it is because it was the first one made by Vespucius. Some authors, Varnhagen for instance, and quite recently Mr. H. Major in his History of Prince Henry the Navigator, assert that Vespucius' first voyage was in 1497, and consequently that he must have seen the American continent before Columbus, but we prefer to follow Humboldt, who spent so many years in studying the history of the discovery of America, in his opinion that 1499 was the right date, also M. ed. Charton and M. Jules Coding, the latter of whom discussed this question in the report of the Geographical Society for 1873, apropos of Mr. Major's book. If it were true, says Voltaire, that Vespucius had discovered the American continent, yet the glory would not be his. It belongs undoubtedly to the man who had the genius and courage to undertake the first voyage, to Columbus. As Newton says in his argument with Leibniz, the glory is due only to the inventor. But we agree with M. Coding when he says, how can we allow that there was an expedition in 1497 which resulted in the discovery of above 2,500 miles of the coastline of the mainland, when there is no trace of it left either among the great historians of that time, or in the legal depositions in connection with the claims made by the heir of Columbus against the Spanish government, in which the priority of the discoveries of each leader of an expedition is carefully mentioned, with the part of the coast explored by each. Finally, the authentic documents extracted from the archives of the Casa de Contratación make it evident that Vespucius was entrusted with the preparation of the vessels destined for the third voyage of Columbus at Seville and at San Lucar from the middle of August 1497 till the departure of Columbus on the 30th of May 1498. The narratives of the voyages of Vespucius are very diffuse and wanting in precision and order. The information they give upon the places he visited is so vague that it might apply to one part of the coast as well as to another. As to the localities treated of, as well as of the companions of Vespucius, there are no indications given of a nature to aid the historian. Not a single name is given of any well-known person, and the dates are contradictory in those famous letters which have given endless work to commentators. Humboldt says of them, there is an element of discord in the most authentic documents relating to the Florentine navigator. We have given an account of Hojde's first voyage, which coincides with that of Vespucius according to Humboldt, who has compared the principal incidents of the two narratives. Varnhagen asserts that Vespucius, having started on the 10th of May, 1497, entered the Gulf of Honduras on the 10th of June, coasted by Yucatan and Mexico, sailed up the Mississippi, and at the end of February 1498, doubled the Cape of Florida. After anchoring for 37 days at the mouth of the St. Lawrence, he returned to Cadiz in October 1498. If Vespucius had really made this marvelous voyage, he would have far outstripped all the navigators of his time, and would have fully deserved that his name should be given to the newly discovered continent, whose coastline he had explored for so great a distance. But nothing is less certain, and Humboldt's opinion has hitherto appeared to the best writers to offer the largest amount of probability. Americus Vespucius made 3 other voyages. Humboldt identifies the first with that of Vincent Yanez Pinzon, and M. Davozac with that of Diego de Lepe, 1499–1500. At the close of this latter year, Giuliano Bartolomeo di Giocondo induced Vespucius to enter the service of Emmanuel, King of Portugal, and he accomplished 2 more voyages at the expense of his new master. On the first of these 2 voyages, he was no higher in command than he had been in his earlier ones, and only accompanied the expedition as one whose intimate acquaintance with all nautical matters might prove of service under certain circumstances. During this voyage, the ships coasted along the American shores from Cape St. Augustine to 52 degrees of south latitude. The 4th voyage of Vespucius was marked by the wreck of the flagship off the island of Fernando de Noronha, which prevented the other vessels from continuing their voyage towards Malacca by way of the Cape of Good Hope, and obliged the crews to land at All Saints Bay in Brazil. This 4th voyage was unquestionably made with Gonzalo Silho, but we are quite ignorant as to who was in command on the 3rd voyage. These various expeditions had not tended to enrich Vespucius, while his position at the Portuguese court was so far from satisfactory that he determined to re-enter the service of the King of Spain. By him, he was made Piloto Mayor on the 22nd of March, 1508. There were some valuable emoluments attached for his advantage to this appointment, which enabled him to end his days, if not as a rich man, at least as one far removed from want. He died at Seville on the 22nd of February, 1512, with the same conviction as Columbus that he had reached the shores of Asia. Americus Vespucius is especially famous from the New World having been named after him, instead of being called Columbia, as in all justice it should have been, but with this Vespucius had nothing to do. He was for a long time charged, though most unjustly, with impudence, falsehood, and deceit, it being alleged that he wished to veil the glory of Columbus, and to arrogate to himself the honor of a discovery which did not belong to him. This was an utterly unfounded accusation, for Vespucius was both loved and esteemed by Columbus and his contemporaries, and there is nothing in his writings to justify this calumnious assertion. 7 printed documents exist which are attributed to Vespucius. They are the abridged accounts of his 4 voyages, 2 narratives of his 3rd and 4th voyages, in the form of letters addressed to Lorenzo de Pier Francesco de' Medici, and a letter addressed to the same nobleman, relative to the Portuguese discoveries in the Indies. These documents, printed and bound up as small thin volumes, were soon translated into various languages and distributed throughout Europe. It was in the year 1507 that a certain Hylacolymus, whose real name was Martin Waldseemüller, first proposed to give the name of America to the new part of the world. He did so in a book printed at St. Die and called Cosmographia Introductio. In 1509, a small geographical treatise appeared at Strasbourg, adopting the proposal of Hylacolymus, and in 1520, an edition of Pomponius Mela was printed at Bâle, giving a map of the New World with the name of America. From this time, the number of works employing the denomination proposed by Waldseemüller increased perpetually. Some years later, when Waldseemüller was better informed as to the real discoverer of America and of the value to be placed upon the voyages of Vespucius, he eliminated from his book all that related to the latter, and substituted everywhere the name of Columbus for that of Vespucius. But it was too late. The same error has prevailed ever since. As to Vespucius himself, it seems very unlikely that he was at all aware of the excitement which prevailed in Europe, nor of what was passing at St. Die. The testimony that has been unanimously borne to his honorable and upright conduct should surely clear him from the unmerited accusations which have for too long a time clouded his memory. 3 other expeditions left Spain almost at the same time as that of Hojda. The first of these, consisting of but one vessel, sailed from Barrasaltes in June 1499. Pier Alonso Nino, who had served under Columbus in his 2 last voyages, was its commander, and he was accompanied by Cristobal Guerra, a merchant of Seville, who probably defrayed the expenses of the expedition. This voyage to the coast of Peria seems to have been dictated more by the hope of lucrative commerce than by the interests of science. No new discoveries were made, but the 2 voyagers returned to Spain in April 1500, bringing with them so large a quantity of valuable pearls as to excite the cupidity of their countrymen, who became anxious to try their own fortunes in the same direction. The second expedition was commanded by Vincent Yanez Pinzon, the younger brother of Alonso Pinzon, who had been captain of the Pinta and had shown so much jealousy of Columbus, even adopting the following mendacious device: A Castilla y a Leon. Nuevo Mundo Dio Pinzon. Yanez Pinzon, whose devotion to the admiral equaled his brother's jealousy, had advanced an 1/8 part of the funds required for the expedition of 1492, and had on that occasion been in command of the Nina. He set out in December 1499 with 4 vessels, of which only 2 returned to Palos at the end of September 1500. He touched the coast of the newly discovered continent at a point near the shore visited by Hojda some months before, and explored the coast for some 2,400 miles, discovering Cape St. Augustine at 8 degrees 20 south latitude, following the coastline in a northwesterly direction to Rio Grande, which he named Santa Maria de la Mar Dulce, and continuing in the same direction as far as Cape St. Vincent. Diego de Lepe explored the same coasts with 2 caravels from January to June 1500. There is nothing particular to record of this voyage beyond the very important observation that was made on the direction of the coastline of the continent starting from Cape St. Augustine. Lepe had but just returned to Spain when 2 vessels left Cadiz, equipped by Rodrigo M. Bastidas, a wealthy and highly respectable man, with the view of making some fresh discoveries, but above all, with the object of collecting as large a quantity of gold and pearls as possible, for which were to be bartered glass beads and other worthless trifles. Juan de la Cosa, whose talents as a navigator were proverbial, and who knew these coasts well from having explored them, was really at the head of this expedition. The sailors went on shore and saw the Rio Sinu, the Gulf of Eurabia, and reached the Puerto del Retreat or de los Escribanos in the Isthmus of Panama. This harbor was not visited by Columbus till the 26th of November, 1502. It is situated about 17 miles from the once celebrated, but now destroyed town of Nombre de Dios. In fact, this expedition, which had been organized by a merchant, became, thanks to Juan de la Cosa, one of the voyages the most fertile in discoveries, but alas, it came to a sad termination. The vessels were lost in the Gulf of Zaragua, and Bastidas and La Cosa were obliged to make their way by land to St. Domingo. When they arrived there, Bobadilla, the upright man and model governor, whose infamous conduct to Columbus we have already mentioned, had them arrested on the plea that they had bought some gold from the Indians of Zaragua. He sent them off to Spain, which was only reached after a fearfully stormy voyage, some of the vessels being lost on the way. After this expedition, so fruitful in results, voyages of discovery became rather less frequent for some years, the Spaniards being occupied in asserting their supremacy in the countries in which they had already founded colonies. Indians devoured by dogs. Indians devoured by dogs. From an old print. The colonization of Hispaniola had commenced in 1493, when the town of Isabella was built. 2 years afterwards, Christopher Columbus had traveled over the island and had subjugated the poor savages by means of those terrible dogs which had been trained to hunt Indians, and unaccustomed as the natives were to any hard work, he had forced them to toil in the mines. Both Bobadilla and Ovando, treating the Indians as a herd of cattle, had divided them among the colonists as slaves. The cruelty with which this unfortunate people was treated became more and more unbearable. By means of a despicable ambush, Ovando seized the Queen of Zaragua and of her principal subjects, and at a given signal they were all put to the sword, without there being any crime adduced against them. For some years, says Robertson, the gold brought into the royal treasury of Spain amounted to about 460,000 pesos, 2,400,000 livres of the currency of Tours, an enormous sum if we take into consideration the great increase in the value of money since the beginning of the 16th century. In 1511, Diego Velázquez conquered Cuba with 300 men, and here again were enacted the terrible scenes of bloodshed and pillage which have rendered the Spanish name so sadly notorious. They cut off the thumbs of the natives, put out their eyes, and poured boiling oil or melted lead into their wounds, even when they did not torture them by burning them over a slow fire to extract from them the secret of the treasures of which they were believed to be the possessors. It was only natural under these circumstances that the population rapidly decreased, and the day was not far off when it would be wholly exterminated. To understand fully the sufferings of this race, thus odiously persecuted, the touching and horrible narrative of Las Casas must be read, himself the indefatigable defender of the Indians. Indians burnt alive. Indians burnt alive. From an old print. In Cuba, the cacique Hatui was made prisoner and condemned to be burnt. When he was tied to the stake, a Franciscan monk tried to convert him, promising him that if he would only embrace the Christian faith, he would be at once admitted to all the joys of paradise. "Are there any Spaniards in that land of happiness and joy of which you speak?" asked Hatui. "Yes," replied the monk, "but only those who have been just and good in their lives. The very best among them can have neither justice nor mercy," said the poor cacique. "I do not wish to go to any place where I should meet a single man of that accursed race." Does not this fact suffice to paint the degree of exasperation to which these unfortunate people had been driven? And these horrors were repeated wherever the Spaniards set foot. We will throw a veil over these atrocities practiced by men who thought themselves civilized, and who pretended that they wished to convert to Christianity, the religion preeminently of love and mercy, a race who were in reality less savage than themselves. In 1504, four vessels explored the Gulf of Urabia. This was the first voyage in which Juan de la Cosa had the supreme command. This seems, too, to have been about the date of Hojda's third voyage, when he went to the territory of Caquibicoa, a voyage that certainly was made, as Humboldt says, but of which we have no clear account. In 1509, Juan Diaz de Solis, in concert with Vincent Yanez Pinzon, discovered a vast province, since known by the name of Yucatan. Though this expedition was not a very remarkable one in itself, says Robertson, it deserves to be noticed as it led to discoveries of the utmost importance. For the same reason, we must mention the voyage of Diego da Campo, who, being charged to sail round Cuba, was the first to ascertain the fact that it was a large island, Columbus having always regarded it as part of the continent. 2 years later, Juan Diaz de Solis and Vincent Pinzon, sailing southwards towards the equinoctial line, advanced as far as the 40 degrees of south latitude, and found, to their surprise, that the continent extended on their right hand even to this immense distance. They landed several times and took formal possession of the country, but could not found any colonies there, on account of the small resources they had at their command. The principal result of this voyage was the more exact knowledge which it gave of the extent of this part of the globe. Alonso de Hojda, whose adventures we have narrated above, was the first to think of founding a colony on the mainland. Although he had no means of his own, his courage and enterprising spirit soon gained him associates, who furnished him with the funds needed for carrying out his plans. With the same object, Diego de Nicusa, a rich colonist of Hispaniola, organized an expedition in 1509. King Ferdinand, who was always lavish of encouragements which cost little, gave both Hojda and Nicusa honorable titles and patents of nobility, but not a single Maravédes, a Spanish coin. He also divided the newly discovered continent into two governments, of which one was to extend from Cape La Villa to the Gulf of Darien, and the other from the Gulf of Darien to Cape Gracias a Dios. The first was given to Hojda, the second to Nicusa. These two conquistadores had to deal with a population far less easy to manage than that of the Antilles. Determined to resist to the utmost the invasion of their country, they adopted means of resistance hitherto unknown to the Spaniards. Thus the strife became deadly. In a single engagement, 70 of Hojda's companions fell under the arrows of the savages, fearful weapons steeped in curare, so fatal a poison that the slightest wound was followed by death. Nicusa, on his side, had much difficulty in defending himself, and in spite of two considerable reinforcements from Cuba, the greater number of his followers perished during the year from wounds, fatigue, privations, or sickness. The survivors founded the small colony of Santa Maria el Antigua upon the Gulf of Darien and placed it under the command of Balboa. Before we speak of Balboa's wonderful expedition, we must notice the discovery of a country that forms the most northerly side of that arc, cut so deeply into the continent, and which bears the name of the Gulf of Mexico. In 1502, Juan Ponce de Leon, a member of one of the oldest families in Spain, had arrived in Hispaniola with Ovando. He had assisted in its subjugation, and in 1508 had conquered the island of San Juan de Puerto Rico. Having learnt from the Indians that there existed a fountain in the island of Bimini, which possessed the miraculous power of restoring youth to all who drank of its waters, Ponce de Leon resolved to go in search of it. Infirmities must have been already creeping on him at 50 years of age, or he would scarcely have felt the need of trying this fountain. Ponce de Leon equipped 3 vessels at his own expense and set out from St. Germain in Puerto Rico on the 1st of March, 1512. He went first to the Lucian Islands, which he searched in vain, and then to the Bahamas. If he did not succeed in finding the fountain of youth which he sought so credulously, at least he had the satisfaction of discovering an apparently fertile tract of country, which he named Florida, either from his landing there on Palm Sunday, Pax Fleuries, or perhaps from its delightful aspect. Such a discovery would have contented many a traveler, but Ponce de Leon went from one island to another, tasting the water of every stream that he met with, without the satisfaction of seeing his white hair again becoming black or his wrinkles disappearing. After spending 6 months in this fruitless search, he was tired of playing the dupe, so giving up the business he returned to Puerto Rico on the 5th of October, leaving Perez de Ortubia and the pilot Antonio de Laminos to continue the search. Pierre Charlevoix says, he was the object of great ridicule when he returned in much suffering and looking older than when he set out. This voyage, so absurd in its motive but so fertile in its results, might well be considered to be simply imaginary, were it not vouched for by historians of such high repute as Peter Martyr, Oviedo, Herrera, and Garcilaso de la Vega. Vasco Núñez de Balboa, who was 15 years younger than Ponce de Leon, had come to America with bastardas and had settled in Hispaniola. He was only anxious for a safe refuge from his numerous creditors, being, as were so many of his fellow countrymen, deeply in debt, in spite of the repartimiento of Indians which had been allotted to him. Unfortunately for Balboa, a law had been passed forbidding any vessels bound for the mainland taking insolvent debtors on board. But his ingenuity was equal to this emergency, for he had himself rolled in an empty barrel to the vessel which was to carry Encisco to Darien. The chief of the expedition had no choice but to receive the brave adventurer who had joined him in this singular manner, and who never fled except from duns, as he soon proved on landing. The Spaniards, accustomed to find but little resistance from the natives of the Antilles, could not subjugate the fierce inhabitants of the mainland. On account of the dissensions that had arisen among themselves, they were obliged to take refuge at Santa Maria el Antigua, a settlement which Balboa, now elected commandant in place of Encisco, founded in Darien. If the personal bravery of Balboa, or the ferocity of Leoncillo his bloodhound, who was more dreaded than 20 armed men and received the same pay as a soldier, could have awed the Indians, Balboa would have also won their respect by his justice and comparative moderation, for he allowed no unnecessary cruelty. In the course of some years, he collected a great mass of most useful information with regard to that El Dorado, that land of gold, which he was destined never to reach himself, but the acquisition of which he did much to facilitate for his successors. It was in this way that he learnt the existence 6 suns away, 6 days' journey, of another sea, the Pacific Ocean, which washed the shores of Peru, a country where gold was found in large quantities. Balboa's character, which was as grand as those of Cortes and Pizarro, but who had not, as they, the time or opportunity to show the extraordinary qualities which he possessed, felt convinced that this information was most valuable, and that if he could carry out such a discovery, it would shed great luster on his name. He assembled a body of 190 volunteers, all valiant soldiers, and like himself, accustomed to all the chances of war, as well as acclimatized to the unhealthy effluvia of a marshy country, where fever, dysentery, and complaints of the liver were constantly present. Though the Isthmus of Darien is only 60 miles in width, it is divided into 2 parts by a chain of high mountains. At the foot of these, the alluvial soil is marvelously fertile, and the vegetation far more luxuriant than any European can imagine. It consists of an inextricable mass of tropical plants, creepers, and ferns, among trees of gigantic size which completely hide the sun, a truly virgin forest, interspersed here and there with patches of stagnant water, where live multitudes of birds, insects, and animals, never disturbed by the foot of man. A warm, moist atmosphere exists here which exhausts the strength and speedily saps the energy of any man, even the most robust. With all these obstacles, which nature seemed to have rejoiced in placing in Balboa's path, there was yet another no less formidable, and this was the resistance which the savage inhabitants of this inhospitable shore would offer to his progress. Balboa set out without caring for the risk he ran in the event of the guides and native auxiliaries proving faithless. He was escorted by 1,000 Indians as porters, and accompanied by a troop of those terrible bloodhounds which had acquired the taste for human flesh in Hispaniola. Of the tribes that he met with on his route, some fled into the mountains carrying their provisions with them, and others, taking advantage of the difficulties the land presented, tried to fight. Balboa, marching in the midst of his men, never sparing himself, sharing in their privations and rousing their courage, which would have failed more than once, was able to inspire them with so much enthusiasm for the object that was before them, that after 25 days of marching and fighting, they could see from the top of a mountain that vast Pacific Ocean, of which 4 days later Balboa, his drawn sword in one hand and the banner of Castile in the other, took possession in the name of the King of Spain. The part of the Pacific Ocean which he had reached is situated to the east of Panama and still bears the name of the Gulf of San Miguel, given to it by Balboa. The information he obtained from the neighboring caciques, whom he subjugated by force of arms, and from whom he obtained a considerable booty, agreed in every particular with what he had heard before he set out. A vast empire lay to the south, they said, so rich in gold that even the commonest instruments were made of it, where the domestic animals were llamas that had been tamed and trained to carry heavy burdens, and whose appearance in the native drawings resembled that of the camel. These interesting details, and the great quantity of pearls offered to Balboa, confirmed him in his idea that he must have reached the Asiatic countries described by Marco Polo, and that he could not be far from the empire of Cipango or Japan, of which the Venetian traveler had described the marvelous riches which were perpetually dazzling the eyes of these avaricious adventurers. Balboa discovering the Pacific Ocean. Balboa discovering the Pacific Ocean. Balboa several times crossed the Isthmus of Darien, and always in some fresh direction. Humboldt might well say that this country was better known in the beginning of the 16th century than in his own day. Beyond this, Balboa had launched some vessels built under his orders on the newly discovered ocean, and he was preparing a formidable armament with which he hoped to conquer Peru, when he was odiously and judicially murdered by the orders of Pedrarias Davila, the governor of Darien, who was jealous of the reputation Balboa had already gained and of the glory which would doubtless recompense his bravery if he carried out the expedition which he had arranged. Thus, the conquest of Peru was retarded by at least 25 years, owing to the culpable jealousy of a man whose name has acquired, by Balboa's assassination, almost as wretched a celebrity as that of Erostratus. If we owe to Balboa the first authentic documents regarding Peru, another explorer was destined to furnish some not less important touching that vast Mexican empire, which had extended its sway over almost the whole of Central America. In 1518, Juan de Grijalva had been placed in command of a flotilla, consisting of 4 vessels, armed by Diego Velázquez, the conqueror of Cuba, which were destined to collect information upon Yucatan, cited the year before by Hernández de Cordova. Grijalva, accompanied by the pilot Iluminos, who had made the voyage to Florida with Ponce de Leon, had 200 men under his command. Amongst the volunteers was Bernal Diaz del Castillo, the clever author of a very interesting history of the conquest of Mexico, from which we shall borrow freely. After 13 days' sailing, Grijalva reached the island of Cozumel on the coast of Yucatan, doubled the Cape of Catoche, and entered the Bay of Campeche. He disembarked on the 10th of May at Patonchon, of which the inhabitants defended the town and citadel vigorously, in spite of their astonishment at the vessels, which they took for some kind of marine monsters, and their fear of the pale-faced men who hurled thunderbolts. 57 Spaniards were killed in the engagement, and many were wounded. This warm reception did not encourage Grijalva to make any long stay amongst this warlike people. He set sail again after anchoring for 4 days, took a westerly course along the coast of Mexico, and on the 19th of May entered a river named by the natives the Tabasco, where he soon found himself surrounded by a fleet of 50 native boats filled with warriors ready for the conflict. But thanks to Grijalva's prudence and the amicable demonstrations which he made, peace was not disturbed. "We made them understand," writes Bernal Diaz, "that we were the subjects of a powerful emperor called Don Carlos, and that it would be greatly to their advantage if they also would acknowledge him as their master. They replied that they had a sovereign already, and were at a loss to understand why we, who had only just arrived, and who knew so little of them, should offer them another king." This reply was scarcely that of a savage. In exchange for some worthless European trinkets, the Spaniards obtained some yucca bread, copal gum, pieces of gold worked into the shape of fishes or birds, and garments made of cotton, which had been woven in the country. As the natives who had been taken on board at Cape Catoche did not perfectly understand the language spoken by the inhabitants of Tabasco, the stay here was but of short duration, and the ships again put to sea. They passed the mouth of the Rio Guatzacolco, the snowy peaks of the San Martin Mountains being seen in the distance, and they anchored at the mouth of a river, which was called Rio de las Banderas, from the number of white banners displayed by the natives to show their friendly feeling towards the newcomers. When Grijalva landed, he was received with the same honor as the Indians paid to their gods. They burnt copal incense before him and laid at his feet more than 1,500 piastres worth of small gold jewels, as well as green pearls and copper hatchets. After taking formal possession of the country, the Spaniards landed on an island called Los Sacrificios Island, from a sort of altar which they found there placed at the top of several steps, upon which lay the bodies of 5 Indians sacrificed since the preceding evening. Their bodies were cut open, their hearts torn out, and both legs and arms cut off. Leaving this revolting spectacle, they went to another small island, which received the name of San Juan, being discovered on St. John's Day. To this they added the word Culua, which they heard used by the natives of these shores. But Culua was the ancient name for Mexico, and this island of San Juan de Culua is now known as St. John de Loa. Grijalva put all the gold which he had collected on board one of the ships and dispatched it to Cuba, while he continued his exploration of the coast, discovered the sierras of Tusta and Tuspa, and collected a large amount of useful information regarding this populous country. On arriving at the Rio Panuco, he was attacked by a flotilla of native vessels and had much difficulty in defending himself against their attacks. This expedition was nearly over, for provisions were running short, and the vessels were in a very bad state. The volunteers were many of them sick and wounded, and even had they been in good health, their numbers were too small to make it safe to leave them among these warlike people, even under the shelter of fortifications. Besides, the leaders of the expedition no longer acted in concert. So, after repairing the largest of the vessels in the Rio Tonala, where Bernal Diaz boasts of having sown the first orange pips which were ever brought to Mexico, the Spaniards set out for Santiago in Cuba, where they arrived on the 15th of November after a cruise of 7 months, not 45 days, as M. Ferdinand Denis asserts in the biography Didot, and as M. Ed. Charton repeats in his Voyageurs Anciens et Modernes. The results obtained from this voyage were considerable. For the first time, the long line of coast, which forms the peninsula of Yucatan, the Bay of Campeche, and the base of the Gulf of Mexico, had been explored continuously from cape to cape. Not only had it been proved beyond doubt that Yucatan was not an island as they had believed, but much and reliable information had been collected with regard to the existence of the rich and powerful empire of Mexico. The explorers had been much struck with the marks of a more advanced civilization than that existing in the Antilles, with the superiority of the architecture, the skillful cultivation of the land, the fine texture of the cotton garments, and the delicacy of finish of the golden ornaments worn by the Indians. All this combined to increase the thirst for riches among the Spaniards of Cuba, and to urge them on like modern Argonauts to the conquest of this new golden fleece. Grijalva was not destined to reap the fruits of his perilous and at the same time intelligent voyage, which threw so new a light on Indian civilization. The sic vas, non vobis of the poet was once again to find an exemplification in this circumstance. Chapter 2. The Conquerors of Central America. Ferdinand Cortés, his character, his appointment, preparations for the expedition, and attempts of Velázquez to stop it, landing at Vera Cruz, Mexico, and the Emperor Montezuma. The Republic of Tlaxcala march upon Mexico. The Emperor is made prisoner. Narvaez defeated. The Noche Triste, Battle of Otumba. The second siege and taking of Mexico. Expedition to Honduras. Voyage to Spain. Expeditions on the Pacific Ocean. Second voyage of Cortés to Spain. His death. Velázquez had not waited for Grijalva's return before sending off to Spain the rich products of the countries discovered by the latter, and at the same time soliciting from the Council of the Indies, as well as from the Bishop of Burgos, an addition to his authority, that he might attempt the conquest of these countries. At the same time, he fitted out a new armament proportioned to the dangers and importance of the undertaking that he proposed. But though it was comparatively easy for Velázquez to collect the necessary material and men, it was far more difficult for him, whom an old writer describes as niggardly, credulous, and suspicious in disposition, to choose a fit leader. He wished, indeed, to find one who should combine qualities nearly always incompatible, high courage and great talent, without which there was no chance of success, with at the same time sufficient docility and submissiveness to do nothing without orders, and to leave to him who incurred no risk any glory and success which might attend the enterprise. Some who were brave and enterprising would not be treated as mere machines. Others who were more docile or more cunning lacked the qualities required to ensure the success of so vast an enterprise. Among the former were some of Grijalva's companions who wished that he should be made commander, while the latter preferred Agustin Bermudez or Bernardino Velázquez. While this was pending, the governor's secretary, Andrés de Duero, and Amador de Larez, the controller of Cuba, both favorites of Velázquez, made an arrangement with a Spanish nobleman named Ferdinand Cortés that if they could obtain the appointment for him, they should be allowed a share in his gains. Bernal Diaz says, "They praised Cortés so highly and pointed him out in such flattering terms as the very man fitted to fill the vacant post, adding that he was brave and certainly very faithful to Velázquez, to whom he was son-in-law, that he allowed himself to be persuaded, and Cortés was nominated Captain General. As Andrés de Duero was the governor's secretary, he hastened to formulate the powers in a deed, making them very ample as Cortés desired, and brought it to him duly signed. Had Velázquez been gifted with the power of looking into the future, Cortés was certainly not the man he would have chosen." Ferdinand Cortés. Ferdinand Cortés. From an old print. Cortes was born at Medellin in Estremadura in 1485, of an ancient but slenderly endowed family. After studying at Salamanca for some time, he returned to his native town, but the quiet, monotonous life there was little suited to his restless and capricious temper, and he soon started for America, reckoning upon the protection of his relation Ovando, the governor of Hispaniola. His expectations were fully realized, and he held several honorable and lucrative posts, without counting that between times he joined in several expeditions against the natives. If he became in this manner initiated into the Indian system of tactics, so also, unfortunately, did he grow familiar with those acts of cruelty which have too often stained the Castilian name. He accompanied Diego de Velázquez in his Cuban expedition in 1511, and here he distinguished himself so highly that, notwithstanding certain disagreements with his chief, a large grant of land as well as of Indians was made to him as a recognition of his services. Cortes amassed the sum of 3,000 castellanos in the course of a few years by his industry and frugality, a large sum for one in his position, but his chief recommendations in the eyes of Andrés de Duero and Amador de Sars, his two patrons, were his activity, his well-known prudence, his decision of character, and the power of gaining the confidence of all with whom he was brought into contact. In addition to all this, he was of imposing stature and appearance, very athletic, and possessed powers of endurance, remarkable even among the hardy adventurers who were accustomed to brave all kinds of hardships. As soon as Cortes had received his commission, which he did with every mark of respectful gratitude, he set up a banner at the door of his house, made of black velvet embroidered in gold, bearing the device of a red cross in the midst of blue and white flames, and below this motto in Latin: "Friends, let us follow the cross, and if we have faith, we shall overcome by this sign." He concentrated the whole force of his powerful mind upon the means to make the enterprise a success. Even his most intimate friends were astonished at his enthusiasm in preparing for it. He not only gave the whole of the money which he possessed towards arming the fleet, but he charged part on his estate, and borrowed considerable sums from his friends to purchase vessels, provisions, munitions of war, and horses. In a few days 300 volunteers had enrolled themselves, attracted by the fame of the general, the daring nature of the enterprise, and the profit that would probably accrue from it. Velázquez, always suspicious, and doubtless instigated by some who were jealous of Cortes, tried to put a stop to the expedition at its outset. Cortes, being warned by his two patrons that Velázquez would probably try to take the command from him, acted with his customary decision. He collected his men, and in spite of the vessels not being completed and of an insufficient armament, he weighed anchor and sailed during the night. When Velázquez discovered that his plans had been checkmated, he concealed his indignation, but at the same time, he made every arrangement to stop the man who could thus throw off all dependence upon him with such consummate coolness. Cortes anchored at Macaca to complete his stores, and found many of those who had accompanied Grijalva now hastened to serve under his banner. Pedro de Alvarado and his brothers, Cristobal de Aulid, Alonso de Avila, Hernández de Puerto Carrero, Gonzalo de Sandoval, and Bernal Diaz del Castillo, who was to write a valuable account of these events, quorum pars magna fuit. Trinity Harbor, on the south coast of Cuba, was the next resting place, and here a further supply of provisions was taken on board. But while Cortes lay at anchor for this purpose, Verdugo, the governor, received letters from Velázquez desiring him to arrest the captain general, the command of the fleet having been just taken from him. This bold step would have endangered the safety of the town, so Verdugo refrained from executing the order. Cortes sailed away to Havana in order to enlist some new adherents, while his lieutenant Alvarado went overland to the port where the last preparations were made. Although Velázquez was unsuccessful in his first attempt, he again sent an order to arrest Cortes, but Pedro Barba, the governor, felt the impossibility of executing the order in the midst of soldiers who, as Bernal Diaz says, would willingly have given their lives to save Cortes. At length, having recalled the volunteers by beat of drum and taken on board all that appeared necessary, Cortes set sail on the 18th February, 1519, with 11 ships, the largest being of 100 tons, 110 sailors, 553 soldiers, 13 of whom were arquebusiers, 200 Indians from the island, and some women for domestic work. The real strength of the armament lay in the 10 pieces of artillery, the 4 falconets provided with an ample supply of ammunition, and the 16 horses which had been obtained at great expense. It was with these almost miserable means, which, however, had given Cortés much trouble to collect, that he prepared to wage war with a sovereign whose dominions were of greater extent than those appertaining to the King of Spain, an enterprise from which he would have turned back if he had foreseen half its difficulties. But long ago a poet said, "Fortune smiles on those who dare." After encountering a very severe storm, the fleet touched at the island of Cozumel, where they found that the inhabitants had embraced Christianity, either from fear of the Spaniards or from finding the inability of their gods to help them. Just as the fleet was about to leave the island, Cortés had the good fortune to meet with a Spaniard named Geronimo d'Aguilar, who had been kept a prisoner by the Indians for 8 years. During that time, he had learnt the Indian language perfectly. He was as prudent as he was clever, and when he joined the expedition, he was of the greatest use as an interpreter. After doubling Cape Catache, Cortés sailed down the Bay of Campeche, past Patonchen, and entered the Rio Tabasco, hoping to meet with as friendly a reception there as Grijalva had done, and also to collect an equally large quantity of gold. But he found a great change had taken place in the feelings of the natives, and he was obliged to employ force. In spite of the bravery and numerical superiority of the Indians, the Spaniards overcame them in several engagements, thanks to the terror caused by the reports of their firearms and the sight of the cavalry, whom the Indians took for supernatural beings. The Indians lost a large number of men in these engagements, while among the Spaniards 2 were killed, and 14 men and several horses wounded. The wounds of the latter were dressed with fat taken from the dead bodies of the Indians. At last peace was made, and the natives gave Cortés provisions, some cotton clothing, a small quantity of gold, and 20 female slaves, among whom was the celebrated Marina, who rendered such signal services to the Spaniards as an interpreter, and who is mentioned by all the historians of the conquest of the New World. Cortés receives provisions, clothing, a little gold, and 20 female slaves. Cortés receives provisions, clothing, a little gold, and 20 female slaves. Cortés continued on a westerly course, seeking a suitable place for landing, but he could find none until he reached St. John d'Ulloa. The fleet had scarcely cast anchor before a canoe made its way fearlessly to the admiral's vessel, and here Marina, who was of Aztec origin, was of the greatest use in telling Cortés that the Indians of this part of the country were the subjects of a great empire, and that their province was one recently added to it by conquest. Their monarch, named Moctezuma, better known under the name of Montezuma, lived in Tenochtitlan, or Mexico, nearly 210 miles away in the interior. Cortés offered the Indians some presents, assuring them of his pacific intentions, and then disembarked upon the torrid and unhealthy shore of Vera Cruz. Provisions flowed in immediately, but the day after the landing, Tutel, governor of the province and ambassador of Montezuma to the Spaniards, had much difficulty in answering Cortés when he asked him to conduct him to his master without delay, knowing as he did all the anxiety and fears which had haunted the mind of the emperor since the arrival of the Spaniards. However, he caused some cotton stuffs, feather cloaks, and some articles made of gold to be laid at the feet of the general, a sight which simply excited the cupidity of the Europeans. To give these poor Indians an adequate idea of his power, Cortés called out his soldiers and put them through their drill. He also ordered the discharge of some pieces of artillery, the noise of which froze the hearts of the savages with terror. During the whole time of the interview, some painters had been employed in sketching upon pieces of white cotton the ships, the troops, and everything which had struck their fancy. These drawings, very cleverly executed, were to be sent to Montezuma. Before beginning the history of the heroic struggles which shortly commenced, it will be useful to give some details as to that Mexican empire which, powerful as it appeared, nevertheless contained within itself numerous elements of decay and dissolution, which fact explains the cause of its conquest by a mere handful of adventurers. That part of America which was under the dominion of Montezuma was called Anahuac, and lay between 14 degrees and degrees north latitude. This region presents great varieties of climate on account of its difference of altitude. Towards the center, and rather nearer to the Pacific than to the Atlantic, there is a huge basin at an elevation of 7,500 feet above the sea and about 200 miles in circumference, in the hollow of which there were at that time several lakes. This depression is called the Valley of Mexico, taking its name from the capital of the empire. As may be easily supposed, we possess very few authentic details about a people whose written annals were burnt by the ignorant conquistadores and by fanatical monks, who jealously suppressed everything which might remind the conquered race of their ancient religious and political traditions. Arriving from the north in the 7th century, the Toltecs had overspread the plateau of Anahuac. They were an intelligent race of people, addicted to agriculture and the mechanical arts, understanding the working in metals, and to whom is due the construction of the greater part of the sumptuous and gigantic edifices of which the ruins are found in every direction in New Spain. After 4 centuries of power, the Toltecs disappeared from the country as mysteriously as they had come. A century later, they were replaced by a savage tribe from the northwest, who were soon followed by more civilized races, speaking apparently the Toltec language. The most celebrated of these tribes were the Aztecs and the Alcolhues or Tezcucans, who assimilated themselves easily with the tincture of civilization which remained in the country with the last of the Toltecs. The Aztecs, after a series of migrations and wars, settled themselves in 1326 in the Valley of Mexico, where they built their capital Tenochtitlan. A treaty of alliance, both offensive and defensive, was entered into between the states of Mexico, Tezcuco, and Tlacopan, and was rigorously observed for a whole century. In consequence of this, the Aztec civilization, which had been at first bounded by the extent of the valley, spread on all sides, and soon was limited only by the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. In a short time, these people had reached a higher degree of civilization than any other tribe in the New World. The rights of property were recognized in Mexico, commerce flourished there, and 3 kinds of coin in circulation provided the ordinary mechanism of exchange. There was a well-organized police, and a system of relays which worked with perfect regularity and enabled the sovereign to transmit his orders with rapidity from one end of the empire to the other. The number and beauty of the towns, the great size of the palaces, temples, and fortresses indicated an advanced civilization, which presented a singular contrast to the ferocious manners of the Aztecs. Their polytheistic religion was in the highest degree barbarous and sanguinary. The priests formed a very numerous body and exercised great influence even over political affairs. Side by side with rites similar to those of Christians, such as baptism and confession, the religion presented a tissue of the most absurd and bloody superstitions. The offering up of human sacrifices, adopted at the beginning of the 14th century and used at first very sparingly, had soon become so frequent that the number of victims immolated each year, and drawn chiefly from the conquered nations, amounted to 20,000, while under certain circumstances the number was much larger. Thus, in 1486, at the inauguration of the Temple of Huitzilopochtli, 70,000 captives perished in a single day. The government of Mexico was monarchical. At first, the imperial power had been carefully limited, but it had increased with the various conquests and had become despotic. The sovereign was always chosen out of the same family, and his accession was marked by the offering up of numerous human sacrifices. The Emperor Montezuma belonged to the sacerdotal caste, and in consequence, his power received some unwanted development. The result of his numerous wars had been the extension of his frontiers and the subjugation of various nations. These latter welcomed the Spaniards with eagerness, thinking that their dominion must surely be less oppressive and less cruel than that of the Aztecs. It is certain that if Montezuma, with the large force which he had at his disposal, had fallen upon the Spaniards when they were occupying the hot and unhealthy shore of Vera Cruz, they would have been unable, in spite of the superiority of their arms and discipline, to resist such a shock. They must all have perished or been obliged to re-embark, and the fate of the New World would have been completely changed. But the decision, which formed the most salient point in the character of Cortes, was completely wanting in that of Montezuma, a prince who never could at any time adopt a resolute policy. Fresh ambassadors from the emperor had arrived at the Spanish camp, bringing to Cortes an order to quit the country, and upon his refusal, all intercourse between the natives and the invaders had immediately ceased. The situation was becoming critical, and this Cortes felt. After having overcome some hesitation which had been shown by the troops, he laid the foundations of Vera Cruz, a fortress designed to serve as a basis of operations and a shelter in case of a possible re-embarkation. He next organized a kind of civil government, a junta, as it would be called in the present day, to which he resigned the commission which had been revoked by Velázquez, and then he made the junta give him one with new provisions and more extended powers. After this, he received the envoys from the town of Zempoala, who were come to solicit his alliance and his protection against Montezuma, whose dominion they bore with impatience. Cortes was indeed fortunate in meeting with such allies so soon after landing, and not wishing to allow so golden an opportunity to slip, he welcomed the Totonacs kindly, went with them to their capital, and after having caused a fortress to be constructed at Quibislan on the seashore, he persuaded his new friends to refuse the payment of tribute to Montezuma. He took advantage of his stay at Zempoala to exhort these people to embrace Christianity, and he threw down their idols, as he had already done at Cozumel, to prove to them the powerlessness of their gods. Meanwhile, a plot had been forming in his own camp, and Cortes, feeling convinced that as long as there remained any way of returning to Cuba, there would be constant lukewarmness and discontent among his soldiers, caused all his ships to be run aground, under the pretext of their being in too shattered a condition to be of any further use. This was an unheard-of act of audacity, and one which forced his companions either to conquer or to die. Having no longer anything to fear from the want of discipline of his troops, Cortes set out for Zempoala on the 16th of August, with 500 soldiers, 15 horses, and 6 field cannon, and also 200 Indian porters, who were intended to perform all menial offices. The little army soon reached the frontiers of the small republic of Tlaxcala, of which the fierce inhabitants, impatient of servitude, had long been engaged in strife with Montezuma. Cortes flattered himself that his oft-proclaimed intention of delivering the Indians from the Mexican yoke would induce the Tlaxcalans to become his allies and at once to make common cause with him. He therefore asked for leave to cross their territory on his way to Mexico, but his ambassadors were detained, and as he advanced into the interior of the country, he was harassed for 14 consecutive days and nights by continual attacks from several bodies of Tlaxcalans, amounting in all to 30,000 men, who displayed a bravery and determination such as the Spaniards had never yet seen equaled in the New World. But the arms possessed by these brave men were very primitive. What could they effect with only arrows and lances tipped with obsidian or fish bones, stakes hardened in the fire, wooden swords, and above all, with an inferior system of tactics? When they found that each encounter cost them the lives of many of their bravest warriors, while not a single Spaniard had been killed, they imagined that these strangers must be of a superior order of beings, while they could not tell what opinion to form of men who sent back to them the spies taken in their camp, with their hands cut off, and who yet after each victory not only did not devour their prisoners, as the Aztecs would have done, but released them, loading them with presents and proposing peace. Upon this, the Tlaxcalans declared themselves vassals of the Spanish crown, and swore to assist Cortes in all his expeditions, while he on his side promised to protect them against their enemies. It was time that peace should be made, for many of the Spaniards were wounded or ill, and all were worn out with fatigue, but the entry in triumph into Tlaxcala, where they were welcomed as supernatural beings, quickly made them forget their sufferings. After 20 days of repose in this town, Cortes resumed his march towards Mexico, having with him an auxiliary army of 6,000 Tlaxcalans. He went first to Calula, a town regarded as sacred by the Indians and as the sanctuary and favored residence of their deities. Montezuma felt much satisfaction in the advance of the Spaniards to this town, either from the hope that the gods would themselves avenge the desecration of their temples, or that he thought a rising and massacre of the Spaniards might be more easily organized in this populous and fanatical town. Cortés had been warned by the Tlascalans that he must place no trust in the protestations of friendship and devotion made by the Calulans. However, he took up his quarters in the town, considering that he would lose his prestige if he showed any signs of fear. But upon being informed by the Tlascalans that the women and children were being sent away, and by Marina that a considerable body of troops was massed at the gates of the city, that pitfalls and trenches were dug in the streets, whilst the roofs of the houses were loaded with stones and missiles, Cortés anticipated the designs of his enemies, gave orders to make prisoners of all the principal men of the town, and then organized a general massacre of the population, thus taken by surprise and deprived of their leaders. For 2 whole days, the unhappy Calulans were subject to all the horrors which could be invented by the rage of the Spaniards and the vengeance of their allies the Tlascalans. A terrible example was made, 6,000 people being put to the sword, temples burned to the ground, and the town half destroyed, a work of destruction well calculated to strike terror into the hearts of Montezuma and his subjects. Lake of Mexico. Lake of Mexico. 60 miles now separated Cortés from the capital, and everywhere as he passed along he was received as a liberator. There was not a cacique who had not some cause of complaint against the imperial despotism, and Cortés felt confirmed in the hope that so divided an empire would prove an easy prey. As the Spaniards descended from the mountains of Chalco, they beheld with astonishment the Valley of Mexico, with its enormous lake, deeply sunk and surrounded by large towns, the capital city built upon piles, and the well-cultivated fields of this fertile region. Cortés did not trouble himself about the continued tergiversations of Montezuma, who could not make up his mind to the last moment whether he would receive the Spaniards as friends or enemies. The Spanish general advanced along the causeway which leads to Mexico across the lake, and was already within a mile of the town, when some Indians, who, from their magnificent costume were evidently of high rank, came to greet him and to announce to him the approach of the emperor. Montezuma soon appeared, borne upon the shoulders of his favorites in a kind of litter adorned with gold and feathers, while a magnificent canopy protected him from the rays of the sun. As he advanced, the Indians prostrated themselves before him, with their heads downwards, as though unworthy even to look at their monarch. This first interview was cordial, and Montezuma himself conducted his guests to the abode which he had prepared for them. It was a vast palace, surrounded by a stone wall and defended by high towers. Cortés immediately took measures of defense and ordered the cannon to be pointed upon the roads leading to the palace. At the second interview, magnificent presents were offered both to the general and soldiers. Montezuma related that according to an old tradition, the ancestors of the Aztecs had arrived in the country under the leadership of a man of white complexion and bearded like the Spaniards. After laying the foundations of their power, he had embarked upon the ocean, promising them that one day his descendants would come to visit them and to reform their laws. And if, as Montezuma said, he now received the Spaniards rather as fathers than as foreigners, it was because he felt convinced that in them he beheld the descendants of his people's ancient chief, and he begged them to regard themselves as the masters of his country. The following days were employed in visiting the town, which appeared to the Spaniards as larger, more populous, and more beautiful than any city which they had hitherto seen in America. Its distinguishing peculiarity consisted in the causeways which formed a means of communication with the land, and which were cut through in various places to allow a free passage to vessels sailing on the waters of the lake. Across these openings were thrown bridges which could be easily destroyed. On the eastern side of the town, there was no causeway and no means of communication with the land except by canoes. This arrangement of the town of Mexico caused some anxiety to Cortés, who saw that he might be at any moment blockaded in the town without being able to find means of egress. He determined, therefore, to prevent any seditious attempt by securing the person of the emperor and using him as a hostage. The following news which he had just received furnished him with an excellent pretext. Qualpopoca, a Mexican general, had attacked the provinces which had submitted to the Spaniards, and Escalante and 7 of his soldiers had been mortally wounded. Besides this, a prisoner had been beheaded, and the head carried from town to town, thus proving that the invaders could be conquered and were nothing more than ordinary mortals. Cortés profited by these events to accuse the emperor of perfidy. He declared that although Montezuma appeared friendly to him and to his soldiers, it was only that he might wait for some favorable opportunity to treat them in the same manner as Escalante, a proceeding quite unworthy of a monarch, and very different from the confidence which Cortés had shown in coming, as he had done, to visit him. He went on to say that if the suspicions of the Spaniards were not justified, the emperor could easily exonerate himself by having Qualpopoca punished, and finally, to prevent the recurrence of aggressions which could but destroy the existing harmony, and to prove to the Mexicans that he harbored no ill design against the Spaniards, Montezuma could not do otherwise than come to reside amongst them. It may be easily imagined that the emperor was not very ready to decide upon this course, but was at last obliged to give in to the violence and threats of the Spaniards. Upon announcing his resolution to his subjects, he was made to assure them several times over that he put himself into the hands of the Spaniards of his own free will. These words were needed to calm the Mexicans, who threatened to make an attack upon the foreigners. The success of Cortés in this bold scheme was quite beyond his expectations. Qualpopoca, with his son and 5 of the chief ringleaders in the revolt, were seized by the Mexicans and brought before a Spanish tribunal, which was at the same time judge and prosecutor. The Indians were condemned and burnt alive. Not content with having punished men who had committed no crime, but that of executing the orders of their emperor, and of opposing an armed resistance to the invasion of their country, Cortés imposed a new humiliation upon Montezuma in placing fetters upon his feet, under the pretext that the culprits in their last moments had made accusations against him. For 6 months, the conquistador exercised the supreme government in the name of the emperor, now reduced to a puppet show of authority. Cortés changed the governors who displeased him, collected the taxes, presided over all the details of the administration, and sent Spaniards into the various provinces of the empire with orders to examine their productions, and to take particular notice of the mining districts and the processes in use for collecting gold. Cortés also turned to account the curiosity evinced by Montezuma to see European ships, to have rigging and other appurtenances brought from Vera Cruz, and to order the construction of 2 brigantines destined to ensure his communications with terra firma by the waters of the lake. Emboldened by receiving so many proofs of submission and humility, Cortés took another step in advance and required that Montezuma should declare himself the vassal and tributary of Spain. The act of fidelity and homage was accompanied, as may be easily imagined, with presents both rich and numerous, as well as by a heavy tax which was levied without much difficulty. The opportunity was now taken to gather together everything in gold and silver which had been extorted from the Indians, and to melt them down, except certain pieces which were kept as they were, on account of the beauty of the workmanship. The whole did not amount to more than 600,000 pesos, or 100,000 L. Thus, although the Spaniards had made use of all their power, and Montezuma had exhausted his treasures to satisfy them, the whole product amounted to an absurdly small sum, very little in accordance with the idea which the conquerors had formed of the riches of the country. After reserving 1/5 of the treasure for the king, and 1/5 for Cortés, and subtracting enough to reimburse the sums which had been advanced for the expenses of the expedition, the share of each soldier did not amount to 100 pesos, and they considered that it would have been more worth their while to have remained in Hispaniola than to have experienced such fatigues, encountered such great dangers, and suffered so many privations, all for the reward of 100 pesos. If the promises of Cortés ended in this beggarly result, and if the partition had been made with fairness, of which they did not feel certain, they argued that it was absurd to remain longer in so poor a country, while under a chief less prodigal in promises, but more generous. They might go to countries rich in gold and precious stones, where brave warriors would find an adequate compensation for their toils. So murmured these greedy adventurers, some accepting what fell to their share while fuming over its small amount, others disdainfully refusing it. Cortés had succeeded in persuading Montezuma to conform to his will in everything which concerned politics, but it was otherwise in regard to religion. He could not persuade him to change his creed, and when Cortes wished to throw down the idols, as he had done at Zempoalla, a tumult arose which would have become very serious had he not immediately abandoned his project. From that time the Mexicans, who had offered scarcely any resistance to the subjugation and imprisonment of their monarch, resolved to avenge their outraged deities, and they prepared a simultaneous rising against the invaders. It was at this juncture, when the affairs in the interior seemed to be taking a less favorable turn, that Cortes received news from Vera Cruz that several ships were cruising off the harbor. At first he thought this must be a fleet sent to his aid by Charles V, in answer to a letter which he had sent to him on the 16th of July, 1519, by Puerto Carrero and Montijo. But he was soon undeceived, and learnt that this expedition was organized by Diego Velázquez, who knew by experience how lightly his lieutenant could shake off all dependence upon him. He had sent this armament with the object of deposing Cortes from his command, of making him a prisoner, and of carrying him off to Cuba, where he would be speedily placed upon his trial. The fleet thus sent was under the command of Pamphilo de Narvaez. It consisted of 18 vessels and carried 80 horse soldiers and infantry, of whom 80 were musketeers, 120 crossbowmen, and 12 cannons. Narvaez disembarked without opposition near to the fort of San Juan de Loa, but upon summoning the governor of Vera Cruz, Sandoval, to give up the town to him, Sandoval seized the men who were charged with the insolent message and sent them off to Mexico, where Cortes at once released them, and then gained from them circumstantial information as to the forces and the projects of Narvaez. The personal danger of Cortes at this moment was great. The troops sent by Velázquez were more numerous and better furnished with arms and ammunition than were his own, but his deepest cause of anxiety was not the possibility of his own condemnation and death. It was the fear lest all fruit of his efforts might be lost, and the knowledge of the hurtfulness of these dissensions to his country's cause. The situation was a critical one, but after mature reflection and the careful weighing of arguments for and against the course he meditated, Cortes determined to fight, even at a disadvantage, rather than to sacrifice his conquests and the interests of Spain. Before proceeding to this last extremity, he sent his chaplain Olmedo to Narvaez, but he was very ill received, and saw all his proposals for an accommodation disdainfully rejected. Olmedo met with more success amongst the soldiers, who most of them knew him, and to whom he distributed a number of chains, gold rings, and other jewels, which were well calculated to give them a high idea of the riches of the conqueror. But when Narvaez heard of what was going on, he determined not to leave his troops any longer exposed to temptation. He set a price upon the heads of Cortes and his principal officers, and advanced to the encounter. Cortes, however, was too skillful to be enticed into giving battle under unfavorable circumstances. He temporized and succeeded in tiring out Narvaez and his troops, who retired to Zempoalla. Then Cortes, having taken his measures with consummate prudence, and the surprise and terror of a nocturnal attack, which he organized compensating for the inferiority of his troops, he made prisoners of his enemy and all his soldiers, his own loss amounting to but 2 men. Conqueror treated the vanquished well, and gave them the choice between returning to Cuba or remaining to share his fortune. This latter proposal, backed up as it was by gifts and promises, appeared so seductive to the new arrivals that Cortes found himself at the head of 1,000 soldiers, the day after he had been in danger of falling into the hands of Narvaez. This rapid change of fortune was turned to the greatest advantage by the skillful diplomacy of Cortes, who hastened to return to Mexico. The troops whom he had left there under the command of Alvarado to guard the emperor and the treasure were reduced to the last extremity by the natives, who had killed or wounded a great number of soldiers, and who kept the rest in a state of close blockade, while threatening them constantly with a general assault. It must be confessed that the imprudent and criminal conduct of the Spaniards, and notably the massacre of the most distinguished citizens of the empire during a fete, had brought about the rising which they dreaded, and which they had hoped to prevent. After having been joined by 2,000 Tlascalans, Cortes pressed forward by forced marches towards the capital, where he arrived in safety, and found that the Indians had not destroyed the bridges belonging to the causeways and dikes, which joined Mexico to the land. In spite of the arrival of this reinforcement, the situation did not improve. Each day it was necessary to engage in new combats and to make sorties to clear the avenues leading to the palace occupied by the Spaniards. Cortés now saw but too plainly the mistake which he had made in shutting himself up in a town where his position might be stormed at any moment, and from which it was so difficult to extricate himself. In this difficulty he had recourse to Montezuma, who, by virtue of his authority and of the prestige which still clung to him, could appease the tumult, give the Spaniards some respite, and enable them to prepare for their retreat. But when the unfortunate emperor, now become a mere toy in the hands of the Spaniards, appeared upon the walls decked out with regal ornaments, and implored his subjects to cease from hostilities, murmurs of discontent arose, and threats were freely uttered. Hostilities began afresh, and before the soldiers had time to protect him with their shields, Montezuma was pierced with arrows and hit upon the head by a stone which knocked him down. At this sight the Indians, horrified at the crime which they had just committed, at once ceased fighting and fled in all directions, while the emperor, understanding but too late all the baseness of the part which Cortés had forced him to play, tore off the bandages which had been applied to his wounds, and refusing all nourishment, he died cursing the Spaniards. Death of Montezuma. Death of Montezuma. After so fatal an event, there was no more room to hope for peace with the Mexicans, and it became necessary to retire in haste, and at whatever cost, from a town in which the Spaniards were threatened with blockade and starvation. For this retreat, Cortés was preparing in secret. He saw his troops each day more and more closely hemmed in, whilst several times he was forced himself to take his sword in his hand and to fight like a common soldier. Solis even relates, but upon what authority is not known, that during an assault which was made upon one of the edifices commanding the Spanish quarter, 2 young Mexicans, recognizing Cortés, who was cheering on his soldiers, resolved to sacrifice themselves in the hope of killing the man who had been the author of their country's calamities. They approached him in a suppliant attitude, as though they would ask for quarter, then seizing him round the waist, they dragged him towards the battlements, over which they threw themselves, hoping to drag him over with them. But thanks to his exceptional strength and agility, Cortés managed to escape from their embrace, and these 2 brave Mexicans perished in their generous but vain attempt to save their country. The retreat being determined upon, it was necessary to decide upon whether it should be carried out by night or by day. If in the daytime the enemy would be more easily resisted, any ambuscades which might be prepared would be more easily avoided, while they could better take precautions to repair any bridges broken by the Mexicans. On the other hand, it was known that the Indians will seldom attack an enemy after sunset, but what really decided Cortés in favor of a nocturnal retreat was that a soldier who dabbled in astrology had declared to his comrades that success was certain if they acted in the night. They therefore began their march at midnight. Besides the Spanish troops, Cortés had under his orders detachments from Tlaxcala, Zempoala, and Calula, which, notwithstanding the serious losses which had been sustained, still number men. Sandoval commanded the vanguard, and Cortés the center, where were the cannon, baggage, and prisoners, amongst whom were a son and 2 daughters of Montezuma. Alvarado and Velázquez de Leon led the rearguard. With the army was carried a flying bridge, which had been constructed to throw over any gaps there might be in the causeway. Scarcely had the Spaniards debouched upon the dike leading to Tacuba, which was the shortest of all, when they were attacked in front, flank, and rear by solid masses of the enemy, whilst from a fleet of numberless canoes, a perfect hailstorm of stones and missiles fell upon them. Blinded and amazed, the Allies knew not against whom to defend themselves first. The wooden bridge sank under the weight of the artillery and fighting men. Crowded together upon a narrow causeway where they could not use their firearms, deprived of their cavalry who had not room to act, mingled with the Indians in a hand-to-hand combat, not having strength to kill, and surrounded on all sides, the Spaniards and their allies gave way under the ever-renewed numbers of the assailants. Officers and soldiers, infantry and cavalry, Spaniards and Tlaxcalans were confounded together. Each defended himself to the best of his ability, without caring about discipline or the common safety. All seemed lost, When Cortes with 100 men succeeded in crossing the breach in the dike upon the mass of corpses which filled it up, he drew up his soldiers in order as they arrived, and putting himself at the head of those least severely wounded, plunged wedge fashion into the melee, and succeeded in disengaging from it a portion of his men. Before day dawned, all those who had succeeded in escaping from the massacre of the Notch Tryst, as this terrible night was called, found themselves reunited at Tacuba. It was with eyes full of tears that Cortes passed in review his remaining soldiers, all covered with wounds, and took account of the losses which he had sustained. 4,000 Indians, Tlascalans, and Calolans, and nearly all the horses were killed. All the artillery and ammunition, as well as the greatest part of the baggage, were lost, and amongst the dead were several officers of distinction, Velázquez de Leon, Salcedo, Morla, Lares, and many others. One of those most dangerously hurt was Alvarado, but not one man, whether officer or soldier, was without a wound. The fugitives did not delay at Tacuba, and by accident they took the road to Tlaxcala, where they did not know what reception might await them. Ever harassed by the Mexicans, the Spaniards were again obliged to give battle upon the plains of Otumba to a number of warriors, whom some historians reckon at 200,000. Thanks to the presence of some cavalry soldiers who still remained to him, Cortes was able to overthrow all who were in front of him, and to reach a troop of persons whose high rank was easily discerned by their gilded plumes and luxurious costumes, amongst whom was the general bearing the standard. Accompanied by some horsemen, Cortes threw himself upon this group and was fortunate enough, or skillful enough, to overturn by a lance thrust the Mexican general, who was then dispatched by the sword by a soldier named Juan de Salamanca. From the moment when the standard disappeared, the battle was gained, and the Mexicans, panic-stricken, fled hastily from the field of battle. Never had the Spaniards incurred greater danger, says Prescott, and had it not been for the lucky star of Cortes, not one would have survived to transmit to posterity the history of the sanguinary battle of Otumba. The booty was considerable, and sufficed in part to indemnify the Spaniards for the loss they had sustained in leaving Mexico, for this army which they had just defeated was composed of the principal warriors of the nation, who, having been quite confident of success, had adorned themselves with their richest ornaments. Cortes at the Battle of Otumba. Cortes at the Battle of Otumba. The day after the battle, the Spaniards entered the territory of Tlaxcala. Bernal Diaz says, "I shall now call the attention of curious readers to the fact that when we returned to Mexico to the relief of Alvarado, we were in a men, including in that number 97 horsemen, 80 crossbowmen, and the same number armed with carbines. Besides, we had more than 2,000 Tlascalans and much artillery. Our second entry into Mexico took place on St. John's Day, 1520. Our flight from the city was on the 10th day of the month of July following, and we fought the memorable Battle of Otumba on the 14th day of this same month of July. And now I would draw attention to the number of men who were killed at Mexico during the passage of the causeways and bridges, in the Battle of Otumba, and in the other encounters upon the route. I declare that in the space of 5 days 860 of our men were massacred, including 10 of our soldiers and 5 Castilian women, who were killed in the village of Rustapec. We lost besides 1,200 Tlascalans during the same time. It is to be noticed also that if the number of dead in the troop of Narvaez were greater than in the troop of Cortes, it was because the former soldiers set out on the march laden with a quantity of gold, the weight of which hindered them from swimming and from getting out of the trenches. The troops with Cortes were reduced to 440 men, with 20 horses, 12 crossbowmen, and 7 carabineers. They had not a single charge of gunpowder. They were all wounded, lame, or maimed in the arms. It was the same number of men that had followed Cortes when he first entered Mexico, but how great a difference was there between that conquering troop and the vanquished soldiers who now quitted the capital. As they entered the Tlascalan territory, Cortes recommended his men, and especially those of Narvaez, not to do anything which could vex the natives, the common safety depending upon not irritating the only allies which remained to them. Happily, the fears which had arisen as to the fidelity of the Tlascalans proved groundless. They gave the Spaniards a most sympathizing welcome, and their thoughts seemed to be wholly bent upon avenging the death of their brothers massacred by the Mexicans. While in their capital, Cortés heard of the loss of 2 more detachments, but these reverses, grave as they were, did not discourage him. He had under his orders troops inured to war and faithful allies. Vera Cruz was intact. He might once more reckon upon his good fortune. Before undertaking a new campaign or entering upon another siege, help must be sought and preparations made, and with these objects in view, the general set to work. He sent 4 ships to Hispaniola to enroll volunteers and purchase powder and ammunition, and meanwhile he caused trees to be cut down in the mountains of Tlaxcala, and with the wood thus obtained 12 brigantines were constructed, which were to be carried in pieces to the Lake of Mexico, to be launched there at the moment when needed. After suppressing some attempts at mutiny amongst the soldiers, in which those who had come with Narvaez were the most to blame, Cortés again marched forwards, and, with the help of the Tlaxcalans, first attacked the people of Tepica and of other neighboring provinces, a measure which had the advantage of exercising anew his own troops in war and of training his allies. While this was going on, 2 brigantines bringing ammunition and reinforcements fell into the hands of Cortés. These ships had been sent to Narvaez by Velázquez in ignorance of his misadventures. At this time, also some Spaniards sent by Francis de Garay, governor of Jamaica, joined the army. In consequence of these reinforcements, the troops with Cortés, after he had rid himself of several partisans of Narvaez with whom he was dissatisfied, amounted to 500 infantry, of whom 80 carried muskets and 40 horse soldiers. With this small army, and with 1,000 Tlaxcalans, Cortés set out once more for Mexico on the 28th of December, 1520, 6 months after he had been forced to abandon the city. This campaign had for its theater countries already described, and must therefore be passed over somewhat rapidly here, notwithstanding the interest attaching to it. To enter fully into the history of the conquest of Mexico would not be in accordance with the primary object of this work. After the death of Montezuma, his brother Cuitlahuaca was raised to the throne, and he adopted all the measures of precaution compatible with Aztec strategic science. But he died of the smallpox, the sad gift of the Spaniards to the New World, at the very moment when his brilliant qualities of foresight and bravery were the most needed by his country. His successor was Guatemazin, the nephew of Montezuma, a man distinguished by his talents and courage. Cortés had no sooner entered the Mexican territory than fighting began. He speedily captured the town of Tezcuco, which was situated at 20 miles distance, upon the edge of the great central lake, that lake upon whose waters the Spaniards were to see an imposing flotilla floating 3 months later. At this time, a fresh conspiracy, which had for its object the assassination of Cortés and his principal officers, was discovered, and the chief culprit executed. At this moment fate seemed in every way to smile upon Cortés. He had just received the news of the arrival of fresh reinforcements at Vera Cruz, and the greater part of the towns, under the dominion of Guatemazin, had submitted to the force of his arms. The actual siege of Mexico began in the month of May, 1521, and continued with alternate success and reverse, until the day when the brigantines were launched upon the water of the lake. The Mexicans did not hesitate to attack them. From 4,000 to 5,000 canoes, each bearing 2 men, covered the lake and advanced to the assault of the Spanish vessels, which carried in all nearly 300 men. These 9 brigantines were provided with cannon and soon dispersed or sunk the enemy's fleet, who thenceforth left them in undisputed possession of the water. But this success, and certain other advantages gained by Cortés, had no very marked consequences, and the siege dragged slowly on, until the general made up his mind to capture the town by force. Unfortunately, the officer who was charged with protecting the line of retreat by the causeways while the Spaniards were making their way into the town, abandoned his post, thinking it unworthy of his valor, and went to join in the combat. Guatemazin was informed of the fault which had been committed, and at once took advantage of it. His troops attacked the Spaniards on all sides with such fury that numbers of them were killed in a short time, while 62 of the soldiers fell alive into the hands of the Mexicans, a fate which Cortés, who was severely wounded in the thigh, narrowly escaped sharing. During the night following, the great temple of the war god was illuminated in sign of triumph, and the Spaniards listened in profound sadness to the beating of the great drum. From the position they occupied they could witness the end of the prisoners, their unfortunate countrymen, whose breasts were opened and their hearts torn out, and whose dead bodies were hurled down the steps. They were then torn in pieces by the Aztecs, who quarreled over the pieces with the object of using them for a horrible festival. This terrible defeat caused the siege to go on slowly, until the day came when 3 parts of the city having been taken or destroyed, Guatemazin was obliged by his counselors to quit Mexico and to set out for the mainland, where he reckoned upon organizing his resistance, but the boat which carried him being seized, he was made prisoner. In his captivity, he was destined to display much greater dignity and strength of character than his uncle Montezuma had done. From this time, all resistance ceased, and Cortés might take possession of the half-destroyed capital. After a heroic resistance, in which 120,000 Mexicans, according to some accounts, but 240,000 according to others, had perished, after a siege which had lasted not less than 70 days, Mexico, and with the city all the rest of the empire, succumbed, less indeed to the blows dealt against it by the Spaniards than to the long-standing hatred and the revolts of the subjugated people, and to the jealousy of the neighboring states, fated soon to regret the yoke which they had so deliberately shaken off. Contempt and rage soon succeeded amongst the Spaniards to the intoxication of success. The immense riches upon which they had reckoned either had no existence, or they had been thrown into the lake. Cortés found it impossible to calm the malcontents, and was obliged to allow the emperor and his principal minister to be put to the torture. Some historians, and notably Gamarra, report that whilst the Spaniards were stirring the fire which burnt below the gridiron upon which the 2 victims were extended, the minister turned his head towards his master and apparently begged him to speak in order to put an end to their tortures, but that Guatemazin reproved this single moment of weakness by these words, "And am I assisting at some pleasure, or am I in the bath?" An answer which has been poetically changed into, "And do I lie upon roses?" The Spaniards stir the fire burning below the gridiron. The Spaniards stir the fire burning below the gridiron. The historians of the conquest of Mexico have usually stopped short at the taking of Mexico, but it remains for us to speak of some other expeditions undertaken by Cortés with different aims, but which resulted in casting quite a new light upon some portions of Central America. Besides, we could not leave this hero, who played so large a part in the history of the New World and in the development of its civilization, without giving some details of the end of his life. With the fall of the capital was involved, properly speaking, that of the Mexican Empire. If there was still some resistance, as notably there was in the province of Oaxaca, it was of an isolated character, and a few detachments of troops sufficed to reduce to submission the last remaining opponents of the Spaniards, terrified as the Mexicans were by the punishments which had been dealt out to the people of Panuco, who had revolted. At the same time, ambassadors were sent by the people of the distant countries of the empire to convince themselves of the reality of that wonderful event, the taking of Mexico, to behold the ruins of the abhorred town, and to tender their submission to the conquerors. Cortés was at length confirmed in the position he held after incidents which would take too long to relate, and which caused him to say, "It has been harder for me to fight against my countrymen than against the Aztecs." It now remained to him to organize the conquered country, and he began by establishing the seat of government at Mexico, which he rebuilt. He attracted Spaniards to the city by granting them concessions of lands, and the Indians by allowing them at first to remain under the authority of their native chiefs, although he speedily reduced them all, except the Tlascalans, to the condition of slaves by the vicious system of repartimientos in vogue in the Spanish colonies. But if it is justifiable to reproach Cortés with having held cheaply the political rights of the Indians, it must be conceded that he manifested the most laudable solicitude for their spiritual well-being. To further this object, he brought over some Franciscans, who by their zeal and charity in a short time gained the veneration of the natives, and in a space of 20 years brought about the conversion of the whole population. At the same time, Cortés sent some troops into the state of Michoacán, who penetrated as far as the Pacific Ocean, and as they returned visited some of the rich provinces situated in the north. Cortés founded settlements in all the parts of the country which appeared to him advantageous. At Zacatula upon the shores of the Pacific, at Calaman in Mechoacan, at Santisteban near Tampico, at Medellin near Vera Cruz, and c. Immediately after the pacification of the country, Cortés entrusted Cristobal de Olid with the command of a considerable force in order to establish a colony in Honduras, and at the same time Olid was to explore the southern coast of that province and to seek for a strait which should form a communication between the Atlantic and Pacific oceans. But carried away by the pride of command, Olid had no sooner reached his destination than he declared himself independent, whereupon Cortés immediately dispatched one of his relations to arrest the culprit, and set out himself, accompanied by Guatimazin, at the head of 100 horsemen and 50-foot soldiers, on the 12th of October, 1524. After crossing the provinces of Coatzacoalco, Tabasco, and Yucatan, and enduring all kinds of privations in the course of a most trying march over marshy and shifting ground, and across a perfect ocean of undulating forests, the detachment was approaching the province of Aculan, when Cortés was told of the existence of a plot, formed, as was said, by Guatimazin and the principal Indian chiefs. Its aim was to seize the first opportunity to massacre both officers and soldiers, after which the march to Honduras was to be continued, the settlements were to be destroyed, and then there was to be a return to Mexico, where during a general rising there would doubtless be small difficulty experienced in getting rid of the invaders. Guatimazin in vain protested his innocence, in which there is every reason to believe. He was hung, as well as several of the Aztec nobles, upon the branches of a ceiba tree which shaded the road. Bernal Diaz del Castillo says, "The execution of Guatimazin was very unjust, and we were all agreed in condemning it." But Prescott says, "If Cortés had consulted but his own interest and his renown, he should have spared him, for he was the living trophy of his victory, as a man keeps gold in the lining of his coat." At length the Spaniards reached Aculan, a flourishing town, where they refreshed themselves after their journey in excellent quarters. When they set out again, it was in the direction of the Lake of Piton, a part of the country where the population was easily converted to Christianity. We shall not dwell upon the sufferings and misery which tried the expedition in these sparsely peopled countries, until it arrived at San Gil de Buena Vista, upon the Golfo Dolce, where Cortés, after receiving the news of the execution of Olid and the re-establishment of the central authority, embarked upon his return to Mexico. At this time he entrusted to Alvarado the command of 300 infantry, 160 cavalry, and 4 cannon, with a body of Indian auxiliaries, with which he set out for the south of Mexico to conquer Guatemala. He reduced to submission the provinces of Zacatchalan, Tehuantepec, Soconusco, Utlatlan, and laid the foundations of the town of Guatemala la Vieja. When some time afterwards he made a voyage to Spain, he was named by Charles V. governor of the countries which he had conquered. 3 years had not expired after the conquest, before a territory 1,200 miles in length upon the seaboard of the Atlantic, and miles upon that of the Pacific, had submitted to the Castilian crown, and with but few exceptions was in a state of perfect tranquility. The return of Cortés to Mexico from the useless expedition to Honduras, which had wasted so much time and caused almost as great sufferings to the Spaniards as the conquest of Mexico, had taken place but a few days when he received the news that he was temporarily replaced by another commander, and was invited to repair to Spain to exculpate himself from certain charges. He was not in any haste to comply with this order, hoping that it might be revoked, but his indefatigable calumniators and his implacable enemies, both in Spain and Mexico, preferred accusations against him after such a manner that he found himself obliged to go and make his defense, to state his wrongs, and boldly to claim the approval of his conduct. Cortés therefore started accompanied by his friend Sandoval, as well as by Tapia and several Aztec chiefs, amongst whom was a son of Montezuma. He disembarked at Palos in May 1528, at the same place where Columbus had landed 35 years before, and he was welcomed with the same enthusiasm and rejoicings as the discoverer of America had been. Here Cortés met with Pizarro, then at the outset of his career, who was come to solicit support of the Spanish government. Cortés afterwards set out for Toledo, where the court then was. The mere announcement of his return had produced a complete change in public opinion. His unexpected arrival at once contradicted the idea that he harbored any projects of revolt and independence. Charles V. saw that public feeling would be outraged at the thought of punishing a man who had added its greatest gem to the crown of Castile. And so the journey of Cortés became one continual triumph in the midst of crowds of people greater than had been ever known before. The houses and streets of the large towns and of the villages, says Prescott, were filled with spectators impatient to contemplate the hero, whose single arm might be said, in some sort, to have conquered an empire for Spain, and who, to borrow the language of an old historian, marched in all the pomp and glory, not of a great vassal, but of an independent monarch. Charles V, after having granted several audiences to Cortés, and bestowed upon him those particular marks of favor which are termed important by courtiers, deigned to accept from him the empire which he had conquered for him, and the magnificent presents which he brought. But he considered that he had fully recompensed him when he had given Cortés the title of Marquis de la Val d'Ojaca, and the post of Captain General of New Spain, without, however, restoring to him the civil government, a power which had been formerly delegated to him by the Junta of Vera Cruz. Cortés, after his marriage with the niece of the Duc de Bejar, who belonged to one of the first families in Spain, accompanied the emperor, who was on his way to Italy, to the port of embarkation. But the general, soon becoming tired of the frivolities of a court, so little in accordance with the active habits of his past life, set out again for Mexico in 1530 and landed at Villarica. After his arrival, he underwent some annoyance caused by the Audiencia, which had exercised the power in his absence, and which had instituted lawsuits against him, and he also found himself in conflict with the new civil junta on the subject of military affairs. The Marquis de la Val withdrew himself to Cuernavaca, where he had immense estates, and busied himself with agriculture. He was the means of introducing the sugar cane and the mulberry into Mexico. He also encouraged the cultivation of hemp and flax, and the breeding, on a large scale, of merino sheep. But this peaceable life without adventures could not long satisfy the enterprising spirit of Cortés. In 1532, he equipped 2 squadrons destined to make voyages of discovery in the northwest of the Pacific. The latter expedition reached the southern extremity of the peninsula of California without attaining the object sought, namely the discovery of a strait uniting the Pacific with the Atlantic. Cortés himself met with no better success in 1536 in the Vermilion Sea, Gulf of California. 3 years later, a concluding expedition, of which Cortés gave the command to Aloha, penetrated to the farthest extremity of the Gulf, and then, sailing along the exterior side of the peninsula, reached the 29 degrees of north latitude. From thence the chief of the expedition sent back one of his ships to Cortés, while the rest proceeded northwards, but from that time nothing more is heard of them. Such was the unhappy result of the expeditions of Cortés, which, while they did not bring him in a single ducat, cost him not less than 300,000 gold castellanos. But they at least had the result of making known the coast of the Pacific Ocean, from the Bay of Panama as far as Colorado. The tour of the Californian peninsula was made, and it was thus discovered that what had been imagined to be an island was in reality a part of the continent. The whole of the Vermilion Sea, or Sea of Cortés, as the Spaniards justly named it, was carefully explored, and it was ascertained that, instead of having an outlet as was supposed to the north, it was in reality only a gulf deeply hollowed into the continent. Cortés had not been able to fit out these expeditions without coming into antagonism with the Viceroy Don Antonio de Mendoza, whom the emperor had sent to Mexico, an appointment which had wounded the feelings of the Marquis de la Val. Wearied with these continual annoyances and indignant at finding his prerogative as Captain General, if not absolutely ignored, at least perpetually questioned, Cortés left Mexico and once more set out for Spain. But this journey was not destined at all to resemble the first. Grown old, disgusted with life, and betrayed by fortune, the conquistador had no longer anything to expect from government. He had not to wait long before receiving proof of this. One day he pressed through the crowd which surrounded the emperor's coach and mounted upon the step of the door. Charles V pretended not to recognize him and asked who this man was. Cortés answered proudly, "It is the man who has given you more states than your father left you towns." By this time public interest was diverted from Mexico, which had not yielded as much as had been expected from it, and was centered upon the marvelous riches of Peru. Cortés was, however, received with honor by the Supreme Council of the Indies and permitted to state his complaints before it, but the debates upon the subject were endlessly drawn out, and he could obtain no redress. In 1541, during the disastrous expedition of Charles V. against Algiers, Cortés, who was serving in it as a volunteer, but whose counsels had not been listened to, had the misfortune to lose 3 great carved emeralds, jewels which would have sufficed for the ransom of an empire. Upon his return, he renewed his solicitations, but with the same want of success. His grief over this injustice and these repeated disappointments was so deep that his health suffered severely. He died far from the scene of his exploits on the 10th of November, 1547, at Castelleja de la Cuesta, at the very moment when he was making preparations to return to America. He was a true knight-errant, says Prescott. Of all that glorious troop of adventurers which the Spain of the 16th century sent forth to a career of discovery and conquest, there was not one more deeply imbued with the spirit of romantic enterprise than Fernando Cortés. Strife was his delight, and he loved to attempt an enterprise by its most difficult side. This passion for the romantic might have reduced the conqueror of Mexico to the part of a common adventurer, but Cortés was certainly a profound politician and a great captain, if one is justified in giving this name to a man who accomplished great actions by his own unassisted genius. There is no other example in history of so great an enterprise having been carried to a successful end with such inadequate means. It may be said with truth that Cortés conquered Mexico with his own resources alone. His influence over the minds of his soldiers was the natural result of their confidence in his ability, but it must be attributed also to his popular manners, which rendered him eminently fit to lead a band of adventurers. When he had attained to a higher rank, if Cortés displayed more of pomp, his veterans at least continued on the same terms of intimacy with him as before. In finishing this portrait of the conquistador, we shall quote the upright and veracious Bernal Diaz, with whose sentiments we fully agree. He preferred his name of Cortés to all the titles by which he might be addressed, and he had good reasons for it, for the name of Cortés is as famous in our days as that of Caesar amongst the Romans or Hannibal amongst the Carthaginians. The old chronicler ends by a touch which vividly depicts the religious spirit of the 16th century. Perhaps he was destined to receive his reward only in a better world, and I fully believe it to be so, for he was an honest knight, very sincere in his devotions to the Virgin, to the Apostle St. Peter, and to all the saints. Chapter 3. The Conquerors of Central America. The Triple Alliance, Francisco Pizarro and his brothers, Don Diego d'Almagro, first attempts Peru, its extent, people and kings, capture of Atahualpa, his ransom and death, Pedro de Alvarado, Almagro in Chile, strife among the conquerors, trial and execution of Almagro, expeditions of Gonzalo Pizarro and Orellana, assassination of Francisco Pizarro, rebellion and execution of his brother Gonzalo. The information which had been gained by Balboa as to the riches of the countries situated to the south of Panama had scarcely become known to the Spaniards before several expeditions were organized to attempt the conquest of them. But all had failed, either from the means used being insufficient or from the commanders not being equal to the greatness of the undertaking. It must be confessed also that the localities explored by these first adventurers, these pioneers, as they would be called nowadays, did not at all come up to what Spanish greed had expected from them, and for this reason, that all the attempts had been hitherto made upon what was then called terra firma, a country preeminently unhealthy, mountainous, marshy and covered with forests. The inhabitants were few, but of so warlike a disposition that they had added another obstacle to all those which nature had strewn with so prodigal a hand in the path of the invaders. Little by little, therefore, the enthusiasm had cooled, and the wonderful narratives of Balboa were mentioned only to be turned into ridicule. Francisco Pizarro. Francisco Pizarro. From an old print. There lived, however, in Panama, a man well able to weigh the truth of the reports which had been circulated concerning the richness of the countries bathed by the Pacific. This man was Francisco Pizarro, who had accompanied Manes de Balboa to the southern sea, and who now associated with himself two other adventurers, Diego de Almagro and Ferdinand de Luque. A few words must be said about the chiefs of the enterprise. Francisco Pizarro, born near Truxillo between the years 1471, and was the natural son of a certain Captain Gonzalo Pizarro, who had taught the boy nothing but to take care of pigs. He was soon tired of this occupation, and took advantage of his having allowed one of the animals who were in his charge to stray, not to return to the paternal roof, where he was accustomed to be cruelly beaten for the smallest peccadillo. The young Pizarro enlisted, and after passing some years amidst the Italian wars, he followed Christopher Columbus to Hispaniola in 1510. He served there with distinction, and also in Cuba. Afterwards he accompanied Jorge to Darien, discovered, as has been already mentioned, the Pacific with Balboa, and after the execution of the latter, he assisted Pedrarias d'Avila, whose favorite he had become, in the conquest of all the country known as Castile d'Or. While Pizarro was an illegitimate child, Diego de Almagro was a foundling, picked up according to some in 1475 at Aldea del Rey, but according to others at Almagro, from which circumstance, as they maintain, he derived his name. He was educated in the midst of soldiers, and while still young went to America, where he had succeeded in amassing a small fortune. Ferdinand de Luque was a rich ecclesiastic of Tobago, who exercised the calling of a schoolmaster at Panama. The youngest of these adventurers was by this time more than 50 years of age, and Garcilaso de la Vega relates that upon their project being known, they became the objects of general derision. Ferdinand de Luque was the most laughed at, and was called by no other name than Hernando el Loco, Ferdinand the Fool. The terms of partnership were soon agreed upon between these three men, of whom two at least were without fear, if they were not all three without reproach. Luque furnished money needed for the armament of the vessels and the pay of the soldiers, and Almagro bore an equal part in the expense, but Pizarro, who possessed nothing but his sword, was to pay his contribution in another manner. It was he who took the command of the first attempt, upon which we shall dwell in some detail, because it was then that the perseverance and inflexible obstinacy of the conquistador first came fully into sight. One of the historians of the conquest of Peru, Augustin de Zarat, relates as follows: having then asked and obtained the permission of Pedro Arias de Avila, Francisco Pizarro, after much trouble, equipped a vessel upon which he embarked with 140 men. At the distance of 150 miles from Panama, he discovered a small and poor province named Peru, which caused the same name to be henceforward improperly bestowed upon all the country which was discovered along that coast, for the space of more than 3,600 miles in length. Passing onwards, he discovered another country, which the Spaniards called the Burnt People. The Indians slew so many of his men that he was constrained to retire in great disorder to the country of Chinchama, which is not far distant from the place whence he had started. Almagro, however, who had remained at Panama, fitted out a ship there, upon which he embarked with 70 Spaniards, and descended the coast as far as the river San Juan, 300 miles from Panama. Not having met with Pizarro, he went back northwards as far as the Burnt People, where, having ascertained by certain indications that Pizarro had been there, he landed his men. But the Indians, puffed up by the victory which they had gained over Pizarro, resisted bravely, forced the entrenchments with which Almagro had covered his position, and obliged him to re-embark. He returned, therefore, still following the coastline, until he arrived at Chinchama, where he found Francisco Pizarro. They were much rejoiced at meeting again, and having added to their followers some fresh soldiers whom they had levied, they found their troops amounted to 200 Spaniards, and once more they descended the coast. They suffered so much from scarcity of provisions and from the attacks of the Indians that Don Diego returned to Panama to collect more recruits and to obtain provisions. He took back with him 80 men, with whom, and with those who remained to them, they went as far as the country called Catamez, a country moderately peopled, and where they found abundance of provisions. They noticed that the Indians of these parts who attacked them and made war against them had their faces studded with nails of gold inserted in holes which they had made expressly for receiving these ornaments. Diego de Almagro returned once again to Panama, whilst his companion waited for him and for the reinforcements which he was to bring with him in a small island called Cock Island, where he suffered much from the scarcity of all the necessaries of life. The Indians kill many of the Spaniards. The Indians kill many of the Spaniards. Upon his arrival in Panama, Almagro could not obtain permission from Los Rios, the successor of Avila, to make new levies, for he had no right, Los Rios said, to allow a greater number of people to go and perish uselessly in a rash enterprise. He even sent a boat to Cock Island to bring away Pizarro and his companions. But such a decision could not be pleasing to Almagro and De Luc. It meant expense thrown away, and it meant the annihilation of the hopes which the sight of the ornaments of gold and silver of the inhabitants of Catamez had caused them to entertain. They sent therefore a trusty person to Pizarro to recommend him to persevere in his resolution and to refuse to obey the orders of the governor of Panama. But Pizarro in vain held out the most seductive promises. The remembrance of the fatigues which had been endured was too recent, and all his companions, except 12, abandoned him. With these intrepid men, whose names have been preserved, and amongst whom was Garcia de Exers, one of the historians of the expedition, Pizarro retired to an uninhabited island at a greater distance from the coast, to which he gave the name of Gorgona. There the Spaniards lived miserably on mangles, fish, and shellfish, and awaited for 5 months the succor that Almagro and De Luc were to send them. At length, vanquished by the unanimous protestations of the whole colony, who were indignant that people whose only crime was that they had not despaired of success should be left to perish miserably, and as though they were malefactors, Los Rios sent to Pizarro a small vessel to bring him back, with the object of presenting no temptation to Pizarro to make use of this ship to renew his expedition. Not a single soldier was placed on board of her. At the sight of the help which had arrived, and oblivious of all their privations, the 13 adventurers thought of nothing but persuading the sailors who came to seek them to participate in their own hopes. Whereupon, instead of starting again on the route to Panama, they sailed all together towards the southeast, in spite of contrary winds and currents, until, after having discovered the island of St. Clara, they arrived at the port of Tumbez, situated beyond the 3 degrees of south latitude, where they saw a magnificent temple and a palace belonging to the Incas, the sovereigns of the country. The country was populous and fairly well cultivated, but what proved beyond all else seductive to the Spaniards, and made them think that they had reached the marvelous countries of which so much had been said, was the sight of so great an abundance of gold and silver, that these metals were employed not only as finery and ornament by the inhabitants, but also for making vases and common utensils. Pizarro caused the interior of the country to be explored by Pietro de Candia and Alonso de Molina, who brought back an enthusiastic description of it, and he caused some gold vases to be given up to him, as well as some llamas, a quadruped domesticated by the Peruvians. He took 2 natives on board his vessel, to whom he proposed to teach the Spanish language and to use them as interpreters when he should return to the country. He anchored successively at Paita, Saugarata, and in the Bay of Santa Cruz, of which the sovereign, Capellana, received the strangers with such friendly demonstrations that several of them were unwilling to re-embark. After having sailed down the coast as far as Porto Santo, Pizarro set out on his return to Panama, where he arrived after 3 whole years spent in dangerous explorations, which had completely ruined De Luc and Almagro. Pizarro received by Charles V. Pizarro received by Charles V. Pizarro resolved to apply to Charles V before undertaking the conquest of the country which he had discovered, for he could not obtain leave from Los Rios to engage fresh adventurers. So he borrowed the sum required for the voyage, and in 1528 he went to Spain to inform the emperor of the work which he had undertaken. He painted the picture of the countries that were to be conquered in the most pleasing light, and as a reward for his labors, the titles of Governor, Captain General, and Alguazil Major of Peru were bestowed upon him and his heirs in perpetuity. At the same time, he was ennobled, and a pension of 1,000 crowns was bestowed upon him. His jurisdiction, independent of the governor of Panama, was to extend over a tract of 600 miles along the coast to the south of the Santiago River. It was to be called New Castile, and he was to be the governor, concessions that cost nothing to Spain, for Pizarro had yet to conquer the country. On his side, he undertook to raise a body of 250 men, and to provide himself with the necessary ships, arms, and ammunition. Pizarro then repaired to Truxillo, where he persuaded his 3 brothers Ferdinand, Juan, and Gonzalo to accompany him, as well as one of his half-brothers Martin d'Alcantara. He took advantage of his stay in his native town and at Caceres to try to raise recruits, both there and throughout Estremadura. They did not, however, come forward in large numbers, in spite of the title of Caballeros de la Espada Dorada, which he promised to bestow upon all who would serve under him. Then he returned to Panama, where affairs were not going so smoothly as he had hoped. He had succeeded in getting de Luque named Bishop Protector de los Indios, but for Almagro, whose talents he knew and whose ambition he feared, he had only asked that he should be ennobled, and a gratuity of 500 ducats bestowed upon him, with the government of a fortress which was to be built at Tumbes. Almagro refused to take part in this new expedition. He was not pleased with the meager portion given to him after spending all his money on the earlier expeditions. He wished now to organize one on his own account. It required all Pizarro's address, aided by the promise to give up to Almagro the office of adelantado, to appease him and make him consent to renew the old partnership. Map of Peru. Map of Peru. The resources of the 3 partners were so limited at this time that they could only get together 3 small ships and soldiers, of whom 36 were horse soldiers. The expedition set out in February 1531 under the command of Pizarro and his 4 brothers, whilst Almagro remained at Panama to organize an expedition of supplies. At the end of 13 days' sailing, and after having been carried by a storm miles more to the south than he had intended, Pizarro was forced to disembark both men and horses on the shores of the Bay of San Mateo, and to follow the line of the coast on land. This march was a difficult one in a very mountainous country, thinly peopled, and intersected by rivers which had to be crossed at their mouths. At last a place called Coqui was reached, where was found a great booty, which decided Pizarro to send back 2 of his ships. They carried to Panama and Nicaragua spoils to the amount of 30,000 castellanos, as well as a great number of emeralds, a rich booty, which would, according to Pizarro, determine many adventurers to come and join him. Then the conqueror continued his march southwards as far as Porto Viejo, where he was joined by Sebastian Benalcazar and Juan Fernandez, who brought him 12 horsemen and 30 foot soldiers. The effect which had been produced in Mexico by the sight of the horses and the reports of the firearms was repeated in Peru, and Pizarro was able to reach the island of Puna in the Gulf of Guayaquil without encountering any resistance. But the islanders were more numerous and more warlike than their brothers of the mainland, and for 6 months they valiantly resisted all the attacks of the Spaniards. Although Pizarro had received some aid from Nicaragua, brought by Ferdinand de Soto, and although he had beheaded the cacique Tonala and 16 of the principal chiefs, he could not overcome their resistance. He was, therefore, obliged to regain the continent, where the maladies peculiar to the country tried his companions so cruelly that he was forced to stay 3 months at Tumbes, exposed to the perpetual attacks of the natives. From Tumbes he went next to the Rio Puira, discovered the harbor of Paita, the best on this coast, and founded the colony of San Miguel at the mouth of the Chilo, in order that vessels coming from Panama might find a safe shelter. It was here that Pizarro received some envoys from Huascar, who informed him of the revolt of Atahualpa, the brother of Huascar, and asked his aid. At the period when the Spaniards landed to conquer Peru, it extended along the shore of the Pacific Ocean for 1,500 miles and stretched into the interior as far as the imposing chain of the Andes. Originally, the population was divided into savage and barbarous tribes, having no idea of civilization and living in a perpetual state of warfare with one another. For many centuries, affairs had continued in the same state, and there appeared no presage of the coming of a better era, when, on the shores of Lake Titicaca, there appeared to the Indians a man and woman who pretended that they were the children of the sun. They called themselves Manco Capac and Mamaolo, and were of majestic appearance. According to Garcilaso de la Vega, towards the middle of the 12th century, they united together a number of wandering tribes and laid the foundations of the town of Cusco. Manco Capac had taught the men agriculture and mechanical arts, whilst Mamaolo instructed the women in spinning and weaving. When Manco Capac had satisfied these first needs of all societies, he framed laws for his subjects and constituted a regular political state. It was thus that the dominion of the Incas, or lords of Peru, was established. At first, their empire was limited to the neighborhood of Cusco, but under their successors, it rapidly increased and extended from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Pearl Islands, a length of 30 degrees. The power of the Incas was as absolute as that of the ancient Asiatic sovereigns. Also, says Zarat, there was perhaps no other country in the world where the obedience and submission of the subjects was carried further. The Incas were to them quasi-divinities. They had but to place a thread drawn from the royal head fillet in the hands of anyone, and the man so distinguished was certain to be everywhere respected and obeyed, and to find such absolute deference paid to the king's order which he carried, that he could alone exterminate a whole province without any assistance from soldiers, and cause to be put to death all the inhabitants, both male and female, because at the mere sight of this thread, taken from the royal crown, the people voluntarily and without any resistance offered themselves up to die. However, the old chroniclers all agree in saying that this unlimited power was always used by the Incas for the well-being of their subjects. Out of a series of 12 kings, who in succession sat on the throne of Peru, there was not one who did not leave behind him the memory of a just prince adored by his subjects. Should we not search in vain through the annals of any other country in the world for facts analogous to these? Must it not be regretted that the Spaniards should have brought war with all its attendant horrors, and the maladies and vices of a different climate, along with what they in their pride called civilization, amongst a rich and happy people, whose descendants, impoverished and debased as they are, have not even the recollection of their ancient prosperity to console them in their irremediable decay. The Peruvians, says Michelet in his admirable Précis de Histoire Moderne, handed down the principal facts to posterity by knots, which they made in ropes. They had obelisks and exact gnomons to mark the equinoxes and solstices. Their year consisted of 365 days. They had erected prodigies of architecture, and they carved statues with amazing art. They formed the most polished and industrious nation of the New World. The Inca Huayna Capac, father of Atahualpa, under whom this vast empire was destroyed, had done much to increase and embellish it. This Inca, who conquered all the country of Quito, had made, by the hands of his soldiers and of the vanquished people, a great row of miles in length from Cusco to Quito, across precipices which had been filled up and mountains which had been leveled. Relays of men, stationed at intervals of a mile and a half from each other, carried the emperor's orders throughout the empire. Such was their police, and if we wish to judge of Peruvian magnificence, we need only instance the fact that the king, when he traveled, was carried on a throne of gold which weighed 0 ducats, and the golden litter upon which the throne rested was borne by the highest personages of the realm. In 1526, when the Spaniards appeared on the coast for the first time, the 12th Inca had lately married, in defiance of the ancient law of the kingdom, the daughter of the vanquished king of Quito, and had had a son of this marriage named Atahualpa, to whom he left this kingdom on his death, which happened about 1529. His eldest son Huascar, whose mother was descended from the Incas, had the remainder of his states. But this partition, so contrary to the customs established from time immemorial, caused such great discontent at Cusco that Huascar, encouraged by his subjects, determined to march against his brother, who would not acknowledge him for his lord and master. Atahualpa, in his turn, had too lately tasted power to be willing to abandon it. He managed by bribes to attach to himself the greater part of the warriors who had accompanied his father during the conquest of Quito, and when the two armies met, fortune favored the usurper. Is it not curious to remark how both in Peru and Mexico the Spaniards were aided by entirely exceptional circumstances? In Mexico, some of the people who had recently submitted to the Aztec race, being mercilessly trampled upon by their conquerors, welcomed the Spaniards as deliverers. In Peru, the strife between two brothers, furious against each other, hinders the Indians from turning all their forces against the invaders whom they might easily have crushed. Pizarro, upon receiving the envoys sent by Huascar to ask his aid against his brother Atahualpa, whom he represented as a rebel and usurper, saw at once all the advantages that might accrue to him from these circumstances. He saw that by espousing the cause of one of the brothers, he could more easily crush them both. Therefore he advanced at once into the interior of the country at the head of a very inconsiderable force, consisting of 62 cavalry and 120 foot soldiers, of whom only 20 were armed with arquebuses and muskets. He was obliged to leave part of his troops to guard San Miguel, in which Pizarro reckoned upon finding a refuge in case of his being unsuccessful, and where in any case all supplies which might arrive could be landed. Pizarro first made for Caxamalca, a small town situated at about 20 days' march from the coast. To reach it he had to cross a desert of burning sand, without vegetation and without water, which extended for 60 miles in length as far as the province of Matup, and where the slightest attack of the enemy, joined to the sufferings endured by the little army, would have been sufficient to crush the whole expedition. One blow. Next the troops plunged into the mountains and became entangled in narrow defiles where a small force might have annihilated them. During this march Pizarro received an envoy from Atahualpa bringing him some painted shoes and gold bracelets, which he was requested to wear at his approaching interview with the Inca. Naturally, Pizarro was lavish in his promises of friendship and devotion, and assured the Indian ambassador that he should be only following the orders given him by the king his master in respecting the lives and property of the inhabitants. From the moment of his arrival at Caxamalca, Pizarro prudently lodged his soldiers in a temple and a palace belonging to the Inca, where they were sheltered from any surprise. Then he sent one of his brothers with De Soto and 20 horse soldiers to the camp of Atahualpa, which was distant only 3 miles, to announce to him his arrival. The envoys of the governor were received with magnificence, and were astonished at the multiplicity of the ornaments and vases made of gold and silver which they saw throughout the Indian camp. They returned, bringing a promise from Atahualpa that he would come on the next day to visit Pizarro, to bid him welcome to his kingdom. At the same time, the envoys gave an account of the wonderful riches they had seen, which confirmed Pizarro in the project which he had formed of seizing the unfortunate Atahualpa and his treasures by treachery. Several Spanish authors, and notably Zarate, disguised these facts, which no doubt appeared to them too odious, and altogether deny the treachery towards Atahualpa. But at the present day, there are extant many documents which force the historian to believe, with Robertson and Prescott, in the perfidy of Pizarro. It was very important for him to have the Inca in his own hands, and to employ him as a tool, just as Cortes had done with Montezuma. He therefore took advantage of the honesty and simplicity of Atahualpa, who placed entire confidence in Pizarro's protestations of friendship, and so was thrown off his guard, to arrange an ambuscade into which Atahualpa was certain to fall. There was not a scruple in the disloyal soul of the conqueror. He was as cool as though he were about to offer battle to enemies who had been forewarned of his approach. This infamous treason must be an eternal dishonor to his memory. Pizarro divided his cavalry into 3 small squadrons, left all his infantry in one body, hid his arquebusiers on the road by which the Inca must pass, and kept 20 of his most determined companions near himself. Atahualpa, wishing to give the Spaniards a great idea of his power, advanced with the whole of his army. He himself was borne upon a kind of bed, decorated with feathers, covered with plates of gold and silver, and ornamented with precious stones. He was accompanied by his principal nobles, carried like himself on the shoulders of their servants, and he was surrounded by dancers and jesters. Such a march was more that of a procession than of an army. As soon as the Inca had nearly reached the Spanish quarters, according to Robertson, Father Vincent Valverde, the chaplain of the expedition, who was afterwards made a bishop as a reward for his conduct, advanced with the crucifix in one hand and his breviary in the other. In an interminable discourse he set forth to the monarch the doctrine of the creation, the fall of the first man, the incarnation, passion, and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ, the choice made by God of St. Peter to be his vicar upon earth, the power transmitted through him to the popes, and the gift made by Pope Alexander to the King of Castile of all the regions of the New World. When he had expounded all these doctrines, he called upon Atahualpa to embrace the Christian religion, to recognize the supreme authority of the Pope, and to submit to the King of Castile as his legitimate sovereign. If he submitted immediately, Valverde undertook to promise that the king his master would take Peru under his protection and allow him to continue to reign there. But he declared war against him and threatened him with fearful vengeance if he refused to obey and persevered in his impiety. To say the least of it, this was a singular scene and a very strange harangue, alluding to facts which were utterly unknown to the Peruvians, and of the truth of which a more skillful orator than Valverde would not have succeeded in persuading them. If we add that the interpreter knew so little of the Spanish language that it was almost an impossibility for him to translate what he scarcely understood himself, and that the Peruvian language lacked words to express ideas so foreign to its genius, we shall not be much surprised to learn that Atahualpa understood almost nothing of the Spanish monk's discourse. Some sentences, however, which attacked his own power, filled him with surprise and indignation, but he was none the less moderate in his reply. He said that, as master of his own kingdom by right of succession, he could not see how anyone had the power to dispose of it without his consent. He added that he was not at all willing to renounce the religion of his fathers, to adopt one of which he had only heard that day for the first time. With regard to the other points touched upon in the discourse, he understood nothing. It was a thing entirely new to him, and he would much like to know where Valverde had learnt so many wonderful things. In this book, replied Valverde, handing him his breviary. Atahualpa received it with eagerness and turned over some of the leaves with much curiosity. Then, putting it to his ear, he exclaimed, "What you show me there does not speak to me and tells me nothing." With this, he flung the book upon the ground. This served as a signal for the combat, or rather for the massacre. Cannon and muskets came into play, the cavalry sprang forward, and the infantry fell sword in hand upon the stupefied Peruvians. In a few moments, the confusion was at its height. The Indians fled on all sides without attempting to defend themselves. As to Atahualpa, although his principal officers tried to make a rampart of their own bodies, while they carried him off, Pizarro sprang upon him, dispersed or overthrew his guards, and seizing him by his long hair, threw him down from the litter in which he was carried. Only the darkness could arrest the carnage. 4,000 Indians were killed, a greater number wounded, and were taken prisoners. An incontestable proof that there was no real battle is that of all the Spaniards Pizarro alone was hit, and he received his wound from one of his own soldiers who was too precipitately endeavoring to seize upon the Inca. Atahualpa is made prisoner. Atahualpa is made prisoner. From an old print. The booty collected in the camp, and from the dead, exceeded anything the Spaniards could have imagined, and their enthusiasm was proportioned to the conquest of such riches. At first Atahualpa bore his captivity with resignation, which may have been partly due to Pizarro's doing all he could to soothe him, at least by words. But the Inca, soon understanding the unbridled covetousness of his jailers, made a proposal to Pizarro to pay him ransom, and to have a room of 22 feet in length by 16 in width, filled as high as the hand could reach with vases, utensils, and ornaments of gold. Pizarro eagerly agreed to this, and the captive Inca dispatched the necessary orders at once to all the provinces. These were carried out promptly and unmurmuringly. Beyond this, the Indian troops were disbanded, and Pizarro was able to send Soto and 5 Spaniards to Cusco, a town situated more than 600 miles from Caxamalca, while he himself subjugated all the country within a circuit of 300 miles. In the meantime, Almagro landed with 200 soldiers. there had been set aside for him and his men, with what regrets may easily be imagined, 100,000 pesos, a Spanish coin. A fifth was reserved for the king, and this left 1,528,500 pesos to be divided between Pizarro and his companions. This product of pillage and massacre was solemnly divided between those entitled to it on the festival of St. James, the patron saint of Spain, after fervent prayer to God. A deplorable mixture, this of religion and profanity, too common, unfortunately, in these times of mingled superstition and avarice. Each horse soldier received pesos as his share, and each foot soldier 4,000, which would be equivalent to about 1,600 annal sterling. This was enough to satisfy the most exacting soldier, after a campaign which had been neither long nor difficult. Many of the adventurers wished to enjoy this unexpected good fortune in a peaceable manner in their own country, and eagerly asked for their dismissal. This Pizarro granted without hesitation, for he felt sure that the news of their rapidly acquired wealth would soon bring him new recruits. With his brother Ferdinand, who went to Spain to give the emperor an account of Pizarro's triumph and some splendid presents, went 60 Spaniards, laden heavily indeed with money, but lightly with remorse. As soon as Atahualpa's ransom was paid, he claimed his freedom. But Pizarro, who had only saved his life that he might make all the treasures of Peru his own, and shelter himself under the prestige and authority which the Inca still exercised over his subjects, was soon wearied by his entreaties. He suspected him also of having for some time secretly given orders to levy troops in the distant provinces of the empire. Besides, Atahualpa, having soon discovered that Pizarro was no better educated than one of the lowest of his soldiers, felt in consequence a contempt for the governor which, unfortunately, he could not conceal. Such were the reasons, all trivial as they were, which determined Pizarro to prepare for the trial of the Inca. Nothing could have been more hateful than this trial, in which Almagro and Pizarro were at the same time both suitors and judges. The heads of the accusation were so ridiculous and absurd that one is in doubt whether to be most surprised by the effrontery or the wickedness of Pizarro in subjecting the head of a powerful empire, over which he had no jurisdiction, to such an inquiry. Atahualpa, being found guilty, was condemned to be burnt alive, but as he had at length asked to be baptized, that he might rid himself of the importunities of Valverde, his enemies contented themselves with strangling him. A worthy counterpart this, of Guatemozin's execution. These were amongst the most atrocious and odious deeds committed by the Spaniards in America, where, however, they have sullied themselves with every imaginable crime. Among this herd of adventurers, there were still some men who had retained sentiments of honor and self-respect. They protested loudly against this perversion of justice, but their generous pleadings were stifled by the selfish declamations of Pizarro and his worthy assistants. The governor now raised one of Atahualpa's sons to the throne, under the name of Paul Inca, but the civil war between the two brothers and the events which had occurred since the arrival of the Spaniards had done much to loosen the ties which bound the Peruvians to their kings, and this young man, destined soon to die an ignominious death, had scarcely more authority than Manco Capac, the son of Huascar, who was acknowledged by the inhabitants of Cusco. Soon after this, some of the principal people in the country even tried to carve for themselves kingdoms out of the empire of Peru. Such was Ruminagui, the commandant of Quito, who caused the brother and the children of Atahualpa to be massacred and declared himself independent. Discord reigned in the Peruvian camp, and the Spaniards resolved to take advantage of it. Pizarro advanced rapidly upon Cusco, the small number of his forces having been the only reason which had prevented him from doing so sooner. Now that a crowd of adventurers, attracted by the treasures which had been brought back to Panama, vied with each other in hastening to Peru, now that he could assemble 500 men, after leaving an important garrison at San Miguel under Benalcazar's command, Pizarro had no further reason for delay. On the way some skirmishes took place with large bodies of troops, but they ended, as always, with severe loss to the natives and a very insignificant one to the Spaniards. When they entered Cusco and took possession of the town, the invaders showed surprise at the small quantity of gold and precious stones which they found there, although it far exceeded Atahualpa's ransom. Was this because they were becoming accustomed to the riches of the country, or because there was a larger number to share in them. Meanwhile, Benalcázar, being weary of inaction, took advantage of the arrival of a reinforcement from Nicaragua and Panama to set out for Quito, where, according to the Peruvians, Atahualpa had left the greater part of his treasure. He placed himself at the head of 80 horse soldiers and infantry, defeated on several occasions Ruminagui, who disputed his passage, and thanks to his prudence and cleverness, he entered Quito victorious. But he did not find there what he sought, that is to say, the treasures of Atahualpa. At the same time, Peter d'Alvarado, who had so signally distinguished himself under Cortés, and who had been made governor of Guatemala as a reward for his services, pretended to believe that the province of Quito was not included in Pizarro's command, and organized an expedition consisting of 500 men, 200 of whom were cavalry. Landing at Porto Viejo, he wished to reach Quito without a guide, by going up the Guayaquil River and crossing the Andes. This road has always been one of the worst and most trying that it is possible to choose. Before they had reached the plain of Quito, after horrible sufferings from hunger and thirst, without speaking of the burning cinders hurled from the crater of Chimborazo, a volcano near Quito, and the snowstorms which assailed them, the fifth part of the band of adventurers and half the horses had perished. The remainder were completely discouraged and quite unfit for fighting. It was therefore with the greatest surprise and some uneasiness that they found themselves face to face, not with a body of Indians as they had expected, but with a party of Spaniards under the command of Almagro. The latter were preparing to charge, when some of the more moderate among the officers caused an arrangement to be entered into, by virtue of which Alvarado was to withdraw to his own province after receiving 100,000 pesos to defray the expenses of the armament. Ferdinand Pizarro had set sail for Spain, while these events were happening in Peru, feeling sure that the immense quantity of gold, silver, and precious stones which he took with him would secure him a warm welcome. He obtained for his brother Francisco the confirmation of his appointment as governor, with more extended powers. He himself was made a Knight of the Order of St. Diego. As for Almagro, he was confirmed in his title of Adelantado, and his jurisdiction was extend miles, without, however, its limits being very strictly defined, which left the door open for many contests and all kinds of arbitrary interpretations. Ferdinand Pizarro had not reached Peru again, when Almagro, having learnt that a special government had been assigned to him, pretended that Cusco formed part of it and made preparations for its conquest. But Juan and Gonzalo Pizarro had no intention of allowing themselves to be robbed, and the parties were on the point of coming to blows when Francisco Pizarro, who is often called the Marquis or the Great Marquis, arrived at the capital. Almagro had never forgiven Francisco Pizarro the duplicity which he had displayed in his negotiations with Charles V, nor the coolness with which he had claimed for himself, at the expense of his two friends, the principal share of authority and the most extended government. But as Almagro met with great opposition to his designs, and as he was not the stronger, he concealed his vexation, put a good face on the matter, and seemed delighted at a reconciliation. They renewed their partnership, therefore, says Zarat, on condition that Don Diego d'Almagro should go and discover the country on the south side, and if he found any that was really good, they should ask his Majesty to make him the governor of it, but that if he found nothing to suit him, they should share Don Francisco's government between them. This arrangement was made very solemnly, and they took their oath upon the consecrated wafer, that for the future they would undertake nothing against one another. Some say that Almagro swore that he would never encroach either upon Cusco or on the surrounding country within 390 miles, even if his Majesty should give him the government of it. They add that turning towards the Holy Sacrament, he pronounced these words, "Lord, if I violate the oath that I now take, I pray that thou wilt confound me and punish me both in my body and my soul." Pizarro and Almagro take an oath upon the host. Pizarro and Almagro take an oath upon the host. After this solemn agreement, which was destined to be observed with as little fidelity as the first, Almagro made his preparations for departure. Thanks to his well-known liberality, as much as to his reputation for courage, he gathered together 570 men, of about equal numbers of cavalry and infantry, with which he set out by land for Chile. The journey was an extremely trying one, and the adventurers suffered severely from intense cold whilst crossing the Andes. They had also to deal with very warlike tribes, unsoftened by any civilization, who assailed them with a fury of which nothing they had seen in Peru had given them any idea. Almagro could make no settlement, for he had scarcely been 2 months in the country when he heard that the Indians in Peru had revolted and massacred the greater part of the Spaniards, whereupon he immediately retraced his steps. After the new partnership had been signed between the conquerors, 1534, Pizarro had returned to the provinces bordering on the sea, in which he could establish a regular government, there being no longer anything to dread from resistance. For a man who had never studied legislation, he had drawn up some very wise rules for the administration of justice, for the collection of taxes, the apportionment of the Indians, and the working of the mines. Some parts of the conquistador's character were doubtless very open to criticism, but it is only just to recognize that he was not wanting in enlarged ideas, and that he was conscientious in playing his part as the founder of a great empire. This it was which made him hesitate long before choosing the future capital of the Spanish possessions. Cusco had the recommendation of having been the residence of the Incas, but this town, situated more than 400 miles from the sea, was very distant from Quito, of which the importance seemed to Pizarro to be extreme. Before long he was struck with the beauty and fertility of a great valley, watered by a stream called the Rimac, and there in 1536 he established the seat of his dominion. Soon, the City of Kings, de los Reyes, or Lima, as it is called by a corruption of the name of the river which flows at its feet, assumed the aspect of a great city, owing to the magnificent palace and the sumptuous residences for officers, which Pizarro caused to be built there. While these cares kept Pizarro far from his capital, small bodies of troops, sent in different directions, penetrated into the most distant provinces of the empire, with the object of extinguishing the last smoldering embers of resistance. So many of the soldiers were employed in this way that there remained in Cusco itself but a very small body of troops. The Inca, who had remained in the hands of the Spaniards, thought this an opportune moment for fomenting a general rising, in which he earnestly hoped that the foreign government might be overthrown. Although closely guarded, he contrived to take his measures with so much skill that he did not arouse the suspicions of his oppressors. He obtained permission even to be present at a grand fete, which was to be held at several miles' distance from Cusco, and for which the most distinguished persons in the empire had met together. As soon as the Inca appeared, the standard of revolt was raised. The country was soon in arms, from the confines of the province of Quito as far as Chile, and a number of small detachments of Spaniards were surprised and destroyed. Cusco, defended by the three brothers Pizarro with but 170 Spaniards, was exposed for 8 consecutive months to the incessant attacks of the Peruvians, who had now become expert in the use of the arms which they had taken from their enemies. The conquerors made a most valiant resistance, but experienced some severe losses, especially that of Juan Pizarro. Almagro left Chile in the greatest haste, crossed the stony and sandy desert of Atacama, where he suffered as severely from heat and drought as he had done in the Andes from cold and snow, penetrated into the Peruvian territory, defeated Manco Capac in a great battle, and succeeded in approaching the town of Cusco after having driven away the Indians. He then tried to get the town given up to him on the pretext that it was not included in Pizarro's government, and violating a truce during which the followers of the Marquis were taking a short rest, he entered Cusco, seized both Ferdinand and Gonzalo Pizarro, and had himself acknowledged as governor. While this was going on, a considerable body of Indians invested Lima, intercepted all communications, and annihilated the various small bodies of troops which Pizarro sent at intervals to the aid of the Spaniards at Cusco. At this time he sent away all his vessels to Panama to compel his companions to make a desperate resistance. He recalled from Truxillo the forces under the command of Alonso d'Alvarado, and entrusted to the latter a column of 500 men, which advanced to within several miles of the capital without having the slightest suspicion that the town was now in the hands of fellow countrymen, who were fully determined to bar their passage. But Almagro desired much rather to attract these new adversaries to himself than to destroy them. He arranged, therefore, to surprise them and make them prisoners. He had now a fine opportunity in his hands of ending the war and making himself master of the two governments by a single blow. Several of his officers had observed this to him, and especially Orgonos, who proposed that the two brothers of the conquistador should be put to death, and that Almagro should advance by forced marches with his victorious troops against Lima, where Pizarro, taken by surprise, would not be able to resist him. But as a Latin poet says, Jupiter makes dotards of those whom he means to ruin. Almagro, who in so many other instances had thrown aside all scruples, did not wish to put himself in the wrong by invading Pizarro's dominions as a rebel, and he quietly took the road back to Cusco. Looking at it only from the side of Almagro's own interests, he evidently committed in this a gross blunder, of which he was soon to repent. But if we consider, what we should never lose sight of, the interest of the country, he had already committed a capital crime in the acts of aggression of which he had been guilty, and in kindling civil war in face of an enemy quite ready to take advantage of it. His adversaries did not delay to remind him of it. Whereas prompt decision would have been necessary for Almagro to make him master of the situation, Pizarro had everything to expect from time and opportunity. While waiting for the promised reinforcements from Darien, he commenced negotiations with his adversary, lasting for several months, during which time one of his brothers, as well as Alvarado, found means to escape with more than 70 men. Although Almagro had been so often duped, he consented again to receive the licentiate Espinosa, who was ordered to represent to him that if the emperor knew what was taking place between the two competitors and learnt the condition to which their contests had reduced affairs, no doubt he would recall them both and put someone else in their place. At last, after the death of Espinosa, it was decided by the Friar Francisco de Bobadilla, to whom Pizarro and Almagro had referred their differences, that Ferdinand Pizarro should be immediately set free, that Cusco should be given back to the Marquis, and that they should send several officers on both sides to Spain, charged with representing the respective rights of the two parties and submitting them to the emperor's decision. Scarcely had the last of his brothers been set at liberty than Pizarro, rejecting all idea of peace and amicable arrangement, declared that arms alone should decide whether he or Almagro was to be Lord of Peru. In a short time, he had assembled a body of 700 men, of which he entrusted the command to his two brothers. Finding it impossible to cross the mountains which would have been the most direct road to Cusco, they followed the line of the sea-coast as far as Nazca, and then penetrated into a branch of the Andes, by which they could reach the capital in a short time. Possibly Almagro ought to have defended the mountain defiles, but he had only 500 men, and he reckoned much on his splendid cavalry, whom he could not deploy in a confined space. He therefore waited for the enemy in the plain of Cusco. The two parties encountered each other on the 26th of April, 1538, with equal animosity, but the victory was decided by 2 companies of musketeers, which the emperor had sent to Pizarro when he heard of the revolt of the Indians. 140 soldiers perished in this engagement, which received the name of Las Salinas. Orgonos and several officers of distinction were killed in cold blood after the battle, and Almagro himself, aged and ill, could not escape from Pizarro. The Indians who, assembled in arms on the surrounding mountains, had reckoned upon falling on the conqueror, had need instead to fly in all haste. Nothing, says Robertson, more entirely proves the ascendancy gained by the Spaniards over the Americans, than seeing that the latter, witnesses of the defeat and dispersion of one of the parties, had not the courage to attack the other, even weakened and fatigued as they were by their victory, and dared not fall upon their oppressors when fortune offered them so favorable an opportunity for attacking them with advantage. At this period, a victory not followed by pillage was incomplete, so the town of Cusco was sacked, and all the riches that Pizarro's companions found there did not suffice to content them. They had such exalted ideas of their merits and of the services which they had rendered that each would have desired an appointment as governor. Ferdinand Pizarro therefore dispersed them and sent them to conquer fresh territories with some of the partisans of Almagro who had rallied, and whom it was important to send to a distance. As for Almagro himself, Ferdinand Pizarro, feeling convinced that his name constituted a focus of permanent agitation, resolved to get rid of him. He caused him therefore to be put upon his trial, which ended, as it was easy to foresee, in a sentence of death. When Almagro received this news, after giving way for a few moments to a very natural grief, pleading his great age and the different way in which he had behaved with regard to Ferdinand and Gonzalo Pizarro when they were his prisoners, he recovered his calmness and awaited his death with a soldier's courage. He was strangled in his prison and afterwards publicly beheaded, 1538. After several successful expeditions, Ferdinand Pizarro set out for Spain to give the emperor an account of what had taken place. He found most minds there strangely prejudiced against him and his brothers. Their cruelty, their violence, and their disregard of the most sacred engagements had been laid bare without reserve by some friends of Almagro's. Ferdinand Pizarro needed the utmost cleverness to win the emperor round. Charles had no means of judging fairly on which side the justice of the case lay, for he had only heard of it from the interested parties. He could only discern the deplorable consequences to his own government of the Civil War. He decided, therefore, to send a commissioner to the country, to whom he gave most extensive powers, and who, after having inquired into all that had taken place, should establish whatever form of government he thought most advisable. This delicate mission was confided to Cristobal de Vaca, a judge of audience at Valladolid, who proved not unequal to his task. One fact is worthy of notice. He was recommended to show the greatest respect towards Francisco Pizarro at the very time when his brother Ferdinand was arrested and thrown into a prison where he was destined to remain forgotten for 20 years. While these events were taking place in Spain, the Marquis portioned out the conquered country, keeping for himself and his trustworthy friends the most fertile and best situated districts, and giving to Almagro's companions, the men of Chile as they were called, only the more sterile and distant territories. Next, he confided to Pedro de Valdivia, one of his aide-de-camp, the execution of the project which Almagro had only been able to sketch out, the conquest of Chile. Valdivia set out on the 28th of January, 1540, with 150 Spaniards, amongst whom Pedro Gomez, Pedro de Miranda, and Alonso de Monray were destined especially to distinguish themselves. He crossed first the desert of Atacama, which even at the present day is considered a most troublesome enterprise, and reached Copiapo, standing in the midst of a beautiful valley. Received at first with great cordiality, he had to sustain, as soon as harvest was over, several combats with the Araucanians, a race of brave, indefatigable warriors, very different from the Indians of Peru. In spite of this, he laid the foundations of the town of Santiago on the 12th of February, 1541. Valdivia spent 8 years in Chile, presiding over the conquest and organization of the country. Less greedy than the other conquistadores, his contemporaries, he only sought for the mineral riches of the country that he might ensure the development of the prosperity of his colony, in which he had taken care first of all to encourage agriculture. The best mine that I know of is one of corn and wine with nourishment for livestock. Who has this has money. As for mines, we do not depend upon them for subsistence, and often that which looks well outwardly is not really worth much. These wise words of Lescarbot, in his Histoire de la Nouvelle France, might have been used by Valdivia, so exactly do they correspond with and express his sentiments. His valor, prudence, and humanity, more especially the latter quality, which shines forth strangely in contrast with the cruelty of Pizarro, ensures for him a distinction all his own among the conquistadores of the 16th century. The shores of Rio Napo. The shores of Rio Napo. At the time that Valdivia set out for Chile, Gonzalo Pizarro crossed the Andes at the head of 340 Spaniards, half of whom were mounted, and Indians, of whom the greater part of the Indians perished from cold. Then he penetrated eastwards into the interior, seeking for a country where spices and cinnamon were said to abound. In these vast savannas, intersected by marshes and virgin forests, the Spaniards encountered torrents of rain, which lasted quite 2 months. They found only a scattered population, who were not industrious and also hostile. In consequence, the invaders often suffered from hunger in a country where there were then neither horses nor oxen, where the largest quadrupeds were tapirs and llamas, and even the latter were seldom met with on this slope of the Andes. In spite of these difficulties, which would have discouraged any less energetic explorers than the discobradors of the 16th century, they persevered in their attempt and descended the Rio Napo or Coca, an affluent on the left of the Marañón, as far as its confluence. There, with great difficulty, they built a brigantine, which was manned by 50 soldiers under the command of Francisco Orellana. But either the strength of the current carried him away, or else being no longer under the eyes of his chief, he wished in his turn to be the leader of an expedition of discovery. He did not wait for Gonzalo Pizarro at the appointed rendezvous, but continued to descend the river until he reached the ocean. Such a voyage is simply marvelous, through nearly 6,000 miles of an unknown region, without guide, without compass, without provisions, with a crew who murmured more than once against the foolish attempt of their leader, and in the midst of populations almost invariably hostile. From the mouth of the river, which he had just descended in his badly built and dilapidated vessel, Orellana succeeded in reaching the island of Cubagua, whence he set sail for Spain. If the proverb, "He who comes from a distance tells many lies," were not of much earlier date, one might have thought it had been coined for Orellana. He invented the most preposterous fables as to the wealth of the countries he had traversed. The inhabitants were so rich that the roofs of the temples were formed of plates of gold, an assertion which gave rise to the legend of El Dorado. Orellana had heard of the existence of a republic of female warriors who had founded a vast empire, which caused the river Marañón to be called the River of the Amazons. If, however, we strip this narrative of all that is ridiculous and grotesque, and calculated to please the imaginations of his contemporaries, it remains certain that Orellana's expedition is one of the most remarkable of this epoch, so fertile in gigantic enterprises, and it furnishes the first information upon the immense zone of country lying between the Andes and the Atlantic. We must return to Gonzalo Pizarro. His embarrassment and consternation had been great when, on arriving at the confluence of the Napo and Marañón, he had not found Orellana, who was to have been awaiting him. Fearing that some accident might have befallen his lieutenant, he had descended the course of the river for 150 miles, until he met with an unfortunate officer who had been left behind for having addressed some remonstrances to his chief upon his perfidy. The bravest among Pizarro's men were discouraged at the news of the cowardly way in which they had been abandoned, and at the destitute condition in which they were left. Pizarro was obliged to yield to their entreaties and to return to Quito, from which they were more than 1,200 miles away. To give an idea of their sufferings on this return journey, it suffices to say that, after having eaten horses, dogs and reptiles, roots and wild beasts, and after having devoured every article made of leather in their accoutrements, the unfortunate survivors who reached Quito, lacerated by brambles, emaciated and utterly impoverished, numbered only 24. 4,000 Indians and 210 Spaniards had perished in this expedition, which had lasted less than 2 years. While Gonzalo Pizarro was conducting the unfortunate expedition just related, the old partisans of Almagro, who had never frankly joined Pizarro, gathered round the son of their old leader and formed a plot for murdering the Marquis. In vain was Francisco Pizarro several times warned of what was threatening him. He would pay no heed to the report. He said, "Keep quiet. I shall be safe as long as there is no one in Peru who does not know that I can in a moment take the life of anyone who should dare to form the project of attempting mine." On Sunday, the 26th of June, 1541, at the hour of siesta, Juan de Herrada and 18 conspirators left the house of Almagro's son with drawn swords in their hands and armed from top to toe. They ran towards the house of Pizarro, crying out, "Death to the tyrant! Death to the infamous wretch!" They entered the palace, killed Francisco de Chaves, who had appeared in haste on hearing the noise, and gained the hall where was Francisco Pizarro, with his brother Francisco Martin, the doctor Juan Velázquez, and a dozen servants. These jumped out of the windows, with the exception of Martin Pizarro, 2 other gentlemen, and 2 tall pages, who were killed while defending the door of the governor's apartment. He himself had not had time to put on his cuirass, but he seized his sword and buckler and defended himself valiantly, killing 4 of his adversaries and wounding several others. One of his assailants, in a spirit of self-devotion, attracted to himself the blows of Pizarro. Meanwhile, the other conspirators made their way in and attacked him with such fury that he could not parry all the blows, being so exhausted that he could scarcely wield his sword. Thus, says Zaret, they made an end and succeeded in killing him by a thrust in the throat. Falling to the ground, he asked in a loud voice that he might be allowed to confess, and then not being able any longer to speak, he made the sign of the cross on the ground, which he kissed, and then yielded up his soul to God. Some Negroes carried his body to the church, where Juan Barbazan, his old servant, alone ventured to come and claim it. This faithful servant secretly rendered to it funeral honors, for the conspirators had pillaged the house of Pizarro, not leaving enough even to pay for wax tapers. Death of Pizarro. Death of Pizarro. From an old print. Thus did Francisco Pizarro come to his end, assassinated even in the capital of the vast empire which Spain owed to his valor and indefatigable perseverance, but which he bestowed upon his country, it must be admitted, ravaged, decimated, and drowned in a deluge of blood. Pizarro is often compared with Cortés. The one had as much ambition, courage, and military capacity as the other, but the cruelty and avarice of the Marquis de Laval were carried to an extreme in Pizarro and united in him to perfidy and duplicity. If we are inclined to excuse certain parts of Cortés' character which are not estimable, by the times in which he lived, we are at least charmed by that grace and nobility of manners, and by that way of a gentleman above prejudices, which made him so much beloved by the soldier. In Pizarro, on the contrary, we find roughness and a harsh, unsympathizing way of feeling, while his chivalrous qualities disappear entirely behind the rapacity and perfidy which are the salient features of his character. If Cortés found brave and resolute adversaries among the Mexicans, who opposed almost insurmountable difficulties to his progress, Pizarro had no trouble in vanquishing the Peruvians, who were timid and enervated, and who never made any serious resistance to his arms. Of the conquests of Peru and Mexico, the less difficult produced the greater metallurgic advantage to Spain, and thus it was the more appreciated. The Civil War was on the point of breaking out again after Pizarro's death when the governor arrived, who was delegated by the metropolitan government. As soon as he had collected the needful troops, he marched towards Cusco. He seized young Almagro without trouble, had him beheaded with 40 of his confederates, and governed the country with firmness until the Viceroy Blasco Núñez Vila arrived. It is not our intention to enter into the detail of the disputes which took place between the latter and Gonzalo Pizarro, who, profiting by the general discontent caused by the new regulations as to the repartimientos, revolted against the emperor's representative. After many changes of fortune, for which we have not space, the struggle ended by the defeat and execution of Gonzalo Pizarro, which took place in 1548. His body was taken to Cusco and buried fully dressed, no one, says Garcilaso de la Vega, being willing to give even a winding sheet for it. Thus ended the judicial assassin of Almagro. Is not the text appropriate in this case? They that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Chapter 2. The First Voyage Round the World. Magellan, his early history, his disappointment, his change of nationality, preparations for the expedition, Rio de Janeiro, St. Julian's Bay, revolt of a part of the squadron, terrible punishment of the guilty, Magellan's Strait, Patagonia, the Pacific, the Ladrone Islands, Cebu and the Philippine Islands, death of Magellan, Borneo, the Moluccas and their productions, separation of the Trinidad and Victoria, return to Europe by the Cape of Good Hope, last misadventures. No one as yet was aware of the immense size of the continent discovered by Christopher Columbus. Still was sought perseveringly on the coast of America, which was thought to be a collection of several islands, the famous strait which should lead at once to the Pacific Ocean and to those Spice Islands, the possession of which would have made the fortune of Spain. While Cortereal and Cabot were seeking for it in the Atlantic Ocean, and Cortés in the furthest part of the Gulf of California, while Pizarro was coasting along Peru and Valdivia was conquering Chile, The solution of this problem was found by a Portuguese in the service of Spain, Ferdinand de Magellan. The son of a gentleman of Cota e Armas, Ferdinand de Magellan was born either at Oporto, at Lisbon, at Vila de Sabrosa, or at Vila de Figueiro. It is not actually known which. The date of his birth is unknown, but it took place towards the end of the 15th century. He had been brought up in the house of King John Roman II, where he received as complete an education as could then be given him. After having made mathematics and navigation his special study, for at this time in Portugal there was an irresistible current which drew the whole country towards maritime expeditions and discoveries, Magellan early embraced a maritime career and embarked in 1505 with Almeida, who was on his way to the Indies. He took part in the sacking of Quiloa and in all the events of that campaign. The following year he accompanied Vaz Pereira to Sofala. Then, on returning to the Malabar coast, we find him assisting Albuquerque at the taking of Malacca and bearing himself on that occasion with equal prudence and bravery. He took part in the expedition sent by Albuquerque about 1510 to seek for the famous Spice Islands, under the command of Antonio de Abreu and of Francisco Cerro, which discovered Banda, Ambona, Ternate, and Tidor. During this time, Magellan had landed at the Malaysian Islands, distant 1,800 miles from Malacca, and in the archipelago of the Moluccas, he had obtained the circumstantial information which gave birth in his mind to the idea of the voyage which he was destined to accomplish later on. Magellan on board his caravel. Magellan on board his caravel. From an old print. On his return to Portugal, Magellan obtained leave, though not without difficulty, to search through the royal archives. He soon became certain that the Moluccas were situated in the hemisphere which the Bull of Demarcation, adopted at Tordesillas by the kings of Spain and Portugal, and confirmed in 1494 by Pope Alexander Roman VI, had given to Spain. In virtue of this line of demarcation, which was destined to give rise to so many impassioned debates, all the countries situated at 360 miles west of the meridian of the Cape de Verde Islands were to belong to Spain, and all those lying to the east of the same meridian to Portugal. Magellan was of too active a nature to remain long without again taking service. He went next to fight in Africa at Azama, a town in Morocco, where he received a slight wound in his knee, but one which, by injuring a nerve, made him lame for the remainder of his life, and obliged him to return to Portugal. Conscious of the superiority which his theoretical and practical knowledge and his services had earned for him above the herd of courtiers, Magellan naturally felt more keenly than another would have done the unjust treatment he received from Emmanuel with regard to certain complaints laid by the people of Azama against the Portuguese officers. King Emmanuel's prejudices soon changed to a real dislike. It showed itself by the outrageous imputation that Magellan was pretending to suffer from a wound which was really of no consequence and was completely cured, that he might escape from accusations which he could not refute. Such an assertion was a serious matter for the honor of Magellan, so susceptible and suspicious. He thereupon came to a desperate determination which corresponded, moreover, with the greatness of the insult which he had received. That no one might be ignorant of it, he caused it to be legally set forth that he renounced his rights as a Portuguese citizen and changed his nationality, and he then took out letters of naturalization in Spain. This was to proclaim, as solemnly as could possibly be done, that he intended to be looked upon as a subject of the crown of Castile, to which henceforward he would consecrate his services and his whole life. This was a serious determination, as we can see, which no one blamed, and which even the most severe historians, such as Barros and Feria y Sousa, have excused. At the same time as Magellan, the licentiate Rey Falero left Lisbon with his brother Francisco and a merchant named Cristovam de Haro. The former was a man deeply versed in cosmographical knowledge and had equally with Magellan fallen under Emmanuel's displeasure. Falero had entered into a treaty of partnership with Magellan to reach the Moluccas by a new way, but one which was not otherwise specified, and which remained Magellan's secret. As soon as they arrived in Spain, 1517, the two partners submitted their project to Charles V, who accepted it in principle, but there remained the always delicate question touching the means for putting it into execution. Happily, Magellan found in Juan de Aranda, the factor of the Chamber of Commerce, an enthusiastic partisan of his theories and one who promised to exert all his influence to make the enterprise a success. He had an interview accordingly with the High Chancellor, the Cardinal and Bishop of Burgos, Fonseca. He set forth with such skill the great advantage that Spain would derive from the discovery of a route leading to the very center of the spice production, and the great prejudice which it would cause to the trade of Portugal, that an agreement was signed on the 22nd of March, 1518. The emperor undertook to pay all the expenses of the expedition on condition that the greater part of the profits should belong to him. But Magellan had still many obstacles to surmount before taking to the sea. In the first place, there were the remonstrances of the Portuguese ambassador, Alvaro de Costa, who, seeing that his endeavors were in vain, even tried to compass the assassination of Magellan, so says Feria y Sousa. Then he encountered the ill will of the employees of the Casa de Contratación at Seville, who were jealous of a stranger being entrusted with the command of such an important expedition, and envious of the least token of favor which had been accorded to Magellan and Rey Falero, who had been named commanders of the Order of St. James. But Charles V. had given his consent by a public act, which seemed to be irrevocable. They tried, however, to make the emperor alter his decision by organizing, on the 22nd of October, 1518, a disturbance paid for with Portuguese gold. It broke out on the pretext that Magellan, who had just had one of his ships drawn on shore for repairs and painting, had decorated it with the Portuguese arms. This last attempt failed miserably, and 3 statutes of the 30th of March, 10th of April, fixed the composition of the crews and named the staff, while a final official document dated from Barcelona, the 26th of July, 1519, confided the sole command of the expedition to Magellan. What had meanwhile been happening to Rey Falero, we cannot exactly say, but this man, who had up to this time been treated on the same footing as Magellan, and who had perhaps first conceived the project, now found himself quite excluded from the command of the expedition, after some dissensions of which the cause is unknown. His health, already shaken, received a last shock from this affront, and poor Rey Falero, who had become almost childish, having returned to Portugal to see his family, was arrested there and only released upon the intercession of Charles V. At last, after having sworn fidelity and homage to the crown of Castile, Magellan received in his turn the oath of his officers and sailors, and left the port of San Lucar de Barrameda on the morning of the 10th of August, 1519. But before entering on the narrative of this memorable campaign, we must give a few particulars of the man who has left us the most complete account of it, Francesco Antonio Pigafetta, or Jerome Pigafetta, as he is often called in France. Born at Venice about 1491, of a noble family, Pigafetta formed part of the suite of the ambassador Francesco Chiricalco, sent by Leo X to Charles V, who was then at Barcelona. His attention was no doubt aroused by the noise which the preparations for the expedition made at that time in Spain, and he obtained permission to take part in the voyage. This volunteer proved an excellent recruit, for he showed himself in every respect as faithful and intelligent an observer as he was a brave and courageous companion. He was wounded at the Battle of Zebu, fighting beside Magellan, which prevented him from being present at the banquet during which so many of his companions were destined to lose their lives. As to his narrative, with the exception of some exaggerations of detail according to the taste of that time, it is exact, and the greater part of the descriptions which we owe to him have been verified by modern travelers and learned men, especially by M. Alcide d'Orbigny. Upon his return to San Lucar on the 6th of September, 1522, after having fulfilled the vow which he had made to go barefoot to return, thanks to Nuestra Senora de la Victoria, the Lombard, as they called him on board the Victoria, presented to Charles V. Then at Valladolid, a complete journal of the voyage. When he returned to Italy, by means of the original as well as of some supplementary notes, he wrote a longer narrative of the expedition at the request of Pope Clement Roman VII, and of Villiers de l'Isle Adam, Grand Master of the Knights of Malta. He sent copies of this work to several distinguished personages, and notably to Louisa of Savoy, mother of Francis I. But she not understanding, so thinks Harris, the very learned author of the Bibliotheca Americana Vetustissima, the kind of patois used by Pigafetta, and which resembles a mixture of Italian, Venetian, and Spanish, employed a certain Jacques-Antoine Faber to translate it into French. Instead of giving a faithful translation, Faber made a kind of abridgment of it. Some critics, however, suppose that this narrative must have been written originally in French. They found their opinion upon the existence of 3 French manuscripts of the 16th century, which give very different readings, and of which 2 are deposited in the Bibliothèque Nationale at Paris. Pigafetta died at Venice about 1534, in a house in the Rue de la Lune, which in 1800 was still to be seen, and which bore the well-known device, "No rose without a thorn." At the same time, not wishing to confine ourselves to Pigafetta's narrative entirely, we have compared and completed it with that of Maximilian Transylvain, secretary to Charles V, of which there is an Italian translation in Ramusio's valuable collection. The fleet of Magellan consisted of the Trinidad of 120 tons burden, which carried the flag of the commander of the expedition, the Sant Antonio, also of 120 tons, commanded by Juan de Carthagena, the second in rank, the person joined with Magellan, says the official document, the Conception of 90 tons, commanded by Gaspar de Quesada, the famous Victoria of 85 tons, commanded by Luis de Mendoza, and lastly the Santiago of 75 tons, commanded by Joe Cerro, called by the Spaniards Serrano. 4 of these captains and nearly all the pilots were Portuguese. Barbosa and Gomez on board the Trinidad, Luis Alfonso de Goes and Vasco Galigo on the Victoria, Cerro, Joe Lopez de Carvalho on the Conception, Joe Rodriguez de Mofrupel on the Sant Antonio, and Joe Cerro on the Santiago, with 25 sailors, formed a total of 33 Portuguese out of the whole body of 237 individuals whose names have all been handed down to us, and amongst whom are found a considerable number of Frenchmen. Of the officers whose names have been mentioned, it is to be remembered that Duarte Barbosa was brother-in-law to Magellan, and that Estevam Gomez, who, by returning to Seville on the 6th of May, 1521, did not participate in the conclusion of this memorable voyage, was afterwards sent by Charles V to seek for the Northwest Passage, and in 1524 sailed along the coast of America from Florida to Rhode Island, and perhaps as far as Cape Cod. Nothing could have been better arranged than this expedition, for the equipment of which the whole resources of the nautical science of that epoch had been taxed. At the moment of departure, Magellan gave his last orders to his pilots and captains, and the code of signals which were to ensure unanimity in maneuvers and prevent a possible separation. On Monday morning, the 10th of August, 1519, the fleet weighed anchor and sailed down the Guadalquivir as far as San Lucar de Barrameda, which forms the port of Seville, where the victualling of the ships was completed, and it was the 20th of September before they were really off. 6 days afterwards, the fleet anchored at Tenerife in the Canary Archipelago, where both wood and water were taken on board. It was on leaving this island that the first symptoms appeared of the misunderstanding between Magellan and Juan de Carthagena, which was to prove so fatal to the expedition. The latter claimed to be informed by the commander-in-chief of the route which he intended to take, a claim which was at once rejected by Magellan, who declared that he was not called upon to give any explanation to his subordinate. After having passed between the Cape de Verde Islands and Africa, the ships reached the shores of Sierra Leone, where contrary winds and dead calms detained the fleet for 20 days. Juan de Carthagena placed in the stocks. Juan de Carthagena placed in the stocks. A painful incident now occurred. During a council which was held on board the flagship, a sharp dispute arose, and Juan de Carthagena, who affected to treat the captain-general with contempt, having answered him with pride and insolence, Magellan felt obliged to arrest him with his own hand, and to have him put in the stocks, an instrument made of 2 pieces of wood, placed one upon the other and pierced with holes, in which were placed the legs of the sailor who was to be punished. The other captains remonstrated loudly with Magellan against a punishment which was too degrading for a superior officer, and Carthagena in consequence was simply put under arrest and guarded by one of the captains. To the calms now succeeded rain, tempests, and heavy squalls, which obliged the vessels to lie to. During these storms, the navigators several times witnessed an electric phenomenon of which the cause was not then known, but which they considered an undoubted sign of the protection of heaven, and which even at the present day is known by the name of St. Elmo's fire. Once past the equinoctial line, a passage which does not at that time seem to have been celebrated by the grotesque ceremony of baptism which is in vogue at the present day, they steered for Brazil, where on the 13th of December, 1519, the fleet cast anchor in the magnificent port of Santa Lucia, now known under the name of Rio Janeiro. This was not, however, the first time that this bay had been seen by Europeans, as was long believed. Since the year 1511, it had been known under the name of Bahia do Cabo Frio. It had been visited also, 4 years before Magellan's arrival, by Piero Lopez, and seems to have been frequented since the commencement of the 16th century by mariners from deep Hoo, inheritors of the passion for adventurous navigation of their ancestors, the Northmen, roamed over the world and founded small establishments or factories in all directions. Here the Spanish expedition procured cheaply, in exchange for looking-glasses, pieces of ribbon, scissors, hawk's bells, or fish hooks, a quantity of provisions, amongst which Pigafetta mentions pineapples, sugar canes, sweet potatoes, fowls, and the flesh of the anta, which is thought to be the tapir. The account given in the same narrative of the manners of the inhabitants is sufficiently curious to be repeated. The Brazilians are not Christians, he says, but no more are they idolaters, for they worship nothing. Natural instinct is their only law. This is an interesting fact, and a singular avowal for an Italian of the 16th century, deeply imbued with superstition. It offers one more proof that the idea of the divinity is not innate, as some theologians have imagined. These natives live to a great age. They go entirely naked and sleep in cotton nets called hammocks, suspended by the two ends to beams. As to their boats, called canoes, each is hollowed out of the single trunk of a tree and can hold as many as 40 men. They are anthropophagi, cannibals, but only on special occasions, and scarcely ever eat any but their enemies taken in battle. Their dress of ceremony is a kind of vest made of parraquets feathers, woven together, and so arranged that the large wing and tail feathers form a sort of girdle round their loins, which gives them a whimsical and ridiculous appearance. We have already said that the feather cloak was in use on the shores of the Pacific. Among the Peruvians, it is curious to ascertain that it was worn equally by the Brazilians. Some specimens of this singular garment may be seen at the exhibition of the Ethnographical Museum. This was not, however, the only ornament of these savages. They suspended little stone cylinders from 3 holes pierced in the lower lip, a custom which is common among many of the oceanic people, and which may be compared with our fashion of ear-rings. These people were extremely credulous and of good disposition, and thus, as Pigafetta says, they could easily have been converted to Christianity, for they assisted in silence and with gravity at the Mass which was said on shore, a remark that Alvarez Cabral had already made. The coast of Brazil. The coast of Brazil. After remaining 13 days in this place, the squadron continued its route to the south, coasting along the shore, and arrived at 34 degrees 40 of south latitude in a country where flowed a large river of fresh water. It was the La Plata. The natives, called charruas, were so frightened at the sight of the vessels that they hastily took refuge in the interior of the country, carrying with them all their valuables, and it was impossible to overtake any of them. It was in this country that 4 years previously, Juan Diaz de Solis had been massacred by a tribe of charruas, armed with that terrible engine which is still in use at the present day among the gauchos of the Argentine Republic, the boluses, which are metal balls fastened to the 2 ends of a long leather thong, called a lasso. A little below the estuary of the La Plata, once thought to be an arm of the sea opening into the Pacific, the flotilla anchored at Port Desire. Here they obtained an ample supply of penguins for the crews of the 5 vessels, a bird which did not make a very delicious meal. Then they anchored in 49 degrees 30 in a beautiful harbor, where Magellan resolved to winter, and which received the name of St. Julian's Bay. The Spaniards had been 2 months there, when one day they perceived a man who seemed to them to be of gigantic stature. At sight of them, he began dancing and singing and throwing dust upon his head. This was a Patagonian, who allowed himself without resistance to be taken on board the vessels. He showed the greatest surprise at all he saw around him, but nothing astonished him so much as a large steel mirror which was presented to him. The giant, who had not the least idea of the use of this piece of furniture, and who, no doubt, now saw his own face for the first time, drew back in such terror that he threw to the ground 4 of our people who were behind him. He was taken back on shore loaded with presents, and the kind welcome which he had received induced 18 of his companions, 13 women and 5 men, to come on board. They were tall and had broad faces, painted red except the eyes, which were encircled with yellow. Their hair was whitened with lime. They were wrapped in enormous fur cloaks, and wore those large leather boots from which was given to them the name of Largefeet or Patagonians. Their stature was not, however, so gigantic as it appeared to our simple narrator, for it varies froft, 10 in, to 5 ft, 8 in, being somewhat above the middle height among Europeans. For arms they had a short massive bow and arrows made of reed, of which the point was formed of a sharp pebble. The captain, to retain 2 of these savages whom he wished to take to Europe, used a stratagem, which we should characterize as hateful in the present day, but which had nothing revolting about it for the 16th century, when Indians and Negroes were universally considered to be a kind of brute beasts. Magellan loaded these Indians with presents, and when he saw them embarrassed with the quantity, he offered to each of them one of those iron rings used for chaining captives. They would have desired to carry them away, for they valued iron above everything, but their hands were full. It was then proposed to fasten the rings to their legs, to which they agreed without suspicion. The sailors then closed the rings, so that the savages found themselves in fetters. Nothing can give an idea of their fury when they discovered this stratagem, worthy rather of savages than of civilized men. The capture of others was attempted, but in vain, and in the chase one of the Spaniards was wounded by a poisoned arrow, which caused his death almost instantaneously. Intrepid hunters, these people wander about perpetually in pursuit of guanaquis and other game. They are endowed with such wonderful veracity that what would suffice for the nourishment of 20 sailors can scarcely satisfy 7 or 8 of them. Magellan, foreseeing that the stay here was likely to be prolonged, and perceiving that the country only presented meager resources, gave orders to economize the provisions, and to put the men on fixed rations, that they might not experience too great privations before the spring, when they might reach a country where there was more game. But the Spaniards, discontented at the sterility of the place, and at the length and rigor of the winter, began to murmur. This land seemed to stretch southwards as far as the Antarctic pole, they said. There did not seem to be any strait. Already several had died from the privations they had endured. Lastly, it was time to return to Spain, if the commander did not wish to see all his men perish in this place. Magellan, fully resolved to die, or else to bring the enterprise he commanded to a successful issue, replied that the emperor had assigned him the course which the voyage was to take, and he neither could nor would depart from it under any pretext, and that in consequence he should go straight forward to the end of this land, or until he met with some strait. As to provisions, if they found them insufficient, his men might add to their rations the produce of their fishing or hunting. Magellan thought that so firm a declaration would impose silence on the malcontents, and that he would hear no more of privations, from which he suffered equally with his crews. He deceived himself completely. Certain of the captains, and Juan de Carthagena in particular, were interested in causing a revolt to break out. These rebels, therefore, began by reminding the Spaniards of their old animosity against the Portuguese. The captain-general, being one of the latter nation, had never, according to them, tendered a wholehearted allegiance to the Spanish flag. In order to be able to return to his own country and to gain pardon for what he had done wrong, he wished to commit some heinous crime, and nothing could be more advantageous to Portugal than the destruction of this fine fleet. Instead of leading them to the archipelago of the Moluccas, of the riches of which he had boasted to them, he wished to take them into frozen regions, the dwelling place of eternal snow, where he could easily manage that they should all perish. Then, with the help of the Portuguese on board the squadron, he would take back to his own country the vessels which he had seized. Such were the reports and accusations that the partisans of Juan de Cartagena, Luis de Mendoza, and Gaspar de Quesada had disseminated among the sailors, when on Palm Sunday, the 1st of April, 1520, Magellan summoned the captains, officers, and pilots to hear mass on board his vessel and to dine with him afterwards. Alvaro de la Mesquita, a cousin of the Captain General, accepted this invitation with Antonio de Coca and his officers, but neither Mendoza nor Quesada, nor Juan de Cartagena, who was Quesada's prisoner, appeared. The next night the malcontents boarded the Sunt, Antonio with 30 of the men of the Conception, and desired to have La Mesquita given up to them. The pilot, Juan de Iliorraga, while defending his captain, received 4 stabs from a poniard in the arm. Quesada cried out at the same time, "You will see that this fool will make our business fail." The 3 vessels, the Conception, Sant Antonio, and Santiago, fell without difficulty into the hands of the rebels, who reckoned more than one accomplice among the crews. In spite of this success, the 3 captains did not dare openly to attack the commander-in-chief, and sent to him some proposals for a reconciliation. Magellan ordered them to come on board the Trinidad to confer with him, but this they stoutly refused to do, whereupon Magellan, having no further need of caution, had the boat seized which had brought him this answer, and choosing 6 strong and brave men from amongst his crew, he sent them on board the Victoria under the command of the Alguazil Espinosa. He carried a letter from Magellan to Mendoza enjoining him to come on board the Trinidad, and when Mendoza smiled in a scornful manner, Espinosa stabbed him in the throat with a poniard, while a sailor struck him on the head with a cutlass. While these events were taking place, another boat, laden with 15 armed men, came alongside the Victoria and took possession of her without any resistance from the sailors, surprised by the rapidity of the action. On the next day, the 3rd of April, the 2 other rebel vessels were taken, not however without bloodshed. Mendoza's body was divided into quarters, while a clerk read in a loud voice the sentence that blasted his memory. 3 days afterwards, Quesada was beheaded and cut in pieces by his own servant, who undertook this sad task to save his own life. As to Cartagena, the high rank which the royal edict had conferred upon him in the expedition saved him from death, but with Gomez de la Reine, the chaplain, he was left behind on the shore, where some months afterwards he was found by Estevam Gomez. 40 sailors convicted of rebellion were pardoned because their services were considered indispensable. After this severe lesson, Magellan might well hope that the mutinous spirit was really subdued. When the temperature became milder, the anchors were weighed. The squadron put to sea on the 24th of August, following the coast and carefully exploring all the gulfs to find that strait which had been so persistently sought. At the level of Cape St. Croix, one of the vessels, the Santiago, was lost on the rocks during a violent gale from the east. Happily, both the men and merchandise on board were saved, and they succeeded also in taking from the wrecked vessel the rigging and appurtenances of the ship, which they divided among the 4 remaining vessels. At last, on the 21st of October, according to Pigafetta, the 27th of November, according to Maximilian Transylvain, the flotilla penetrated by a narrow entrance into a gulf, at the bottom of which a strait opened, which, as they soon saw, passed into the sea to the south. First they called this the Strait of the 11,000 Virgins, because this was the day dedicated to them. On each side of the strait rose high land covered with snow, on which they saw numerous fires, especially to the left, but they were unable to obtain any communication with the natives. The details which Pigafetta and Martin Transylvain have given with regard to the topographical and hydrographical dispositions of this strait are rather vague, and as we shall have to mention it again when we speak of de Bougainville's expedition, we shall not dilate upon it now. After sailing for 22 days across this succession of narrow inlets and arms of the sea, in some places 3 miles wide, in some 12, which extends for a distance of 440 miles, and has received the name of Magellan's Strait, the flotilla emerged upon a sea of immense extent and great depth. The rejoicings were general when at last the sailors found themselves at the long-wished-for end of their efforts. Henceforward, the route was open, and Magellan's clever conjectures were realized. Nothing is more extraordinary than the navigation of Magellan upon this ocean, which he called Pacific, because for 4 months no storm assailed him upon it. The privations endured by the crews during this long space of time were excessive. The biscuit was nothing more than dust mixed with worms, while the water had become bad and gave out an unbearable smell. The sailors were obliged to eat mice and sawdust to prevent themselves from dying of hunger, and to gnaw all the leather that it was possible to find. As it was easy to foresee under these circumstances, the crews were decimated by scurvy. 19 men died, and 30 were seized with violent pains in their arms and legs, which caused prolonged sufferings. At last, after having sailed over more than 12,000 miles without meeting with a single island, in a sea where so many and such populous archipelagos were destined to be discovered, the fleet came upon 2 desert and sterile islands, called for that reason the Unfortunate Islands, but of which the position is indicated in much too contradictory a manner for it to be possible to recognize them. In 12 degrees north latitude and degrees longitude, on Wednesday the 6th of March, the navigators discovered successively 3 islands, at which they greatly desired to stop to recruit and take in fresh provisions. But the islanders who came on board stole so many things without the possibility of preventing them, that the sailors were obliged to give up the idea of remaining there. The natives contrived even to carry off a long boat. Magellan, indignant at such daring, made a descent with 40 armed men, burned some houses and boats, and killed 7 men. These islanders had neither chief, king, nor religion. Their heads were covered with palm leaf hats, they wore beards, and their hair descended to their waists. Generally of an olive tint, they thought they embellished themselves by coloring their teeth black and red, while their bodies were anointed with coconut oil, no doubt in order to protect themselves from the heat of the sun. Their canoes of curious construction carried a very large matting sail, which might have easily capsized the boat if the precaution had not been taken of giving a more stable trim by means of a long piece of wood kept at a certain distance by 2 poles. This is what is called the balance. These islanders were very industrious, but had a singular aptitude for stealing, which has gained for their country the name of the Islands of Thieves, Ladrone Islands. The Ladrone Islands. The Ladrone Islands. From an old print. On the 16th of March was seen, at about 900 miles from the Ladrones, some high ground. This was soon discovered to be an island which now goes by the name of Samar Island. There Magellan, resolving to give his exhausted crews some rest, caused 2 tents to be pitched on land for the use of the sick. The natives quickly brought bananas, palm wine, coconuts, and fish, for which mirrors, combs, bells, and other similar trifles were offered in exchange. The coconut, a tree which is valuable beyond all others, supplied these natives with their bread, wine, oil, and vinegar, and besides they obtained from it their clothing and the necessary wood for building and roofing in their huts. The natives soon became familiar with the Spaniards, and told them that their archipelago produced cloves, cinnamon, pepper, nutmegs, ginger, maize, or Indian corn, and that even gold was found there. Magellan gave this archipelago the name of the St. Lazarus Islands, afterwards changed to that of the Philippines from the name of Philip of Austria, son of Charles V. This archipelago is formed of a great number of islands which extend in Malaysia between 5 degrees 32 and degrees 38 north latitude and degrees 56 and degrees 43 longitude east of the meridian of Paris. The most important are Luzon, Mindoro, Leyte, the Ceylon of Pigafetta, Samar, Panay, Negros, Cebu, Bohol, Palawan, and Mindanao. When they were a little restored, the Spaniards put to sea again in order to explore the archipelago. They saw in succession the islands of Senilo, Huinogan, Ibusan, and Abarian, as well as another island called Masava, of which the King Kalambu could make himself understood by a slave, a native of Sumatra, whom Magellan had taken to Europe from India, and who by his knowledge of Malay rendered signal service in several instances. The king came on board with 6 or 8 of his principal subjects. He brought with him presents for the captain general, and in exchange he received a vest of red and yellow cloth, made in Turkish fashion, and a cap of fine scarlet, while mirrors and knives were given to the members of his suite. The Spaniards showed him all their firearms and fired some shots from the cannon in his presence, at which he was much terrified. Then Magellan caused one of our number to be fully armed, says Pigafetta, and ordered 3 men to give him blows with the sword and stiletto, to show the king that nothing could wound a man armed in this manner, which surprised him greatly. And turning to the interpreter, he said to the captain through him, that a man thus armed could fight against 100. Yes, replied the interpreter, in the name of the commandant, and each of the 3 vessels carries 200 men armed in this manner. The king, astonished by all that he had seen, took leave of the captain, begging him to send 2 of his men with him to let them see something of the island. Pigafetta was chosen, and was much satisfied with the welcome that he received. The king told him that in this island they found pieces of gold as large as nuts, and even eggs, mixed with the earth which they passed through a sieve to find them. All his vessels, and even some of the ornaments of his house, were of this metal. He was very neatly dressed, according to the custom of the country, and was the finest man that I have seen among these people. His black hair fell upon his shoulders, a silk veil covered his head, and he wore 2 rings in his ears. From his waist to his knees, he was covered with a cotton cloth embroidered in silk. On each of his teeth there were 3 spots of gold, arranged in such a manner that one would have said all his teeth were fastened together with this metal. He was perfumed with storax and benzoin. His skin was painted, but its natural tint was olive. On Easter Day, the Europeans went on shore to celebrate Mass in a kind of little church, which they had constructed on the seashore with sails and branches of trees. An altar had been set up, and during the whole time that the religious ceremony lasted, the king, with a large concourse of people, listened in silence and imitated all the motions of the Spaniards. Then a cross having been planted on a hill with great solemnity, they weighed anchor and made for the port of Zebu, as being the best for revictualling the vessels and trading. They arrived there on Sunday, the 7th of April. Magellan sent one of his officers on shore at once with the interpreter as ambassador to the king of Zebu. The envoy explained that the chief of the squadron was under the orders of the greatest king in the world. The object of the voyage, he added, was the wish to pay him a visit, and at the same time to take in some fresh provisions in exchange for merchandise, and then to go to the Molucca Islands. Such were the motives which caused them to tarry in a country where they came as friends. They are welcome, replied the king, but if they intend to trade, they should pay a duty to which all vessels are subject that enter my port, as did, not 4 days since, a junk from Siam, which came to seek for slaves and gold, to which a Moorish merchant who has remained in this country can testify. The Spaniard replied that his master was too great a king to submit to such an unreasonable demand. They had come with pacific intentions, but if war were declared, it would be seen with whom they had to deal. The king of Zebu, warned by the Moorish merchant of the power of those who stood before him, and whom he took for Portuguese, at length consented to forego his claims. Moreover, the king of Massava, who had continued to serve as pilot to the Spaniards, so altered the inclinations of his brother sovereign, that the Spaniards obtained the exclusive privilege of trading in the island, and a loyal friendship was sealed between the king of Zebu and Magellan by an exchange of blood, which each drew from his right arm. From this moment, provisions were brought and cordial relations established. The nephew of the king came with a numerous suite to visit Magellan on board his ship, and the latter took this opportunity to relate to his visitors the wonderful history of the creation of the world and of the redemption of the human race, and to invite him and his people to become converts to Christianity. They showed no repugnance to being baptized, and on the 14th of April, the kings of Zebu and Massava and the Moorish merchant, with 500 men and as many women, received baptism. But what was only a fashion at first, for it cannot be said that the natives knew the religion which they embraced or were persuaded of its truth, became a real frenzy after a wonderful cure had been effected by Magellan. Having learnt that the father of the king had been ill for 2 years and was on the point of death, the captain general promised that if he consented to be baptized and the natives would burn their idols, he would find himself cured. He added that he was so convinced of what he said, relates Pigafetta, for it is as well to quote the author verbatim in such a matter, that he agreed to lose his head if what he promised did not happen immediately. We then made a procession, with all possible pomp, from the place where we were to the sick man's house, whom we found really in a very sad state, in that he could neither speak nor move. We baptized him with 2 of his wives and 10 daughters. The captain asked him directly after his baptism how he found himself, and he suddenly replied that thanks to our Lord he was well. We were all witnesses of this miracle. The captain above all rendered thanks to God for it. He gave the prince a refreshing drink, and continued to send him some of it every day till he was quite restored. On the 5th day, the invalid found himself quite cured and got up. His first care was to have burned, in the presence of the king and all the people, an idol for which he had great veneration, and which some old women guarded carefully in his house. He also caused some temples which stood on the seashore, and in which the people assembled to eat the meat consecrated to their old divinities, to be thrown down. All the inhabitants applauded these acts, and proposed themselves to go and destroy all the idols, even those which were in use in the king's house, crying at the same time, Vive la Castile, in honor of the King of Spain. Near to the island of Zebu is another island called Matin, which had 2 chiefs, one of whom had recognized the authority of Spain, while the other, having energetically resisted it, Magellan resolved to impose it upon him by force. On Friday, the 26th of April, 3 long boats left for the island of Matin, containing 60 men wearing cuirasses and helmets, and armed with muskets, and 30 balangays bearing the king of Zebu, his son-in-law, and a number of warriors. The Spaniards waited for day, and then to the number of 49 leapt into the water, for the boats could not approach the land on account of the rocks and shallow water. More than 1,500 natives awaited them, and at once threw themselves upon them and attacked them in 3 troops, both in front and flank. The musketeers and the crossbowmen fired on the multitude of warriors from a distance, without doing them much harm, they being protected by their bucklers. The Spaniards, assailed by stones, arrows, javelins, and lances, and overwhelmed by numbers, set fire to some huts to disperse and intimidate the natives. But these, made more furious by the sight of the fire, redoubled their efforts, and pressed the Spaniards on all sides, who had the greatest difficulty in resisting them, when a sad event took place which compromised the issue of the combat. The natives were not slow in remarking that all the blows which they directed towards those parts of their enemies' bodies which were protected by armor caused no wounds. They set themselves therefore to hurl their arrows and javelins against the lower part of the body, which was undefended. Magellan, wounded in the leg by a poisoned arrow, gave the order for retreat, which, begun in good order, soon changed into such a flight that 7 or 8 Spaniards alone remained at his side. With much difficulty, they kept moving backwards, fighting as they went, in order to reach the boats. They were already knee-deep in the water when several islanders rushed all together upon Magellan, who, wounded in the arm, was unable to draw his sword. They gave him such a saber cut upon his leg that he immediately fell down in the water, where he was speedily dispatched. His remaining companions, and among them Pigafetta, every one of whom had been hit, hastily regained the boats. Thus perished the illustrious Magellan on the 27th of April, 1521. He was adorned with every virtue, says Pigafetta, and ever exhibited an unshaken constancy in the midst of the greatest adversity. At sea, he always condemned himself to greater privations than the rest of his crew. Better versed than anyone else in the knowledge of nautical charts, he was perfect in the art of navigation, as he proved by making the tour of the world, which none before him had ventured to do. Pigafetta's funeral eulogy, though a little hyperbolical, is not untrue in the main. Magellan had need of singular constancy and perseverance to penetrate, despite the fears of his companions, into regions peopled by the superstitious spirit of the time with fantastic dangers. Peculiar nautical science was also necessary to achieve the discovery at the extremity of that long coast of the strait, which so justly bears his name. He was obliged to give unceasing attention to avoid all untoward accidents while exploring those unknown parts without any exact instruments. That one of the vessels was lost must be imputed to pride and a spirit of revolt in her own captain, more than to any incapacity or want of caution in the captain general. Let us add with our enthusiastic narrator, the glory of Magellan will survive his death. Death of Magellan. Death of Magellan. Duarte Barbosa, Magellan's brother-in-law, and Juan Serrano were elected commanders by the Spaniards, who were destined to meet with further catastrophes. The slave who had acted as interpreter up to this time had been slightly wounded during the battle. From the time of his master's death, he had kept aloof, not rendering any further service to the Spaniards and remaining extended upon his mat. After some rather sharp reproofs from Barbosa, who told him that his master's death did not make him a free man, he disappeared all at once. He was gone to the newly baptized king, to whom he declared that if he could allure the Spaniards into some trap and then kill them, he would make himself master of all their provisions and merchandise. Serrano, Barbosa, and 27 Spaniards were accordingly invited to a solemn assembly to receive the presents destined by the king of Zebu for the emperor. During the banquet, they were attacked unexpectedly and were all massacred except Serrano, who was led bound to the seashore, where he besought his companions to ransom him, for if they did not he would be murdered. But Juan de Carvalho and the others, fearing that the insurrection would become general and that they might be attacked during the negotiations by a numerous fleet which they would not be able to resist, turned a deaf ear to the unfortunate Serrano's supplications. The ships set sail and reached the island of Bohol, which was not far distant. When there, thinking that their numbers were too much reduced to navigate 3 vessels, they burnt the Conception, after having transshipped all that was most precious on board the other vessels. Then, after having coasted along the island of Panalongan, they stopped at Butuan, which forms part of Mindanao, a magnificent island with numerous ports and rivers abounding in fish, to the northwest of which lies the island of Luzon, the most considerable of the archipelago. The ships touched also at Palon, where they found pigs, goats, fowls, different kinds of bananas, coconuts, sugar canes, and rice, with which they provisioned the ships. This was for them, as Pigafetta expresses it, a promised land. Among the things which he thought worthy of notice, the Italian traveler mentions the cocks kept by the natives for fighting, a passion which after so many years is still deeply rooted amongst the population of the whole Philippine archipelago. From Palon, the Spaniards next went to the island of Borneo, the center of Malay civilization. From that time, they had no longer to deal with poverty-stricken people, but with a rich population who received them with magnificence. Their reception by the Raja is sufficiently curious to warrant a few words being devoted to it. At the landing place, they found 2 elephants with silk trappings, who bore the strangers to the house of the governor of the town, while 12 men carried the presents which were to be offered to the Raja. From the governor's house, where they slept, to the palace of the king, the streets were kept by armed men. Upon descending from their elephants, the Spaniards were admitted to a room filled with courtiers. At the end of this room opened another smaller room, hung with cloth of gold, in which were 300 men of the king's guard armed with poniards. Through a door they could then see the Raja, sitting by a table with a little child chewing betel nut. Behind him there were only some women. Etiquette required that the petition to be made must pass in succession through the mouths of 3 nobles, each of higher rank than the last, before being transmitted, by means of a hollow cane placed in a hole in the wall, to one of the principal officers, who submitted it to the king. Then there was an exchange of presents, after which the Spanish ambassadors were conducted back to their vessels with the same ceremony as on their arrival. The capital is built on piles in the sea, so that when the tide rises, the women who sell provisions go about the town in boats. On the 29th of July, more than 100 canoes surrounded the 2 vessels, whilst at the same time some junks weighed anchor to approach them more nearly. The Spaniards, fearing to be treacherously attacked, took the initiative and fired off their artillery, which killed a number of people in the canoes, upon which the king excused himself, saying that his fleet had not been directed against them, but against the Gentiles with whom the Mussulman had daily combats. This island produces arak, the alcohol of rice, camphor, cinnamon, ginger, oranges, citrons, sugar canes, melons, radishes, onions, and sea. The articles of exchange are copper, quicksilver, cinnabar, glass, woolen cloths, and canvas, and above all iron and spectacles, without mentioning porcelain and diamonds, some of which were of extraordinary size and value. The fauna comprises elephants, horses, buffaloes, pigs, goats, and domestic poultry. The money in use is of bronze. It is called sape and consists of small coins which are perforated with holes, that they may be strung together. On leaving Borneo, the the travelers sought for a suitable spot in which to repair their vessels, which were in such great need of it that the men were not less than 42 days over the work. "The oddest things which I have found in this island," says Pigafetta, "are the trees of which all the leaves are animated. These leaves resemble those of the mulberry, but are not so long. The stalk is short and pointed, and near the stalk on both sides there are 2 feet. If you touch the leaves, they escape, but when crushed, no blood comes from them. I have kept one of them in a box for 9 days. When I opened the box, the leaf was walking about in it. I believe they must live upon air. These very curious animals are well known at the present day, and are commonly called leaf flies, Mouch's fuel. They are of a gray-brown, which makes them more easily mistaken for dead leaves, which they exactly resemble in appearance." It was while in these parts that the Spanish expedition, which, during Magellan's life, had preserved its scientific character, began perceptibly to become piratical. Thus, on several occasions, junks were seized upon, and their crews forced by their Spanish captors to pay large ransoms. The ships next passed by the archipelago of the Sulu Islands, the haunt of Malay pirates, who have even now only lately submitted to the Spanish arms. Then by Mindanao, which had been already visited, for it was known that the eagerly sought-for Moluccas must be in its neighborhood, whether more or less remote. At last, after having seen a number of islands, of which the names would not convey much idea to us, on Wednesday, the 6th of November, the Spaniards discovered the archipelago, about which the Portuguese had related such terrifying fables, and 2 days later they landed at Tidor. Thus the object of the voyage was attained. The king came to meet the Spaniards, and invited them to go on board his canoe. He was seated under a silk parasol which covered him entirely. In front of him were placed one of his sons, who carried the royal scepter, 2 men who had each a golden vase full of water for washing the king's hands, and 2 others holding small gilt boxes filled with betel. Then the Spaniards made the king come on board the vessels, where they showed him much respect, at the same time loading him and those who accompanied him with presents, which seemed to them very precious. This king is a Moor, that is to say, an Arab, Pigafetta affirms. He is nearly 45 years of age, tolerably well made, and with a fine physiognomy. His clothing consisted of a very fine shirt, the cuffs of which were embroidered in gold. Drapery descended from his waist to his feet. A silk veil, no doubt a turban, covered his head, and upon this veil there was a garland of flowers. His name is Raja Sultan Manzur. The next day, in a long interview which he had with the Spaniards, Manzur declared his intention of placing himself with the islands of Ternate and Tidor under the protection of the King of Spain. The Sultan Manzur. The Sultan Manzur. This is the place to give some details about the archipelago of the Moluccas, drawn from Pigafetta's narrative, which we are following step by step in the version that M. ed. Charton has given, and to which he has added such valuable notes. This archipelago, properly speaking, comprises the islands of Gilolo, Ternate, Tidor, Mornay, Batchian, and Missal, but the Banda and Ambana groups are also often comprehended under the general name of Molucca. Formerly convulsed by repeated volcanic commotions, this archipelago contains a great number of craters, almost all extinct, or in repose during a long succession of years. The air there is burning, and would be almost unfit to breathe if frequent rains did not fall and refresh the atmosphere. The natural productions are extremely valuable. In the first rank must be placed the sago tree, of which the pith called sago takes, with yams, the place of cereals throughout Malacca. As soon as the tree is cut down, the pith is extracted, which is then grated, passed through a sieve, and afterwards cut up in the form of small rolls, which are dried in the shade. There are also the mulberry, the clove, the nutmeg, the camphor and pepper trees, in fact all the spice trees and all the tropical fruits. The forests contain some valuable kinds of wood, ebony, ironwood, teak, famous for its strength, and employed from the most ancient times in costly buildings, and the Calilaban laurel, which yields an aromatic essential oil that is highly prized. At this period domestic animals were not numerous in the Moluccas, but among the wild animals the most curious were the babirausa, an enormous wild boar with long tusks bent backwards, the opossum, a kind of didelphys a little larger than our squirrel, the phalanger, a marsupial which lives in thick, dark forests where it feeds upon leaves and fruit, and the tarsier, a kind of jerboa, a very harmless, inoffensive little animal with reddish-colored hair, about the size of a rat, but whose body bears some resemblance to that of an ape. Among the birds, the most remarkable were the paroquets and cockatoos, the birds of paradise of which so many fabulous accounts were given, and which until then had been believed to be without legs, the kingfishers, and the cassowaries, great wading birds almost as large as ostriches. A Portuguese named Lourosa had been long settled in the Moluccas, and to him the Spaniards forwarded a letter, in the hope that he would betray his country and attach himself to Spain. They obtained the most curious information from him with regard to the expeditions which the King of Portugal had dispatched to the Cape of Good Hope, to the Rio de la Plata, and to the Moluccas, but from various circumstances these latter expeditions had not been able to take place. He himself had been 16 years in this archipelago. The Portuguese had been installed there for 10 years, but upon this fact they preserved the most complete silence. When Lourosa saw the Spaniards making their preparations for departure, he came on board with his wife and his goods to return to Europe. On the 12th of November, all the merchandise destined for barter was landed, it being chiefly derived from the 4 junks which had been seized in Borneo. Certainly, the Spaniards traded to great advantage, but nevertheless not to so great an extent as they might have done, for they were in haste to return to Spain. Some vessels from Gilolo and Batchian came also to trade with them, and a few days later they received a considerable stock of cloves from the King of Tidor. This king invited them to a great banquet which he said it was his custom to give when a vessel or junk was loaded with the first cloves. But the Spaniards, remembering what had happened to them in the Philippines, refused the invitation while presenting compliments and excuses to the king. When their cargo was completed, they set sail. Scarcely had the Trinidad put to sea before it was perceived that she had a serious leak, and the return to Tidor as fast as possible was unavoidable. The skillful divers, whom the king placed at the disposal of the Spaniards, were unable to discover the hole, and it became necessary to partly unload the ship to make the necessary repairs. The sailors who were on board the Victoria would not wait for their companions, and the ship's officers, seeing clearly that the Trinidad would not be fit for the voyage to Spain, decided that she should go to Darien, where her valuable cargo would be discharged and transported across the isthmus to the Atlantic, where a vessel would be sent to fetch it. But neither the unfortunate vessel nor her crew was destined ever to return to Spain. The Trinidad, commanded by the alguazil Gonzalo Gomez de Espinosa, who had Juan de Carvalho as pilot, was in so bad a state that after leaving Tidor, she was obliged to anchor at Ternate, in the port of Talangomi, where her crew, consisting of 17 men, was immediately imprisoned by the Portuguese. The only reply given to Espinosa's remonstrances was a threat to hang him to the yard of a vessel, and the unfortunate alguazil, after having been transferred to Cochin, was sent to Lisbon, where for 7 months he remained shut up in the prison of the Limoeiro with 2 Spaniards, the sole survivors of the crew of the Trinidad. As to the Victoria, she left Tidor richly laden under the command of Juan Sebastian del Cano, who, after having been simply a pilot on board one of Magellan's ships, had taken the command of the Conception on the 27th of April, 1521, and who succeeded to Juan Lopez de Carvalho when the latter was superseded in his command for incapacity. The crew of the Victoria was composed of only 53 Europeans and 13 Indians. 54 Europeans remained at Tidor on board the Trinidad. After passing amidst the islands of Caon, La Goma, Sico, Geoffy, Caffi, Labon, Toloman, Batchian, Mata, and Batu, the Victoria left this latter island to the west, and steering west-southwest, stopped during the night at the island of Zulla or Zulla. At 30 miles from thence, the Spaniards anchored at Boro, the Boero of Bougainville, where the ship was revictualled. They stopped miles further on, at Banda, where mace and nutmegs are found, then at Sala, where a great trade in white sandalwood is carried on. They spent a fortnight there to repair their ship, which had suffered much, and there they laid in an ample provision of wax and pepper. Then they anchored at Timor, where they could only obtain provisions by retaining by stratagem the chief of the village and his son, who had come on board the ship. This island was frequented by junks from Luzon and by the praus from Malacca and Java, which traded largely there in sandalwood and pepper. A little further on the Spaniards touched at Java, where, as it appears, suttee was practiced at this time, as it has been in India until quite recently. Among the stories which Pigafetta relates, without entirely believing them, is one which is most curious. It concerns a gigantic bird, the Epiornis, of which the bones and the enormous eggs were discovered in Madagascar about the year 1850. It is an instance proving the caution needed before rejecting as fictitious many apparently fabulous legends, but which on examination may prove to possess a substratum of truth. To the north of Greater Java, says Pigafetta, in the Gulf of China, there is a very large tree called Kempinganghi, inhabited by certain birds called garrula, which are so large and strong that they can bear away a buffalo and even an elephant, and carry it as they fly to the place where the tree Pusathere is. This legend has been current ever since the 9th century among the Persians and Arabs, and this bird plays a wonderful part in Arabian tales under the name of the roc. It is not surprising, therefore, that Pigafetta found an analogous tradition among the Malays. After leaving Greater Java, the Victoria rounded the peninsula of Malacca, which had been subjugated to Portugal by the great Albuquerque 10 years before. In the immediate neighborhood are Siam and Cambodia and Chiampa, where rhubarb grows. This substance is discovered in the following manner. A company of from 20 to 25 men go into the wood, where they pass the night in the trees, to protect themselves from lions. Note here that there are no lions in this country and other ferocious beasts, and also that they may better perceive the odor of the rhubarb, which the wind wafts towards them. In the morning they go towards the place whence came the odor, and search there for the rhubarb until they find it. Rhubarb is the putrefied wood of a great tree, and acquires its odor even from its putrefaction. The best part of the tree is the root. Nevertheless, the trunk, which they call kalama, has the same medicinal virtue. Decidedly, it is not from Pigafetta that we should seek to acquire botanical knowledge. We should run a great risk of deceiving ourselves if we took in earnest the nonsense that the Moor told him from whom he drew his information. The Lombard traveler gives us also fantastic details about China with the greatest seriousness, and falls into the grave errors which his contemporary Duarte Barbosa had avoided. It is to the latter we owe the information that the trade in anthium or opium has existed from this period. When once the Victoria had left the shores of Malacca, Sebastian del Cano took great care to avoid the coast of Zanzibar, where the Portuguese had been established since the beginning of the century. He kept to the open sea as far as 42 degrees south latitude, and for 9 weeks he was obliged to keep the sails furled on account of the constant west and northwest winds, which ended in a fearful storm. To keep to this course required great perseverance on the part of the captain, with a settled desire on his part to carry his enterprise to a successful issue. The vessel had several leaks, and a number of the sailors demanded an anchorage at Mozambique. For the provisions which were not salted having become bad, the crew had only rice and water for food and drink. At last, on the 6th of May, the Cape of Tempests was doubled, and a favorable issue to the voyage might be hoped for. Nevertheless, many vexatious accidents still awaited the navigator. In 2 months, 21 men, Europeans and Indians, died from privations, and if on the 9th July they had not landed at Santiago, one of the Cape de Verde Islands, the whole crew would have died of hunger. As this archipelago belonged to Portugal, the sailors took care to say that they came from America, and carefully concealed the route which they had discovered. But one of the sailors, having had the imprudence to say that the Victoria was the only vessel of Magellan's squadron which had returned to Europe, the Portuguese immediately seized the crew of a longboat and prepared to attack the Spanish vessel. However, Del Cano on board his vessel was watching all the movements of the Portuguese, and suspecting, by the preparations which he saw, that there was an intention of seizing the Victoria, he set sail, leaving 13 men of his crew in the hands of the Portuguese. Maximilian Transilvain assigns a different motive from the one given by Pigafetta for the anchorage at the Cape de Verde Islands. He asserts that the fatigued state of the crew, who were reduced by privations, and who in spite of everything had not ceased to work the pumps, had decided the captain to stop and buy some slaves to aid them in this work. Having no money, the Spaniards would have paid with some of their spices, which would have opened the eyes of the Portuguese. To see if our journals were correctly kept, says Pigafetta, we inquired on shore what day of the week it was. They replied that it was Thursday, which surprised us, because according to our journals, it was as yet only Wednesday. We could not be persuaded that we had made the mistake of a day. I was more astonished myself than the others were, because having always been sufficiently well to keep my journal, I had uninterruptedly marked the days of the week and the course of the months. We learnt afterwards that there was no error in our calculation, for having always traveled towards the west, following the course of the sun, and having returned to the same point, we must have gained 24 hours upon those who had remained stationary. One has only need of reflection to be convinced of this fact. Sebastian del Cano rapidly made the coast of Africa, and on the 6th of September entered the bay of San Lucar de Barrameda with a crew of 17 men, almost all of whom were ill. 2 days later, he anchored before the mole at Seville, after having accomplished a complete circuit of the world. As soon as he arrived, Sebastian del Cano went to Valladolid, where the court was, and received from Charles V the welcome which was merited after so many difficulties had been courageously overcome. The bold mariner received permission to take as his armorial bearings a globe with this motto, Primus circumdedisti me, and he also received a pension of 500 ducats. The rich freight of the Victoria decided the emperor to send a second fleet to the Moluccas. The supreme command of it was not, however, given to Sebastian del Cano. It was reserved for the commander Garcia de Loaisa, whose only claim to it was his grand name. However, after the death of the chief of the expedition, which happened as soon as the fleet had passed the Strait of Magellan, del Cano found himself invested with the command, but he did not hold it long, for he died 6 days afterwards. As for the ship Victoria, she was long preserved in the port of Seville, but in spite of all the care that was taken of her, she at length fell to pieces from old age. Chapter 3. The Polar Expeditions and the Search for the Northwest Passage. 1. The Northmen Eric the Red, the Xenos John Cabot Corterial, Sebastian Cabot, Willoughby Chancellor. Pythias had opened up the road to the north to the Scandinavians by discovering Iceland, the famous Thule, and the Cronian Ocean, of which the mud, the shallow water, and the ice render the navigation dangerous, and where the nights are as light as twilight. The traditions of the voyages undertaken by the ancients to the Orkneys, the Faroe Islands, and even to Iceland were treasured up among the Irish monks, who were learned men and themselves bold mariners, as their successive establishments in these archipelagos clearly prove. They were also the pilots of the Northmen, a name given generally to the Scandinavian pirates, both Danish and Norwegian, who rendered themselves so formidable to the whole of Europe during the Middle Ages. But if all the information that we owe to the ancients, both Greeks and Romans, with regard to these Hyperborean countries, be extremely vague, and so to speak fabulous, it is not so with that which concerns the adventurous enterprises of the men of the North. The sagas, as the Icelandic and Danish songs are called, are extremely precise, and the numerous data which we owe to them are daily confirmed by the archaeological discoveries made in America, Greenland, Iceland, Norway, and Denmark. This is a source of valuable information which was long unknown and unexplored, and of which we owe the revelation to the learned Dane, C.C. Raffin, who has furnished us with authentic facts of the greatest interest bearing on the pre-Columbian discovery of America. Norway was poor and encumbered with population. Hence arose the necessity for a permanent emigration, which should allow a considerable portion of the inhabitants to seek in more favored regions the nourishment which a frozen soil denied them. When they had found some country rich enough to yield them an abundant spoil, they then returned to their own land and set out the following spring, accompanied by all those who could be enticed either by the love of lucre, the desire for an easy life, or by the thirst for strife. Intrepid hunters and fishermen, accustomed to a dangerous navigation between the continent and the mass of islands which border it and appear to defend it against the assaults of the ocean, and across the narrow, deep fjords, which seem as though they were cut into the soil itself by some gigantic sword, they set out in those oak vessels, the sight of which made the people tremble who lived on the shores of the North Sea and British Channel. Sometimes decked, these vessels, long or short, large or small, were usually terminated in front by a spur of enormous size, above which the prow sometimes rose to a great height, taking the form of an S, the Holrestninga, for so they call the graphic representations so often met with on the rocks of Sweden and Norway, enable us to picture to ourselves these swift vessels, which could carry a considerable crew. Such was the Long Serpent of Olaf Tryggvason, which had 32 benches of rowers and held 90 men, Canute's vessel, which carried 60, and the two vessels of Olaf the Saint, which carried sometimes 200 men. The Sea Kings, as they often called these adventurers, lived on the ocean, never settling on shore, passing from the pillage of a castle to the burning of an abbey, devastating the coasts of France, ascending rivers, especially the Seine, as far as Paris, sailing over the Mediterranean as far as Constantinople, establishing themselves later in Sicily, and leaving traces of their incursions or their sojourn in all the regions of the known world. Norman ships. Norman ships. Piracy, far from being, as at the present day, an act falling under the ban of the law, was not only encouraged in that barbarous or half-civilized society, but was celebrated in the songs of the Skalds, who reserved their most enthusiastic eulogies for celebrating chivalrous struggles, adventurous privateering, and all exhibitions of strength. From the 8th century, these formidable sea rovers frequented the groups of the Orkney, the Hebrides, the Shetland, and Faroe Islands, where they met with the Irish monks, who had settled themselves there nearly a century earlier to instruct the idolatrous population. In 861, a Norwegian pirate named Nadod was carried by a storm towards an island covered with snow, which he named Snowland, Land of Snow, a name changed later to that of Iceland, Land of Ice. There again the Northmen found the Irish monks under the name of Pappies in the cantons of Papia and Papili. Ingolf installed himself some years afterwards in the country and founded Reykjavik. In 885, the triumph of Harald Harfager, who had just subjugated the whole of Norway by force of arms, brought a considerable number of malcontents to Iceland. They established there the republican form of government, which had just been overthrown in their own country, and which subsisted the epoch when Iceland passed under the dominion of the kings of Norway. When established in Iceland, these bold fellows, lovers of adventure and of long hunts in pursuit of seals and walrus, retained their wandering habits and pursued their bold plans in the west, where only 3 years after the arrival of Ingolf, Gunnbjorn discovered the snowy peaks of the mountains of Greenland. 5 years later, Eric the Red, banished from Iceland for murder, rediscovered the land in latitude 64 degrees north, of which Gunnbjorn had caught a glimpse. The sterility of this icebound coast made him decide to seek a milder climate with a more open country, and one producing more game in the south. So he rounded Cape Farewell at the extremity of Greenland, established himself on the west coast, and built some vast dwellings for himself and his companions, of which M. Jorgensen has discovered the ruins. This country was worthy at that period of the name of Greenland, Groenland, which the Northmen gave to it, but the annual and great increase of the glaciers has rendered it since that epoch a land of desolation. Eric returned to Iceland to seek his friends, and in the same year that he returned to Brattahalida, for so he called his settlement, 14 vessels laden with emigrants came to join him. It was a veritable exodus. These events took place in the year 1000. As quickly as the resources of the country allowed of it, the population of Greenland increased, and in 1121, Gardar, the capital of the country, became the seat of a bishopric, which existed until after the discovery of the Antilles by Christopher Columbus. In 986, Bjarn Heriolfsson, who had come from Norway to Iceland to spend the winter with his father, learnt that the latter had joined Eric the Red in Greenland. Without hesitation, the young man again put to sea, seeking at haphazard for a country of which he did not even know the exact situation, and was cast by currents on coasts which we think must have been those of New Scotland, Newfoundland, and Maine. He ended, however, by reaching Greenland, where Eric, the powerful Norwegian Jarl, reproached him for not having examined with more care countries of which he owed his knowledge to a happy accident of the sea. Eric had sent his son Leif to the Norwegian court. So close at this time was the connection between the metropolis and the colonies. The king, who had been converted to Christianity, had just dispatched a mission to Iceland charged to overthrow the worship of Odin. He committed to Leif's care some priests who were to instruct the Greenlanders, but scarcely had the young adventurer returned to his own country when he left the holy men to work out the accomplishment of their difficult task, and hearing of the discovery made by Bjarne, he fitted out his vessels and went to seek for the lands which had been only imperfectly seen. He landed first on a desolate and stony plain, to which he gave the name of Helluland, and which we have no hesitation in recognizing as Newfoundland, and afterwards on a flat sandy shore behind which rose an immense screen of dark forests, cheered by the songs of innumerable birds. A third time he put to sea, and steering towards the south he arrived at the Bay of Rhode Island, where the mild climate and the river teeming with salmon induced him to settle, and where he constructed vast buildings of planks, which he called Leifsbudir, Leif's house. Then he sent some of his companions to explore the country, and they returned with the good news that the wild vine grows in the country, to which it owes the name of Vinland. In the spring of the year 1001, Leif, having laded his ship with skins, grapes, wood, and other productions of the country, set out for Greenland. He had made the valuable observation that the shortest day in Vinland lasted 9 hours, which places the site of Leifsbudir at 41 degrees 24'10". This fortunate voyage and the salvage of a Norwegian vessel carrying 15 men gained for Leif the surname of the Fortunate. This expedition made a great stir, and the account of the wonders of the country in which Leif had settled induced his brother Thorvald to set out with 30 men. After passing the winter at Leifsbudir, Thorvald explored the coasts to the south, returning in the autumn to Vinland, and in the following year 1004 he sailed along the coast to the north of Leifsbudir. During this return voyage, the Northmen met with the Esquimaux for the first time, and without any provocation, slaughtered them without mercy. The following night they found themselves all at once surrounded by a numerous flotilla of kayaks, from which came a cloud of arrows. Thorvald alone, the chief of the expedition, was mortally wounded. He was buried by his companions on a promontory, to which they gave the name of the Promontory of the Cross. Now in the Gulf of Boston in the 18th century, a tomb of masonry was discovered, in which with the bones was found a sword hilt of iron. The Indians not being acquainted with this metal, it could not be one of their skeletons. It was not either the remains of one of the Europeans who had landed after the 15th century, for their swords had not this very characteristic form. This tomb has been thought to be that of a Scandinavian, and we venture to say that of Thorvald, son of Eric the Red. In the spring of 1007, 3 vessels carrying 160 men and some cattle left Eriksfjord. The object in view was the foundation of a permanent colony. The emigrants, after sighting Helluland, Markland, and Vinland, landed in an island, upon which they constructed some barracks and began the work of cultivation. But they must either have laid their plans badly or have been wanting in foresight, for the winter found them without provisions, and they suffered cruelly from hunger. They had, however, the good sense to regain the continent, where in comparative ease they could await the end of the winter. At the beginning of 1008, they set out to seek for Leifsbudir, and settled themselves at Mount Hope Bay, on the opposite shore to the old settlement of Leif. There, for the first time, some intercourse was held with the natives, called Skrellings in the sagas, and whom, from the manner in which they are portrayed, it is easy to recognize as Esquimaux. The first meeting was peaceable, and barter was carried on with them until the day when the desire of the Esquimaux to acquire iron hatchets, always prudently refused them by the Northmen, drove them to acts of aggression, which decided the newcomers, after 3 years of residence, to return to their own country, which they did without leaving behind them any lasting trace of their stay in the country. It will be easily understood that we cannot give any detailed account of all the expeditions which set out from Greenland and succeeded each other on the coasts of Labrador and the United States. Those of our readers who wish for circumstantial details should refer to M. Gabriel Gravier's interesting publication, the most complete work on the subject, and from which we have borrowed all that relates to the Norman expeditions. The same year as Eric the Red landed in Greenland, 983, a certain Harry Marson, being driven out of the ordinary course by storms, was cast upon the shores of a country known by the name of White Man's Land, which extended according to Raffin from Chesapeake Bay to Florida. What is the meaning of this name, White Man's Land? Had some compatriots of Marson's already settled there? There is some reason to suppose so. Even from the words used in the chronicle, we can understand how interesting it would be to be able to determine the nationality of these first colonists. However, the sagas have not as yet revealed all their secrets. There are probably some of them still unknown, and as those which have been successively discovered have confirmed facts already admitted, there is every reason to hope that our knowledge of Icelandic navigation may become more precise. Another legend, of which great part is mere romance, but which nevertheless contains a foundation of truth, relates that a certain Bjorn, who was obliged to quit Iceland in consequence of an unfortunate passion, took refuge in the countries beyond Vinland, where in 1027 he was found by some of his countrymen. In 1051, during another expedition, an Icelandic woman was killed by some Skrellings, and in 1867 a tomb was exhumed, bearing a runic inscription and containing bones and some articles of the toilet, which are now preserved in the museum at Washington. This discovery was made at the exact spot indicated in the saga which related these events, and which was not itself discovered unt. But the Northmen, established in Iceland and Greenland, were not the only people who frequented the coast of America about the year 1000, which is proved by the name of Great Ireland, which was given to White Man's Land. As the history of Madarcapoan proves, the Irish and Welsh founded colonies there, regarding which we have but little information, but vague and uncertain as it is. Davizak and Gaffiel agree in recognizing its probability. Having now said a few words upon the travels and settlements of the Northmen in Labrador, Vinland, and the more southern countries, we must return to the north. The colonies first founded in the neighborhood of Cape Farewell had not been slow in stretching along the western coast, which at this period was infinitely less desolate than it is at the present day, as far as northern latitudes, which were not again reached until our own day. Thus at this time they caught seals, walrus, and whales in the Bay of Disco. There were 190 towns counted then in Westerbygd and 86 in Esterbygd, while at the present day there are far fewer Danish settlements on these icy shores. These towns were probably only inconsiderable groups of those houses in stone and wood, of which so many ruins have been found from Cape Farewell as far as Upernavik in about 72° 50. At the same time, numerous runic inscriptions, which have now been deciphered, have given a degree of absolute certainty to facts so long unknown. But how many of these vestiges of the past still remain to be discovered? How many of these valuable evidences of the bravery and spirit of enterprise of the Scandinavian race are forever buried under the glaciers? The glaciers of Greenland. The glaciers of Greenland. We have also obtained evidence that Christianity had been brought into America and especially into Greenland. To this country, according to the instructions of Pope Gregory Roman IV, there were pastoral visits made to strengthen the newly converted Northmen in the faith and to evangelize the Esquimaux and the Indian tribes. Besides this, M. Ryant in 1865 has proved incontrovertibly that the Crusades were preached in Greenland in the bishopric of Gardar, as well as in the islands and neighboring lands, and that up to 1418, Greenland paid to the Holy See tithes and St. Peter's pence, which for that year consisted of 2,600 pounds of walrus tusks. The Norwegian colonies owe their downfall and ruin to various causes. To the very rapid extension of the glaciers, Hayes has proved that the glacier of Friar John moves at the rate of about 33 yards annually, to the bad policy of the mother country, which prevented the recruiting of the colonies, to the Black Plague, which decimated the population of Greenland fro to 1351, lastly, to the depredations of the pirates, who ravaged these already enfeebled countries in 1418, and in whom some have thought they recognized certain inhabitants of the Orkney and Faroe Islands, of which we are now about to speak. One of the companions of William the Conqueror, named St. Clair or Sinclair, not thinking that the portion of the conquered country allotted to him was proportioned to his merits, went to try his luck in Scotland, where he was not long in rising to fortune and honors. In the latter half of the 14th century, the Orkney Islands passed into the hands of his descendants. About 1390, a certain Niccolo Zeno, a member of one of the most ancient and noble Venetian families, who had fitted out a vessel at his own expense to visit England and Flanders as a matter of curiosity, was wrecked in the archipelago of the Orkneys, whither he had been driven by a storm. He was about to be massacred by the inhabitants when the Earl, Henry Sinclair, took him under his protection. The history of this wreck, and the adventures and discoveries which followed it, published in the collection of Ramusio, had been written by Antonio Zeno, says Clements Markham, the learned geographer, in his Threshold of the Unknown Region. Unfortunately, one of his descendants, named Niccolo Zeno, born in 1515, when a boy, not knowing the value of these papers, tore them up. But some of the letters surviving, he was able from them subsequently to compile the narrative as we now have it, and which was printed in Venice in 1558. There was also found in the palace an old map, rotten with age, illustrative of his voyages. Of this he made a copy, unluckily supplying from his own reading of the narrative what he thought was requisite for its illustration. By doing this in a blundering way, unaided by the geographical knowledge which enables us to see where he goes astray, he threw the whole of the geography which he derived from the narrative into the most lamentable confusion, while those parts of the map which are not thus sophisticated, and which are consequently original, present an accuracy far in advance by many generations of the geography even of Niccolo Zeno's time, and confirm in a notable manner the site of the old Greenland colony. In these facts, we have not only the solution of all the discussions which have arisen on the subject, but the most indisputable proof of the authenticity of the narrative, for it is clear that Niccolo Zeno, Jr., could not himself have been the ingenious concocter of a story, the straightforward truth of which he could thus ignorantly distort upon the face of the map. The name of Zichmni, in which writers of the present day, and chief among them Mr. H. Major, who has rescued these facts from the domain of fable, recognize the name of Sinclair, appears to be in fact only applicable to this Earl of the Orkneys. At this time, the seas of the north of Europe were infected by Scandinavian pirates. Sinclair, who had recognized in Zeno a clever mariner, attached him to himself, and with him conquered the country of Friesland, the haunt of pirates, who ravaged all the north of Scotland. In the maps at the end of the 15th and beginning of the 16th century, this name is applied to the archipelago of the Faroe Islands, a reasonable indication, for Buech has recognized in the present names of the harbors and islands of this archipelago a considerable number of those given by Zeno. Finally, the facts which we owe to the Venetian navigator about the waters, abounding in fish and dangerous from shallows, which divide this archipelago, are still true at the present day. Satisfied with his position, Zeno wrote to his brother Antonio to come and join him. While Sinclair was conquering the Faroe Islands, the Norwegian pirates desolated the Shetland Islands, then called Eastland. Niccolo set sail to give them battle, but was himself obliged to fly before their fleet, much more numerous than his own, and to take refuge on a small island on the coast of Iceland. After wintering in this place, Zeno must have landed the following year on the eastern coast of Greenland at 69 degrees north latitude, in a place where was a monastery of the Order of Preaching Friars and a church dedicated to St. Thomas. The cells were warmed by a natural spring of hot water, which the monks used to prepare their food and to bake their bread. The monks had also gardens covered over in the winter season and warmed by the same means, so that they were able to produce flowers, fruits, and herbs, as well as if they had lived in a mild climate. There would seem to be some confirmation of these narratives in the fact that between the years 1828-1830, a captain of the Danish Navy met with a population of 600 individuals at 69 degrees north latitude, of a purely European type. These adventurous travels in countries of which the climate was so different from that of Venice proved fatal to Zeno, who died a short time after his return to Friesland. An old sailor, who had returned with the Venetian, and who said he had been for many long years a prisoner in the countries of the extreme west, gave to Sinclair such precise and tempting details of the fertility and extent of these regions, that the latter resolved to attempt their conquest with Antonio Zeno, who had rejoined his brother. But the inhabitants showed themselves everywhere so hostile and opposed such resistance to the strangers' landing that Sinclair, after a long and dangerous voyage, was obliged to return to Friesland. These are all the details that have been left to us, and they make us deeply regret the loss of those that Antonio should have furnished in his letters to his father Carlo, on the subject of the countries which Forster and Malto-Brun have thought may be identified with Newfoundland. Who knows if in his voyage to England and during his wanderings as far as Thule, Christopher Columbus may not have heard mentioned the ancient expeditions of the Northmen and the Zeni, and if this information may not have appeared to him a strange confirmation of the theories which he held, and of the ideas for whose realization he came to claim the protection of the King of England. From the collection of facts which have been here briefly given, it follows that America was known to Europeans and had been colonized before the time of Columbus. But in consequence of various circumstances, and foremost among these must be placed the rarity of communication between the people in the north of Europe and those in the south, the discoveries made by the Northmen were only vaguely known in Spain and Portugal. Judging by appearances, we of the present day know much more on this subject than did the fellow countrymen and contemporaries of Columbus. If the Genoese mariner had been informed of the existence of some rumors, he classed them with the information he had collected in the Cape de Verde Islands, and with his classical recollections of the famous island of Antillia and the Atlantides of Plato. From this information, which came from so many different sides, the certainty awoke within him that the East could be reached by the western route. However it may be, his glory remains whole and entire. He is really the discoverer of America, and not those who were carried thither in spite of themselves by chances of wind and storm, without their having any intention of reaching the shores of Asia, which Christopher Columbus would have done, had not the way been barred by America. The information that we are about to give on the family of Cortereal, although it may be much more complete than that which can be met with in biographical dictionaries, is still extremely vague. Nevertheless, we must content ourselves with it, for up to this time, history has not collected further details concerning this race of intrepid navigators. Joe Vaz Cortereal was the natural son of a gentleman named Vasco Annes de Costa, who had received the sobriquet of Cortereal from the King of Portugal, on account of the magnificence of his house and followers. Devoted like so many other gentlemen of this period to seafaring adventure, Joe Vaz had carried off in Galicia a young girl named Maria de Barca, who became his wife. After having been gentleman usher to the Infante Don Fernando, he was sent by the king to the North Atlantic, with Alvaro Martins Homem. The two navigators saw an island known from this time by the name of Terra dos Bacalhaus, the land of codfish, which must really have been Newfoundland. The date of this discovery is approximately fixed by the fact that on their return they landed at Terceira, and finding the captainship vacant by the death of Jacome de Bruges, they went to ask for it from the Infanta Dona Brights, the widow of the Infante Don Fernando. She bestowed it upon them on condition that they would divide it between them, a fact which is confirmed by a deed of gift dated from Evora, the 2nd of April, 1464. Though one cannot guarantee the authenticity of this discovery of America, it is nevertheless an ascertained fact that Cortereal's voyage must have been signalized by some extraordinary event. Donations of such importance as this were only made to those who had rendered some great service to the crown. When Vaz Cortereal was settled at Terceira fro to 1497, he caused a fine palace to be built in the town of Angra, where he lived with his 3 children. His third son, Gaspard, after having been in the service of King Emmanuel, when the latter was only Duke de Beja, had felt himself attracted while still young to the enterprises of discovery which had rendered his father illustrious. By an act dated from Sintra the 12th of March, 1500, King Emmanuel made a gift to Gaspard Cortereal of any islands or terra firma which he might discover, and the king added this valuable information, that already and at other times he had sought for them on his own account and at his own expense. For Gaspard Cortereal, this was not his first essay. Probably his researches may have been directed to the parts where his father had discovered the island of Cod. At his own expense, although with the assistance of the king, Gaspard Cortereal fitted out 2 vessels at the commencement of the summer of 1500, and after having touched at Terceira, he sailed towards the northwest. His first discovery was of a land of which the fertile and verdant aspect seems to have charmed him. This was Canada. He saw there a great river bearing ice along with it on its course, the St. Lawrence, which some of his companions mistook for an arm of the sea, and to which he gave the name of Rio Nevado. Its volume is so considerable that it is not probable that this country is an island. Besides, it must be completely covered with a very thick coating of snow to produce such a stream of water. The houses in this country were of wood and covered with skins and furs. The inhabitants were unacquainted with iron, but used swords made of sharpened stones, and their arrows were tipped with fish bones or stones. Tall and well-made, their faces and bodies were painted in different colors according to taste. They wore golden and copper bracelets and dressed themselves in garments of fur. Cortereal pursued his voyage and arrived at the Cape of Bacalhaos, fishes which are found in such great quantities upon this coast that they hinder the advance of the caravels. Then he followed the shore for a stretch of 600 miles, 4 degrees to 60 degrees or even more, naming the islands, the rivers, and the gulfs that he met with, as is proved by Terra do Labrador, Bahia de Conseco, and sea, and landing and holding intercourse with the natives. Severe cold and a veritable river of gigantic blocks of ice prevented the expedition from going farther north, and it returned to Portugal bringing back with it 57 natives. The very year of his return, on the 15th of May, 1501, Gaspard Cortereal, in pursuance of an order of the 15th of April, received provisions and left Lisbon in the hope of extending the field of his discoveries. But from this time, he is never again mentioned. Michael Cortereal, his brother, who was the first gentleman usher to the king, then requested and obtained permission to go and seek his brother and to pursue his enterprise. By an act of the 15th of January, 1502, a deed of gift conveyed to him the half of the terra firma and islands which his brother might have discovered. Setting out on the 10th of May of this year with 3 vessels, Michael Cortereal reached Newfoundland, where he divided his little squadron, so that each of the vessels might explore the coasts separately while he fixed the place of rendezvous. But at the time fixed, he did not reappear, and the 2 other vessels, after waiting for him till the 20th of August, set out on their return to Portugal. In 1503, the king sent 2 caravels to try to obtain news of the 2 brothers, but the search was in vain, and they returned without having acquired any information. When Vasco Annes, the last of the brothers Cortereal, who was captain and governor of the islands of St. George and Terceira, and alcalde more of the town of Tavilla, became acquainted with these sad events, he resolved to fit out a vessel at his own cost and to go and search for his brothers. The king, however, would not allow him to go, fearing to lose the last of this race of good servants. Upon the maps of this period, Canada is often indicated by the name of Terra dos Cortereals, a name which is sometimes extended much further south, embracing a great part of North America. All that concerns John and Sebastian Cabot has been until recently shrouded by a mist, which is not even now completely dissipated, notwithstanding the conscientious labors of Biddle the American in 1831, and of our compatriot M. Davisac, as also those of Mr. Nichols the Englishman, who, taking advantage of the discoveries made among the English, Spanish, and Venetian archives, has built up an imposing monument, of which some parts, however, are open to discussion. It is from the 2 last-named works that we shall draw the materials for this rapid sketch, but principally from Mr. Nichols' book, which has this advantage over the smaller volume of M. Davisac, that it relates the whole life of Sebastian Cabot. Sebastian Cabot. Sebastian Cabot. From an old print. It has been found impossible to determine with certainty either the name or the nationality of John Cabot, and still less to settle the period of his birth. John Caboto or Cabot must have been born, if not in Genoa itself, as M. Davisac asserts, at least in the neighborhood of that town, possibly at Castiglione, about the first quarter of the 15th century. Some historians have considered that he was an Englishman, and perhaps Mr. Nichols from national considerations is inclined to adopt this opinion. At least, this seems to be the meaning of the expressions used by him. What we do know without room for doubt is that John Cabot came to London to occupy himself with commerce, and that he soon settled at Bristol, then the second town in the kingdom, in one of the suburbs which had received the name of Cathay, probably from the number of Venetians who resided there, and the trade carried on by them with the countries of the extreme east. It was at Bristol that Cabot's two youngest children were born, Sebastian and Sancho, if we may rely upon the following account given by the old chronicler Eden. Sebastian Cabot told me that he was born at Bristol, and that at 4 years of age he went with his father to Venice, returning with him to England some years later. This made people imagine that he was born at Venice. In 1476, John Cabot was at Venice, and there on the 29th of March he received letters of naturalization, which proved that he was not a native of this city, and that he must have merited the honor by some service rendered to the Republic. M. Davisac is inclined to think that he devoted himself to the study of cosmography and navigation, perhaps even in company with the celebrated Florentine Paul Toscanelli, with whose theories upon the distribution of land and sea on the surface of the globe he would certainly be acquainted at this time. He may also have heard mention made of the islands situated in the Atlantic and known by the names of Antalya, the land of the seven cities, or Brazil. What seems more certain is that his business affairs took him to the Levant, and it is said to Mecca, and that while there he would learn from what country came the spices, which then constituted the most important branch of Venetian commerce. Whatever value we may attach to these speculative theories, it is at least certain that John Cabot founded an important mercantile house at Bristol. His son Sebastian, who in these first voyages had acquired an inclination for the sea, studied navigation, as far as it was then known, and made some excursions on the sea to render himself as familiar with the practice of this art as he already was with its theory. For 7 years past, says the Spanish ambassador in a dispatch of the 25th of July, 1498, speaking of an expedition commanded by Cabot, the people of Bristol have fitted out 2, 3, or 4 caravels every year to go in search of the island of Brazil and of the 7 cities, according to the ideas of the Genoese. At this time, the whole of Europe resounded with the fame of the discoveries of Columbus. It awoke in me, says Sebastian Cabot, in a narrative preserved by Ramusio, a great desire and a kind of ardor in my heart to do myself also something famous, and knowing by examining the globe that if I sailed by the west wind I should reach India more rapidly, I at once made my project known to His Majesty, who was much satisfied with it. The king to whom Cabot addressed himself was the same Henry Roman VII, who some years before had refused all support to Christopher Columbus. It is evident that he received with favor the project which John and Sebastian Cabot had just submitted to him, and though Sebastian, in the fragment which we have just quoted, attributes to himself alone all the honor of the project, it is not less true that his father was the promoter of the enterprise, as the following charter shows, which we translate in an abridged form. We, Henry, permit our well-beloved Jehan Cabot, citizen of Venice, and Louis, Sebastian, and Sancho, his sons, under our flag, and with 5 vessels of the tonnage and crew which they shall judge suitable, to discover at their own expense and charge. We grant to them, as well as to their heirs and assigns, license to occupy, possess, at the charge of by them, upon the profits, benefits, and advantages accruing from this navigation, to pay us in merchandise or in money the 5th part of the profit thus obtained, for each of their voyages, every time that they shall return to the port of Bristol, at which port they shall be compelled to land. We promise and guarantee to them, their heirs and assigns, that they shall be exempt from all custom-house duties on the merchandise which they shall bring from the countries thus discovered. We command and direct all our subjects, as well on land as on the sea, to render assistance to the said Jehan and to his sons, given at the 5th day of March, 1495. Such was the charter that was granted to John Cabot and his sons upon their return from the American continent, and not as certain authors have pretended, anterior to this voyage. From the time that the news of the discovery made by Columbus had reached England, that is to say, probably in 1493, John and Sebastian Cabot prepared the expedition at their own expense, and set out at the beginning of the year 1494 with the idea of reaching Cathay and finally the Indies. There can be no doubt upon this point, for in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris is preserved a unique copy of the map engraved in 1544, that is to say, in the lifetime of Sebastian Cabot, which mentions this voyage and the precise and exact date of the discovery of Cape Breton. It is probable that we must attribute to the intrigues of the Spanish ambassador the delay which occurred in Cabot's expedition, for the whole of the year 1496 passed without the voyage being accomplished. The following year he set out at the beginning of summer. After having again sighted the Terra Bonavista, he followed the coast, and was not long in perceiving to his great disappointment that it trended towards the north. Then sailing along it to make sure if I could not find some passage, I could not perceive any, and having advanced as far as 56 degrees, and seeing that at this point the land turned towards the east, I despaired of finding any passage, and I put about to examine the coast in this direction towards the equinoctial line, always with the same object of finding a passage to the Indies, and in the end, I reached the country now called Florida, where as provisions were beginning to run short, I resolved to return to England. This narrative, of which we have given the commencement above, was related by Cabot to Fracastor 40 or 50 years after the event. Also, is it not astonishing that Cabot mixes up in it two perfectly distinct voyages, that of 1494 and that of 1497? Let us add some reflections on this narrative. The first land scene was, without doubt, the North Cape, the northern extremity of the island of Cape Breton, and the island which is opposite to it is that of Prince Edward, long known by the name of St. John's Island. Cabot probably penetrated into the estuary of the St. Lawrence, which he took for an arm of the sea, near to the place where Quebec now stands, and coasted along the northern shore of the Gulf, so that he did not see the coast of Labrador stretching away in the east. He took Newfoundland for an archipelago and continued his course to the south, not doubtless as far as Florida as he states himself, the time occupied by the voyage making it impossible that he can have descended so low, but as far as Chesapeake Bay. These were the countries which the Spaniards afterwards called Terra de Estevam Gomez. On the 3rd of February, 1498, King Henry Roman VII signed at Westminster some new letters patent. He empowered John Cabot, or his representative, being duly authorized, to take in English ports 6 vessels of 200 tons burden, and to procure all that should be required for their equipment at the same price as if it were for the crown. He was allowed to take on board such master mariners, pages, and other subjects as might of their own accord wish to go, and pass with him to the recently discovered land and islands. John Cabot bore the expense of the equipment of 2 vessels, and 3 others were fitted out at the cost of the merchants of Bristol. In all probability it was death, a sudden and unexpected death, which prevented John Cabot from taking the command of this expedition. His son Sebastian then assumed the direction of the fleet, which carry men and provisions for a year. After having sighted land at 45 degrees, Sebastian Cabot followed the coast as far as 58 degrees, perhaps even higher, but then it became so cold, and although it was the month of July, there was so much floating ice about that it would have been impossible to go further northwards. The days were very long, and the nights excessively light, an interesting detail by which to fix the latitude reached, for we know that below the 60th parallel of latitude the longest days are 18 hours. These various reasons made Sebastian Cabot decide to put about, and he touched at the Bacalhaos Islands, of which the inhabitants, who were clothed in the skins of animals, were armed with bow and arrows, lance, javelin, and wooden sword. The navigators here caught a great number of codfish. They were even so numerous, says an old narrative, that they hindered ships from advancing. After having sailed along the coast of America as far as 38 degrees, Cabot set out for England, where he arrived at the beginning of autumn. This voyage had indeed a threefold object, that of discovery, commerce, and colonization, as is shown by the number of vessels which took part in it and the strength of the crews. Nevertheless, it does not appear that Cabot landed anyone, or that he made any attempts at forming a settlement, either in Labrador or in Hudson's Bay, which he was destined to explore more completely in 1517, in the reign of Henry Roman VIII. or even to the south of the Bacalhaus, known by the general name of Newfoundland. At the close of this expedition, which was almost entirely unproductive, we lose sight of Sebastian Cabot, if not completely, at least so as to be insufficiently informed about his deeds and voyages. The traveller Hojda, whose various enterprises we have related above, had left Spain in the month of May, 1499. We know that in this voyage he met with an Englishman at Caquibaco, on the coast of America. Can this have been Cabot? Nothing has come to light to enable us to settle this point, but we may believe that Cabot did not remain idle, and that he would be likely to undertake some fresh expedition. What we do know is that in spite of the solemn engagements that he had made with Cabot, the King of England granted certain privileges of trading in the countries which he had discovered to the Portuguese and to the merchants of Bristol. This ungenerous manner of recognizing his services wounded the navigator, and decided him to accept the offers which had been made to him on different occasions to enter the Spanish service. From the death of Vespucius, which happened in 1512, Cabot was the navigator held in most renown. To attach him to himself, Ferdinand wrote on the 13th of September, 1512, to Lord Willoughby, commander-in-chief of the troops which had been transported to Italy to treat with the Venetian navigator. Discoveries of John and Sebastian Cabot. Discoveries of John and Sebastian Cabot. As soon as he arrived in Castile, Cabot received the rank of captain by an edict dated the 20th of October, 1512, with a salary of 5,000 maravedis. Seville was fixed upon for his residence, until an opportunity might arise of turning his talents and experience to account. There was a plan on foot for his taking the command of a very important expedition when Ferdinand the Catholic died on the 23rd of January, 1516. Cabot returned at once to England, having probably obtained leave of absence. Eden tells us that the following year Cabot was appointed with Sir Thomas Pert to the command of a fleet which was to reach China by the northwest. On the 11th of June, he was in Hudson's Bay at 671.2 degrees of latitude. The sea free from ice spread itself out before him so far that he reckoned upon success in his enterprise, when the faint-heartedness of his companion, together with the cowardice and mutinous spirit of the crews, who refused to go any further, obliged him to return to England. In his Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, Ortelius traces the shape of Hudson's Bay as it really is. He even indicates at its northern extremity a strait leading northwards. How can the geographer have attained to such exactness? Who, says Mr. Nichols, can have given him the information set forth in his map, if not Cabot? On his return to England, Cabot found the country ravaged by a horrible plague, which put a stop even to commercial transactions. Soon, either because the time of his leave had expired, or that he wished to escape from the pestilence, or that he was recalled to Spain, the Venetian navigator returned to that country. In 1518, on the 5th of February, Cabot was made pilot major, with a salary which, added to that which he already had, made a total of 125,000 maravedis, say 300 ducats. He did not actually exercise the functions of his office till Charles V returned from England. His principal duty consisted in examining pilots, who were not allowed to go to the Indies until after having passed this examination. This epoch was by no means favorable to great maritime expeditions. The struggle between France and Spain absorbed all the resources, both in men and money, of these two countries. Cabot, too, who seems to have adopted science for his fatherland much more than any particular country, made some overtures to Contarini, the ambassador of Venice, to take service on board the fleets of the Republic. But when the favorable answer of the Council of Ten arrived, he had other projects in his head, and did not carry his attempt any further. Cabot presides over a conference of cosmographers. Cabot presides over a conference of cosmographers. In the month of April, 1524, Cabot presided at a conference of mariners and cosmographers, which met at Badajoz, to discuss the question whether the Moluccas belonged, according to the celebrated Treaty of Tordesillas, to Spain or Portugal. On the 31st of May, it was decided that the Moluccas were within the Spanish waters by 20 degrees. Perhaps this resolution of the junta, of which Cabot was president, and which again placed in the hands of Spain a great part of the spice trade, was not without its influence upon the resolutions of the Council of the Indies. However this may be, in the month of September of the same year, Cabot was authorized to take the command of 3 vessels of 100 tons and a small caravel carrying together 150 men with the title of Captain General. The declared aim of this voyage was to pass through the Strait of Magellan, carefully to explore the western coast of America and to reach the Moluccas, where they would take in on their return a cargo of spices. The month of August, 1525, had been fixed upon as the date of departure, but the intrigues of Portugal succeeded in delaying it until April 1526. Different circumstances seem from this moment to have augured ill for the voyage. Cabot had only a nominal authority, and the association of merchants who had defrayed the expenses of the equipment, not accepting him willingly as chief, had found means to oppose all the plans of the Venetian sailor. Thus it was that in place of the man whom he had appointed as second in command, another was imposed upon him, and that instructions destined to be unsealed when at sea were delivered to each captain. They contained this absurd arrangement, that in case of the death of the Captain General, 11 individuals were to succeed him each in his turn. Was not this an encouragement given to assassination? Scarcely was the fleet out of sight of land when discontent appeared. The rumor spread that the Captain General was not equal to his task. Then, as they saw that these calumnies did not affect him, they pretended that the flotilla was already short of provisions. The mutiny broke out as soon as land was reached, but Cabot was not the man to allow himself to be annihilated by it. He had suffered too much from Sir Thomas Pert's cowardice to bear such an insult. In order to nip the evil in the bud, he had the mutinous captains seized, and notwithstanding their reputation and the brilliancy of their past services, he made them get into a boat and abandoned them on the shore. 4 months afterwards, they had the good luck to be picked up by a Portuguese expedition, which seems to have had orders to thwart the plans of Cabot. The Venetian navigator then penetrated into the Rio de la Plata, the exploration of which had been commenced by his predecessor, the pilot Major de Solis. The expedition was not then composed of more than 2 vessels, one having been lost during the voyage. Cabot sailed up the Argent River and discovered an island which he called Francis Gabriel, and upon which he built the fort of San Salvador, entrusting the command of it to Antonio de Grajeda. Cabot had the keel removed from one of his caravels, and with it, being towed by his small boats, entered the Parana, built a new fort at the confluence of the Carcarama and Tercero, and after having thus secured his line of retreat, he pursued the course of these rivers farther into the interior. Arriving at the confluence of the Parana and Paraguay, he followed the second, the direction of which agreed best with his project of reaching the region of the west, where silver was to be obtained. But it was not long before the aspect of the country changed, and the attitude of the inhabitants altered also. Until now, they had collected in crowds, astonished at the sight of the vessels, but upon the cultivated shores of the Paraguay, they courageously opposed the strangers' landing, and 3 Spaniards having tried to knock down the fruit from palm tree, a struggle took place in which 300 natives lost their lives. This victory had disabled 25 Spaniards. It was too much for Cabot, who rapidly removed his wounded to the Fort San Spirito and retired, still presenting a bold front to the enemy. Cabot had already sent 2 of his companions to the emperor to acquaint him with the attempt at revolt of the captains, to explain to him the motives which obliged him to modify the course marked out for his voyage, and to request aid from him both in men and provisions. The answer arrived at last. The emperor approved of what Cabot had done, and ordered him to colonize the country in which he had just made a settlement, but did not send him either one man or a single maravedi. Cabot tried to procure the resources which he needed in the country, and caused some attempts at cultivation to be commenced. At the same time, to keep his troops in exercise, he reduced the neighboring nations to obedience, had some forts built, and again sailing up the Paraguay he reached Potosi and the watercourses of the Andes which feed the basin of the Atlantic. At last he prepared to enter Peru, from whence came the gold and silver which he had seen in the possession of the natives, but it needed more troops than he could muster to attempt the conquest of this vast region. The emperor, however, was quite unable to send him any. His European wars absorbed all his resources, the Cortes refused to vote new subsidies, and the Moluccas had just been pledged to Portugal. In this state of affairs, after having occupied the country for 5 years and waited all this time for the assistance which never came, Cabot decided to evacuate a part of his settlements, and he returned with some of his people to Spain. The rest, amounting to 120 men who were left to guard the fort of San Spirito, after many vicissitudes which cannot be related here, perished by the hands of the Indians, or were obliged to take refuge in the Portuguese settlements on the coast of Brazil. It is to the horses imported by Cabot that is due the wonderful race of wild horses which may be seen in large troops on the pampas of La Plata at the present day. This was the only result of the expedition. Some time after his return to Spain, Cabot resigned his office and went to Bristol, where he settled about 1548, that is to say, at the beginning of the reign of Edward Roman VI. What were the motives of this fresh change? Was Cabot discontented at having been left to his own resources during his expedition? Was he hurt at the manner in which his services were recompensed? It is impossible to say. But Charles V took advantage of Cabot's departure to deprive him of his pension, which Edward Roman VI hastened to replace, causing him to receive 250 marks annually, about 116 L, and a fraction, which was a considerable sum for that period. The post which Cabot occupied in England seems to be best expressed by the name of Intendant of the Navy. Under the authority of the King and Council, he appears to have superintended all maritime affairs. He issues licenses, he examines pilots, he frames instructions, he draws maps, a varied and complicated function for which he possessed the rare gift of both practical and theoretical knowledge. At the same time, he instructed the young king in cosmography, explained to him the variation of the compass, and was successful in interesting him in nautical matters and in the glory resulting from maritime discoveries. It was a high and almost unique situation. Cabot used it to put into execution a project which he had long cherished. At this period, we may almost say there was no trade in England. All commerce was in the hands of the Hanseatic towns, Antwerp, Hamburg, Bremen, and these companies of merchants had, on various occasions, obtained considerable reductions in import duties, and had ended by monopolizing the English trade. Cabot held that Englishmen possessed as good qualifications as these merchants for becoming manufacturers, and that the already powerful navy which England possessed might assist marvelously in the export of the products of the soil and of the manufactures. What was the use of having recourse to strangers when people could do their own business? If they had been unable up to this time to reach Cathay and India by the northwest, might they not endeavor to reach it by the northeast? And if they did not succeed, would they not find in this direction more commercial and more civilized people than the miserable Esquimaux on the coast of Labrador and Newfoundland? Cabot assembled some leading London merchants, laid his projects before them, and formed them into an association, of which on the 14th of December, 1551, he was named president for life. At the same time, he exerted himself most vigorously with the king, and having made him understand the wrong which the monopoly enjoyed by strangers did to his own subjects, he obtained its abolition on the 23rd of February, 1551, and inaugurated the practice of free trade. The Association of English Merchants, under the name of Merchant Adventurers, hastened to have some vessels built, adapted to the difficulties to be encountered in the navigation of the Arctic regions. The first improvement which the English marine owed to Cabot was the sheathing of the keels, which he had seen done in Spain, but which had not hitherto been practiced in England. A flotilla of 3 vessels was assembled at Deptford. They were the Buona Speranza, of which the command was given to Sir Hugh Willoughby, a brave gentleman who had earned a high reputation in war, the Buona Confidencia, Captain Cornel Durforth, and the Bonaventure, Captain Richard Chancellor, a clever sailor and a particular friend of Cabot's. He received the title of Pilot Major. The sailing master of the Bonaventure was Stephen Burrough, an accomplished mariner who was destined to make numerous voyages in the North Seas and later to become pilot-in-chief for England. Although age and his important duties prevented Cabot from placing himself at the head of the expedition, he wished at least to preside over all the details of the equipment. He himself wrote out the instructions, which have been preserved, and which prove the prudence and skill of this distinguished navigator. He there recommends the use of the logline, an instrument intended to measure the speed of the vessel, and he desires that the journal of the events happening at sea may be kept with regularity, and that all information as to the character, manners, habits, and resources of the people visited, and the productions of the country, may be recorded in writing. The sailors were to offer no violence to the natives, but to act towards them with courtesy. All blasphemy and swearing was to be punished with severity, and also drunkenness. The religious exercises are prescribed, prayers are to be said morning and evening, and the Holy Scriptures are to be read once in the day. Cabot ends by recommending union and concord above all, and reminds the captains of the greatness of their enterprise and the honor which they might hope to gain. Finally, he promises them to add his prayers to theirs for the success of their common work. The squadron set sail on the 20th of May, 1558, in presence of the court assembled at Greenwich, amid an immense concourse of people, after fetes and rejoicings at which the king, who was ill, could not be present. Near the Lofoten Islands, on the coast of Norway at the bearing of Wardhus, the squadron was separated from the Bonaventure. Carried away by the storm, Willoughby's two vessels touched, without doubt, at Nova Zembla, and were forced by the ice to return southwards. On the 18th of September, they entered the port formed by the mouth of the river Arzina in East Lapland. Some time afterwards, the Buona Confidencia, separated from Willoughby by a fresh tempest, returned to England. As to the latter, some Russian fishermen found his vessel the following year, in the midst of the ice. The whole crew had died of cold. This, at least, is what we are led to suppose from the journal kept by the unfortunate Willoughby up to the month of January, 1554. Chancellor, after having waited in vain for his two consorts at the rendezvous which had been agreed upon in case of separation, thought they must have outsailed him, and rounding the North Cape, he entered a vast gulf, which was none other than the White Sea. He then landed at the mouth of the Dwina, near the monastery of St. Nicholas, on the spot upon which the town of Archangel was soon to stand. The inhabitants of these desolate places told him that the country was under the dominion of the Grand Duke of Russia. Chancellor resolved at once to go to Moscow, in spite of the enormous distance which separated him from it. The Tsar then on the throne was Ivan Roman IV, Wassiliewicz, called the Terrible. For some time before this, the Russians had shaken off the Tartar yoke, and Ivan had united all the petty rival principalities in one body politic, of which the power was already becoming considerable. The situation of Russia, exclusively continental, far from any frequented sea, isolated from the rest of Europe, of which it did not yet form part, so much were its habits and manners still Asiatic, promised success to Chancellor. Chancellor received by the Tsar. Chancellor received by the Tsar. The Tsar, who up to this time had not been able to procure European merchandise, except by way of Poland, and who wished to gain access to the German seas, saw with pleasure the attempts of the English to establish a trade which would be beneficial to both parties. He not only received Chancellor courteously, but he made him most advantageous offers, granted him great privileges, and encouraged him, by the kindness of his reception, to repeat his voyage. Chancellor sold his merchandise to great advantage, and after taking on board another cargo of furs, of seal and whale oils, copper, and other products, returned to England, carrying a letter from the Tsar. The advantages which the company of merchant adventurers had derived from this first voyage encouraged them to attempt a second. So Chancellor the following year made a fresh voyage to Archangel and took two of the company's agents to Russia, who concluded an advantageous treaty with the Tsar. Then he set out again for England with an ambassador and his suite, sent by Ivan to Great Britain. Of the four vessels which composed the flotilla, one was lost on the coast of Norway, another as it left Drontheim, and the Bonaventure, on board of which were Chancellor and the ambassador, foundered in the Bay of Pitsligo on the east coast of Scotland on the 10th of November, 1556. Chancellor was drowned in the wreck, being less fortunate than the Muscovite ambassador, who had the good luck to escape, but the presents and merchandise which he was carrying to England were lost. Wreck of the Bonaventure. Wreck of the Bonaventure. Such was the commencement of the Anglo-Russian Company. A goodly number of expeditions succeeded each other in those parts, but it would be beside our purpose to give an account of them. Let us now return to Cabot. It was in 1554 that Queen Mary of England was married to Philip Roman II, King of Spain. When the latter came to England, he showed himself very ill-disposed towards Cabot, who had abandoned the service of Spain, and who, at this very moment, was procuring for England a commerce which would soon immensely increase the maritime power of an already formidable country. Thus we are not surprised to learn that 8 days after the landing of the King of Spain, Cabot was forced to resign his office and his pension, both of which had been bestowed upon him for life by Edward Roman VI. Worthington was nominated in his place. Mr. Nichols thinks that this dishonorable man, who had had some quarrels with the law, had a secret mission to seize among Cabot's plans, maps, instructions, and projects, those which could be of use to Spain. The fact is that all these documents are now lost, at least unless they may yet be discovered among the archives of Simancas. At the end of this period, history completely loses sight of the old mariner. The same mystery which hangs over his birth also envelopes the place and date of his death. His immense discoveries, his cosmographical works, his study of the variations of the magnetic needle, his wisdom, his humane disposition, and his honorable conduct place Sebastian Cabot in the foremost rank among discoverers. A figure lost in the shadow and vagueness of legends until our own day, Cabot owes it to his biographers, to Biddle, 500, Avazak, and Nichols, that he is now better known, more highly appreciated, and for the first time really placed in the light. Chapter 2. Polar Expeditions. John Verrazano, Jacques Cartier and his 3 voyages to Canada, the town of Hochelaga, tobacco, the scurvy voyage of Roberval Martin Frobisher and his voyages, John Davis, Barentz and Heemskerk, Spitzbergen, winter season at Nova Zembla, return to Europe, relics of the expedition. Fro to 1524, France had stood aloof, officially at least, from enterprises of discovery and colonization. But Francis I could not look on quietly while the power of his rival Charles V received a large addition by the conquest of Mexico. He therefore ordered John Verrazano, a Venetian who was in his service, to make a voyage of exploration. We will pause here for a short time, although the various places may have already been visited on several occasions, because for the first time the banner of France floats over the shores of the New World. This exploration, besides, was to prepare the way for those of Jacques Cartier and of Champlain in Canada, as well as for the unlucky experiments in colonization of Jean Ribaut and of Laudonnière, the sanguinary voyage of reprisals of Gergues, and Villegagnon's attempt at a settlement in Brazil. We possess no biographical details with regard to Verrazano. Under what circumstances did he enter the service of France? What was his title to the command of such an expedition? Nothing is known of the Venetian traveler, for all we possess of his writings is the Italian translation of his report to Francis I, published in the collection of Ramusio. The French translation of this Italian translation exists in an abridged form in Lescarbot's work on New France and in the Histoire des Voyages. For our very rapid epitome, we shall make use of the Italian text of Ramusio, except in some passages where Lescarbot's translation has appeared to give an idea of the rich, original, and marvelously modulated language of the 16th century. Map of Newfoundland and of the mouth of the St. Lawrence. Having set out with 4 vessels to make discoveries in the ocean, says Verrazano in a letter written from deep to Francis I on the 8th July, 1524, he was forced by a storm to take refuge in Brittany with 2 of his vessels, the Dauphine and the Normand, there to repair damages. Thence he set sail for the coast of Spain, where he seems to have given chase to some Spanish vessels. We see him leave with the Dauphine alone on the 17th of January, 1524, a small inhabited island in the neighborhood of Madeira, and launch himself upon the ocean with a crew of 50 men, well furnished with provisions and ammunition for an 8 months' voyage. 25 days later, he has made 1,500 miles to the west, when he is assailed by a fearful storm, and 25 days afterwards, that is to say on the 8th or 9th of March, having made about 1,200 miles, He discovers land at 30 degrees north latitude, which he thought had never been previously explored. When we arrived, it seemed to us to be very low, but on approaching within a quarter of a league we saw, by the great fires which were lighted along the harbors and borders of the sea, that it was inhabited, and in taking trouble to find a harbor in which to land and make acquaintance with the country, we sailed more than 150 miles in vain, so that seeing the coast trended ever southwards, we decided to turn back again. The Frenchmen, finding a favorable landing place, perceived a number of natives who came towards them, but who fled away when they saw them land. Soon recalled by the friendly signs and demonstrations of the French, they showed great surprise at their clothes, their faces, and the whiteness of their skin. The natives were entirely naked, except that the middle of the body was covered with sable skins hung from a narrow girdle of prettily woven grasses and ornamented with tails of other animals, which fell to their knees. Some wore crowns of birds' feathers. They have brown skins, says the narrative, and are exactly like the Saracens. Their hair is black, not very long, and tied at the back of the head in the form of a small tail. Their limbs are well proportioned. They are of middle height, although a little taller than ourselves, and have no other defect beyond their faces being rather broad. They are not strong, but they are agile, and some of the greatest and quickest runners in the world. It was impossible for Verrazzano to collect any details about the manners and mode of life of these people, on account of the short time that he remained among them. The shore at this place was composed of fine sand interspersed here and there with little sandy hillocks, behind which were scattered groves and very thick forests which were wonderfully pleasant to look upon. There were in this country, as far as we could judge, abundance of stags, fallow deer and hares, numerous lakes and streams of sparkling water, as well as a quantity of birds. This land lies at 34 degrees. It is therefore the part of the United States which now goes by the name of Carolina. The air there is pure and salubrious, the climate temperate, the sea is entirely without rocks, and in spite of the want of harbors, it is not unfavorable for navigators. During the whole month of March, the French sailed along the coast, which seemed to them to be inhabited by a numerous population. The want of water forced them to land several times, and they perceived that the savages were most pleased with mirrors, bells, knives, and sheets of paper. One day they sent a longboat ashore with 25 men in it. A young sailor jumped into the water, because he could not land on account of the waves and currents, in order to give some small articles to these people, and having thrown them to them from a distance, because he was distrustful of the natives, he was cast violently on shore by the waves. The Indians, seeing him in this condition, take him and carry him far away from the sea, to the great dismay of the poor sailor, who expected they were about to sacrifice him. Having placed him at the foot of a little hill, in the full blaze of the sun, they stripped him quite naked and wondered at the whiteness of his skin. Then, lighting a large fire, they made him come to it and recover his strength, and it was then that the poor young man, as well as those who were in the boat, thought that the Indians were about to massacre and immolate him, roasting his flesh in this large brazier, and then eating their victim, as do the cannibals. But it happened quite differently, for having shown a desire to return to the boat, they reconducted him to the edge of the sea, and having kissed him very lovingly, they retired to a hill to see him re-enter the boat. Continuing to follow the shore northwards for more than 150 miles, the Frenchmen reached a land which seemed to them more beautiful, being covered with thick woods. Into these forests 20 men penetrated for more than 6 miles, and only returned to the shore from the fear of losing themselves. In this walk, having met 2 women, one young and the other old, with some children, they seized one of the latter, who might be about 8 years old, with the idea of taking him away to France. But they could not do the same with the young woman, who began to cry with all her might, calling for aid from her compatriots, who were hidden in the wood. In this place the savages were whiter than any of those hitherto met with. They snared birds, and used a bow of very hard wood, and arrows tipped with fish bones. Their canoes, 20 feet long and 4 feet wide, were hollowed by fire out of a trunk of a tree. Wild vines abounded and climbed over the trees in long festoons, as they do in Lombardy. With a little cultivation they would no doubt produce excellent wine, for the fruit is sweet and pleasant like ours, and we thought that the natives were not insensible to it, for in all directions where these vines grew, they had taken care to cut away the branches of the surrounding trees so that the fruit might ripen. Wild roses, lilies, violets, and all kinds of odoriferous plants and flowers, new to the Europeans, carpeted the ground everywhere and filled the air with sweet perfumes. Canadian landscape. Canadian landscape. After remaining for 3 days in this enchanting place, the Frenchmen continued to follow the coast northwards, sailing by day and casting anchor at night. As the land trended towards the east, they went 150 miles further in that direction and discovered an island of triangular shape about 30 miles distant from the continent, similar in size to the island of Rhodes, and upon which they bestowed the name of the mother of Francis I, Louisa of Savoy. Then they reached another island 45 miles off, which possessed a magnificent harbor and of which the inhabitants came in crowds to visit the strange vessels. 2 kings, especially, were of fine stature and great beauty. They were dressed in deerskins, with the head bare, the hair carried back and tied in a tuft, and they wore on the neck a large chain ornamented with colored stones. This was the most remarkable nation which they had until now met with. The women are graceful, says the narrative published by Ramusio. Some wore the skins of the lynx on their arms. Their head was ornamented with their plaited hair, and long plaits hung down on both sides of the chest. Others had headdresses which recalled those of the Egyptian and Syrian women. Only the elderly women, and those who were married, wore pendants in their ears of worked copper. This land is situated on the same parallel as Rome, in 41 degrees 40, but its climate is much colder. 2 Canadian kings. 2 Canadian kings. On the 5th of May, Verrazano left this port and sailed along the seashore for 450 miles. At last, he reached a country of which the inhabitants resembled but little any of those whom he had hitherto met with. They were so wild that it was impossible to carry on any trade with them or any sustained intercourse. What they appeared to esteem above everything else were fish hooks, knives, and all articles in metal, attaching no value to all the trifling baubles which up to this time had served for barter. 25 armed men landed and advanced from 4 to 6 miles into the interior of the country. They were received by the natives with flights of arrows, after which the latter retired into the immense forests which appeared to cover the whole country. 150 miles further on spreads out a vast archipelago composed of 32 islands, all near the land, separated by narrow canals, which reminded the Venetian navigator of the archipelagos which in the Adriatic border the coasts of Sclavonia and Dalmatia. At length, 450 miles further on, in latitude 50 degrees, the French came to lands which had been previously discovered by the Bretons. Finding themselves then short of provisions, and having reconnoitered the coast of America for a distance of 2,100 miles, they returned to France and disembarked safely at Dieppe in the month of July, 1524. Some historians relate that Verrazano was made prisoner by the savages who inhabit the coast of Labrador and was eaten by them, a fact which is simply impossible, since he addressed from Dieppe to Francis I the account of his voyage which we have just abridged. Besides, the Indians of these regions were not anthropophagi. Certain authors, but we have not been able to discover on the authority of what documents, nor under what circumstances this happened, relate that Verrazano, having fallen into the power of the Spaniards, had been taken to Spain and there hanged. It is wiser to admit that we know nothing certain about Verrazano, and that we are totally ignorant what rewards his long voyage procured for him. Perhaps when some learned man shall have looked through our archives, of which the abstract and inventory are far from being finished, he may recover some new documents, but for the present we must confine ourselves to the narrative of Ramusio. Jacques Cartier. Jacques Cartier. From an old print. 10 years later, a captain of St. Malo, named Jacques Cartier, born on the 21st of December, 1484, conceived the project of establishing a colony in the northern part of America. Being favorably received by Admiral Philippe de Chabot and by Francis I, who asked to see the clause in Adam's will which disinherited him of the New World in favor of the kings of Spain and Portugal, Cartier left St. Malo with 2 vessels on on the 20th of April, 1534. The vessel which carried him weighed only 60 tons and carried a crew of 61 men. At the end of only 20 days, so favorable was the voyage, Cartier discovered Newfoundland at Cape Bonavista. He then went northwards as far as Bird Island, which he found surrounded by ice, all broken up and melting, but on which he was able, nevertheless, to lay in a stock of 5 or 6 tons of guillemots, puffins, and penguins, without reckoning those which were eaten fresh. He then explored all the coast of the island, which at this time bore a number of Breton names, thus proving the assiduous manner in which the French frequented these shores. Then penetrating into the Strait of Belle Isle, which separates the continent from the island of Newfoundland, Cartier arrived at the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Along the whole of this coast, the harbors are excellent. If the land only corresponded to the goodness of the harbors, says the St. Malo sailor, it would be a great blessing, but one ought not to call it land. It is rather pebbles and savage rocks and places fit for wild beasts. As for all the land towards the north, I never saw as much earth there as would fill a tumbrel. After having coasted along the continent, Cartier was cast by a tempest upon the west coast of Newfoundland, where he explored Cape Royal and Cape Milk, the Columba Islands, Cape St. John, the Magdalen Islands, and the Bay of Miramichi on the continent. In this place he had some intercourse with the savages, who showed a great and marvelous eagerness in the acquisition of iron tools and other things, always dancing and performing various ceremonies, among others throwing sea-water on their heads with their hands. So well did they receive us that they gave us all that they had, keeping back nothing. The next day the number of the savages was even greater, and our French sailors made an ample harvest of furs and skins of animals. After having explored the Bay of Chaleurs, Cartier arrived at the entrance of the estuary of the St. Lawrence, where he saw some natives, who possessed neither the appearance nor the language of the first. The latter may truly be called savages, for no poorer people can be found in the world, and I think that all put together, excepting their boats and their nets, they could not have had the value of 2 pence halfpenny. They have the head entirely shaved, with the exception of a lock of hair on the very top, which they allow to grow as long as a horse's tail, and which they fasten upon the head with some small copper needles. Their only dwelling is underneath their boats, which they overturn and then stretch themselves on the ground beneath them without any covering. After having planted a large cross in this place, Jacques Cartier obtained the chief's permission to take away with him 2 of his children, whom he was to bring back again on his next voyage. Then he set out again for France, and landed at St. Malo on the 5th of September, 1534. The following year, on the 19th of May, Cartier left St. Malo at the head of a fleet, composed of 3 vessels called the Grand and the Petite Hermine, and the Emerillon on board, of which some gentlemen of high rank had taken passages, among whom may be named Charles de la Pommeraye and Claude de Pont-Bryant, son of the Sieur de Montcevels and cupbearer to the Dauphin. Very soon the squadron was dispersed by the storm and could not be brought together again until it reached Newfoundland. After having landed at Bird Island in Whitesand Harbor, which is in Castle Bay, Cartier penetrated into the Bay of St. Lawrence. He discovered there the island of Natascotic, which we call Anticosti, and entered a great river called Hochelaga, which leads to Canada. On the banks of this river lies the country called Saguenay, whence comes the red copper, to which the 2 savages whom he had taken on his first voyage gave the name of Caquet Days. But before entering the St. Lawrence, Cartier wished to explore the whole Gulf, to see if no passage existed to the north. He afterwards returned to the Bay of the 7 Islands, went up the river, and soon reached the river Saguenay, which falls into the St. Lawrence on its northern bank. A little further on, after passing by 14 islands, he entered the Canadian territories, which no traveler before him had ever visited. The next day the Lord of Canada, called Donnacona, with 12 boats, and accompanied by 16 men, approached the ships. When abreast of the smallest of our vessels, he began to make a palaver or preachment in their fashion, while moving his body and limbs in a marvelous manner, which is a sign of joy and confidence. And when he arrived at the flagship, where were the 2 Indians who had been brought back from France, the said chief spoke to them and they to him, and they began to relate to him what they had seen in France and the good treatment which they had received, at which the said chief was very joyful, and begged the captain to give him his arms that he might kiss and embrace them, which is their mode of welcome in this country. The country of Stadacone, or St. Charles, is fertile and full of very fine trees of the same nature and kind as in France, such as oaks, elms, plum trees, yews, cedars, vines, hawthorns, which bear fruit as large as damsons and other trees. Beneath them grows hemp as good as that of France. Cartier succeeded afterwards in reaching with his boats and his galleon a place which is the Richelieu of the present day, next a great lake formed by the river, St. Peter's Lake, and at last he arrived at Hochelaga or Montreal, which is 630 miles from the mouth of the St. Lawrence. In this place are ploughed lands and large and beautiful plains full of the corn of the country, which is like the millet of Brazil, as large or larger than peas, on which they live as we do on wheat. And among these plains is placed and seated the said town of Hochelaga near to, and joining on to some high ground which is around the town, and which is well cultivated and quite small. From the top of it one can see very far. We named this mountain the Mount Royal. The welcome given to Jacques Cartier could not have been more cordial. The chief, or Agouhanna, who was crippled in all his limbs, begged the captain to touch them, as if he had asked him for a cure. Then the blind, and those who were blind in one eye, the lame and the impotent came and sat down near Jacques Cartier, that he might touch them, so thoroughly were they persuaded that he was a god descended to heal them. The said captain, seeing the faith and piety of this people, recited the Gospel of St. John, namely, in principio, making the sign of the cross over the poor sick people, praying God that he would give them the knowledge of our holy faith and grace to accept Christianity and baptism. Then the said captain took a book of hours and read aloud the Passion of our Savior, so well that all those present could hear it, all the poor people being quite silent, looking up to heaven, and using the same ceremonies as they saw us use. After making themselves acquainted with the country, which could be seen for 90 miles around from the top of Mount Royal, and having collected some information about the waterfalls and rapids of the St. Lawrence, Jacques Cartier returned towards Canada, where he did not delay to rejoin his ships. We owe to him the first information on tobacco for smoking, which does not seem to have been in use throughout the whole extent of the New World. They have a herb, he says, of which they collect great quantities during the summer for the winter. They esteem it highly, and the men alone use it in the following manner. They dry it in the sun and carry it on their necks in a small skin of an animal in the shape of a bag, with a horn of stone or of wood. Then constantly they make the said herb into powder, and put it into one of the ends of the said horn. They then place a live coal upon it and blow through the other end, and so fill their body with smoke that it issues from the mouth and nostrils, as if from the shaft of a chimney. We have tried the said smoke, but after having put it into our mouths, it seemed as if there were ground pepper in them, so hot is it. In the month of December, the inhabitants of Stadacone were attacked by an infectious disease which proved to be the scurvy. This malady spread so rapidly in our vessels that by the middle of February, out of our 110 men, there were but 10 in good health. Neither prayers, nor orisons, nor vows to Our Lady of Roquematter brought any relief. 25 Frenchmen perished up to the 18th of April, and there were not 4 amongst them who were not attacked by the malady. But at this time, a savage chief informed Jacques Cartier that a decoction of the leaves and sap of a certain tree, probably either the Canadian fir tree or the barberry, was very salutary. As soon as 2 or 3 had experienced its beneficial effects, there was a crowding as if they would have killed each other to be the first to get the medicine. And one of the tallest and largest trees I ever saw was used in less than 8 days, which had such an effect that if all the doctors of Louvain and Montpellier had been there with all the drugs of Alexandria, they had not done as much in a year as the said tree accomplished in 8 days. Some time after, Cartier, having noticed that Donnacona was trying to excite sedition against the French, caused him to be seized, as well as 9 other savages, that he might take them to France, where they died. He set sail from the harbor of St. Croix on the 6th of May, descended the St. Lawrence, and after a voyage which was not marked by any incident, he landed at St. Malo on the 16th of July, 1536. Francis I, in consequence of the report of this voyage, which the St. Malo captain made to him, resolved to take effective possession of the country. After having appointed François de la Roque, Sieur de Roberval, Viceroy of Canada, he caused 5 vessels to be fitted out, which being laden with provisions and ammunition for 2 years, were to transport Roberval and a certain number of soldiers, artisans, and gentlemen to the new colony which they were about to establish. The 5 vessels set sail on the 23rd of May, 1541. They met with such contrary winds that it took them 3 months to reach Newfoundland. Cartier did not arrive at the harbor of St. Croix till the 23rd of August. As soon as he had landed his provisions, he sent back 2 of his vessels to France with letters for the king, telling him what had been done, also that the Sieur de Roberval had not yet appeared, and that they did not know what had happened to him. Then he had works commenced to clear the land, to build a fort, and to lay the first foundations of the town of Quebec. He next set out for Hochelaga, taking with him Martin de Paimpont and other gentlemen, and went to examine the 3 waterfalls of Sainte Marie, La Chine, and St. Louis. On his return to St. Croix, he found Roberval had just arrived. Cartier returned to St. Malo in the month of October, 1542, where probably 10 years later he died. As to the new colony, Roberval having perished in a second voyage, it vegetated, and was nothing more than a factory unt, the date of the foundation of Quebec by M. de Champlain, of whom we shall relate the services and discoveries a little further on. We have just seen how Cartier, who had set out first to seek for the Northwest Passage, had been led to take possession of the country and to lay the foundations of the colony of Canada. In England, a similar movement had begun, set on foot by the writings of Sir Humphrey Gilbert and of Richard Wills. They ended by carrying public opinion with them and demonstrating that it was not more difficult to find this passage than it had been to discover the Strait of Magellan. One of the most ardent partisans of this search was a bold sailor called Martin Frobisher, who, after having many times applied to rich shipowners, at last found in Ambrose Dudley, Earl of Warwick, the favorite of Queen Elizabeth, a patron, whose pecuniary help enabled him to equip a pinnace and 2 poor barks of from 20 to 25 tons burden. It was with means thus feeble that the intrepid navigator went to encounter the ice in localities which had never been visited since the time of the Northmen. Setting out from Dipt Ford on the 8th of June, 1576, he sighted the south of Greenland, which he took for the Frisland of Zeno. Soon stopped by the ice, he was obliged to return to Labrador without being able to land there, and he entered Hudson's Straits. After having coasted along Savage and Resolution Islands, he entered a strait which has received his name, but which is also called by some geographers Lunley's Inlet. He landed at Cumberland, took possession of the country in the name of Queen Elizabeth, and entered into some relations with the natives. The cold increased rapidly, and he was obliged to return to England. Frobisher only brought back some rather vague scientific and geographical details about the countries which he had visited. He received, however, a most flattering welcome when he showed a heavy black stone in which a little gold was found. At once, all imaginations were on fire. Several lords and the Queen herself contributed to the expense of a new armament, consisting of a vessel of 200 tons, with a crew of 100 men and 2 smaller barks, which carried 6 months' provision both for war and for nourishment. Frobisher had some experienced sailors, Fenton, York, George Best, and C. Hall, under his command. On the 31st of May, 1577, the expedition set sail and soon sighted Greenland, of which the mountains were covered with snow and the shores defended by a rampart of ice. The weather was bad. Exceedingly dense fogs, as thick as peas soup, said the English sailors, islands of ice 1.5 miles in circumference, floating mountains which were sunk 70 or 80 fathoms in the sea. Such were the obstacles which prevented Frobisher from reaching, before the 9th of August, the strait which he had discovered during his previous campaign. The English took possession of the country and pursued both upon land and sea some poor Esquimaux, who, wounded in this encounter, jumped in despair from the top of the rocks into the sea, says Forster in his Voyages in the North, which would not have happened if they had shown themselves more submissive, or if we could have made them understand that we were not their enemies. A great quantity of stones similar to that which had been brought to England were soon discovered. They were of gold marcasite, and tons of this substance was soon collected. In their delight, the English sailors set up a memorial column on a peak to which they gave the name of Warwick Mount, and performed solemn acts of thanksgiving. Frobisher afterwards went 90 miles further on in the same strait, as far as a small island, which received the name of Smith's Island. There the English found 2 women, of whom they took one with her child, but left the other on account of her extreme ugliness. Suspecting, so much did superstition and ignorance flourish at this time, that this woman had cloven feet, they made her take the coverings off her feet, to satisfy themselves that they really were made like their own. Frobisher, now perceiving that the cold was increasing, and wishing to place the treasures which he thought he had collected in a place of safety, resolved to give up for the present any farther search for the Northwest Passage. He then set sail for England, where he arrived at the end of September, after weathering a storm which dispersed his fleet. The man, woman, and child who had been carried off were presented to the Queen. It is said with regard to them that the man, seeing at Bristol Frobisher's trumpeter on horseback, wished to imitate him, and mounted with his face turned towards the tail of the animal. These savages were the objects of much curiosity, and obtained permission from the Queen to shoot all kinds of birds, even swans, on the Thames, a thing which was forbidden to everyone else under the most severe penalties. They did not long survive, and died before the child was 15 months old. People were not slow in discovering that the stones brought back by Frobisher really contained gold. The nation, but above all the higher classes, were immediately seized with a fever bordering on delirium. They had found a Peru, an El Dorado. Queen Elizabeth, in spite of her practical good sense, yielded to the current. She resolved to build a fort in the newly discovered country, to which she gave the name of Meta Incognita, unknown boundary, and to leave there, with 100 men as garrison, under the command of Captains Fenton, Best, and Philpot, 3 vessels which should take in a cargo of the auriferous stones. These 100 men were carefully chosen. There were bakers, carpenters, masons, gold refiners, and others belonging to all the various handicrafts. The fleet was composed of 15 vessels, which set sail from Harwich on the 31st of May, 1578. 20 days later, the western coasts of Friesland were discovered. Whales played round the vessels in innumerable troops. It is related even that one of the vessels, propelled by a favorable wind, struck against a whale with such force that the violence of the shock stopped the ship at once, and that the whale, after uttering a loud cry, made a spring out of the water and then was suddenly swallowed up. 2 days later, the fleet met with a dead whale which they thought must be the one struck by the salamander. When Frobisher came to the entrance of the strait which has received his name, he found it blocked up with floating ice. The bark Dennis, 100 tons, says the old account of George Best, received such a shock from an iceberg that she sank in sight of the whole fleet. Following upon this catastrophe, a sudden and horrible tempest arose from the southeast. The vessels were surrounded on all sides by the ice. They left much of it, between which they could pass, behind them, and found still more before them, through which it was impossible for them to penetrate. Certain ships, either having found a place less blocked with ice, or one where it was possible to proceed, furled sails and drifted. Of the others, several stopped and cast their anchors upon a great island of ice. The latter were so rapidly enclosed by an infinite number of islets of ice and fragments of icebergs, that the English were obliged to resign themselves and their ships to the mercy of the ice, and to protect the ships with cables, cushions, mats, boards, and all kinds of articles which were suspended to the sides, in order to defend them from the fearful shocks and blows of the ice. Frobisher himself was thrown out of his course. Finding the impossibility of rallying his squadron, he sailed along the west coast of Greenland, as far as the strait which was soon to be called Davis Strait, and penetrated as far as the Countess of Warwick Bay. When he had repaired his vessels with the wood which was to have been used in the building of a dwelling, he loaded the ships with 500 tons of stones similar to those which he had already brought home. Judging the season to be then too far advanced, and considering also that the provisions had been either consumed or lost in the Dennis, that the wood for building had been used for repairing the vessels, and having lost 40 men, he set out on his return to England on the 31st of August. Tempests and storms accompanied him to the shores of his own country. As to the results of his expedition, they were almost none as to discoveries, and the stones, which he had put on board in the midst of so many dangers, were valueless. This was the last Arctic voyage in which Frobisher took part. In 1585, we meet with him again as vice-admiral under Drake. In 1588, he he distinguished himself against the Invincible Armada. In 1590, he was with Sir Walter Raleigh's fleet on the coast of Spain. Finally, in a descent on the coast of France, he was so seriously wounded that he had only time to bring his squadron back to Portsmouth before he died. If Frobisher's voyages had only gain for their motive, we must put this down not to the navigator himself, but to the passions of the period, and it is not the less true that in difficult circumstances, and with means, the insufficiency of which makes us smile, he gave proof of courage, talent, and perseverance. To Frobisher is due, in one word, the glory of having shown the route to his countrymen, and of having made the first discoveries in the localities where the English name was destined to render itself illustrious. If it became necessary to abandon the hope of finding in these circumpolar regions countries in which gold abounded as it did in Peru, this was no ground for not continuing to seek there for a passage to China, an opinion supported by very skillful sailors, and one which found many adherents. Among the merchants of London, by the aid of several high personages, 2 ships were equipped, the Sunshine, of 50 tons burden and carrying a crew of 23 in number, and the Moonshine, of 35 tons. They quitted Portsmouth on the 7th of June, 1585, under the command of John Davis. Davis discovered the entrance of the strait which received his name, and was obliged to cross immense fields of drifting ice, after having reassured his crew, who were frightened while in the midst of a dense fog, by the dash of the icebergs and the splitting of the blocks of ice. On the 20th July, Davis discovered the land of desolation, but without being able to disembark upon it. 9 days later, he entered Gilbert Bay, where he found a peaceable population, who gave him sealskins and furs in exchange for some trifling articles. These natives, some days afterwards, arrived in such numbers that there were not less than 37 canoes around Davis' vessels. In this place, the navigator perceived an enormous quantity of driftwood, amongst which he mentions an entire tree, which could not have been less than 60 feet in length. On the 6th of August, he cast anchor in a fine bay called Totnes, near a mountain of the color of gold, which received the name of Raleigh. At the same time, he gave the names of Dyer and Walsingham to 2 capes of that land of Cumberland. During 11 days, Davis still sailed northwards on a very open sea, free from ice, and of which the water had the color of the ocean. Already he believed himself at the entrance of the sea, which communicated with the Pacific, when all at once the weather changed and became so foggy that he was forced to return to Yarmouth, where he landed on the 30th of September. Davis had the skill to make the owners of his ships partake in the hope which he had conceived. Thus, on the 7th of May, 1586, he set out again with the 2 ships which had made the previous voyage. To them were added the Mermaid of 120 tons and the pinnace North Star. When on the 25th of June, he arrived at the southern point of Greenland, Davis dispatched the Sunshine and the North Star towards the north, in order to search for a passage upon the eastern coast, whilst he pursued the same route as in the preceding year, and penetrated into the strait which bears his name as far as 69 degrees. But there was a much greater quantity of ice this year, and on the 17th of July, the expedition fell in with an ice field of such extent that it took 13 days to coast along it. The wind after passing over this icy plain was so cold that the rigging and sails were frozen, and the sailors refused to go any further. It was needful, therefore, to descend again to the east-southeast. There Davis explored the land of Cumberland without finding the strait he was seeking, and after a skirmish with the Esquimaux, in which 3 of his men were killed and 2 wounded, he set out on the 19th of September on his return to England. Although once more his researches had not been crowned with success, Davis still had good hope, as is witnessed by a letter which he wrote to the company, in which he said that he had reduced the existence of the passage to a species of certainty. Foreseeing, however, that he would have more trouble in obtaining the dispatch of a new expedition, he added that the expenses of the enterprise would be fully covered by the profit arising from the fishery of walrus, seals, and whales, which were so numerous in those parts that they appeared to have there established their headquarters. On the 15th of May, 1587, he set sail with the Sunshine, the Elizabeth of Dartmouth, and the Helen of London. This time he went farther north than he had ever done before, and reached degrees 12, that is to say, nearly the latitude of Upernavik, and he descried Cape Henderson's Hope. Stopped by the ice and forced to retrace his way, he sailed in Frobisher's Strait, and after having crossed a large gulf, he arrived, in 61 degrees 10 latitude, in sight of a cape to which he gave the name of Chudley. This cape is a part of the Labrador coast, and forms the southern entrance to Hudson's Bay. After coasting along the American shores as far as 52 degrees, Davis set out for England, which he reached on the 15th of September. Although the solution of the problem had not been found, yet nevertheless, precious results had been obtained, but results to which people at that period did not attach any great value. Nearly the half of Baffin's Bay had been explored, and clear ideas had been obtained of its shores and of the people inhabiting them. These were considerable acquisitions from a geographical point of view, but they were scarcely those which would greatly affect the merchants of the city. In consequence, the attempts at finding a northwest passage were abandoned by the English for a somewhat long period. A new nation was just come into existence. The Dutch, while scarcely delivered from the Spanish yoke, inaugurated that commercial policy which was destined to make the greatness and prosperity of their country by the successive dispatch of several expeditions to seek for a way to China by the northeast, the same project formerly conceived by Sebastian Cabot and which had given to England the Russian trade. With their practical instinct, the Dutch had acquainted themselves with English navigation. They had even established factories at Kola and at Archangel, but they wished to proceed further in their search for new markets. The Sea of Kara appearing to them too difficult, they resolved, acting on the advice of the cosmographer Plancius, to try a new way by the north of Nova Zembla. The merchants of Amsterdam applied therefore to an experienced sailor, William Barentz, born in the island of Terschelling near the Texel. This navigator set out from the Texel in 1594, on board the Mercure, doubled the North Cape, saw the island of Waigatz, and found himself, on the 4th of July, in sight of the coast of Nova Zembla in latitude 73 degrees 25. He sailed along the coast, doubled Cape Nassau on the 10th of July, and 3 days later he came in contact with the ice. Until the 3rd of August, he attempted to open a passage through the pack, testing the mass of ice on various sides, going up as far as the Orange Islands at the northwestern extremity of Nova Zembla, sailing over 1,700 miles of ground, and putting his ship about no less than 81 times. We do not imagine that any navigator had hitherto displayed such perseverance. Let us add that he turned this long cruise to account, to fix astronomically and with remarkable accuracy the latitude of various points. At last, wearied with the fruitless boxing about along the edge of the pack, the crew cried for mercy, and it became necessary to return to the Texel. The results obtained were judged so important that the following year the Dutch States General entrusted to Jacob van Heemskerk the command of a fleet of 7 vessels, of which Barentz was named chief pilot. After touching at various points upon the coasts of Nova Zembla and of Asia, this squadron was forced by the pack to go back without having made any important discovery, and it returned to Holland on the 18th of September. As a general rule, governments do not possess as much perseverance as do private individuals. The large fleet of the year 1595 had cost a great sum of money and had produced no results. This was sufficient to discourage the States General. The merchants of Amsterdam, therefore, substituting private enterprise for the action of the government, which merely promised a reward to the man who should first discover the Northeast Passage, fitted out 2 vessels, of which the command was given to Heemskerk and to Jan Cornelis Zoon Rape, while Barentz, who had only the title of pilot, was virtually the leader of the expedition. The historian of the voyage, Gerrit de Veer, was also on board as second mate. The Dutchmen sailed from Amsterdam on the 10th of May, 1596, passed by the Shetland and Faroe Islands, and on the 5th of June saw the first masses of ice, whereat we were much amazed, believing at first that they were white swans. They soon arrived to the south of Spitzbergen, at Bear Island, upon which they landed on the 11th of June. They collected there a great number of seagulls' eggs, and after much trouble killed at some distance inland a white bear, destined to give its name to the land which Barentz had just discovered. On the 19th of June, they disembarked upon some far-spreading land, which they took to be a part of Greenland, and to which on account of the sharp-pointed mountains they gave the name of Spitzbergen. Of this they explored a considerable portion of the western coast. Forced by the polar pack to go southwards again to Bear Island, they separated there from Rape, who was once more to endeavour to find a way by the north. On the 11th of July, Heemskerk and Barents were in the parts of Cape Cannon, and 5 days later they had reached the western coast of Nova Zembla, which was called Willoughby's Land. They then altered their course, and again going northwards, they arrived on the 19th at the Island of Crosses, where the ice which was still attached to the shore barred their passage. They remained in this place until the 4th of August, and 2 days later they doubled Cape Nassau. After several changes of course, which it would take too long to relate, they reached the Orange Islands at the northern extremity of Nova Zembla. They began to descend the eastern coast, but were soon obliged to enter a harbour, where they found themselves completely blocked in by the pack ice, and in which they were forced in great cold, poverty, misery, and grief to stay all the winter. This was on the 26th of August. On the 30th, the masses of ice began to pile themselves one upon another against the ship, with snow falling. The ship was lifted up and surrounded in such a manner that all that was about her and around her began to crack and split. It seemed as if the ship must break into 1,000 pieces, a thing most terrible to see and to hear, and fit to make one's hair stand on end. The ship was afterwards in equal danger, when the ice formed beneath, raising her and bearing her up, as though she had been lifted by some instrument. Soon the ship cracked to such a degree that prudence dictated the debarkation of some of the provisions, sails, gunpowder, lead, the arquebuses as well as other arms, and the erection of a tent or hut, in which the men might be sheltered from the snow and from any attacks by bears. Some days later, some sailors who had advanced from 4 to 6 miles inland found near a river of fresh water a quantity of driftwood. They discovered there also the traces of wild goats and of reindeer. On the 11th of September, seeing that the bay was filled with enormous blocks of ice piled one upon the other and welded together, the Dutchmen perceived that they would be obliged to winter in this place, and resolved, in order to be better defended against the cold and armed against the wild beasts, to build a house there which might be able to contain them all, while they would leave to itself the ship, which became each day less safe and comfortable. Fortunately, they found upon the shore whole trees, coming doubtless from Siberia and driven here by the current, and in such quantity that they sufficed not only for the construction of their habitation, but also for firewood throughout the winter. Barents's ship. Barents's ship. The Tartars believe in God as the creator of the universe and as the rewarder and avenger of all, but they also worship the sun, moon, fire, earth, and water, and idols made in felt, like human beings. They have little toleration, and put Michael of Turnigu and Fedor to death for not worshipping the sun at midday at the command of Prince Bathy. They are superstitious people, believing in enchantment and sorcery, and looking upon fire as the purifier of all things. When one of their chiefs dies, he is buried with a horse saddled and bridled, a table, a dish of meat, a cup of mare's milk, and a mare and foal. Tartars are most obedient to their chiefs, and are truthful and not quarrelsome. Murders and deeds of violence are rare. There is very little robbery, and articles of value are never guarded. They bear great fatigue and hunger without complaint, as well as heat and cold, singing and dancing under the most adverse circumstances. They are much prone to drink to excess. They are very proud and disdainful to strangers, and have no respect for the lives of human beings. Carpini completes his sketch of the Tartar character by adding that they eat all kinds of animals, dogs, wolves, foxes, horses, and even sometimes their fellow creatures. Their principal beverage is the milk of the mare, sheep, goat, cow, and camel. They have neither wine, cervisia, a beverage composed of grain and herbs, nor mead, but only intoxicating liquors. They are very dirty in their habits, scarcely ever washing their porringers, or only doing so in their broth. They hardly ever wash their clothes, more especially when there is thunder about, and they eat rats, mice, and see if they are badly off for other food. The men are not brought up to any manual labor, their whole occupation consisting in hunting, shooting with bow and arrows, watching the flocks, and riding. The women and girls are very athletic and very brave. They prepare furs and make clothes, drive carts and camels, and as polygamy is practiced among them, and a man buys as many wives as he can keep, there are enough women for all these employments. Such is the resume of Carpine's observations made during his residence at Sir while he was awaiting the emperor's election. Soon, he found that the election was about to take place. He noticed that the courtiers always sang before Cunius when he came out of his tent, and bowed down before him with beautiful little wands in their hands, having small pieces of scarlet wool attached to them. On a plain about 4 leagues from Sir, beside a stream, a tent was prepared for the coronation, carpeted with scarlet, and supported on columns covered with gold. On St. Bartholomew's Day a large concourse of people assembled. Each one fell on his knees as he arrived, and remained praying towards the sun. But Carpini and his companion refused to join in this idolatrous worship of the sun. Then Cunius was placed on the imperial throne, and the dukes, and all the assembled multitudes having done homage to him, he was consecrated. As soon as this ceremony was over, Carpini and Stephen were commanded to appear before the emperor. They were first searched, and then entered the imperial presence at the same time as other ambassadors, the bearers of rich presents. The poor papal envoys had nothing to present. Whether this had anything to do with the length of time they had to wait before His Imperial Majesty could attend to their affairs, we do not know, but days passed slowly by, and they were nearly dying of hunger and thirst, before they received a summons to appear before the secretary of the emperor, and letters to the Pope were given to them, ending with these words: "We worship God, and by His help we shall destroy the whole earth from east to west." The envoys had now nothing to wait for, and during the whole of the winter they traveled across icy deserts. About May they again arrived at the court of Prince Bathy, who gave them free passes, and they reached Kiev about the middle of June, 1247. On the 9th of October of the same year, the Pope made Carpini Bishop of Antivari in Dalmatia, and this celebrated traveler died at Rome about the year 1251. Carpini's mission was not of much use, and the Tartars remained much as they were before, a savage and ferocious tribe. But 6 years after his return, another monk of the minor order of Franciscans, named William Rubruquis, of Belgian origin, was sent to the barbarians who lived in the country between the Volga and the Don. The object of this journey was as follows. St. Louis was waging war against the Saracens of Syria at this time, and while he was engaging the infidels, Erkelty, a Mongol prince, attacked them on the side nearest to Persia, and thus caused a diversion that was in favor of the King of France. The report arose that Prince Erkelty had become a Christian, and St. Louis, anxious to prove the truth of it, charged Rubruquis to go into the prince's own country and there make what observations he could upon the subject. In the month of June 1253, Rubruquis and his companions embarked for Constantinople. From thence they reached the mouth of the river Don on the Sea of Azov, where they found a great number of Goths. On their arrival among the Tartars, their reception was at first very inhospitable, but after presenting the letters with which they were furnished, Zagathal, the governor of that province, gave them wagons, horses, and oxen for their journey. Thus equipped they set out, and were much surprised next day by meeting a moving village. That is to say, all the huts were placed on wagons and were being moved away. During the 10 days that Rubruquis and his companions were passing through this part of the country, they were very badly treated, and had it not been for their own store of biscuits, they must have died of starvation. After passing by the end of the Sea of Azov, they went in an easterly direction and crossed a sandy desert on which neither tree nor stone was visible. This was the country of the Comans that Carpini had traversed, but in a more northerly part. Rubruquis left the mountains inhabited by the Circassians to the south, and after a wearisome journey of 2 months, arrived at the camp of Prince Sartach on the banks of the Volga. This was the court of the prince, the son of Batu Khan. He had 6 wives, each of whom possessed a palace of her own, some houses, and a great number of chariots, some of them very large, being drawn by a team of 22 oxen harnessed in pairs. Sartach received the envoys of the King of France very graciously, and seeing their poverty, he supplied them with all that they required. They were to be presented to the prince in their sacerdotal dress, when bearing on a cushion a splendid Bible, the gift of the King of France, a psalter given by the Queen, a missal, a crucifix, and a censer. They entered the royal presence, taking good care not to touch the threshold of the door, which would have been considered profanation. Once in the royal presence, they sang the Salve Regina. After the prince and those of the princesses who were present at the ceremony had examined the books, and see that the monks had brought with them, the envoys were allowed to retire, it being impossible for Rubruquis to form any opinion as to Sartach's being a Christian or not. But his work was not yet finished, the prince having pressed the envoys to go to his father's court. Rubruquis complied with the request, and crossing the country lying between the Volga and the Don, they arrived at their destination. There the same ceremonies had to be gone through as at the court of Prince Sartach. The monks had to prepare their books and see and be presented to the Khan, who was seated on a large gilded throne, but not wishing to treat with the envoys himself, he sent them to Karakoram, to the court of Mangu Khan. They crossed the country of the Bashkirs and visited Kenchet, Talach, passed the Aksirts and reached Iquiuz, a town of which the position cannot be accurately ascertained in the present day. Then by the land of Organum, by the lake of Balkhesh, and the territory of the Uyghurs, they arrived at Karakoram, the capital of the Mongolian Empire, where Carpini had stopped without entering the town. This town, says Rubruquis, was surrounded with walls of earth and had 4 gates in the walls. The principal buildings it contained were 2 mosques and a Christian church. While in this city, the monk made many interesting observations on the surrounding people, especially upon the Tangurs, whose oxen, of a remarkable race, are no other than the yaks, so celebrated in Thibet. In speaking of the Thibetans, he notices their most extraordinary custom of eating the bodies of their fathers and mothers, in order to secure their having an honorable sepulture. When Rubruquis and his companions reached Karakoram, they found that the great Khan was not in his capital, but in one of his palaces, which was situated on the further side of the mountains, which rise in the northern part of the country. They followed him there, and the next day after their arrival presented themselves before him with bare feet, according to the Franciscan custom, so securing for themselves frozen toes. Rubruquis thus describes the interview: Mangu Khan is a man of middle height with a flat nose. He was lying on a couch clad in a robe of bright fur, which was speckled like the skin of a sea calf. He was surrounded with falcons and other birds. Several kinds of beverages, Eric punch, fermented mare's milk, and bol, a kind of mead, were offered to the envoys, but they refused them all. The Khan, less prudent than they, soon became intoxicated on these drinks, and the audience had to be ended without any result being arrived at. Rubruquis remained several days at Mangu Khan's court. He found there a great number of German and French prisoners, mostly employed in making different kinds of arms or in working the mines of Bakal. The prisoners were well treated by the Tartars and did not complain of their lot. After several interviews with the great Khan, Rubruquis gained permission to leave, and he returned to Karakoram. Near this town stood a magnificent palace belonging to the Khan. It was like a large church with nave and double aisles. Here the sovereign sits at the northern end on a raised platform, the gentleman being seated on his right and the ladies on his left hand. It is at this palace that twice every year splendid fêtes are given, when all the nobles of the country are assembled round their sovereign. While at Karakoram, Rubruquis collected many interesting documents relating to the Chinese, their customs, literature, and sea. Then leaving the capital of the Mongols, he returned by the same route as he had come, as far as Astrakhan. But there he branched to the south and went to Syria with a Turkish escort, which was rendered necessary by the presence of tribes bent on pillage. He visited Derbend, and went thence by Nakhchivan, Erzurum, Sivas, Caesarea, and Iconium to the port of Kerch, whence he embarked for his own country. His route was much the same as that of Carpini, but his narrative is less interesting, and the Belgian does not seem to have been gifted with the spirit of observation which characterized the Italian monk. With Carpini and Rubruquis closes the list of celebrated travelers of the 13th century, but we have the brilliant career of Marco Polo now before us, whose travels extended over part of the 13th and 14th centuries. Chapter 4. Marco Polo, 1253–1324. 1. The interest of the Genoese and Venetian merchants in encouraging the exploration of Central Asia, the family of Polo, and its position in Venice. Nicholas and Matteo Polo, the two brothers, they go from Constantinople to the court of the Emperor of China. Their reception at the court of Kublai Khan, the emperor appoints them his ambassadors to the Pope. Their return to Venice, Marco Polo, he leaves his father Nicholas and his uncle Matteo for the residence of the King of Tartary, the new Pope Gregory X. The narrative of Marco Polo is written in French from his dictation by Rusticien of Pisa. The Genoese and Venetian merchants could not fail to be much interested in the explorations of the brave travelers in Central Asia, India, and China, for they saw that these countries would give them new openings for disposing of their merchandise, and also the great benefit to be derived by the West from being supplied with the productions of the East. The interests of commerce stimulated fresh explorations, and it was this motive that actuated two noble Venetians to leave their homes and brave all the fatigue and danger of a perilous journey. These two Venetians belonged to the family of Polo, which had come originally from Dalmatia, and, owing to successful trading, had become so opulent as to be reckoned among the patrician families of Venice. In 1260, the two brothers, Nicholas and Matteo, who had lived for some years in Constantinople, where they had established a branch house, went to the Crimea with a considerable stock of precious stones, where their eldest brother, Andrea Polo, had his place of business. Thence, taking a northeasterly direction and crossing the country of the Comans, they reached the camp of Barkai Khan on the Volga. This Mongol prince received the two merchants very kindly and bought all the jewels they offered him at double their value. Niccolo and Matteo remained a year in the Mongolian camp, but a war breaking out at this time between Barkai and Hulagu, the conqueror of Persia, the two brothers, not wishing to be in the midst of a country where war was being waged, went to Bokhara, and there they remained 3 years. But when Barkai was vanquished and his capital taken, the partisans of Hulagu induced the two Venetians to follow them to the residence of the Grand Khan of Tartary, who was sure to give them a hearty welcome. This Kublai Khan, the fourth son of Genghis Khan, was emperor of China and was then at his summer palace in Mongolia on the frontier of the Chinese Empire. The Venetian merchants set out and were a whole year crossing the immense extent of country lying between Bokhara and the northern limits of China. Kublai Khan was much pleased to receive these strangers from the distant west. He feted them and asked, with much eagerness, for any information that they could give him of what was happening in Europe, requiring details of the government of the various kings and emperors and their methods of making war, and he then conversed at some length about the Pope and the state of the Latin Church. Matteo and Niccolo fortunately spoke the Tartar language fluently, so they could freely answer all the emperor's questions. Kublai Khan's feast on the arrival of the Venetian merchants. Kublai Khan's feast on the arrival of the Venetian merchants. It had occurred to Kublai Khan to send messengers to the Pope, and he seized the opportunity to beg the two brothers to act as his ambassadors to His Holiness. The merchants thankfully accepted his proposal, for they foresaw that this new character would be very advantageous to them. The emperor had some charters drawn up in the Turkish language, asking the Pope to send 100 learned men to convert his people to Christianity. Then he appointed one of his barons named Kogatl to accompany them, and he charged them to bring him some oil from the sacred lamp, which is perpetually burning before the tomb of Christ at Jerusalem. The two brothers took leave of the Khan, having been furnished with passports by him, which put both men and horses at their disposal throughout the empire, and in 1266 they set out on their journey. Soon the Baron Kogatl fell ill, and the Venetians were obliged to leave him and continue their journey. But in spite of all the aid that had been given to them, they were 3 years in reaching the port of Laias in Armenia, now known by the name of Issus. Leaving this port, they arrived at Acre in 1269, where they heard of the death of Pope Clement Roman IV, to whom they were sent, but the legate Theobald lived in Acre and received the Venetians. Learning what was the object of their mission, he begged them to wait for the election of the new pope. The brothers had been absent from their country for 15 years, so they resolved to return to Venice, and at Negropont they embarked on board a vessel that was going direct to their native town. On landing there, Niccolo was met by news of the death of his wife and of the birth of his son, who had been born shortly after his departure in 1254. This son was the celebrated Marco Polo. The two brothers waited at Venice for the election of the Pope, but at the end of 2 years, as it had not taken place, they thought they could no longer defer their return to the Emperor of the Mongols. Accordingly, they started for Acre, taking Marco Polo with them, who could not then have been more than 17. At Acre they had an interview with the legate Theobald, who authorized them to go to Jerusalem and there to procure some of the sacred oil. This mission accomplished, the Venetians returned to Acre and asked the legate to give them letters to Kublai Khan, mentioning the death of Pope Clement Roman IV. He complied with their request, and they returned to Laïs or Issus. There, to their great joy, they learnt that the legate Theobald had just been made pope with the title of Gregory X on the 1st of September, 1271. The newly elected pope sent at once for the Venetian envoys, and the king of Armenia placed a galley at their disposal to expedite their return to Acre. The pope received them with much affection and gave them letters to the Emperor of China. He added 2 preaching friars, Nicholas of Vicenza and William of Tripoli, to their party and gave them his blessing on their departure. They went back to Laïs, but had scarcely arrived before they were made prisoners by the soldiers of the Mameluke Sultan Bibars, who was then ravaging Armenia. The 2 preaching friars were so discouraged at this outset of the expedition that they gave up all idea of going to China and left the 2 Venetians and Marco Polo to prosecute the journey together as best they could. Marco Polo. Marco Polo. Here begins what may properly be called Marco Polo's travels. It is a question if he really visited all the places that he describes, and it seems probable that he did not. In fact, in the narrative written at his dictation by Rusticien of Pisa, it is stated, Marco Polo, a wise and noble citizen of Venice, saw nearly all herein described with his own eyes, and what he did not see he learnt from the lips of truthful and credible witnesses. But we must add that the greater part of the kingdoms and towns spoken of by Marco Polo he certainly did visit. We will follow the route he describes, simply pointing out what the traveler learnt by hearsay during the important missions with which he was charged by Kublai Khan. During this second journey, the travelers did not follow exactly the same road as on the first occasion of their visit to the Emperor of China. They had lengthened their route by passing to the north of the Celestial Mountains, but now they turned to the south of them, and though this route was shorter than the other, they were 3 years and a half in accomplishing their journey, being much impeded by the rains and the difficulty of crossing the great rivers. Their course may be easily followed with the help of a map of Asia, as we have substituted the modern names in place of the ancient ones used by Marco Polo in his narrative. Chapter 2. Marco Polo. Armenia Minor, Armenia, Mount Ararat, Georgia, Mosul, Baghdad, Basra, Taurus, Persia, the province of Kirman, Komadi, Ormuz, the Old Man of the Mountain, Cheburgan, Balkh, Kashmir, Kashgar, Samarkand, Cotton, the Desert, Tangun, Karakoram, Signanfu, the Great Wall, Changtu, the residence of Kublai Khan, Kambaluk, now Pekin, the Emperor's fetes, his hunting, description of Pekin, Chinese mint and banknotes, the system of posts in the empire. Marco Polo left the town of Issus. He describes Armenia Minor as a very unhealthy place, the inhabitants of which, though once valiant, are now cowardly and wretched, their only talent seeming to lie in their capacity for drinking to excess. From Armenia Minor, he went to Turkomania, whose inhabitants, though somewhat of savages, are clever in cultivating pastures and breeding horses and mules, and the townspeople excel in the manufacture of carpets and silk. Armenia proper, that Marco Polo next visited, affords a good camping ground to the Tartar armies during the summer. There the travelers saw Mount Ararat, where Noah's Ark rested after the deluge. He noticed that the lands bordering on the Caspian Sea afford large supplies of naphtha, which forms an important item in the trade of that neighborhood. When he left Armenia, he took a northeasterly course towards Georgia, a kingdom lying on the south side of the Caucasus, whose ancient kings, says the legend, were born with an eagle traced on their right shoulders. The Georgians, he describes as good archers and men of war, and also as clever in working in gold and manufacturing silk. Here is a celebrated defile, 4 leagues in length, which lies between the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea, that the Turks call the Iron Door and Europeans the Pass of Derbend, and here too is the miraculous lake, where fish are said to exist only during Lent. Hence the travelers descended towards the kingdom of Mosul and arrived at the town of the same name on the right bank of the Tigris, thence going to Baghdad, the residence of the Caliph of all the Saracens. Marco Polo gives an account of the taking of Baghdad by the Tartars in 1255, mentioning a wonderful story in support of the Christian idea of faith that can remove mountains. He points out the route from this town to the Persian Gulf, which may be reached in 18 days by the river, passing Basora, the country of dates. From this point to Taurus, a Persian town in the province of Azerbaijan, Marco Polo's route seems to be doubtful. He takes up his narrative at Taurus, which he describes as a large flourishing town built in the midst of beautiful gardens and carrying on a great traffic in precious stones and other valuable merchandise. But its Saracen inhabitants are disloyal and treacherous. Here he seems to divide Persia geographically into 8 provinces. The natives of Persia, according to him, are formidable enemies to the merchants, who are obliged to travel armed with bows and arrows. The principal trade of the country seems to be in horses and asses, which are sent to Kis or Ormuz and thence to India. The natural productions of the country are wheat, barley, millet, and grapes, which grow in abundance. Marco Polo went next to Yezd, the most easterly town of Persia proper. On leaving it, after a ride of 7 days through magnificent forests abounding in game, he came to the province of Kirman. Here the mines yield large quantities of turquoise, as well as iron and antimony, the manufacture of arms and harness, as well as embroidery, and the training of falcons for hunting, occupy a great number of the inhabitants. On leaving Kirman, Marco Polo and his 2 companions set out on a 9 days journey across a rich and populous country to the town of Komati, which is supposed to be the Memnon of the present day, and was even then sinking into decay. The country was superb. On all sides were to be seen fine fat sheep, great oxen, white as snow, with short strong horns, and thousands of domestic fowls and other birds. Also there were magnificent date, orange, and pistachio trees. After traveling for 5 days, they entered the beautiful and well-watered plain of Kormos or Ormuz, and after 2 days' further march, they reached the shores of the Persian Gulf and the town of Ormuz, which forms the seaport of the kingdom of Kirman. This country they found very warm and unhealthy, but rich in date and spice trees, in grain, precious stones, silk and golden stuffs, and elephants' tusks, wine made from the date, and other merchandise being brought into the town ready for shipment on board ships with but 1 mast, which came in numbers to the port. But many were lost on the voyage to India, as they were only built with wooden pegs, not iron nails, to fasten them together. From Ormuz, Marco Polo, going up again towards the northeast, visited Kirman. Then he ventured by dangerous roads across a sandy desert, where there was only brackish water to be found, the desert across which, 1500 years before, Alexander had led his army to meet Nearchus. 7 days afterwards, he entered the town of Kabis. On leaving this town, he crossed for 8 days the Great Plains to Tanakan, the capital of the province of Cumes, probably Damagan. At this point of his narrative, Marco Polo gives an account of the old man of the mountain, the chief of the Mahometan sect called the Hashishins, who were noted for their religious fanaticism and terrible cruelty. He next visited the Khorasan town of Cheburgan, a city celebrated for its sweet melons, and then the noble city of Balkh, situated near the source of the Oxus. Next he crossed a country infested by lions to Taken, a great salt market frequented by a large number of merchants, and to Skasum. This town seems to be the Kashim spoken of by Marston, the Kishan or Krishan of Hiawan Sang, which Sir Henry Rawlinson has identified with the hill of Kharazm of Zendavesta that some commentators think must be the modern Kunduz. In this part of the country, he says porcupines abound, and when they are hunted they curl themselves up, darting out the prickles on their sides and backs at the dogs that are hunting them. We now know how much faith to put in this pretended power of defense said to be possessed by the porcupine. Marco Polo now entered the rocky mountainous kingdom of the Balkhs, whose kings claim descent from Alexander the Great, a cold country producing good fast horses, excellent falcons, and all kinds of game. Here, too, are prolific ruby mines worked by the king and which yield large quantities, but they are so strictly enclosed that no one on pain of death may set foot on the Cyanan mountain containing the mines. In other places silver is found, and many precious stones, of which he says they make the finest azure in the world, meaning lapis lazuli. His stay in this part of the country must have been a long one to have enabled him to observe so many of its characteristics. 10 days' journey from hence, he entered a province which must be the Peshawar of the present day, whose dark-skinned inhabitants were idolaters. Then after 7 days' further march, about midday, he came to the kingdom of Kashmir, where the temperature is cool, and towns and villages are very numerous. Had Marco Polo continued his route in the same direction, he would soon have reached the territory of India, but instead of that he took a northerly course, and in 12 days was in Vacan, a land watered by the upper Oxus, which runs through splendid pastures, where feed immense flocks of wild sheep called mufflons. Thence he went through a mountainous country, lying between the Altai and Himalayan ranges to Kashgar. Here Marco Polo's route is the same as that of his uncle and his father during their first voyage, when from Bokhara they were taken to the residence of the great Khan. From Kashgar, Marco Polo diverged a little to the west, to Samarkand, a large town inhabited by Saracens and Christians, then to Yarkand, a city frequented by caravans trading between India and northern Asia, passing by Khotun, the capital of the province of that name, and by Pain, a town whose situation is uncertain, but in a part of the country where chalcedony and jasper abound. He came to the kingdom of Karachar, which extends along the borders of the desert of Job. Then after 5 days further traveling over sandy plains, where there was no water fit to drink, he rested for 8 days in the city of Lab, a place now in ruins, while he prepared to cross the desert lying to the east, so great a desert, he says, that it would require a year to traverse its whole length, a haunted wilderness, where drums and other instruments are heard, though invisible. After spending a year crossing this desert, Marco Polo reached Ticha-Tichiu in the province of Tangout, a town built on the western limits of the Chinese Empire. There are but few merchants here, the greater part of the population being agricultural. The custom that seems to have struck him the most in the province of Tangout was that of burning their dead only on a day fixed by the astrologers. All the time that the dead remain in their houses, the relations stay there with them, preparing a place at each meal, as well as providing both food and drink for the corpse, as though it were still alive. Marco Polo and his companions made an excursion to the northeast, to the city of Amil, going on as far as Jinchentalas, a town inhabited by idolaters, Mahometans, and Nestorian Christians, whose situation is disputed. From this town, Marco Polo returned to Ticha-Tichiu and went eastward across Tangout, by the town of Sosiu, over a tract of country particularly favorable to the cultivation of rhubarb, and by Kanpaisan, the Kan-Tichiu of the Chinese, then the capital of the province of Tangout, an important town whose numerous chiefs are idolaters and polygamists. The 3 Venetians remained a year in this large city. It is easy to understand, from their long halts and deviations, why they required 3 years for their journey across Central Asia. They left Kan-Tichiu, and after riding for 12 days, they reached the borders of a sandy desert and entered the city of Etsana. This was another detour, as it lay directly north of their route, but they wished to visit Karakoram, the celebrated capital of Tartary, where Rubruquis had been in 1254. Marco Polo was certainly an explorer by nature. Fatigue was nothing to him if he had any geographical studies to complete, which is proved by his spending 40 days crossing an uninhabited desert without vegetation in order to reach the Tartar town. When he arrived there, he found a city measuring 3 miles in circumference, which had been for a long time the capital of the empire, before it was conquered by Genghis Khan, the grandfather of the reigning emperor. Here Marco Polo makes an historical digression, in which he gives an account of the wars of the Tartar chiefs against the famous Prester John, who held all this part of the country under his dominion. Marco Polo, after returning to Kan-Tichiu, left it again, marching 5 days towards the east and arriving at the town of Urginal. Thence he went a little to the south to visit Fu, across a tract of country where grazed great wild oxen and the valuable species of goat, which is called the musk-bearer. Returning to Urginal, they went eastward to Cialis, where there is the best manufactory of cloth made from camel's hair in the world, to Tenduk, a town in the province of the same name, where a descendant of Prester John reigned, but who had given in his submission to the great Khan. This was a busy, flourishing town. From hence the travelers went to Sindatichu, and on beyond the Great Wall of China as far as Sayagana, which must be Tizin Balgasa, a pretty town where the emperor lives when he wishes to hawk, for cranes, storks, pheasants, and partridges abound in this neighborhood. At last Marco Polo, his father and his uncle, reached Siandu or Tichan-Tichu of the present day, called elsewhere in this narrative Clemen-Fu. Here Kublai Khan received the papal envoys, for he was occupying his summer palace beyond the Great Wall, north of Pekin, which was then the capital of the empire. The traveler does not tell us what reception he met with, but he describes most carefully the palace, the grandeur of the building of stone and marble, standing in the middle of a park surrounded by walls, enclosing menageries and fountains. Also a building made of reeds, so closely interlaced as to be impenetrable to water. It was a sort of movable kiosk that the great Khan inhabited during the fine months of June, July, and August. The weather during the emperor's sojourn in this summer palace could not but be beautiful, for according to Marco Polo, the astrologers who were attached to the Khan's court were charged to scatter all rain and fog by their sorcery, and the travelers seemed to believe in the power of these magicians. These astrologers, he says, belong to two races, both idolaters. They are learned in all magic and enchantments above any other men, and what they do is done by the aid of the devil, but they make others believe that they owe their power to the help of God and their own holiness. These people have the following strange custom. When a man has been condemned and put to death, they take the body, cook, and eat it. But in the case of a natural death, they do not eat the body. And you must know that these people of whom I am speaking, who know so many kinds of enchantments, work the wonder I am about to relate. When the great Khan is seated at dinner in the principal dining hall, the table of which is 8 cubits in length, and the cups are on the floor 10 paces from the table, filled with wine, milk, and other good beverages, these clever magicians, by their arts make. These cups rise by themselves, and without anyone touching them, they are placed before the great Khan. This has been done before an immense number of people, and is the exact truth, and those skilled in necromancy will tell you that it is quite possible to do this. Marco Polo next gives a history of Kublai, whom he considers to possess more lands and treasures than any man since our first father Adam. He tells how the great Khan ascended the throne in the year 1256, being then 85. He was a man of middle height, rather stout, but of a fine figure, with a good complexion and black eyes. He was a good commander in war, and his talents were put to the proof when his uncle Nayan, having rebelled against him, wished to dispute his power at the head of 400,000 cavalry. Kublai Khan collected, in secret, a force of 300,000 horsemen and 0-foot soldiers, and marched against his uncle. The battle was a most terrible one, so many men being killed, but the Khan was victorious, and Nayan, as a prince of the blood royal, was condemned to be sewn up tightly in a carpet, and died in great suffering. After his victory, the Khan made a triumphal entry into Cathay, capital of Cambaluc, or as it is now called, Pekin. When Marco Polo arrived at this city, he made a long stay there, remaining until the emperor needed his services to undertake various missions into the interior of China. The emperor had a splendid palace at Cambaluc, and the traveler gives so graphic an account of the riches and magnificence of the Mongol sovereigns that we give it word for word. The palace is surrounded by a great wall, a mile long each way, 4 miles in length altogether, very thick, 10 feet in height, all white and battlemented. At each corner of this wall is a palace beautiful and rich, in which all the trappings of war belonging to the great Khan are kept. His bows, quivers, the saddles and bridles of the horses, the bowstrings, in fact everything that would be wanted in time of war. In the midst of each square is another building, like those at the corner, so that there are 8 in all, and each building contains one particular kind of harness or trapping. In the wall on the south side are 5 doors, the middle or large door only being opened when the emperor wishes to go in or out. Near this great gate on either side is a smaller one through which other people may pass, and two others for the same purpose. Inside this wall is another, having also 8 buildings to be used in the same manner. Plan of Pekin. Plan of Pekin. Thus we see that all these buildings constituted the emperor's armory and harness store. We shall not be surprised that there was so much harness to be kept, when we know that the emperor possessed a race of horses white as snow, and among them 10,000 mares, whose milk was reserved for the sole use of princes of the blood royal. The Emperor's Palace at Pekin. The Emperor's Palace at Pekin. Marco Polo continues his narrative thus: the inner wall has 5 gates on the south side, answering to those in the outer wall, but on the other sides the walls have only 1 gate each. In the center of the enclosure made by these walls stands the palace, the largest in the world. It has no second story, but the ground floor is raised about 8 feet above the ground. The roof is very high. The walls of the rooms are covered with gold and silver, and on this gold and silver are paintings of dragons, birds, horses, and other animals, so that nothing can be seen but gilding and pictures. The dining hall is large enough to hold men, and the number of other rooms is marvelous, and all is so well arranged that it could not be improved. The ceilings are painted vermilion, green, blue, yellow, and all kinds of colors, varnished so as to shine like crystal, and the roof is so well built that it will last for many years. Between the 2 walls, the land is laid out in fields with fine trees in them, containing different species of animals, the muskox, white deer, roebuck, fallow deer, and other animals, who fill the space between the walls, except the roads reserved for human beings. On the northwestern side is a great lake, full of fishes of divers kinds, for the great Khan has had several species placed there, and each time that he desires it to be done, he has his will in it. A river rises in this lake and flows out from the grounds of the palace, but no fish escape in it, there being iron and brass nets to prevent their doing so. On the northern side, near an arched doorway, the emperor has had a mound made, 100 feet in height and more than a mile in circumference. It is covered with evergreen trees, and the emperor, being very fond of horticulture, whenever he hears of a fine tree, sends for it and has it brought by his elephants, with the roots and surrounding soil, the size of the tree being no impediment, and thus he has the finest collection of trees in the world. The hill is called Green Hill, from its being covered with evergreen trees and green turf, and on the top of the hill is a house. This hill is altogether so beautiful that it is the admiration of every one. After Marco Polo has concluded his description of this palace, he gives one of that of the emperor's son and heir. Then he speaks of the town of Cambaluc, the old town which is separated from the modern town of Taidu by a canal, the same which divides the Chinese and Tartar quarters of Pekin. The traveler gives many particulars of the emperor's habits, and among other things, he says that Kublai Khan has a bodyguard of 2,000 horse soldiers, but he adds, it is not fear that causes him to keep this guard. His meals are real ceremonies, and etiquette is most rigidly enforced. His table is raised above the others, and he always sits on the north side with his principal wife on his right, and lower down his sons, nephews, and relations. He is waited upon by noble barons, who are careful to envelope their mouths and noses in fine cloth of gold, so that their breath and their odor may not contaminate the food or drink of their lord. When the emperor is about to drink, a band of music plays, and when he takes the cup in his hand, all the barons and every one present fall on their knees. The principal fetes given by the Grand Khan were on the anniversary of his birth, and on the first day of the year. At the first, 12,000 barons were accustomed to assemble round the throne, and to them were presented annually 150,000 garments made of gold and silk and ornamented with pearls, whilst the subjects, idolaters as well as Christians, offered up public prayers. At the second of these fetes, on the first day of the year, the whole population, men and women alike, appeared dressed in white, following the tradition that white brings good fortune, and every one brought gifts to the king of great value. 100,000 richly caparisoned horses, 5,000 elephants covered with handsome cloths and carrying the imperial plate, as well as a large number of camels, passed in procession before the emperor. From an old print. Never yet had any European wintered in these regions, in the midst of that slothful and immovable sea, which, according to the very false expressions used by Tacitus, forms the girdle of the world, and in which is heard the uproar caused by the rising of the sun. The Dutchmen, therefore, were unable to picture to themselves the sufferings which threatened them. They bore them, however, with admirable patience, without a single murmur, and without the least want of discipline or attempt at mutiny. The conduct of these brave seamen, quite ignorant of what so apparently dark a future might have in reserve for them, but who with wonderful faith had placed their affairs in the hands of God, may be always proposed as an example even to the sailors of the present day. It may well be said that they had really in their heart the as triplex of which Horace speaks. It was owing to the skill, knowledge, and foresight of their leader Barents, as much as to their own spirit of obedience, that the Dutch sailors ever came forth from Nova Zembla, which threatened to be their tomb, and again saw the shores of their own country. Interior view of the house. Interior view of the house. From an old print. The bears, which were extremely numerous at that period of the year, made frequent visits to the crew. More than one was killed, but the Dutchmen contented themselves with skinning them for the sake of their fur, and did not eat them, probably because they believed the flesh to be unwholesome. It would have been, however, a considerable addition to their food, and would have saved them from using their salted meat, and thus they might longer have escaped the attacks of scurvy. But that we may not anticipate, let us continue to follow the journal of Gerrit de Vere. On the 23rd September, the carpenter died, and was interred the next day in the cleft of a mountain, it being impossible to put a spade into the ground, on account of the severity of the frost. The following days were devoted to the transport of driftwood and the building of the house. To cover it in, it was necessary to demolish the fore and aft cabins of the ship. The roof was put on the 2nd October, and a piece of frozen snow was set up like a maypole. On the 31st September, there was a strong wind from the northwest, and as far as the eye could reach, the sea was entirely open and without ice. But we remained as though taken and arrested in the ice, and the ship was raised full 2 or 3 feet upon the ice, and we could imagine nothing else but that the water must be frozen quite to the bottom, although it was 3 fathoms and a half in depth. On the 12th October, they began to sleep in the house, although it was not completed. On the 21st, the greater part of the provisions, furniture, and everything which might be wanted was withdrawn from the ship, for they felt certain that the sun was about to disappear. A chimney was fixed in the center of the roof, inside a Dutch clock was hung up, bedplaces were formed along the walls, and a wine cask was converted into a bath, for the surgeon had wisely prescribed to the men frequent bathing as a preservative of health. The quantity of snow which fell during this winter was really marvelous. The house disappeared entirely beneath this thick covering, which, however, sensibly raised the temperature within. Every time that they wished to go forth, the Dutchmen were obliged to hollow out a long corridor beneath the snow. Each night they first heard the bears, and then the foxes, which walked upon the top of the dwelling and tried to tear off some planks from the roof, that they might get into the house. So the sailors were accustomed to climb into the chimney, whence, as from a watchtower, they could shoot the animals and drive them off. They had manufactured a great number of snares, into which fell numbers of blue foxes, the valuable fur of which served as a protection against cold, while their flesh enabled the sailors to economize their provisions. Always cheerful and good-tempered, they bore equally well the ennui of the long polar night, and the severity of the cold, which was so extreme that during 2 of 3 days, when they had not been able to keep so large a fire as usual, on account of the smoke being driven back again by the wind, it froze so hard in the house that the walls and the floor were covered with ice to the depth of 2 fingers, even in the cots where these poor people were sleeping. It was necessary to thaw the sherry when it was served out, as was done every 2 days at the rate of half a pint. On the 7th of December, the rough weather continued, with a violent storm coming from the northeast, which produced horrible cold. We knew no means of guarding ourselves against it, and while we were consulting together what we could do for the best, one of our men in this extreme necessity proposed to make use of the coal which we had brought from the ship into our house, and to make a fire of it, because it burns with great heat and lasts a long time. In the evening we lighted a large fire of this coal, which threw out a great heat, but we did not provide against what might happen, for as the heat revived us completely, we tried to retain it for a long time. To this end, we thought it well to stop up all the doors and the chimney to keep in the delightful warmth. And thus each went to repose in his cot, and animated by the acquired warmth, we discoursed long together. But in the end, we were seized with a giddiness in the head, some, however, more than others. This was first perceived to be the case with one of our men who was ill, and who for this reason had less power of resistance. And we also ourselves were sensible of a great pain which attacked us, so that several of the bravest came out of their cots and began by unstopping the chimney and afterwards opening the door. But the man who opened the door fainted and fell senseless upon the snow, on perceiving which, I ran to him and found him lying on the ground in a fainting fit. I went in haste to seek for some vinegar, and with it I rubbed his face until he recovered from his swoon. Afterwards, when we were somewhat restored, the captain gave to each a little wine, in order to comfort our hearts. On the 11th, the weather continued fine, but so extremely cold that no one who had not felt it could imagine it. Even our shoes, frozen to our feet, were as hard as horn, and inside they were covered with ice in such a manner that we could no longer use them. The garments which we wore were quite white with frost and ice. On Christmas Day, the 25th December, the weather was as rough as on the preceding days. The foxes made havoc upon the house, which one of the sailors declared to be a bad omen, and upon being asked why he said so, answered, "Because we cannot put them in a pot or on the spit, which would have been a good omen." If the year 1596 had closed with excessive cold, the commencement of 1597 was not more agreeable. Most violent storms of snow and hard frost prevented the Dutchmen from leaving the house. They celebrated Twelfth Night with gaiety, as is related in the simple and touching narrative of Gerrit de Vere. For this purpose, we besought the captain to allow us a little diversion in the midst of our sufferings, and to let us use a part of the wine which was destined to be served out to us every other day. Having 2 pounds of flour, we made some pancakes with oil, and each one brought a white biscuit, which we soaked in the wine and eat. And it seemed to us that we were in our own country, and amongst our relations and friends, and we were as much diverted as if a banquet had been given in our honor, so much did we relish our entertainment. We also made a 12th Night king, by means of paper, and our master gunner was king of Nova Zembla, which is a country enclosed between 2 seas, and of the great length of 600 miles. After the 21st January, the foxes became less numerous, the bears reappeared, and daylight began to increase, which enabled the Dutchmen, who had been so long confined to the house, to go out a little. On the 24th, one of the sailors, who had been long ill, died and was buried in the snow at some distance from the house. On the 28th, the weather being very fine, the men all went out, walking about, running for exercise and playing at bowls, to take off the stiffness of their limbs, for they were extremely weak and nearly all suffering from scurvy. They were so much enfeebled that they were obliged to go to work several times before they could carry to their house the wood which was needful. At length, in the first days of March, after several tempests and driving snowstorms, they were able to verify the fact that there was no ice in the sea. Nevertheless, the weather was still rough and the cold glacial. It was not feasible as yet to put to sea again, the rather because the ship was still embedded in the ice. On the 15th of April, the sailors paid a visit to her and found her in fairly good condition. Exterior view of the house. Exterior view of the house. From an old print. At the beginning of May, the men became somewhat impatient, and asked Barentz if he were not soon intending to make the necessary preparations for departure. But Barentz answered that he must wait until the end of the month, and then, if it should be impossible to set the ship free, he would take measures to prepare the longboats and the launch, and to render them fit for a sea voyage. On the 20th of the month, the preparations for departure commenced. With what joy and ardor it is easy to imagine. The launch was repaired, the sails were mended, and both boats were dragged to the sea, and provisions put on board. Then, seeing that the water was free, and that a strong wind was blowing, Heemskirk went to seek Barentz, who had been long ill, and declared to him that it seemed good to him to set out from thence, and in God's name to commence the voyage and abandon Nova Zembla. William Barentz had before this written a paper setting forth how we had started from Holland to go towards the kingdom of China, and all that had happened, in order that, if by chance someone should come after us, it might be known what had befallen us. This note he enclosed in the case of a musket, which he hung up in the chimney. On the 13th June, 1597, the Dutchmen abandoned the ship, which had not stirred from her icy prison, and commending themselves to the protection of God, the two open boats put to sea. They reached the Orange Islands, and again descended the western coast of Nova Zembla in the midst of ceaselessly recurring dangers. On the 20th of June, Nicholas Andrew became very weak, and we saw clearly that he would soon expire. The lieutenant of the governor came on board our launch, and told us that Nicholas Andrew was very much indisposed, and that it was very evident that his days would soon end. Upon which William Barentz said, "It appears to me that my life also will be very short." We did not imagine that Barentz was so ill, for we were chatting together, and William Barentz was looking at the little chart which I had made of our voyage, and we had various discourses together. Finally, he laid down the chart and said to me, "Gerard, give me something to drink." After he had drunk, such weakness supervened that his eyes turned in his head, and he died so suddenly that we had not time to call the captain, who was in the other boat. This death of William Barentz saddened us greatly, seeing that he was our principal leader and our sole pilot, in whom we had placed our whole trust. But we could not oppose the will of God, and this thought quieted us a little. Thus died the illustrious Barentz, like his successors Franklin and Hall, in the midst of his discoveries. In the measured and sober words of the short funeral oration of Gerrit de Vere may be perceived the affection, sympathy, and confidence which this brave sailor had been able to inspire in his unfortunate companions. Barentz is one of the glories of Holland, so prolific in brave and skillful navigators. We shall mention presently what has been done to honor his memory. Map of Nova Zembla. After having been forced several times to haul the boats out of the water when they were on the point of being crushed between the blocks of ice, after having seen on various occasions the sea open and again close before them, after having suffered both from thirst and hunger, the Dutchmen reached Cape Nassau. One day, being obliged to draw up the longboat, which was in danger of being stove in upon an iceberg, the sailors lost a part of their provisions and were all deluged with water, for the ice broke away under their feet. In the midst of so much misery, they sometimes met with good windfalls. Thus, when they were upon the ice on the island of Crosses, they found there 70 eggs of the mountain duck, but they did not know what they should put them in to carry them. At length one man took off his breeches, tying them together by the ends, and having put the eggs into them, they carried them on a pike between two, while the third man carried the musket. The eggs were very welcome, and we eat them like lords. From the 19th July, the Dutchmen sailed over a sea which, if not altogether free from ice, was at least clear of those great fields of ice which had given them so much trouble to avoid. On the 28th July, when entering the Gulf of St. Lawrence, they met with 2 Russian vessels, which at first they dared not approach. But when they saw the sailors come to them unarmed and with friendly demonstrations, they put aside all fear, the rather as they recognized in the Russians some people whom they had met with the year before in the neighborhood of Waigatz. The Dutchmen received some assistance from them and then continued their voyage, still keeping along the coast of Nova Zembla and as close inshore as the ice would allow. Upon one occasion when they landed, they discovered the Cochlearia scurvigrass, a plant of which the leaves and seeds form one of the most powerful of known antiscorbutics. They eat them, therefore, by handfuls and immediately experienced great relief. Their provisions were, however, nearly exhausted. They had only a little bread remaining and scarcely any meat. They decided, therefore, to take to the open sea in order to shorten the distance which separated them from the coast of Russia, where they hoped to fall in with some fishermen's boats, from which they might obtain assistance. In this hope they were not deceived, although they had still many trials to undergo. The Russians were much touched by their misfortunes, and consented on several occasions to bestow provisions upon them, which prevented the Dutch sailors from dying of hunger. In consequence of a thick fog, the 2 boats were separated from each other, and did not come together again until some distance beyond Cape Cannon on the further side of the White Sea, at Kildin Island, where some fishermen informed the Dutchmen that at Kola there were 3 ships belonging to their nation, which were ready to put to sea on their return to their own country. They therefore dispatched thither one of their men accompanied by a Laplander, who returned 3 days afterwards with a letter signed Jan Rape. Great was the astonishment of the Dutch at the sight of this signature. It was only on comparing the letter just received with several others which Heemskerk had in his possession that they were convinced that it really came from the captain who had accompanied them the preceding year. Some days later, on the 30th September, Rape himself arrived with a boat laden with provisions to seek them out and take them to the Kola River, in which his ship was at anchor. Rape was greatly astonished at all that they related to him, and at the terrible voyage of nearly 1,200 miles which they had made, and which had not taken less than 104 days, namely, from the 13th June to the 25th September. Some days of repose, accompanied by wholesome and abundant food, sufficed to clear off the last remains of scurvy and to refresh the sailors after their fatigues. On the 17th September, Jan Rape left the Kola River, and on the 1st November the Dutch crew arrived at Amsterdam. We had on, says Gerrit de Veer, the same garments which we wore in Nova Zembla, having on our heads caps of white fox skin, and we repaired to the house of Peter Hasselaer, who had been one of the guardians of the town of Amsterdam, charged with presiding over the fitting out of the 2 ships of Jan Rape and of our own captain. Arrived at this house, in the midst of general astonishment, because that we had been long thought to be dead, and this report had been spread throughout the town, the news of our arrival reached the palace of the prince, where there were then at table the chancellor and the ambassador of the high and mighty king of Denmark and Norway, of the Goths and the Vandals. We were then brought before them by M. Elecautets and 2 lords of the town, and we gave to the said Lord Ambassador and to their lordships, the burgomasters, a narrative of our voyage. Afterwards each of us retired to his own house. Those who had not dwellings in the town were lodged in an inn until such time as we had received our money, when each went his own way. These are the names of the men who returned from this voyage: Jacob Heemskerk, clerk and captain; Peter Peterson Voss, Gerrit de Veer, mate; Jan Voss, surgeon; Jacob Jansen Sterenberg, Leonard Henry, Lawrence William, Jan Hillebrandts, Jacob Jansen Huchwout, Peter Cornet, Jacob de Buysen, and Jacob Averts. Of all these brave sailors we have nothing further to record, except that de Veer published the following year the narrative of his voyage, and that Heemskerk, after having made several cruises to India, received in 1607 the command of a fleet of 26 vessels, at the head of which, on the 25th of April, he had a severe battle with the Spaniards under the guns of Gibraltar, in which battle, although the Dutch were the conquerors, Heemskerk lost his life. The spot where the unfortunate Barentz and his companions had wintered was not revisited nearly 300 years after their time. The first to double the northern point of Nova Zembla, Barentz had remained alone in the achievement until this period. On the 7th September, 1871, the Norwegian captain, Elling Carlsen, well known by his numerous voyages in the North Sea and the Frozen Ocean, arrived at the ice haven of Barentz, and on the 9th he discovered the house which had sheltered the Dutchmen. It was in such a wonderful state of preservation that it seemed to have been built but a day, and everything was found in the same position as at the departure of the shipwrecked crew. Bears, foxes, and other creatures inhabiting these inhospitable regions had alone visited the spot. Around the house were standing some large puncheons, and there were heaps of seal, bear, and walrus bones. Inside, everything was in its place. It was the faithful reproduction of the curious engraving of Gerrit de Veer. The bed places were arranged along the partition as they are shown in the drawing, as well as the clock, the muskets, and the halberd. Amongst the household utensils, the arms, and the various objects brought away by Captain Carlsen, we may mention 2 copper cooking pans, some goblets, gun barrels, augers, and chisels, a pair of boots, 19 cartridge cases, of which some were still filled with powder, the clock, a flute, some locks and padlocks, 26 pewter candlesticks, some fragments of engravings, and 3 books in Dutch, one of which, the last edition of Mendoza's History of China, shows the goal which Barentz sought in this expedition, and a manual of navigation proves the care taken by the pilot to keep himself well up in all professional matters. Upon his return to the port of Hammerfest, Captain Carlson met with a Dutchman, Mr. Lister Kay, who purchased the Barent's relics and forwarded them to the authorities of the Netherlands. These objects have been placed in the Naval Museum at The Hague, where a house, open in front, has been constructed precisely similar to the one represented in the drawing of Gerrit de Vere, and each object or instrument brought back has been placed in the very position which it occupied in the house in Nova Zembla. Surrounded by all the respect and affection which they merit, these precious witnesses of a maritime event so important as the first wintering in the Arctic regions, these touching reminiscences of Barents, Heemskirk, and their rough companions, constitute one of the most interesting monuments in the museum. Beside the clock is placed a copper dial, through the middle of which a meridian is drawn. This curious dial, invented by Plancius, which served without doubt to determine the variations of the compass, is now the only example extant of a nautical instrument which has never been in very general use. For this reason it is as precious as, from another point of view, are the flute used by Barents and the shoes of the poor sailor who died during the winter sojourn. It is impossible to behold this curious collection without experiencing poignant emotion. Chapter 4. Voyages of Adventure and Privateering Warfare. Drake Cavendish de Noort, Walter Raleigh. A very poor cottage at Tavistock in Devonshire was the birthplace in 1540 of Francis Drake, who was destined to gain millions by his indomitable courage, which, however, he lost with as much facility as he had obtained them. Edmund Drake, his father, was one of those clergy who devote themselves to the education of the people. His poverty was only equaled by the respect which was felt for his character. Burdened with a family as he was, the father of Francis Drake found himself obliged from necessity to allow his son to embrace the maritime profession, for which he had an ardent longing, and to serve as cabin boy on board a coasting vessel which traded with Holland. Industrious, active, self-reliant, and saving, the young Francis Drake had soon acquired all the theoretical knowledge needed for the direction of a vessel. When he had realized a small sum, which was increased by the sale of a vessel bequeathed to him by his first master, he made more extended voyages. He visited the Bay of Biscay and the Gulf of Guinea, and laid out all his capital in purchasing a cargo which he hoped to sell in the West Indies, but no sooner had he arrived at Rio de la Hacha than both ship and cargo were confiscated, we know not under what frivolous pretext. All the remonstrances of Drake, who thus saw himself ruined, were useless. He vowed to avenge himself for such a piece of injustice, and he kept his word. In 1567, 2 years after this adventure, a small fleet of 6 vessels, of which the largest was of 700 tons burden, left Plymouth with the sanction of the Queen to make an expedition to the coasts of Mexico. Drake was in command of a ship of 50 tons. At first starting, they captured some Negroes on the Cape de Verde Islands, a sort of rehearsal of what was destined to take place in Mexico. Then they besieged La Mina, where some more Negroes were taken, which they sold at the Antilles. Hawkins, doubtless by the advice of Drake, captured the town of Rio de la Hacha, after which he reached St. Jean d'Aloa, having encountered a fearful storm. But the harbor contained a numerous fleet and was defended by formidable artillery. The English fleet was defeated, and Drake had much difficulty in regaining the English coast in January 1568. Drake afterwards made 2 expeditions to the West Indies for the purpose of studying the country. When he considered himself to have acquired the necessary information, he fitted out 2 vessels at his own expense: the Swan, of 25 tons, commanded by his brother John, and the Pasha of Plymouth, of 70 tons. The 2 vessels had as crew 73 Jactars, who could be thoroughly depended on. From July 1572 to August 1573, sometimes alone, sometimes in concert with a certain Captain Ross, Drake made a lucrative cruise upon the coasts of the Gulf of Darien, attacked the towns of Vera Cruz and of Nombre de Dios, and obtained considerable spoil. Unfortunately, these enterprises were not carried out without much cruelty and many acts of violence, which would make men of the present day blush. But we will not dwell upon the scenes of piracy and barbarity which are only too frequently met with in the 16th century. After assisting in the suppression of the rebellion in Ireland, Drake, whose name was beginning to be well known, was presented to Queen Elizabeth. he laid before her his project of going to ravage the western coasts of South America by passing through the Strait of Magellan, and he obtained, with the title of admiral, a fleet of 6 vessels, on board of which were 160 picked sailors. Francis Drake started from Plymouth on the 15th November, 1577. He had some intercourse with the Moors of Mogador, of which he had no reason to boast, made some captures of small importance before arriving at the Cape de Verde Islands, where he took in fresh provisions, and then was 56 days in crossing the Atlantic and reaching the coast of Brazil, which he followed as far as the estuary of La Plata, where he laid in a supply of water. He afterwards arrived at Seal Bay in Patagonia, where he traded with the natives and killed a great number of penguins and sea wolves for the nourishment of his crew. Some of the Patagonians who were seen on the 13th May a little below Seal Bay, says the original narrative, wore on the head a kind of horn, and nearly all had many beautiful birds' feathers by way of hats. They also had the face painted and diversified by several kinds of colors, and they each held a bow in the hand, from which every time they drew it, they discharged 2 arrows. They were very agile, and as far as we could see, well instructed in the art of making war, for they kept good order in marching and advancing, and for so few men as they were, they made themselves appear a large number. M. Charton, in his Voyageurs Anciens et Modernes, notices that Drake does not mention the extraordinary stature which Magellan had attributed to the Patagonians. For this, there is more than one good reason. There exists in Patagonia more than one tribe, and the description here given by Drake of the savages whom he met does not at all resemble that given by Pigafetta of the Patagonians of Port St. Julian. If there exist, as seems now to be proved, a race of men of great stature, their habitat appears fixed upon the shores of the strait at the southern extremity of Patagonia, and not at 15 days' sail from Port Desire, at which Drake arrived on the 2nd June. On the following day, he reached the harbor of St. Julian, where he found a gibbet erected of yore by Magellan for the punishment of some rebellious members of his crew. Drake in his turn chose this spot to rid himself of one of his captains, named Doughty, who had been long accused of treason and underhand dealing, and who on several occasions had separated himself from the fleet. Some sailors having confessed that he had solicited them to join with him in frustrating the voyage, Doughty was convicted of the crimes of rebellion and of tampering with the sailors, and according to the laws of England, he was condemned by a court-martial to be beheaded. This sentence was immediately executed, although Doughty, until the last moment, vehemently declared his innocence. Was his guilt thoroughly proved? If Drake were accused upon his return to England, in spite of the moderation which he always evinced towards his men, of having taken advantage of the opportunity to get rid of a rival whom he dreaded, it is difficult to conceive that the 40 judges who pronounced the sentence should have concerted together to further the secret designs of their admiral and condemn an innocent man. On the 20th of August, the fleet, now reduced to 3 vessels, 2 of the ships having been so much damaged that they were at once destroyed by the admiral, entered the strait, which had not been traversed since the time of Magellan. Although he met with fine harbors, Drake found that it was difficult to anchor in them, on account both of the depth of the water close to the shore and of the violence of the wind, which, blowing as it did in sudden squalls, rendered navigation dangerous. During a storm which was encountered at the point where the strait opens into the Pacific, Drake beheld one of his ships founder, while his last companion was separated from him a few days afterwards, nor did he see her again until the end of the campaign. Driven by the currents to the south of the strait as far as 55 degrees 40, Drake had now only his own vessel, but by the injury which he did to the Spaniards, he showed what ravages he would have committed if he had had still under his command the fleet with which he left England. During a descent upon the island of Mocha, the English had 2 men killed and several wounded, while Drake himself, hit by 2 arrows on the head, found himself utterly unable to punish the Indians for their perfidy. In the harbor of Valparaiso, he captured a vessel richly laden with the wines of Chile and with ingots of gold valued at 37,000 ducats. Afterwards, he pillaged the town, which had been precipitately abandoned by its inhabitants. At Coquimbo, the people were forewarned of his approach, so that he found there a strong force, which obliged him to re-embark. At Arica, he plundered 3 small vessels, in one of which he found 57 bars of silver valued at 2,006 L. In the harbor of Lima, where were moored 12 ships or barks, the booty was considerable. But what most rejoiced the heart of Drake was to learn that a galleon named the Cagafugo, very richly laden, was sailing towards Perica. He immediately went in pursuit, capturing on the way a bark carrying 80 pounds of gold, which would be worth 14,080 French crowns, and in the latitude of San Francisco he seized without any difficulty the Cagafugo, in which he found pounds weight of gold. This caused the Spanish pilot to say, laughing, "Captain, our ship ought no longer to be called Cagafugo Spitfire, but rather Cagaplata Spit Money. It is yours which should be named Cagafuego." After making some other captures more or less valuable upon the Peruvian coast, Drake, learning that a considerable fleet was being prepared to oppose him, thought it time to return to England. For this, there were 3 different routes open to him. He might again pass the Strait of Magellan, or he might cross the Southern Sea, and doubling the Cape of Good Hope might so return to the Atlantic Ocean, or he could sail up the coast of China and return by the Frozen Sea and the North Cape. It was this last alternative, as being the safest of the 3, which was adopted by Drake. He therefore put out to sea, reached the 38 degrees of north latitude, and landed on the shore of the Bay of San Francisco, which had been discovered 3 years previously by Bodega. It was now the month of June, the temperature was very low, and the ground covered with snow. The details given by Drake of his reception by the natives are curious enough. When we arrived, the savages manifested great admiration at the sight of us, and thinking that we were gods, they received us with great humanity and reverence. As long as we remained, they continued to come and visit us, sometimes bringing us beautiful plumes made of feathers of divers colors, and sometimes petan, tobacco, which is a herb in general use among the Indians. But before presenting these things to us, they stopped at a little distance, in a spot where we had pitched our tents. Then they made a long discourse after the manner of a harangue, and when they had finished, they laid aside their bows and arrows in that place, and approached us to offer their presents. The first time they came, their women remained in the same place, and scratched and tore the skin and flesh of their cheeks, lamenting themselves in a wonderful manner, whereat we were much astonished. But we have since learnt that it was a kind of sacrifice which they offered to us. The facts given by Drake with regard to the Indians of California are almost the only ones which he furnishes upon the manners and customs of the nations which he visited. We would draw the reader's attention here to that custom of long harangues which the traveler especially remarks, just as Cartier had observed upon it 40 years earlier, and which is so noticeable amongst the Canadian Indians at the present day. Drake did not advance farther north and gave up his project of returning by the Frozen Sea. When he again set sail, it was to descend towards the line, to reach the Moluccas, and to return to England by the Cape of Good Hope. As this part of the voyage deals with countries already known, and as the observations made by Drake are neither numerous nor novel, our narrative here shall be brief. On the 13th of October, 1579, Drake arrived in latitude 8 degrees north, at a group of islands of which the inhabitants had their ears much lengthened by the weight of the ornaments suspended to them. Their nails were allowed to grow, and appeared to serve as defensive weapons, while their teeth, black as ship's pitch, contracted this color from the use of the betel nut. After resting for a time, Drake passed by the Philippines, and on the 14th of November arrived at Ternate. The king of this island came alongside, with 4 canoes bearing his principal officers dressed in their state costumes. After an interchange of civilities and presents, the English received some rice, sugar canes, fowls, figo, cloves, and sago. On the morrow, some of the sailors who had landed were present at a council. When the king arrived, a rich umbrella or parasol all embroidered in gold was borne before him. He was dressed after the fashion of his country, but with extreme magnificence, for he was enveloped from the shoulders with a long cloak of cloth of gold reaching to the ground. He wore as an ornament upon the head a kind of turban made of the same stuff, all worked in fine gold and enriched with jewels and tufts. On his neck there hung a fine gold chain many times doubled and formed of broad links. On his fingers he had 6 rings of very valuable stones, and his feet were encased in shoes of Morocco leather. After remaining some time in the country to refresh his crew, Drake again put to sea, but his ship on the 9th of January, 1580, struck on a rock, and to float her off, it was necessary to throw overboard 8 pieces of ordnance and a large quantity of provisions. A month later, Drake arrived at Barretna Island, where he repaired his ship. This island afforded much silver, gold, copper, sulfur, spices, lemons, cucumbers, coconuts, and other delicious fruits. We loaded our vessels abundantly with these, being able to certify that since our departure from England, we have not visited any place where we have found more comforts in the way of food and fresh provisions than in this island and that of Ternate. After quitting this richly endowed island, Drake landed at Greater Java, where he was very warmly welcomed by the 5 kings amongst whom the island was partitioned, and by the inhabitants. These people are of a fine degree of corpulence. They are great connoisseurs in arms, with which they are well provided, such as swords, daggers, and bucklers, and all these arms are made with much art. Drake had been some little time at Java when he learnt that not far distant there was a powerful fleet at anchor, which he suspected must belong to Spain. To avoid it he put to sea in all haste. He doubled the Cape of Good Hope during the first days of June, and after stopping at Sierra Leone to take in water, he entered Plymouth Harbor on the 3rd November, 1580, after an absence of 3 years all but a few days. The reception which awaited him in England was at first extremely cold, his having fallen by surprise both upon Spanish towns and ships, at a time when the 2 nations were at peace, rightly caused him to be regarded by a portion of society as a pirate who tramples under foot the rights of nations. For 5 months the Queen herself, under the pressure of diplomatic proprieties, pretended to be ignorant of his return. But at the end of that time, either because circumstances had altered, or because she did not wish to show herself any longer severe towards the skillful sailor, she repaired to Diptford where Drake's ship was moored, went on board, and conferred the honor of knighthood upon the navigator. Elizabeth knighting Drake. Elizabeth knighting Drake. From this period Drake's part as a discoverer is ended, and his afterlife as a warrior and as the implacable enemy of the Spaniards does not concern us. Loaded with honors and invested with important commands, Drake died at sea on the 28th January, 1596, during an expedition against the Spaniards. To him pertains the honor of having been the second to pass through the Strait of Magellan and to have visited Tierra del Fuego as far as the parts about Cape Horn. He also ascended the coast of North America to a point higher than any his predecessors had attained, and he discovered several islands and archipelagos. Being a very clever navigator, he made the transit through the Strait of Magellan with great rapidity. If there are but very few discoveries due to him, this is probably either because he neglected to record them in his journal, or because he often mentions them in so inaccurate a manner that it is scarcely possible to recognize the places. It was he who inaugurated that privateering warfare by which the English, and later on the Dutch, were destined to inflict much injury upon the Spaniards, and the large profits accruing to him from it encouraged his contemporaries and gave birth in their minds to the love for long and hazardous voyages. Among all those who took example by Drake, the most illustrious was undoubtedly Thomas Cavendish, or Candish. Cavendish joined the English marine service at a very early age and passed a most stormy youth, during which he rapidly dissipated his modest fortune. That which play had robbed him of, he resolved to recover from the Spaniards. Having in 1585 obtained letters of marque, he made a cruise to the East Indies and returned with considerable booty. Encouraged by his easy success as a highwayman on the great maritime roads, he thought that if he could acquire some honor and glory while engaged in making his fortune, so much the better would it be for him. With this idea he bought 3 ships, the Desire of 20 tons, the Content of 60 tons, and the Hugh Gallant of 40 tons, upon which he embarked 123 soldiers and sailors. Setting sail on the 22nd July, 1586, he passed by the Canaries and landed at Sierra Leone, which town he attacked and plundered. Then, sailing again, he crossed the Atlantic, sighted Cape Sebastian in Brazil, sailed along the coast of Patagonia, and arrived on the 27th November at Port Desire. He found there an immense quantity of dogfish, very large, and so strong that 4 men could with difficulty kill them, and numbers of birds, which, having no wings, could not fly, and which fed upon fish. They are classed under the general names of auks and penguins. In this very secure harbor, the ships were drawn up on shore to be repaired. During his stay at this place, Cavendish had some skirmishes with the Patagonians, men of gigantic size, and having feet 18 inches long, who wounded 2 of the sailors with arrows tipped with sharpened flints. On the 7th January, 1587, Cavendish entered the Strait of Magellan, and in the narrowest part of it received on board his ships 21 Spaniards and 2 women, the sole survivors of the colony founded 3 years previously, under the name of Philippeville by Captain Sarmiento. This town, which had been built to bar the passage through the strait, had possessed no fewer than 4 forts as well as several churches. Cavendish could discern the fortress, then deserted and already falling into ruins. Its inhabitants, who had been completely prevented by the continual attacks of the savages from gathering in their harvests, had died of hunger, or had perished in endeavoring to reach the Spanish settlements in Chile. The admiral, upon hearing this lamentable tale, changed the name of Philippeville into that of Port Famine, under which appellation the place is known at the present day. On the 21st, the ships entered a beautiful bay, which received the name of Elizabeth, and in which was buried the carpenter of the Hugh Gallant. Not far from thence, a fine river fell into the sea, on the banks of which dwelt the anthropophagi who had fought so fiercely with the Spaniards, and who endeavored, but in vain, to entice the Englishmen into the interior of the country. On the 24th February, as the little squadron came forth from the strait, it encountered a violent storm which dispersed it. The Hugh Gallant, left alone, and letting in water in all directions, was only kept afloat with the greatest trouble. Rejoined on the 15th by his consorts, Cavendish tried in vain to land on Mocha Island, where Drake had been so maltreated by the Araucanians. This country, rich in gold and silver, had hitherto successfully resisted all Spanish attempts to subjugate it, and its inhabitants, fully determined to maintain their liberty, repulsed by force of arms every attempt to land. It was necessary, therefore, to go to the island of St. Maria, where the Indians, who took the Englishmen for Spaniards, furnished them with abundance of maize, fowls, sweet potatoes, pigs, and other provisions. On the 30th March, Cavendish dropped anchor in 32° 50 in the Bay of Quintero. A party of 30 musketeers advanced into the country and met with oxen, cows, wild horses, hares, and partridges in abundance. The little troop was attacked by the Spaniards, and Cavendish was obliged to return to his ships after losing 12 of his men. He afterwards ravaged, plundered, or burnt the towns of Perica, Cincha, Pisca, and Payta, and devastated the island of Puna, where he obtained a booty in coined money of the value of 25,760 L. After having scuttled the Hugh Gallant, which was totally unfit any longer to keep the water, Cavendish continued his profitable cruising, burnt, in the latitude of New Spain, a ship of 120 tons, plundered and burnt Aguachilio, and captured, after 6 hours of fighting, a vessel of 708 tons, laden with rich stuffs, and with 122,000 gold pesos. Then, victorious and contented, Cavendish wished to secure the great spoils which he was conveying against any chance of danger. He touched at the Ladrones, the Philippines, and Greater Java, doubled the Cape of Good Hope, recruited himself at St. Helena, and on the 9th September, 1588, anchored at Plymouth, after 2 years of sailing, privateering, and fighting. At the end of 2 years after his return, of all the great fortune which he had brought back with him, there remained only a sum sufficient for the fitting out of a third, and as it proved, a last expedition. Cavendish started on the 6th August, 1591, with 5 vessels, but a storm on the coast of Patagonia scattered the flotilla, which could not be collected again until the arrival at Port Desire. Assailed by fearful hurricanes in the Strait of Magellan, Cavendish was obliged to go back, after having seen himself deserted by 3 of his ships. The want of fresh provisions, the cold, and the privations of all kinds which he underwent, and which had decimated his crew, forced him to return northwards along the coast of Brazil, where the Portuguese opposed every attempt at landing. He was therefore obliged to put to sea again without having been able to revictual. Cavendish died, from grief perhaps as much as from hardships, before he reached the English coast. 1 year after the return of the companions of Barentz, 2 ships, the Mauritius and the Hendrik Frederick, with 2 yachts, the Eendracht and Esperance, having on board a crew of 248 men, quitted Amsterdam on the 2nd July, 1598. The commander-in-chief of this squadron was Oliver de Noort, a man at that time about 30 or thereabouts, and well known as having made several long cruising voyages. His second-in-command and vice-admiral was Jacob Claes Dulpenda, and as pilot there was a certain Melis, a skillful sailor of English origin. This expedition, fitted out by the merchants of Amsterdam with the concurrence and aid of the States General of Holland, had a double purpose, at once commercial and military. Formerly, the Dutch had contented themselves with fetching from Portugal the merchandise which they distributed by means of their coasting vessels throughout Europe, but now they were reduced to the necessity of going to seek the commodities in the scene of their production. For this object, de Noort was to show his countrymen the route inaugurated by Magellan, and on the way to inflict as much injury as he could upon the Spaniards and Portuguese. At this period, Philip Roman II, whose yoke the Dutch had shaken off, and who had just added Portugal to his possessions, had forbidden his subjects to have any commercial intercourse with the rebels of the Low Countries. It was thus a necessity for Holland, if she did not wish to be ruined, and as a consequence, to fall anew under Spanish rule, to open up for herself a road to the Spice Islands. The route, which was the least frequented by the enemy's ships, was that by the Strait of Magellan, and this was the one which de Noort was ordered to follow. After touching at Goree, the Dutch anchored in the Gulf of Guinea, at the island du Principe. Here the Portuguese pretended to give a friendly welcome to the men who went on shore, but they took advantage of a favorable opportunity to fall upon and massacre them without mercy. Among the dead were Cornel de Noort, brother of the Admiral Melis, Daniel Goeritz, and John de Bremen, the captain, Peter Eges, being the only man who escaped. It was a sorrowful commencement for a campaign, a sad presage which was destined not to remain unfulfilled. De Noort, who was furious over this foul play, landed from his ships 120 men, but he found the Portuguese so well entrenched that after a brisk skirmish in which 17 more of his men were either killed or wounded, he was obliged to weigh anchor without having been able to avenge the wicked and cowardly perfidy to which his brother and 12 of his companions had fallen victims. On the 25th December, one of the pilots named Jan Valkers was abandoned on the African coast as a punishment for his disloyal intrigues, for endeavoring to foment a spirit of despondency amongst the crews, and for his well-proved rebellion. On the 5th January, the island of Annobon, situated in the Gulf of Guinea, a little below the line, was sighted, and the course of the ships was changed for crossing the Atlantic. De Noort had scarcely cast anchor in the Bay of Rio Janeiro before he sent some sailors on shore to obtain water and buy provisions from the natives, but the Portuguese opposed the landing and killed 11 men. Afterwards, repulsed from the coast of Brazil by the Portuguese and the natives, driven back by contrary winds, having made vain efforts to reach the island of St. Helena, where they had hoped to obtain the provisions of which they were in the most pressing want, the Dutchmen, deprived of their pilot, toss at random upon the ocean. They land upon the desert islands of Martin Vaz, again reach the coast of Brazil at Rio dos, which they mistake for Ascension Island, and are finally obliged to winter in the desert island of Santa Clara. The putting into port at this place was marked by several disagreeable events. The flagship struck upon a rock with so much violence that had the sea been a little rougher, she must have been lost. There were also some bloody and barbarous executions of mutinous sailors, notably that of a poor man who, having wounded a pilot with a knife thrust, was condemned to have his hand nailed to the mainmast. The invalids, of whom there were many on board the fleet, were brought on shore, and nearly all were cured by the end of a fortnight. From the 2nd to the 21st of June, de Noort remained in this island, which was not more than 3 miles from the mainland. But before putting to sea, he was obliged to burn the Eendracht, as he had not sufficient men to work her. It was not until the 20th December, after having been tried by many storms, that he was able to cast anchor in Port Desire, where the crew killed in a few days a quantity of dogfish and sea lions, as well as more than 5,000 penguins. The general landed, says the French translation of de Noort's narrative, published by de Bry, with a party of armed men, but they saw nobody, only some graves placed on high situations among the rocks, in which the people bury their dead, putting upon the grave a great quantity of stones, all painted red, having besides adorned the graves with darts, plumes of feathers, and other singular articles which they use as arms. A sea lion hunt. A sea lion hunt. From an old print. The Dutch saw also, but at too great a distance to shoot them, buffaloes, stags, and ostriches, and from a single nest they obtained 10 ostrich eggs. Captain Jacob Jantz Hyde Cooper died during the stay at this place and was interred at Port Desire. On the 23rd November, the fleet entered the Strait of Magellan. During a visit to the shore, 3 Dutchmen were killed by some Patagonians, and their death was avenged by the massacre of a whole tribe of Inus. The long navigation through the Narrows and the lakes of the Strait of Magellan was signalized by the meeting with 2 Dutch ships, under the command of Sebald de Weert, who had wintered not far from the Bay of Mauritius, and by the abandoning of Vice Admiral Claes, who, as it would appear, had been several times guilty of insubordination. Are not these acts, which we see so frequently committed by English, Dutch, and Spanish navigators, a true sign of the times? A deed which we should regard nowadays as one of terrible barbarity seemed, doubtless, a relatively mild punishment in the eyes of men so accustomed to set but little value upon human life. Nevertheless, could anything be more cruel than to abandon a man in a desert country, without arms and without provisions, to put him on shore in a country peopled by ferocious cannibals, prepared to make a repast on his flesh? What was it but condemning him to a horrible death? On the 29th of February, 1600, de Noort, after having been 99 days in passing through the strait, came out on to the Pacific Ocean. A fortnight later, a storm separated him from the Hendrik Frederick, which was never again heard of. As for de Noort, who had now with him only one yacht besides his own vessel, he cast anchor at the island of Mocha, and unlike the experience of his predecessors, he was very well received by the natives. Afterwards he sailed along the coast of Chile, where he was able to obtain provisions in abundance in exchange for Nuremberg knives, hatchets, shirts, hats, and other articles of no great value. After ravaging, plundering, and burning several towns on the Peruvian coast, after sinking all the vessels that he met with, and amassing a considerable booty, de Noort, hearing that a squadron commanded by the brother of the viceroy, Don Luis de Velasco, had been sent in pursuit of him, judged it time to make for the Ladrone Islands, where he anchored on the 16th of September. The inhabitants came around our ship with more than 200 canoes, there being 3, 4, or 5 men in each canoe, crying out all together, "Hiro, hiro, iron, iron," which is greatly in request amongst them. They are as much at home in the water as upon land, and are very clever divers, as we perceived when we threw 5 pieces of iron into the sea, which a single man went to search for. De Noort could testify, unfortunately, that these islands well deserved their name. The islanders tried even to drag the nails out of the ship, and carried off everything upon which they could lay their hands. One of them, having succeeded in climbing along a part of the rigging, had the audacity to enter a cabin and seize upon a sword, with which he threw himself into the sea. On the 14th October following, de Noort traversed the Philippine archipelago, where he made several descents, and burnt, plundered, or sunk a number of Spanish or Portuguese vessels and some Chinese junks. While cruising in the Strait of Manila, he was attacked by 2 large Spanish vessels, and in the battle which followed the Dutch had 5 men killed, and 25 wounded and lost their brigantine, which was captured with her crew of 25 men. The Spaniards lost more than 200 men, for their flagship caught fire and sank. Far from picking up the wounded and the able-bodied men, who were trying to save themselves by swimming, the Dutch, making way with sails set on the foremast, across the heads which were to be seen in the water, pierced some with lances, and also discharged their cannon over them. After this bloody and fruitless victory, de Noort went to recruit at Borneo, captured a rich cargo of spices at Java, and having doubled the Cape of Good Hope, landed at Rotterdam on the 26th of August, having only 1 ship and 48 men remaining. If the merchants who had defrayed the expenses of the expedition approved of the conduct of de Noort, who brought back a cargo which more than reimbursed them for their expenditure, and who had taught his countrymen the way to the Indies, it behoves us, while extolling his qualities as a sailor, to take great exception to the manner in which he exercised the command, and to mete out severe blame for the barbarity which has left a stain of blood upon the first Dutch voyage of circumnavigation. Battle of Manila. Battle of Manila. From an old print. We have now to speak of a man who, endowed with eminent qualities and with at least equal defects, carried on his life's work in divers, sometimes even in opposing directions, and who, after having reached the highest summit of honor to which a gentleman could aspire, at last laid his head upon a scaffold, accused of treason and felony. This man is Sir Walter Raleigh. If he have any claim to a place in this portrait gallery of great sailors, it is neither as founder of any English colony nor as a sailor. It is as a discoverer, and what we have to say of him is not to his credit. Walter Raleigh passed 5 years in France fighting against the League, in the midst of all those Gascons who formed the basis of the armies of Henry of Navarre, and in such society he perfected the habits of boasting and falsehood which belonged to his character. In 1577, after a campaign in the Low Countries against the Spaniards, he returns to England and takes a deep interest in the questions so passionately debated among his 3 brothers by the mother's side, John, Humphrey, and Adrian Gilbert. At this period, England was passing through a very grave economic crisis. The practice of agriculture was undergoing a transformation. In all directions, grazing was being substituted for tillage, and the number of agricultural laborers was greatly reduced by the change. From thence arose general distress, and also such a surplusage of population as was fast becoming a matter of anxious concern. At the same time, to long wars succeeds a peace, destined to endure throughout the reign of Elizabeth, so that a great number of adventurers know not how to find indulgence for their love of violent emotions. At this moment, therefore, arises the necessity for such an emigration as may relieve the country of its population, may permit all the miserable people dying of hunger to provide for their own wants in a new country, and by that means may increase the influence and prosperity of the mother country. All the more thoughtful minds in England, who follow the course of public opinion, Hakluyt, Thomas Harriot, Carlyle, Peckham, and the brothers Gilbert, are struck with this need. But it is to the last named that belongs the credit of indicating the locality suitable for the establishing of colonies. Raleigh only joined with his brothers in the scheme, following their lead, but he neither conceived nor began the carrying into execution, as he has been too often credited with doing, of this fruitful project, the colonization of the American shores of the Atlantic. If Raleigh, all-powerful with Queen Elizabeth, fickle, and nevertheless jealous in her affections as she was, encourage his brothers, if he expend himself 40,000 sterling in his attempts at colonization, he still takes good care not to quit England, for the life of patience and self-devotion of the founder of a colony would have no attractions for him. He gives up and sells his patent as soon as he perceives the inutility of his efforts, while he does not forget to reserve for himself the 5th part of any profit arising eventually from the colony. Sir Walter Raleigh. Sir Walter Raleigh. From an old print. At the same time, Raleigh fits out some vessels against the Spanish possessions, and himself soon takes part in the strife and the battles which saved England from the invincible Armada, afterwards proceeding to support the claims of the Prior de Crato to the throne of Portugal. It is a short time after his return to England that he falls into disgrace with his royal mistress, and after his release from prison, while he is confined to his princely mansion of Sherborne, he conceives the project of his voyage to Guiana. To his mind, this is a gigantic enterprise of which the marvelous results are destined to draw upon him the attention of the whole world, and to restore to him the favor of his sovereign. Would not the discovery and conquest of El Dorado, of the country in which, according to Orellana, the temples are roofed with plates of gold, where all the tools, even those for the meanest purposes, are made of gold, where one walks upon precious stones, procure for him greater glory? These are the very words which Raleigh employs in his account, than Cortes had gained in Mexico or Pizarro in Peru. He will have under him more golden towns and nations than the King of Spain, the Sultan of the Turks, and no matter what emperor. We have already spoken of the fables which Orellana had invented in 1539, and which had been the fruitful source of more than one legend. Humboldt discloses what had given them birth when he describes to us the nature of the soil and the rocks which surround Lake Parima, between the Essequibo and the Branco. They are, says this great traveler, rocks of micaceous slate and of sparkling talc, which are resplendent in the midst of a sheet of water, which acts as a reflector beneath the burning tropical sun. So are explained those massive domes of gold, those obelisks of silver, and all those marvels of which the boastful and enthusiastic minds of the Spaniards afforded them a glimpse. Did Raleigh believe really in the existence of this city of gold, for the conquest of which he was about to sacrifice so many lives? Was he thoroughly convinced himself, or did he not yield to the illusions of a mind eager for glory? It is impossible to say, but this at least is indisputable, that, to borrow the just expressions of M. Philaric Chasles, at the moment even of his embarkation, men did not believe in his promises, they were suspicious of his exaggerations, and dreaded the results of an expedition directed by a man so foolhardy and of a morality so equivocal. Raleigh seizes Berreo. Raleigh seizes Berreo. From an old print. Nevertheless, it seemed that Raleigh had foreseen everything needful for this undertaking, and that he had made the necessary studies. Not only did he speak of the nature of the soil of Guiana, of its productions, and its inhabitants with imperturbable assurance, but he had taken care to send, at his own expense, a ship commanded by Captain Whiddon, to prepare the way for the fleet, which he intended to conduct in person to the banks of the Orinoco. What he took good care, however, not to confide to the public, was that all the information he received from his emissary was unfavorable to the enterprise. Raleigh himself started from Plymouth on the 9th February, 1595, with a small fleet of 5 vessels and soldiers, without reckoning marines, officers, and volunteers. After stopping 4 days at Forteventura, one of the Canaries, to take in wood and water there, he reached Tenerife, where Captain Brereton ought to have rejoined him. Having waited for him in vain for 80 days, Raleigh sailed for Trinidad, where he met Whiddon. The island of Trinidad was at that time governed by Don Antonio de Berreo, who, it is said, had obtained accurate information concerning Guiana. The arrival of the English did not please him, and he immediately dispatched emissaries to Cumana and to Margarita, with orders to gather together the troops to attack the Englishmen, while at the same time he forbade any Indians or Spaniards to hold intercourse with them under pain of death. Raleigh, forewarned, determined to be beforehand with him. At nightfall he landed in secret with 100 men, captured the town of St. Joseph, to which the Indians set fire without a blow, and carried off Berreo and the principal personages to the ships. At the same time arrived Captains Gifford and Ninin, from whom he had been separated upon the Spanish coasts. Raleigh at once sailed for the Orinoco, entered Capuri Bay with a large galley and 3 boats carrying 100 sailors and soldiers, became entangled in the inextricable labyrinth of islands and canals which formed the mouth of the river, and ascended the Orinoco for a distance of 330 miles. The account which Raleigh gives of his campaign is so fabulous. With the coolness of a Gascon transported to the banks of the Thames, he so heaps one falsehood upon the top of another, that one is almost tempted to class his narrative amongst the number of imaginary voyages. He says that some Spaniards who had seen the town of Manoa, called El Dorado, told him that this town exceeds in size and wealth all the towns in the world, and everything which the conquistadores had seen in America. There is no winter there, he says, a soil dry and fertile, with game and birds of every species in great abundance, who filled the air with hitherto unknown notes. It was a real concert for us. My captain, sent to search for mines, perceived veins both of gold and silver, but as he had no tool but his sword, he was unable to detach these metals to examine them in detail. However, he carried away several bits of them, which he reserved for future examination. A Spaniard of Caracas called this mine Madre del Oro, Mother of Gold. Then, as Raleigh well knows that the public is on its guard against his exaggerations, he adds, it will be thought perchance that I am the sport of a false and cheating delusion, but why should I have undertaken a voyage thus laborious, if I had not entertained the conviction that there is not a country upon earth which is richer in gold than Guiana? Whiddon and Malchap, our surgeon, brought back several stones which resembled sapphires. I showed these stones to several inhabitants of Orinoco, who have assured me that there exists an entire mountain of them. An old cacique of the age of 110, who nevertheless could still walk 10 miles without fatigue, came to see Raleigh, boasted to him of the formidable power of the Emperor of Manoa, and proved to him that his forces were insufficient. He depicted these people as much civilized, as wearing clothes, and possessing great riches, especially in plates of gold. Finally, he spoke to him of a mountain of pure gold. Raleigh relates that he wished to approach this mountain, but sad mischance, it was at that moment half submerged. It had the form of a tower, and appeared to me rather white than yellow. A torrent which precipitated itself from the mountain, swollen by the rains, made a tremendous noise, which could be heard at the distance of many miles, and which deafened our people. I recollected the description which Berriow had given of the brilliancy of the diamonds and of the other precious stones scattered over the various parts of the country. I had, however, some doubt as to the value of these stones. Their extraordinary whiteness nevertheless surprised me. After a short time of repose on the banks of the Vinicapara and a visit to the village of the cacique, the latter promised to conduct me to the foot of the mountain by a circuitous route. But at the sight of the numerous difficulties which presented themselves, I preferred to return to the mouth of the Cumana, where the caciques of the neighborhood came to bring various presents, consisting of the rare productions of the country. We will spare the reader the description of people 3 times taller than ordinary men, of cyclops, of natives who had their eyes upon the shoulders, their mouth in the chest, and the hair growing from the middle of the back, all affirmations seriously related, but which give to Raleigh's narrative a singular resemblance to a fairy tale. One fancies while reading it that it must be a page taken out of the 1001 Nights. If we put on one side all these figments of an imagination run mad, what gain has been derived for geography? There was certainly no pains spared in announcing with much noise, and very great puffing, this fantastic expedition, and we may well say with the fable writer, "In fancy free I an author see, who says, the awful war I'll sing, of Titans with the Thunder King. Of this grand promise the result, we find, is often wind." Chapter 5. Missionaries and settlers, merchants and tourists. 1. Distinguishing characteristics of the 17th century, the more thorough exploration of regions previously discovered. To the thirst for gold succeeds apostolic zeal. Italian missionaries in Congo, Portuguese missionaries in Abyssinia, Brew in Senegal and Flacourt in Madagascar, the apostles of India, of Indochina, and of Japan. The 17th century has a distinctive character of its own, differing from that of the preceding century in the fact that nearly all the great discoveries have been already made, and that the work of this whole period consists almost exclusively in perfecting the information already acquired. It contrasts equally with the century which is to succeed it, because scientific methods are not yet applied by astronomers and sailors, as they are to be 100 years later. It appears, in fact, that the narratives of the first explorers, who were only able, so to speak, to obtain a glimpse of the regions which they traversed while waging their wars, may have in some degree exercised a baneful influence upon the public mind. Curiosity, in the narrowest sense of the word, is carried to an extreme. Men travel over the world to gain an idea of the manners and customs of each nation, of the productions and manufactures of each country, but there is no real study. They do not seek to trace what they see to its source, and to reason scientifically upon the why and wherefore of facts. They behold, curiosity is satisfied, and they pass on. The observations made do not penetrate beneath the surface, and the great object appears to be to visit, as rapidly as may be, all the regions which the 16th century has brought to light. Besides, the abundance of the wealth diffused on a sudden over the whole of Europe has caused an economic crisis. Commerce, like industry, is transformed and altered. New ways are opened, new mediums arise, new wants are created, luxury increases, and the eagerness to make a fortune rapidly by speculation turns the heads of many. If Venice from a commercial point of view be dead, the Dutch are about to constitute themselves, to use a happy expression of Marco Polo, the carriers and agents of Europe, and the English are preparing to lay the foundations of their vast colonial empire. To the merchants succeed the missionaries. They alight in large numbers upon the newly discovered countries, preaching the gospel, civilizing the barbarous nations, studying and describing the country. The development of apostolic zeal is one of the dominant features of the 17th century, and it behoves us to recognize all that geography and historic science owe to these devoted, learned, and unassuming men. The traveler only passes through a country, the missionary dwells in it. The latter has evidently much greater facilities for acquiring an intimate knowledge of the history and civilization of the nations which he studies. It is therefore very natural that we should owe to them narratives of journeys, descriptions, and histories, which are still consulted with advantage, and which have served as a basis for later works. If there be any country to which these reflections more particularly apply, it is to Africa, and especially to Abyssinia. How much of this vast triangular continent of Africa was known in the 17th century? Nothing but the coasts, it will be said. A mistake. From the earliest times, the two branches of the Nile, the Astapus and the Bahr el Abiad, had been known to the ancients. They had even advanced, if the lists of countries and nations discovered at Karnak by M. Mariette may be believed, as far as the Great Lakes of the interior. In the 12th century, the Arab geographer Edrisi writes an excellent description of Africa for Roger Roman II, of Sicily, and confirms these data. Later on, Cadamosto and Ibn Battuta travel over Africa, and the latter goes as far as Timbuktu. Marco Polo affirms that Africa is only united to Asia by the Isthmus of Suez, and he visits Madagascar. Lastly, when the Portuguese, led by Vasco da Gama, have completed the circumnavigation of Africa, some of them remain in Abyssinia, and in a short time, diplomatic relations are established between that country and Portugal. We have already said something of Francesco Alvarez. In his train, several Portuguese missionaries settle in the country, amongst whom must be named Fathers Pease and Lobo. Father Pease left Goa in 1588 to preach Christianity upon the eastern coast of North Africa. After long and sad mishaps, he landed at Maswa in Abyssinia, traversed the country, and in 1618 pushed on as far as the sources of the Blue Nile, a discovery the authenticity of which Bruce was hereafter to dispute, but of which the narrative differs only in some unimportant particulars from that of the Scotch traveller. In 1604, Pease, arrived at the court of the King Zardenghul, had preached with such success that he had converted the king and all his court. He had even soon acquired so great an influence over the Abyssinian monarch that the latter, in writing to the Pope and to the King of Spain to offer them his friendship, asked them to send him men fitted to teach his people. Father Geronimo Lobo landed in Abyssinia with Alfonso Menezes, Patriarch of Ethiopia, in 1625, but times were greatly changed. The king converted by Pease had been murdered, and his successor, who had summoned the Portuguese missionaries, died after a short time. A violent revulsion of feeling ensued against the Christians, and the missionaries were driven away, imprisoned, or given up to the Turks. Lobo was charged with the mission of obtaining the sum necessary for the ransom of his companions. After many wanderings, which led him to Brazil, Carthagena, Cadiz, and Seville, to Lisbon and to Rome, where he gave the Pope and the King of Spain numerous and accurate details upon the Church of Ethiopia and the manners of the inhabitants, he made a last journey in India and returned to Lisbon to die in 1678. Christianity had been introduced into Congo upon the Atlantic coast in 1489, the year of its discovery by the Portuguese. At first Dominicans were sent, but as they made scarce any progress, the Pope, with the consent of the King of Portugal, dispatched thither some Italian Capuchins. These were Carli de Placenza in 1667, Giovanni Antonio Cavazzi, fro to 1668, afterwards Antonio Zucchelli and Gradisca, fro to 1704. We shall mention these missionaries only because they have published accounts of their journeys. Cavazzi explored in succession Angola, the country of Matumba, and the islands of Konza and Lona. In the ardor of his apostolic zeal, he could devise no better means of converting the blacks than by burning their idols, rebuking the kings for the time-honored custom of polygamy, and subjecting to torture or to being torn with whips those who relapsed into idolatry. Notwithstanding all this, he gained considerable ascendancy over the natives, which, if it had been well directed, might have produced very useful results in the development of civilization and the progress of religion. The same reproach is due also to Father Zacchelli and to the other missionaries in Congo. The narrative of Cavazzi, published at Rome in 1687, asserted that Portuguese influence extended to 300 miles from the coast, and that in the interior there existed a very important town, known by the name of San Salvador, which possessed 12 churches, a Jesuit college, and a population of 50,000 souls. At the close of the 14th century, Pigafetta published the account of the journey of Duarte Lopez, ambassador from the King of Congo to the courts of Rome and Lisbon. A map which accompanies this narrative presents to us a Lake Zamba, in the very place occupied by Lake Tanganyika, and more to the west, Lake Ekwelunda, from whence issued the Congo River. South of the equator, 2 lakes are indicated, one the Lake of the Nile, the other, more to the east, bears the name of Kalu. They appear to be the Albert and the Victoria Nyanza. This most curious information was rejected by the geographers of the 19th century, who left blank the whole interior of Africa. Upon the west coast of Africa, at the mouth of the Senegal, the French had established settlements which, under the skillful administration of Andrew Brue, speedily received considerable extension. Brue, commandant for the king and director general of the Royal French Company upon the Senegal coast and in other parts of Africa, so ran his official title, although he may be little known, and the article which treats of him may be one of the most curtailed in the great collections of biography, deserves to occupy one of the most prominent positions among colonizers and explorers. Not content with extending the colony as far as its present limits, he explored countries which have been only lately revisited by Lieutenant Mage, or which have not been visited at all since Brue's time. He carried the French outposts eastwards above the junction of the Senegal and the Falim, northwards as far as Arguin, which we have since abandoned, although reserving our rights, and southwards as far as the island of Bissau. He explored in the interior Galim and Bambouk, so rich in gold, and collected the earliest documents concerning the Pauls, Pules, or Fouls, the Yalofs and the Mussulman, who, coming from the north, attempted the religious conquest of all the black nations of the country. The information thus collected by Brue about the history and migrations of these various people is of the greatest value, affording clear light, even in the present day, to the geographer and the historian. Not only has Brue left us the narrative of deeds of which he was witness and the description of the places which he visited, but we also owe to him much information about the productions of the countries, the plants, the animals, and all the objects which would give occasion for commercial or industrial enterprise. These most curious documents, put together very maladroitly, it must be confessed, by Father Labat, formed the subject, a few years ago, of a very interesting work by M. Burlew. To the southeast of Africa, during the first half of the 17th century, the French founded some commercial settlements in Madagascar, an island long known under the name of St. Lawrence. They build Fort Dauphin under the administration of M. de Flacourt. Several unknown districts of the island are explored as well as the neighboring islands upon the coast. The Mascarenes Islands are occupied in 1649. Although firm and moderate towards his countrymen, de Flacourt did not use the same self-control towards the natives. He even brought about a general revolt, as a consequence of which he was recalled. Expeditions into the interior of Madagascar were henceforth very rare, and it is not until the present day that we find a thorough exploration carried out. Of Indochina and Thibet, the only information which reached Europe during the whole of the 17th century was due to the missionaries. Such names as Father Alexander de Rhodes, Ant, d'Andrada, Avril, Benedict Goes may not be passed over in silence. In their annual letters is to be found a quantity of information, which even in the present day retains a real interest, as concerning regions so long closed against Europeans. In Cochin China and Tonkin, Father Tackard devoted himself to astronomical observations, of which the result was to prove by the most conclusive evidence the great errors in the longitudes given by Ptolemy. This called the attention of the learned world to the necessity of a reform in the graphic representation of the countries of the extreme East, and for attaining this end, to the absolute need of close observations made by specially qualified scientific men, or by navigators familiar with astronomical calculations. The country which especially attracted the missionaries was China, that enormous and populous empire, which ever since the arrival of Europeans in India had persevered with the greatest strictness in the absurd policy of abstention from any intercourse whatsoever with foreigners. It was not until the close of the 16th century that the missionaries obtained the permission, so often demanded before in vain, to penetrate into the Middle Empire. Their knowledge of mathematics and astronomy facilitated their settlement and enabled them to gather, as well from the ancient annals of the country as during their journeys, a prodigious quantity of most valuable information concerning the history, ethnography, and geography of the Celestial Empire. Fathers Mendoza, Rixay, Trigault, Vistalou, Lecomte, Verbiest, Navarrete, Scholl, and Martini deserve a special mention for having carried to China the arts and sciences of Europe, while they diffused in the West the first accurate and precise information upon the unprogressive civilization of the Flowery Land. Chapter 2. Missionaries and settlers, merchants and tourists. The Dutch in the Spice Islands, Le Maire and Schouten, Tasman, Mendana, Queiroz and Tours, Pirard de Laval, Pietro della Val Tavernier, the Venot Bernier, Robert Knox Chardin, de Bruyne K. Ampfer. The Dutch were not slow in perceiving the weakness and decadence of the Portuguese power in Asia. They felt with how much ease a clever and prudent nation might in a short time become possessed of the whole commerce of the extreme East. After a considerable number of private expeditions and voyages of reconnaissance, they had founded in 1602 that celebrated Company of the Indies, which was destined to raise to so high a pitch the wealth and prosperity of the metropolis. Equally in its strife with the Portuguese as in its dealing with the natives, the company pursued a very skillful policy of moderation. Far from founding colonies or repairing and occupying the fortresses which they took from the Portuguese, the Dutch bore themselves as simple traders, exclusively occupied with their commerce. They avoided building any fortified factory, except at the intersection of the great commercial roads. Thus they were able in a short time to seize all the carrying trade between India, China, Japan, and Oceania. The one fault committed by the all-powerful company was the concentrating in its own hands a monopoly of the trade in spices. It drove away the foreigners who had settled in the Moluccas or in the islands of Sunda, or who came thither to obtain a cargo of spices. It even went the length, in order to raise the price of this valuable commodity, of prescribing the cultivation of certain species in a large number of islands and of forbidding, under pain of death, the exportation and sale of seeds and cuttings of the spice-producing trees. In a few years, the Dutch were established in Java, Sumatra, Borneo, the Moluccas, and at the Cape of Good Hope, harbors the best placed for ships returning to Europe. It was at this time that a rich merchant of Amsterdam, Jacob Le Maire, in concert with a skillful mariner named Wilhelm Cornelis Schouten, conceived a project for reaching the Indies by a new route. The Dutch States General had in fact forbidden any subject of the United Provinces, not in the pay of the Company of the Indies, from going to the Spice Islands by way of the Cape of Good Hope or of the Strait of Magellan. Schouten, according to some, Le Maire, according to others, had formed the idea of eluding this interdict by seeking a passage to the south of Magellan's Strait. This much is certain, that Le Maire bore one half of the expense of the expedition, while Schouten, by the aid of several merchants whose names have been handed down to us, and who filled the chief offices in the town of Horn, provided the other half. They fitted out the Concorde, a vessel of 360 tons, and a yacht, carrying together a crew of 65 men and 29 cannon. This was certainly an equipment, but little in accordance with the magnitude of the enterprise. But Schouten was a skillful mariner, the crew had been carefully chosen, and the vessels were abundantly furnished with provisions and spare rigging. Le Maire was commissioner, and Schouten the captain of the ship. The destination was kept secret, and officers and crew entered into an unlimited engagement to go wherever they might be led. On the 25th June, 1615, 11 days after quitting the Texel, and when there was no longer anything to be feared from indiscretion, the crews were assembled to listen to the reading of an order which ran as follows. The two vessels would seek another passage than that of Magellan, by which to enter the South Sea and to discover there certain southern countries, in the hope of obtaining enormous profits from them, and if heaven should not favor this design, they would repair by means of the same sea to the East Indies. This declaration was received with enthusiasm by the whole crew, who were animated, like all Dutchmen of that period, with a love for great discoveries. The route then usually pursued for reaching South America, as may perhaps have been already observed, followed the African coasts as far as below the equator. The Concorde did not try to deviate from it. She reached the shores of Brazil, Patagonia, and Port Desire at 300 miles to the north of the Strait of Magellan, but was for several days hindered by storms from entering the harbor. The yacht even remained for the space of one whole tide, aground and lying on her side, but high water set her afloat again, only for a short time, however, for whilst some repairs were being done to her keel, her rigging took fire, and she was consumed in spite of the energetic efforts of the two crews. On the 13th January, 1616, Le Maire and Schouten arrived at the Sebaldine Islands, discovered by Sebald de Weert, and followed the coast of Tierra del Fuego at a short distance from land. The coast ran east-quarter-southeast, and was skirted by high mountains covered with snow. On the 24th of January at midday, they sighted its extreme point, but eastward stretched some more land, which also appeared to be of great elevation. The distance between these two islands, according to the general opinion, appeared to be about 24 miles, and Schouten entered the strait which divided them. It was so encumbered with whales that the ship was obliged to tack more than once to avoid them. The island to the east received the name of Staten Island, and that to the west the name of Maurice of Nassau. The sea was so encumbered with whales. The sea was so encumbered with whales. 24 hours after entering this strait, which received the name of Le Maire, the ship emerged from it, and to an archipelago of small islands situated to starboard was given the name of Barneveld, in honor of the Grand Pensionary of Holland. In 58 degrees, Le Maire doubled Cape Horn, so named in remembrance of the town where the expedition had been fitted out, and entered the South Sea. Le Maire afterwards went northwards as far as the parallel of the Juan Fernandez Islands, where he judged it wise to stop, in order to recruit his men who were suffering from scurvy. As Magellan had done, Le Maire and Schouten passed without perceiving them amongst the principal Polynesian archipelagos, and cast anchor on the 10th April at the Island of Dogs, where it was only possible to procure a little fresh water and some herbs. They hoped to reach the Solomon Islands, but in the north the dangerous archipelago was entered, in which were discovered Waterland Island, so named on account of its containing a great lake, and Fly Island, because a cloud of these insects settled upon the vessel, and it was impossible to get rid of them until at the end of 4 days there was a change of wind. Afterwards Le Maire crossed the Friendly Archipelago, and entered that of the Navigators, or of Samoa, of which 4 small islands still retain the names which were then given to them: Goat Hope, Cocoa, Horn, and Traitors Islands. The inhabitants of these parts showed themselves extremely addicted to stealing. They tried to draw out the bolts from the ship, and to break the chains. Scurvy continued to prevail among the crew, and it was therefore a great boon to receive from the king a present of a black boar and some fruits. The sovereign, who was named Latu, speedily arrived in a large canoe with sails, in shape like the Dutch sledges, trainox, escorted by a flotilla of 25 boats. The king did not venture himself to go on board the Concorde, but his son was of a bolder spirit, and inquired the reason of everything he saw with the most lively curiosity. The next day the number of canoes was greatly augmented, and the Dutch perceived by certain indications that an attack was impending. Accordingly, a shower of stones falls on a sudden upon the ship. The canoes approach nearer, become annoying, and the Dutch, to free themselves from them, are forced to resort to a discharge of musketry. This island was rightly named Traitor's Island. It was now the 18th of May, and Le Maire ordered the course to be changed, that the Moluccas might be reached by the north of New Guinea. He probably passed within sight of the Solomon Archipelago, the Admiralty Islands, and the Thousand Islands, Mill Isles, coasting afterwards along New Guinea fro degrees to Gilwink Bay. He frequently landed and gave names to a number of points. The 25 islands which form a part of the Admiralty Archipelago, the High Corner, the High Mountain Hoogberg, which seems to correspond to a portion of the neighboring coast of Cornelis Bay, Moa and Aramoa, two islands again seen later on by Tasman, the island to which was given the name of Schouten, but which is now called Mysore, and which must not be confounded with some other Schouten Islands situated upon the coast of Guinea, but much farther to the west, and finally the Cape Good Hope, which appears to be Cape Saavedra at the western extremity of Mysore. After sighting the country of Papua, Schouten and Le Maire reached Gilolo, one of the Moluccas, where they received an eager welcome from their compatriots. When they were thoroughly rested from their fatigues and cured of scurvy, the Dutch went to Batavia, arriving there on the 23rd October, 1616, only 13 months after quitting the Texel, and having lost only 13 men during the long voyage. But the Company of the Indies did not at all understand their privileges being infringed upon, and a possibility discovered of reaching the colonies by a way not foreseen in the letters patent, which had been granted to the company at the time of its establishment. The governor caused the Concorde to be seized, and arrested her officers and sailors, whom he sent off to Holland, there to be tried. Poor Le Maire, who had expected a totally different recompense for his toils and fatigues, and for the discoveries which he had made, could not bear up under the blow which had fallen so unexpectedly upon him. He fell ill of grief and died in the latitude of the island of Mauritius. As for Schouten, he appears not to have been molested upon his return to his own country, and to have made several voyages to the Indies, which were not distinguished by any fresh discovery. He was returning to Europe in 1625, when he was forced by bad weather to enter Antongil Bay, upon the east coast of Madagascar, where he died. Such was the history of this important expedition, which by means of Strait, Le Maire opened up a shorter and less dangerous route than that by Magellan's Strait, an expedition signalized by several discoveries in Oceania and by a more attentive exploration of points already seen by Spanish or Portuguese navigators. But it is often a matter of difficulty to settle with accuracy to which of these nations the discovery of certain islands, countries, or archipelagos in the neighborhood of Australia may be due. Since we are speaking of the Dutch, we shall put the chronological order of discoveries a little on one side, that we may relate, as well as those of Mendana and Quiros, the expeditions of Jan Abel Tasman. What was the early history of Tasman? By what concurrence of circumstances did he embrace the profession of a sailor? By what means did he acquire the nautical skill and science of which he gave so many proofs, and which conducted him to his important discoveries? From ignorance we cannot answer these questions. All we know of his biography commences with his departure from Batavia on 2nd June, 1639. After passing the Philippines, he would seem during this first voyage to have visited in company with Matthew Quast the Bonin Islands, then known by the fantastic title of the Gold and Silver Islands. In a second expedition, composed of 2 vessels of which he had the chief command, and which sailed from Batavia on the 14th of August, 1642, he reached the Mauritius on the 5th September, and afterwards sailed to the southeast, seeking for the Australian continent. On the 24th November, in latitude 42 degrees 25 south, he discovered land, to which he gave the name of Van Diemen, after the governor of the Sunda Islands, but which is now with much greater justice called Tasmania. He anchored there in Frederick Hendrick Bay, and ascertained that the country was inhabited, although he could not see a single native. After following this coast for a certain time, he sailed eastwards, with the intention of afterwards making once more for the north, to reach the Solomon Archipelago. On the 13th December, in latitude 42 degrees 10, he came in sight of a mountainous country which he followed towards the north, until the 18th December, when he cast anchor in a bay. But even the boldest of the savages whom he met with there did not approach the ship within a stone's throw. Their voices were rough, their stature tall, their color brown inclining to yellow, and their black hair, which was nearly as long as that of the Japanese, was worn drawn up to the crown of the head. On the morrow, they summoned courage to go on board one of the vessels and carry on traffic by means of barter. Tasman, upon seeing these pacific dispositions, dispatched a boat for the purpose of obtaining a more accurate knowledge of the shore. Of the sailors who manned it, 3 were killed without provocation by the natives, while the others escaped by swimming and were picked up by the ship's boats. But by the time they were in readiness to fire upon the assailants, these had disappeared. The spot where this sad event happened received the name of Assassins' Moordenaars Bay. Tasman, who felt convinced that he could not carry on any intercourse with such fierce people, weighed anchor and sailed up the coast as far as its extreme point, which he named Cape Maria van Diemen in honor of his lady, for a legend states that having had the audacity to pretend to the hand of the daughter of the governor of the East Indies, the latter had sent him to sea with 2 dilapidated ships, the Heemskirk and the Zeechen. 3 were killed by the natives without provocation. 3 were killed by the natives without provocation. The land thus discovered received the name of Staten Land, soon changed into that of New Zealand. On the 21st January, 1643, Tasman discovered the islands of Amsterdam and Rotterdam, upon which he found a great quantity of pigs, fowls, and fruit. On the 6th February, the ships entered an archipelago, consisting of a score of islands, which were called Prince William Islands, and after sighting Anthong Java, Tasman followed the coast of New Guinea from Cape Santa Maria, passed by the various points previously discovered by Lemaire and Schouten, and anchored off Batavia on the 15th June following, after a 10-month voyage. In a second expedition, Tasman, in obedience to his orders date, was to visit Van Diemen's Land, and to make a careful examination of the western coast of New Guinea, as far as 17 degrees south latitude, in order to ascertain whether that island belonged to the Australian continent. It does not appear that Tasman carried out this program, but the loss of his journals causes complete uncertainty as to the route which he followed and the discoveries which he may have made. From this time, there is no record of the events which marked the close of his career, nor of the place and date of his death. From the period of the taking of Malacca by Albuquerque, the Portuguese conceived that a new world extended to the south of Asia. Their ideas were soon shared by the Spaniards, and henceforward a series of voyages were made on the Pacific Ocean to search for a southern continent, of which the existence appeared geographically necessary to counterbalance the immense extent of the lands already known. Java the Great, designated later by the names of New Holland and Australia, had been seen by the French perhaps, or as is more probable by Saavedra, Fro to 1540, and it was sought for by a crowd of navigators, amongst whom we may mention the Portuguese, Serrao and Menezes, and the Spaniards, Saavedra, Hernando de Grijalva, Alvarado, and Inigo Ortiz de Retes, who explored the greater part of the islands to the north of New Guinea, as well as that great island itself. Afterwards come Mendana, Torres, and Quiros, upon whose deeds we shall pause a little, on account of the importance and authenticity of the discoveries which we owe to them. Alvaro Mendana de Neira was nephew to the governor of Lima, Don Pedro de Castro, who warmly advocated with the home government his nephew's project of searching for new countries in the Pacific Ocean. Mendana was 21 when he took the command of 2 ships and 125 soldiers and sailors. He sailed from Callao, the port of Lima, on the 19th November, 1567. After sighting the small island of Jesus, he discovered on the 7th February between 7 degrees and degrees south latitude the island of Santa Isabella, where the Spaniards built a brigantine, with which they explored the archipelago of which this island was a part. The inhabitants, says the narrative of a companion of Mendana, are anthropophagi. They devour those whom they can make their prisoners in war, and even without being in open hostility, those whom they can succeed in taking by treachery. One of the chiefs in the island sent to Mendana as a delicacy a quarter of a child, but the Spanish commander caused it to be buried in the presence of the natives, who appeared much hurt by an act which they could not understand. The Spaniards explored the island Las Palmas, Palm Island, Los Ramos, so named because it was discovered on Palm Sunday, Galley Island, and Buena Vista, of which the inhabitants, under the appearance of friendship, concealed hostile intentions, which were not long in displaying themselves. The same reception awaited the Spaniards at the island San Dimas, at Cesarga, and at Guadalcanal, upon which ginger was found for the first time. In the return voyage to Santa Isabella, the Spaniards pursued a course which enabled them to discover St. George Island, where they found bats as large as kites. Scarcely had the crew of the brigantine cast anchor in the harbor of Santa Isabella than they were obliged again to weigh it, for the place was so unhealthy that 5 soldiers died and a great number of others were taken ill. Mendana stopped at the island of Guadalcanal, where out of 10 men who had landed to fetch water, 1 Negro alone escaped from the attacks of the natives, who were extremely angry at one of their fellows having been carried off by the Spaniards. The punishment was terrible. 20 men were killed and a number of houses burnt. Mendana afterwards visited several islands of the Solomon Archipelago, amongst others the 3 Marys and San Juan. Upon the latter island, whilst the ships were being repaired and calked, several affrays with the natives occurred, in which some prisoners were made. After this checkered rest, Mendana again put to sea and visited the islands of San Cristobal, Santa Catalina, and Santa Ana. But as by this time the number of invalids was considerable, the provisions and ammunition nearly exhausted, and the rigging become rotten, the flotilla now set out to return to Peru. The separation of the flagship, the discovery of certain islands which it is difficult to identify, and probably of the Sandwich Islands, violent storms, during which the sails were carried away, the sickness caused by the insufficiency and putrefaction of the water and biscuit on board, were all incidents signalizing this long and trying return voyage, which was ended by the arrival of the ships at the port of Colima in California after 5 months of navigation. The narrative of Mendana excited no enthusiasm, in spite of the name of Solomon which he gave to the archipelago discovered by him, to make it believed that from thence came the treasures of the Jewish king. Marvelous recitals had no longer any fascination for men glutted with the riches of Peru. Proofs were what they demanded. The smallest nugget of gold or the least grain of silver would have been more satisfactory to them. Mendana had 27 years to wait before he was able to organize another expedition, but then his fleet was a large one, it being proposed to found a colony in the island of San Cristobal, which Alvaro de Mendana had seen during his first voyage. Thus 4 ships carrying nearly 400 people sailed from the port of Lima on the 11th April, 1595. Amongst those on board may be named Dona Isabella, wife of Mendana, the 3 brothers-in-law of the general, and the pilot Pedro Fernandez Quiros, who later on distinguished himself as commander-in-chief of another expedition. The fleet did not finally leave the Peruvian coast, where its equipment had been completed, until the 16th April. At the end of a month's navigation, not distinguished by any remarkable incident, an island was discovered, which according to custom received the name of the saint whose day it was, and was called Magdalena. Immediately the fleet was surrounded by a crowd of canoes bearing more than 400 Indians, of fine stature and nearly white, and who, while presenting coconuts and other fruits to the sailors, appeared to entreat them to disembark. The natives no sooner came on board than they began to pilfer, and it was necessary to fire a cannon to get rid of them. A wound which one of the natives received in the fray soon changed their disposition, and a discharge of musketry was the reply to the shower of arrows which they let fly from their boats. Not far from this island 3 others were discovered, San Pedro, Dominica, and Santa Cristina, and the name of Las Marquesas de Mendoza was given to the group, in honor of the governor of Peru. So friendly had been the intercourse at the beginning, that an Indian woman, upon seeing the beautiful fair hair of Dona Isabella de Mendana, had begged her by signs to give her a curl of it. But by the fault of the Spaniards, the mutual relations speedily became hostile, and so continued until the day when the natives, becoming conscious of the great inferiority of their arms, begged for peace. On the 5th August, the Spanish flotilla again put to sea and made 1,200 miles west-northwest. On the 20th August were discovered the St. Bernard, since called Dangerous Islands, and afterwards Queen Charlotte's Islands, upon which, notwithstanding the scarcity of provisions, no landing was made. After Solitary Island, a name which explains its situation, the Santa Cruz archipelago was reached. But at this time, during a storm, the flagship became separated from the fleet, and although search was made several times, no tidings of her were obtained. 50 canoes, carrying a crowd of natives of a tawny complexion or of a lustrous black, immediately approached the ships. All had frizzled hair, black, red, or some other color, for it was dyed. Their teeth also were dyed red. The head was half-shaven. The body was naked, except a small veil of fine linen, the face and the arms painted black, glittering and striped with various colors. The neck and limbs loaded with several strings of small beads, of gold, or of black wood, of fish's teeth, or of a species of metals made of mother of pearl. Of pearls. For arms they carried bows, poisoned arrows with sharp points hardened in the fire, or tipped with bone and steeped in the juice of a herb, great stones, heavy wooden swords made of stiff wood, with 3 harpoon points, each more than a handbreadth long. Slung over their shoulders, they had haversacks exceedingly well made out of palm leaves, and filled with biscuits made from certain roots, which served them for food. Dona Isabella consults the officers. Dona Isabella consults the officers. At first Mendana thought he recognized in these natives the inhabitants of the islands he was seeking, but he was quickly undeceived. The vessels were received with a shower of arrows, which was the more vexatious because Mendana, seeing that he could not find the Solomon Islands, had determined to establish his colony in this archipelago. At this juncture, discord reigned among the Spaniards. A revolt fomented against the general was almost immediately suppressed, and the guilty were executed. But these sorrowful events and the fatigues of the voyage had so completely undermined the health of the head of the expedition that he died on the 17th October, after having had time to indicate his wife as his successor in the conduct of the enterprise. After the death of Mendana, the hostilities with the natives redoubled, and many of the Spaniards were so exhausted by sickness and hardships that a score of thoroughly determined natives might easily have gained the mastery over them. To persist in the intention of founding a settlement under such conditions would have been folly. All agreed in this, and the anchor was raised on the 18th November. Dona Isabella de Mendana's project was to go to Manila, and there to obtain recruits from amongst the colonists, with whom she would return to found a settlement. She consulted the officers, who all gave their approval in writing, and she found in Quiros a devotion and skill which were speedily to be put to a severe proof. They at once steered away from New Guinea in order to avoid being entangled amongst the numerous archipelagos surrounding it, and also to enable them sooner to reach the Philippines, which the dilapidated state of the ships rendered necessary. After passing within sight of several islands surrounded by reefs of madrepore, upon which the crews wished to land, a permission which Quiros with great prudence always refused, after having been separated from one of the ships of the squadron, which could not or would not follow, the flotilla arrived at the Ladrone, soon to be called the Marian Islands. The Spaniards went on shore several times to buy some provisions. The natives did not desire either their silver or gold, but set the highest value upon iron and all tools made of that metal. The narrative contains here some details upon the veneration shown by the natives towards their ancestors, which are curious enough to warrant our reproducing them verbatim. They take out the bones from the bodies of their relations, burn the flesh, and mixing the ashes with tuba, a wine made from the cocoa palm, swallow them. They weep for the dead every year for a whole week. There are a great number of female mourners who are to be hired for the purpose. Besides that, all the neighbors come to weep in the house of the deceased, the compliment being returned to them when the turn comes for the feast to take place at their house. These anniversaries are much frequented, all those assisting at them being liberally regaled. They weep all day and drink to intoxication all night. They recite in the midst of tears the life and deeds of the dead, beginning with the moment of his birth, and dealing with the whole course of his life, recounting his strength, his height, his beauty, in a word, all that can in any way do him honor. If some amusing action occur in the recital, The company begin to laugh as if they would split their sides. Then on a sudden they drink and are again drowned in tears. There are sometimes 200 persons present at these absurd anniversaries. When the Spanish crew arrived at the Philippines, it was scarcely more than a company of skeletons, emaciated and half dead with hunger. Dona Isabella landed at Manila on the 11th February 1596 under a salute from the guns and was solemnly received in the midst of the troops drawn up under arms. The rest of the crew, 50 having died since the departure from Santa Cruz, were housed and fed at the public expense, and the women all found husbands in Manila, except 4 or 5 who embraced the religious life. As for Dona Isabella, she was escorted back to Peru some time afterwards by Quiros, who lost no time in submitting to the viceroy a project for a fresh voyage. But Luis de Velasco, who had succeeded Mendoza, referred the navigator to the King of Spain and the Council of the Indies, under the pretext that such a decision would overstep the limits of his authority. Quiros therefore went to Spain and thence to Rome, where he received a kindly welcome from the Pope, who recommended him warmly to Philip Roman III. At length in 1605, after numberless applications and solicitations, he was empowered to fit out at Lima the 2 vessels which he should judge the most suitable for the investigation of the Australian continent, and for continuing the discoveries of Mendana. With 2 ships and 1 light vessel, Quiros set out from Callao on the 21st December 1605. At 3,000 miles from Peru, he had as yet discovered no land. In latitude 25 degrees south, he observed a group of small islands belonging to the dangerous archipelago. These were the Conversion de San Pablo, the Osnabrück of Wallis, and Decina, so named because it was the 10th island seen. Although this island was defended by rocks, intercourse was carried on with the natives, whose dwellings were scattered about amongst palm trees on the seashore. The natives were strong and well-proportioned, and their chief wore on his head a kind of crown made of small black feathers so fine and supple that they might have been taken for silk. His fair hair, which descended to the waist, excited the wonder of the Spaniards, who, not being able to understand how a man with so tawny-colored a face could have such light yellow hair, chose to think that he was married and that he wore his wife's hair. This singular color was only due to the habitual use of powdered lime, which burns the hair and causes it to turn yellow. This island, to which Quiros gave the name of Sagittaria, is, according to Fleurieu, Tahiti, one of the principal of the group of Society Islands. On the succeeding days, Quiros sighted several other islands, upon which he did not land, and to which he gave names taken from the calendar, according to a practice which has changed all the native nomenclature of Oceania into a veritable litany. One island visited may be especially noticed. It was named the island of La Gente Hermosa on account of the beauty of its inhabitants and of the fair color and coquetry of its women, who, as the Spaniards declared, even bore away the palm for grace and attractiveness from their own fellow countrywomen of Lima, whose beauty is proverbial. This island, according to Quiros, was situated upon the same parallel as Santa Cruz, to which he intended to go. He therefore sailed westward and reached an island called by the natives Tomaco in 10 degrees south latitude and miles east of Santa Cruz. This must have been one of the Duff Islands, and here Quiros was told that if he directed his course southwards, he would discover a great land, of which the inhabitants were whiter than those whom he had hitherto seen. This information determined him to abandon his scheme of going to Santa Cruz. He steered in a southwesterly direction, and after having sighted several small islands, he arrived on the 1st May, 1606, in a bay more than 24 miles broad. He gave to this island the name which it still bears of Espiritu Santo. It was one of the New Hebrides group. What events happened during the stay of the ships here? The narrative is silent upon this subject, but we know from other sources that the crew mutinied, made Quiros prisoner, and abandoning the second ship and the brigantine, set out on the 11th June to return to America, where they arrived on the 3rd October, 1606. After 9 months' voyage, M.Ed. Charton throws no light upon this incident. He is silent upon the mutiny of the crew and even throws all the blame of the separation upon the commander of the second vessel, Louis Vise de Tours, who abandoned his chief in quitting Espiritu Santo. Now it is known by a letter from Torres himself to the King of Spain, published by Lord Stanley at the end of his English edition of Anton de Morga's History of the Philippines, that he remained 15 days waiting for Quiros in the Bay of St. Philip and St. James. The officers met in council, resolved to weigh anchor on the 26th June and to continue the search for the Australian continent. Hindered by bad weather, which prevents him from sailing round Espiritu Santo Island, assailed by the demands of a crew over whom prevails a slight breath of mutiny, Torres decides to steer to the northeast to reach the Spanish islands. In 11 degrees 30, he discovers land, which he imagines must be the commencement of New Guinea. All this land is part of New Guinea, says Torres. It is peopled by Indians who are not very white, and who go naked, although their middles are covered with the bark of trees. They fight with javelins, bucklers, and certain clubs of stone, the whole adorned with beautiful feathers. All along this land there are other inhabited islands. Upon the whole of this coast there are numerous and vast harbors, with very broad rivers and great plains. Outside these islands stretch reefs and shallows. The islands are between these dangers and the mainland, and a channel runs between. We took possession of these harbors in your Majesty's name. Having pursued this coast for 900 miles and seen our latitude decrease fro 2 degrees until we found ourselves in 9 degrees, at this point commenced a shoal of from 3 to 9 fathoms deep, which stretched along the coast to 71 degrees. Not being able to proceed farther on account of the numerous shallows and powerful currents which we encountered, we decided to alter our course to the southwest, by the deep channel which has been mentioned, as far as about 11 degrees. There is there, from one end to the other, an archipelago of innumerable islands, by which I passed. At the end of the 11th degree the bottom became deeper. There were some very large islands there, and there appeared to be more of them towards the south. They were inhabited by a black population, very robust and quite naked, bearing for arms strong and long spears, arrows, and stone clubs roughly fashioned. Modern geographers are agreed in recognizing in the localities thus described that portion of the Australian coast which ends in York Peninsula and the extremity of New Guinea recently visited by Captain Moresby. It was known that Torres had entered the strait which has been named after him and which divides New Guinea from Cape York, but the very recent exploration of the southeastern portion of New Guinea, of which the population has been discovered to be of a comparatively light color and, differing much from the Papus, has just furnished an unexpected confirmation of the discoveries of Quiros. It is for this reason that we have dwelt at some length upon them, referring for the purpose to a very learned work of M.E.T. Hamey, which appeared in the Bulletin de la Société de Géographie. It behoves us now to say a few words about some travelers who explored some unfrequented countries and furnished their contemporaries with more exact knowledge of a world until then almost unknown. The first of these travelers is Francois Pirard of Laval. Having embarked in 1601 on board a St. Malo ship to go to the Indies to trade, he was wrecked in the Maldive archipelago. These islets or atolls, detached coral reefs, to the number of at least 12,000, descend into the Indian Ocean from Cape Comorin as far as the equator. The worthy Pirard relates his shipwreck, the flight of a portion of his companions in captivity in the archipelago, and his long sojourn of 7 years upon the Maldive Islands, a stay rendered almost agreeable by the pains which he took to acquire the native language. He had plenty of time to learn the manners, customs, religion, and industries of the inhabitants, as well as to study the productions and climate of the country. Thus his narrative is filled with details of all kinds, and had retained its attractions until recent years, because travelers do not voluntarily frequent this unhealthy archipelago, the isolated situation which had kept away foreigners and conquerors. Pirard's narrative, therefore, is still instructive and agreeable reading. In 1607, a fleet was sent to the Maldives by the King of Bengal in order to carry off the 100 or 120 cannon which the Maldive sovereign owed to the wreck of numerous Portuguese vessels. Pirard, notwithstanding all the liberty allowed him, and that he had become a landholder, was desirous to behold his beloved Brittany once more. He therefore eagerly embraced this opportunity of quitting the archipelago with the 3 companions who out of the whole crew alone remained with him. But the eventful travels of Pirard were not yet concluded. Taken first to Ceylon, he was carried afterwards to Bengal and endeavored to reach Cochin. Before reaching this town, he was captured by the Portuguese and carried prisoner to Cochin. He afterwards fell ill and was nursed in the hospital of Goa, which he only quitted to serve for 2 years as a soldier, at the end of which time he was again thrown into prison. And it was not until that he was able to revisit the good town of Laval. After so many trials, Pirard must doubtless have felt the need of repose, and we are justified in imagining, from the silence of history as to the close of his life, that he was privileged at length to find happiness. While the honest Burgess Francois Pirard was, so to speak, in spite of himself, and from having indulged the desire of making a fortune too rapidly, launched into adventures in which he had to pass much of his life, circumstances of a different and romantic kind caused Pietro della Valle to determine upon traveling. Descendant of an ancient and noble family, he is by turns a soldier of the Pope and a sailor chasing Barbary corsairs. Upon his return to Rome, he finds that a rival, profiting by his absence, has taken his place with a young girl whom he was to have married. So great a misfortune demands an heroic remedy, and Della Valle makes a vow of pilgrimage to the Holy Sepulchre. But if, as saith the proverb, there is no road which does not lead to Rome, so there is no circuit so long as not to lead to Jerusalem, and of this Della Valle was to make proof. He embarks at Venice in 1614, passes 13 months at Constantinople, reaches Alexandria by sea, afterwards Cairo, and joins a caravan which at length brings him to Jerusalem. But while en route, Della Valle had no doubt imbibed a taste for a traveler's life, for he visits in succession Baghdad, Damascus, Aleppo, and even pushes on as far as the ruins of Babylon. We must believe that Della Valle was marked out as an easy prey to love, for upon his return he becomes enamored of a young Christian woman of Mardin, of wondrous beauty, whom he marries. One would imagine that here at length is fixed the destiny of this indefatigable traveler. Nothing of the kind. Della Valle contrives to accompany the Shah in his war against the Turks, and to traverse, during 4 consecutive years, the provinces of Iran. He quits Ispahan in 1621, loses his wife in the month of December of the same year, causes her to be embalmed, and has her coffin carried about in his train for 4 years longer, which he devotes to exploring Ormuz, the western coasts of India, the Persian Gulf, Aleppo, and Syria, landing at length at Naples in 1626. The countries which this singular character visited, urged on as he was by an extraordinary enthusiasm, are described by him in a shrewd, gay, and natural style, and even with some degree of fidelity. But he inaugurates the pleiad of amateur, curious, and commercial travelers. He is the first of that prolific race of tourists who each year encumber geographical literature with numerous volumes, from which the savant finds nothing to glean beyond meager details. Tavernier is a specimen of insatiable curiosity. At 22 he has traversed France, England, the Low Countries, Germany, Switzerland, Poland, Hungary, and Italy. Then, when Europe no longer offers any food for his curiosity, he starts for Constantinople, where he remains for a year, and then arrives in Persia, where the opportunity ends. Quelques diable aussi le poussant. He sets to work to purchase carpets, stuffs, precious stones, and those 1,000 trifles of which lovers of curiosities soon became passionately fond, and for which they were ready to pay fabulous sums. The profit which Tavernier realized from his cargo induced him to resume his travels. But like a wise and prudent man, before starting he learnt from a jeweler the art of knowing precious stones. During 4 successive journeys to 1663, he traveled over Persia, the Mughal Empire, the Indies as far as the frontier of China, and the islands of Sunda. Dazzled by the immense fortune which his traffic had obtained for him, Tavernier would play the lord, and soon saw himself on the verge of ruin, which he hoped to avert by sending one of his nephews to the East with a considerable venture. But instead, his ruin was consummated by this young man, who, judging it best to appropriate the goods which had been confided to him, settled down at Ispahan. Tavernier, who was a well-educated man, made a number of interesting observations upon the history, manners, and customs of the countries which he visited. His narrative certainly contributed to give his contemporaries a much more correct idea of the countries of the East than they previously possessed. All travelers during the reign of Louis Roman XIV take the route to the East Indies, whatever may be the end they have in view. Africa is entirely deserted, and if America be the theater of any real exploration, it is carried out without aid from government. Whilst Tavernier was accomplishing his last and distant excursions, a distinguished archaeologist, Jean de the Venot, nephew of Melchizedek the Venot, a learned man to whom we owe an interesting series of travels, journeyed through Europe and visited Malta, Constantinople, Egypt, Tunis, and Italy. He brought back in 1661 an important collection of medals and monumental inscriptions, recognized nowadays as so important a help to the historian and the philologist. In 1664, he set out anew for the Levant and visited Persia, Bassora, Surat, and India, where he saw Masulipatam, Barhimpur, Aurangabad, and Golconda. But the fatigues which he had experienced prevented his return to Europe, and he died in Armenia in 1667. The success of his narratives was considerable and was well deserved by the care and exactitude of a traveler whose scientific attainments in history, geography, and mathematics far surpassed the average level of his contemporaries. We must now speak of the amiable Bernier, the pretty philosopher, as he was entitled in his polite circle, in which were found Ninon and La Fontaine, Madame de la Sablière, Saint Evremont, and Chapelle, without reckoning many other good and gay spirits, refractories from the stiff solemnity which then weighed upon the entourage of Louis Roman XIV. Bernier could not escape from the fashion of traveling. After having taken a rapid survey of Syria and Egypt, he resided for 12 years in India, where his good knowledge of medicine conciliated the favor of Aurangzeb and gave him the opportunity of beholding in detail, and with profit, an empire then in the full bloom of its prosperity. To the south of Hindustan, Ceylon had more than one surprise in reserve for its explorers. Robert Knox, taken prisoner by the natives, owed to this sad circumstance his long residence in the country and the collection of the first authentic documents relating to the forests and the savage natives of Ceylon. The Dutch, with a commercial jealousy which they were not singular in evincing, having until now kept secret all the information which had come to light concerning an island of which they were endeavoring to make a colony. Jean Chardin. From an old print. Another merchant, Jean Chardin, the son of a rich Parisian jeweler, jealous of the successes of Tavernier, desired, like him, to make his fortune by trading in diamonds. The countries which attract these merchants are those of which the fame for wealth and prosperity is become proverbial. These are Persia and India, where rich costumes sparkle with jewels and gold, and where there are mines of diamonds of a fabulous size. The moment is well chosen for visiting these countries. Thanks to the Mughal emperors, civilization and art have been developed. Mosques, palaces, temples have been built, and towns have risen suddenly. Their taste, that curious taste, so distinctly characterized, so different from our own, is displayed in the construction of gigantic edifices, quite as much as in jewelry and goldsmiths' work, and in the manufacture of those costly trifles of which the East was beginning to be passionately fond. Like a wise man, Chardin takes a partner, as good a connoisseur as himself. At first Chardin only traversed Persia in order to reach Ormuz and to embark for the Indies. The following year he returns to Ispahan and applies himself to learn the language of the country in order to be able to transact business directly and without any intermediary agent. He has the good fortune to please the Shah, Abbas Roman II. From that time his fortune is made, for it is at once genteel and also the part of a prudent courtier to employ the same purveyor as his sovereign. But Chardin had another merit besides that of making a fortune. He was able to collect so considerable a mass of information concerning the government, manners, creeds, customs, towns, and populations of Persia, that his narrative has remained to our own days the vade-mecum of the traveler. This guide is so much the more precious because Chardin took care to engage at Constantinople a clever draftsman named Grelot, by whom were reproduced the monuments, cities, scenes, costumes, and ceremonies which so well portray what Chardin called the everyday of a people. When Chardin returned to France in 1670, the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, with the barbarous persecutions which resulted from it, had chased from their country great numbers of artisans, who, taking refuge in foreign countries, enriched them with our arts and manufactures. Chardin, being a Protestant, clearly perceived that his religion would hinder him from attaining to what are termed honors and advancement. As, to use his own words, one is not free to believe what one will, he resolved to return to the Indies, where, without being urged to a change of religion, he could not fail of attaining an honorable position. Thus, liberty of conscience was at that period greater in Persia than in France. Such an assertion on the part of a man who had made the comparison is but little flattering to the grandson of Henry Roman IV. This time, however, Chardin did not follow the same route as before. He passed by Smyrna and Constantinople, and from thence, crossing the Black Sea, he landed in the Crimea in the garb of a religious. Whilst passing through the region of the Caucasus, he had the opportunity of studying the Abkhazians and Circassians. He afterwards penetrated into Mingrelaya, where he was robbed of his goods and papers and of a portion of the jewels which he was taking back to Europe. He could not have escaped himself had it not been for the devotion to him of the Theatines, from whom he had received hospitality, but he escaped only to fall into the hands of the Turks, who in their turn accepted a ransom for him. After further misadventures, he arrived at Tiflis on the 17th of December, 1672, and as Georgia was then governed by a prince who was a tributary of the Shah of Persia, it was easy for Chardin to reach Erivan, Tauriz, and finally Ispahan. After a stay of 4 years in Persia and a concluding journey to India, during which he realized a considerable fortune, Chardin returned to Europe and settled in England, his own country on account of his religion being forbidden ground to him.